Chapter 1. I was in the company and the beautiful CEO told me that she was pregnant. Magic City. Aishang Medical Beauty Sales Department. There are still 5 minutes until the morning meeting. The female colleagues around Yi-Chen were chattering non-stop. The topics of conversation are nothing more than the latest beauty bloggers and entertainment news. What's the latest hyaluronic acid cosmetics, which idol is rumored to be having a scandal, or which brand of clothes is on sale? Yi-Chen shook his head, not very interested. Yawn. He yawned, feeling a little sleepy. Unexpectedly, this scene was seen by Wang Chao, the sales manager who just walked in. He immediately raised his eyebrows and shouted, "Yi-Chen, what are you doing? You are actually dozing off during working hours." This angry shout silenced all the colleagues around him. They were secretly shocked. What kind of medicine did Wang Chao take? He was so angry so early in the morning. He gets angry every other day and always makes trouble for no reason. No one in the sales department likes him. But Yi-Chen is really something. You knew he was a difficult person, and it was before the morning meeting, so why didn't you restrain yourself? If they get criticized as a result, they will definitely get scolded. You made me work overtime until 9 o'clock last night, and I had to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning to go to work. I didn't get much rest. Sleeping less than 6 hours a day is hard to bear even for a strong person. However, before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Wang Chao. You dare to talk back? Wang Chao's face was as gloomy as water, and he started yelling and cursing. What's wrong with overtime? The economy is bad now, which company doesn't have overtime? Don't say you're from a fake university. Even if you're from a famous university, many graduates can't find jobs. If you don't want to do it, get out of here. There are plenty of people who can do it. If the Human Resources Department had not requested a male employee, he would have stuffed his niece in long ago. Wang Chao's arrogant look made Yi-Chen want to punch him twice. However, he looked at his colleagues around him, and the expressions in their eyes were either fearful or gloating, but he held them back. I am just an ordinary employee, how can I argue with him, a manager? That's just asking for trouble. Only. Wang Chao seemed to be getting more and more excited as he spoke. In this sales department, here, I am the boss. What I say is what I mean. If I ask you to work overtime, you have to work overtime. But the words were not finished. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Who is disturbing my early morning? He opened the door while cursing. But he never expected that the person outside the door was actually President Lin Wanma. Oh? Wang Chao, the sales department has become yours, you are the boss? Lin Wanma stared at Wang Chao, raised her eyebrows and said coldly. Wearing a black slim-fitting professional suit, his temperament seems even colder. Wang Chao took a breath, his scalp went numb, and cold sweat broke out. He rubbed his hands quickly and said with an apologetic smile, No, President Lin is joking. How dare I? It's just a joke, a joke. Having said that, he winked at Yi-Chen repeatedly, asking him to let the matter go. Who knows? Yi-Chen just looked at President Lin Wanma and didn't even look at him. This made Wang Chao furious, and he was thinking about how to teach him a lesson later. Other people. I couldn't help laughing when I saw this embarrassing scene. And they were also a little curious. This is the first time I've seen the beautiful and cold CEO Lin Wanma come to the sales department to give us instructions. Wang Chao, who has always been arrogant and domineering, has run into trouble this time and is finally going to be defeated. Only. They also felt that Yi-Chen was too arrogant. If he didn't cooperate, wouldn't he be causing trouble for himself? With Wang Chao's character, Yi-Chen will definitely be in big trouble. Lin Wanma, why do I feel like I've seen you before? Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes and rubbed his temples, but he couldn't remember any intersection. At this time, Lin Wanma glanced at everyone and said coldly, All of you get out. My colleagues stuck out their tongues and left the sales department one after another. Wang Chao laughed dryly and said, I wonder if President Lin has any instructions? You get out too. Lin Wanma became a little impatient and waved at him. Wang Chao did not dare to delay and hurried out. By the way, Yi-Chen stays. Hearing this, Wang Chao staggered and almost fell. He left the sales department with a lot of doubts in his mind, but saw everyone outside the door looking at him and muttering to himself, so he couldn't help but snorted coldly. What are you looking at? Think carefully about how to complete today's sales task. Unexpectedly, no one paid any attention to him at all. There was even a faint voice. What's the point of yelling at us? If you have the guts, don't act like a grandson and yell in front of the president. Who? Come out and talk. Wang Chao was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick, but this made people from other departments laugh. After laughing, everyone became curious and couldn't help but talk about it. It's really strange. Why did the beautiful and cold CEO come to our sales department and not look for Wang Chao but an ordinary employee Yi-Chen? Yes, his performance is always at the bottom, but she doesn't need to come forward in person if there are layoffs. Is she dissatisfied with Wang Chao's work? That's a really good thing. But I don't think it's that simple. She asked Yi-Chen to stay. Is there some secret between the two of you? Stop gossiping. What does their situation have to do with us? Just do your own thing. In the sales department. Yi-Chen stopped and stared at Lin Wanma calmly. I wonder what the president wants to talk to me about. Looking closely, Lin Wanma is really beautiful, with pretty face and fair skin, like a fairy who has descended to earth. Even the most popular movie and TV stars, in terms of looks alone, are not even a fraction as good as her. But he didn't have time to look any further. I am pregnant. A hint of nervousness flashed across Lin Wanma's eyes. Although his expression was still cold, it was very obvious. And her heart is now in turmoil. Ah. You are pregnant? Yi-Chen was a little confused for a moment. The beautiful CEO is pregnant, why did she come to see me? What does it have to do with me? Could it be that he wants me to be the scapegoat? The reason why he was not in good spirits was not just because he worked overtime last night. When I dragged my tired body back to the rented house, my girlfriend had already packed her luggage. He didn't even mention breaking up, he just walked away. Until now, Yi-Chen couldn't figure it out. They had been dating for 5 years since college, and now they were breaking up just like that? Although Lin Wanma is a beautiful CEO, Yi-Chen thinks that he has no interest in being a father. Seeing Yi-Chen's reaction, a trace of shame and anger flashed across Lin Wanma's calm face. Have you forgotten what happened last time? I, Lin Wanma, have never had a boyfriend in my life. Who would have thought that something like that would happen last time? Could it be that Yi-Chen wanted to deny his mistake? Last time? What happened last time? President Lin, are you mistaken? Yi-Chen looked puzzled. He scratched his head, thinking that he and Lin Wanma should have no connection at all. A month ago in my basement garage, do you remember what you did? Seeing Yi-Chen holding his forehead in thought, Lin Wanma felt so angry that her teeth were itching. Chapter 2, God-Level Favorability System, Reward Cash 500 million. A month ago? Yi-Chen was completely confused. But he thought again and realized that something unusual had indeed happened a month ago. That day. He is the one who works overtime the latest in the company. The driver, Brother Zhou, had an emergency at home, so he found me and asked me to take his place and pick someone up. Now that I think about it, the female leader who was picked up that day was indeed somewhat similar to Lin Wanma who was in front of me. But he was still confused, and Lin Wanma returned to his usual stern expression. Come to the company gate after get off work and accompany me to the prenatal checkup. As soon as she finished speaking, she opened the door and left. Yi-Chen was left standing there in a daze. Prenatal checkup? No. Yi-Chen looked up, but Lin Wanma was nowhere to be seen. He was about to chase after him, but was blocked by Wang Chao who was walking towards him. Yi-Chen, what is your relationship with the president? Also, did you say bad things about me in front of her? Just outside. Wang Chao thought about it over and over again, but still couldn't think of any connection between the two. She came to the sales department just to meet Yi-Chen alone. What was her purpose? However, Yi-Chen's mind was a mess and he simply ignored him. He remembered it somewhat. 1 month ago. He took over for Brother Zhou and went to pick up the female leader. In Xanadu Hotel, the female leader was not very drunk and couldn't even finish the drink in front of her. He drank the drink without saying a word, then helped him out of the hotel and sent him home. After, he felt something was wrong in the car, and when he arrived at the female leader's house, his consciousness became a little fuzzy, and some things happened that shouldn't have happened. Now that I think about it, that female leader should be President Lin Wanma. Yi-Chen, are you listening to me? Wang Chao's forehead was bulging with veins, and he stared at Yi-Chen viciously. Yi-Chen looked up at Wang Chao, then lowered his head, too lazy to pay any attention to him. Okay, you asked for this. Wang Chao pointed at Yi Chen and laughed in anger. He was thinking in his mind how to deal with Yi Chen next so that he would know who was the real boss of the sales department. Hey, Yi Chen, what does our beautiful and cold CEO want to talk to you about? Yeah. Could it be that you two are having an affair? Ha 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 ha, how is that possible? If he can catch the eye of President Lin, even a sow can climb a tree. Hush. Have you reported Wang Chao? He's so abominable, always making us work overtime. Hearing these discussions, Wang Chao's face became extremely gloomy. What are you arguing about? Have you finished your work? Whoever makes noise again will have to stay and work overtime until 12 o'clock. My colleagues rolled their eyes and didn't dare to say anything more. Yi Chen ignored everyone's gossip and returned to his workstation, feeling a bit confused for the rest of the day. It's time to get off work. Yi Chen was about to punch out of get off work. Wang Chao walked up to Yi Chen with a sinister sneer on his face. Yi Chen, stay and work overtime today and finish the contract for me. I have something to do today, so you can do it yourself. After saying, Yi Chen turned and left. Don't think you can go against me just because you chatted with the president for a while, you bastard. Humph, I want to see what you want. Wang Chao smiled coldly and followed him out of the sales department. At the company entrance, Lin Wanmo changed into casual clothes and stood next to the Maserati, like a beautiful scenery. Will Yi Chen come? Will he deny it? She took a deep breath, but she was still confused. At this time, a young man wearing a floral shirt and holding 99 roses walked towards Lin Wanmo. Hi, Miss Lin, are you off work? Would you mind having dinner with me? Lin Wanmo looked at the young man in front of her, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Sorry, I have an appointment. The young man's name is Ponguai. He is an upstream supplier of her company and also one of her ardent pursuers. Only. He is a frivolous person who has deceived many young and beautiful women by taking advantage of his good looks and superior family background. He is a complete scumbag. You have an appointment. Are you kidding me? I asked you out a few times and you always had an appointment. Is it such a coincidence? Having said that, he chuckled. How about we talk about the contract tonight? Not very good, I really don't have time today. Lin Wanmo was a little annoyed and couldn't help but wonder in her heart, why hasn't he come yet? Only. She looked up at the company entrance. Who else could it be but Yi Chen? Yi Chen, here. Lin Wanmo opened the car door and waved to Yi Chen. Yi Chen got in the car, Lin Wanmo drove away, leaving Peng Shuai standing there in a daze. Wang Chao, who followed Yi Chen, saw Yi Chen get directly into President Lin's car. I couldn't help but stare in amazement, I was petrified. Wang Chao, you're here just in time. Who is that guy? Peng Shuai had a murderous look on her face and she stared at Wang Chao and shouted. He regarded Lin Wanmo as his prey and would never let anyone else get involved. Boss Peng, are you talking about Yi Chen? He is just an ordinary employee in the sales department. Wang Chao rolled his eyes and told the truth. Peng Shuai glanced at Wang Chao. A staff member can get into Wanmo's car? Go and help me check this person's background. Tell me after you've checked it out. Then, you'll definitely get some benefits. Hearing this, Wang Chao quickly patted his chest and made a promise. Don't worry, Mr. Peng. I'll take care of this. I promise I'll find out exactly what he ate tonight and how many times he went to the toilet. Hey. Yi Chen, right? You've got the boss's support, right? It's a pity that President Lin is the prey that Peng Shuai is determined to catch. You kid, you are courting death by challenging the will of God. Well, I'm leaving first. By the way, don't forget what I told you last time. Peng Shuai threw the flowers directly into the trash can and got into her supercar. Watching him leave, Wang Chao's eyes flickered, and he smacked his lips and said, How can a Yi Chen fight me? And you, Lin Wanmo. Inside the Maserati. As soon as Yi Chen sat down, a cold mechanical electronic sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, activating the God-level favorability system. The current binding candidate is Lin Wanmo, the president of Aishang Medical Beauty. As long as Lin Wanmo's favorability towards the host increases, the host will receive various rewards. The current favorability is 0. Yi Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that he would awaken the system. God-level favorability? Bound to Lin Wanma? His expression was somewhat complicated, and he was lost in thought. On the way, Lin Wanma glanced at Yi Chen, who was sitting in the back seat. Yi Chen was very quiet, and he didn't look ugly at all. At least in his own circle, he is the sunny and attractive type. He was willing to accompany me for prenatal checkups, so he has some sense of responsibility. At least he is not a scumbag like Ponguai, who has deceived countless girls. Before she knew it, she breathed a sigh of relief. And at this time, Yi Chen saw a line of red words appear above Lin Wanma's head. Ding! Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host is +5, and the reward is a cash deposit of 500 million. Chapter 3, While buying clothes, I met my ex-girlfriend? 500 million in cash? Oh my god! Yi Chen's eyes were filled with shock, somewhat unable to believe it. Stunned for a moment, Yi Chen took out his cell phone. 1, 10, 100,000, 10,000, 100,000, million, 10 million, 100 million, 100 million. It's indeed 500 million. I became a billionaire. Yi Chen was shocked and took a breath of cold air. This is the favorability +5, what if it is maxed out? 5 billion or 50 billion? Yi Chen couldn't imagine it. But I have to say, this god-level favorability system is too powerful. It allowed him to turn his life around in an instant. Traffic light. Lin Wanma looked at Yi Chen through the rearview mirror. I found that he was actually wearing work clothes. I was a little surprised when I thought about it. He looked a little too ordinary and dull. And where she was going? It is the top private hospital in Shanghai. All medical facilities are imported and the doctors employed are internationally renowned. It's not appropriate to wear this. Think of this. Lin Wanma turned around and drove to the largest shopping mall in Shanghai. International Fashion City. The people who come and go here are either rich or noble, most of them are business celebrities, as well as some stars and anchors that can be seen frequently on TV networks. The consumption level here is very high, and ordinary people are almost unable to afford it. Get out of the car, let's go buy clothes. Buying clothes? Aren't you going for a prenatal checkup? Yi Chen looked at Lin Wanma in the front row and asked questioningly. Go change your clothes. Lin Wanma pointed at his work clothes and rolled her eyes, looking very charming. Yi Chen also reacted and nodded. Given Lin Wanma's status and position, wearing this to accompany her for a prenatal checkup would indeed make people laugh and attract a lot of criticism. The most conspicuous position on the first floor is almost entirely occupied by women's clothing from major international brands. Any piece of clothing starts at tens of thousands. The limited edition custom-made ones can even cost up to millions, which is enough to make a down payment in Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable and housing prices are sky high. The second floor is for men's clothing, let's go to the second floor. Lin Wanma was familiar with the route and led Yi Chen through the corridor to the second floor. But at this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Wow, Brother Lu, the clothes here are so beautiful. I've only heard of it before, and never dared to hope to buy one. Can you take me to try it on? Hearing this familiar voice, Yi Chen stopped subconsciously. What's wrong? Lin Wanma frowned slightly and asked Yi Chen. Nothing. Yi Chen shook his head and was about to leave. Buying clothes and meeting your ex-girlfriend? Unexpectedly, Lin Wanma followed his gaze. Just see. In an inconspicuous corner, in a lower-end women's clothing store, a man and a woman were trying on clothes. The man was probably in his early 20s, but his belly was so big, as if he was 9 months pregnant. The woman looked pretty, but she was wearing heavy makeup and a pair of fake clothes, which made her seem a little vain. No? Well, I guess, we know each other. Hearing this, Lin Wanma's eyes turned, and she was very smart, and she could see something unusual in Yi Chen's expression. Could this woman be Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend? Let's go and take a look. Without saying anything, she pulled Yi Chen to the front of the store. This dress is pretty good. Try it on. If you think it's okay, I'll buy it for you. Lu Tao said with a smile. About half a month ago, when he was bored, he was wandering in the back street of the university and met Zhou Qing in front of a milk tea shop. Unexpectedly, after I invited her to drink a cup of milk tea and gave her a bouquet of flowers, he took the initiative to throw himself into my arms. So I brought her here to buy 2 pieces of clothes so that she can change her rustic look. Otherwise, you will be laughed at by others in the circle. Thank you, Brother Lu, you are so nice to me. Zhou Qing took the clothes and walked towards the fitting room with a smile. Only. She looked up and saw a familiar figure. Who else could it be but her ex-boyfriend Yi Chen? Hey, isn't this Yi Chen? You're here shopping too. At this point, she snorted and pointed at the price tag of the dress in her hand. Look, a long dress costs 16,800 yuan, can you afford it? When Zhou Qing said this, she felt both proud and angry. Yi Chen and I have been dating for several years since college, and I buy her gifts every holiday. But the clothes were either from street stalls or discounted low-end brands, and none of them cost more than 500 yuan. I can't afford it. Yi Chen shook his head and said seriously. Oh, you're Yi Chen, I heard Zhou Qing mention you. As a man, if I can't even meet the basic material needs, I would just find a piece of tofu and kill myself if I were you. Lu Tao clicked his tongue, somewhat disdainfully. Only. When he spoke, his face was full of fat and his big gold chain was shaking, making him look a little funny. If you can't afford it, then get out of here right away. Don't embarrass yourself here. If someone sees you. Zhou Qing was talking excitedly, but she caught a glimpse of Lin Wanma beside Yi Chen from the corner of her eye and was stunned for a moment. She is. In Zhou Qing's eyes. This is an extremely beautiful woman, like a solitary orchid in a valley, very extraordinary. Just standing there quietly gives people a feeling of flawlessness. Not only is her appearance stunning, but her temperament is also otherworldly and ethereal. Like a fairy in the sky, it is amazing and enviable. Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment before she reacted. Lin Wanmo was wearing just ordinary casual clothes. Although she couldn't tell what brand it was, judging from the workmanship and materials, it was definitely a top international brand. And the limited edition Hermes bag on her waist was something I had seen online. The basic model cost around 170,000 or 180,000 yuan. Zhou Qing felt jealous instantly. I didn't expect that after just a few days, Yi Chen would already be with a rich woman. No, I must ruin them. Out of jealousy, Zhou Qing's eyes rolled and her face was full of viciousness. Only. She was about to speak, but she didn't expect that Lu Tao beside her was stunned. His breathing became rapid, and he completely forgot about Zhou Qing's existence. He walked up to her and said hello, hi, beautiful lady, how about adding WeChat? Lin Wanma frowned, a look of disgust on her face, and ignored him. Lu Tao has a fat head and big ears, and a sneaky look in his eyes. It's obvious that he is not a good person. What's more, he was obviously hooking up with Marvin's ex-girlfriend. Judging from their situations and reactions, Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend was vain, and their breakup was a relief for them. But for some reason, Lin Wanma still felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Tao, what do you mean? Didn't you say you would take me here to buy clothes? Why are you chatting up others? Zhou Qing was a little angry and her face turned red. Didn't I tell you to go try on clothes? Go now. Lu Tao glared at her and said with some displeasure. If I go, Lu Tao will definitely continue to chat with me. If I don't go, wouldn't it give Lu Tao the opportunity to get angry? Zhou Qing hesitated for a moment and froze in place. Chapter 4 I have plenty of money, he can't cheat me out of it. When Lu Tao saw Yi Chen in ordinary work clothes and thought about Zhou Qing's introduction of Yi Chen, that Yi Chen was just a poor loser, he couldn't help but curl his lips. He turned around and continued to chat with Lin Wanma. Beautiful lady, if it's not convenient for you to add WeChat, can you please leave your phone number? I know there's a new French restaurant nearby. Would you mind visiting us? Lin Wanma frowned and hated him even more. I have a boyfriend. Lin Wanma nudged Yi Chen with her elbow and said coquettishly, someone is chatting up your girlfriend. Lu Tao's smile suddenly froze on his face. On the side, Zhou Qing looked at Yi Chen in surprise. When did he hook up with such a beautiful rich young woman? Beauty, you have to keep your eyes open. Yi Chen is a worthless person. Apart from his decent looks, he has no money and no ambition. He is just an ordinary worker who lives in a rented house and spends his days idling. When Zhou Qing said this, she glanced at Yi Chen with a look of contempt. If I get cheated of my money and my body, I won't even have a place to cry. Yi Chen listened to Zhou Qing's words and moved his mouth, but in the end he didn't say a word. Only. He felt a little sad. After several years of true love, he still couldn't resist the temptation of reality and money. Fine. Now that I have seen Zhou Qing's true face and have broken up with her, I have cut my losses in time. Hearing her words, Lin Wanma chuckled and disagreed. Immediately. She said word by word with a straight face, "Don't worry, I have plenty of money, he can't cheat me out of it." Zhou Qing was stunned. Lu Tao was also stunned. Yi Chen's mouth twitched and he nodded secretly. AI Shang Medical Beauty. One of the top 20 companies in Shanghai, with exclusive equity and total assets of nearly 3 billion. Moreover, his parents are both business celebrities with countless assets. Indeed. How many scammers can cheat Lin Wanma of all her money? Can't finish cheating? How is that possible? Zhou Qing snorted in disbelief. Lin Wanma smiled again and shook her head. Yi Chen reminded at this time, this is the president of AI Shang Medical Beauty. Lin Wanma, the president of AI Shang Medical Beauty? I seem to have seen her at a high-end cosmetics launch event. No wonder she looks so familiar. Zhou Chang was shocked and looked incredulous. Yes, doesn't Yi Chen work in this cosmetics company? I didn't expect that he was having an affair with the CEO. For some reason, she felt sour in her heart, and her jealousy became even stronger. And the other side. Lu Tao stared at Lin Weima, his eyes shining. So she's the CEO of AI Shang Medical Beauty. No wonder, I heard her personal assets exceed 2 billion. A woman like Lin Wanma who is both rich and beautiful. If you can catch it, you will make a fortune. Seeing the expressions of Zhou Chang and Lu Tao, Yi Chen frowned. He always felt that the two of them seemed to have some bad intentions. Sorry, I have to go clothes shopping with my girlfriend. He pulled Lin Wanma's soft hand, passed by Zhou Chang and Lu Tao, and went straight to the second floor. Lin Wanma glanced at Yi Chen. Second floor. In front of an international brand men's clothing store. Seeing that the atmosphere was somewhat silent, Lin Wanma took the initiative to speak. Yi Chen, what kind of clothes do you usually like to wear? I don't have any idea about these. I just wear what's comfortable for me. Okay, I've been here a few times, it's pretty good. Yi Chen touched his nose, a little surprised. Good job. How many times have you been here? With whom? For some reason, he felt a little uncomfortable. As if she could tell what Yi Chen was thinking from his expression, Lin Wanma smiled and said, I'm here to accompany my dad, don't think too much. I didn't think much about it. Yi Chen replied quickly, feeling a little guilty. I'm afraid you'll think too much. Having said that, she took Yi Chen inside to try on clothes. This is a dark blue suit. Yi Chen was dressed very well, looking handsome and tall. Take 2 steps and turn around to take a look. Even Lin Wanma was slightly stunned. Yi Chen did as he was told. Sir, you really are a walking clothes rack. This suit really suits you very well. With a little bit of modification, she's no less popular than a popular star. On the side, the salesperson also exclaimed. No way. Yi Chen had never experienced such a situation before, and said shyly. And at this time, Lin Wanma noticed that the left side of his collar was rolled up, so she went forward to straighten it for him. Seeing this, the salesperson said with envy, the two of you standing together, you really are a perfect match, a perfect match. Lin Wanma smiled slightly, shook her head, and said to the salesperson, just this set. Pack up his old clothes and I'll pay for it. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. Just now he glanced at this suit out of the corner of his eye, and it was sold at a whopping price of 168,000. Only. He has no habit of using girls' money. Moreover, he had just received 500 million in cash and could definitely afford it. I'll transfer the money to her later. Before leaving, the salesperson handed the bag to Yi Chen and whispered, young man, there are not many good girls who buy clothes for boys now, so you must cherish them. Yi Chen had no choice but to nod with a red face. It's just strange that from beginning to end, Lin Wanma said nothing and didn't he deny it. He felt a little uneasy. What does Lin Wanma mean? When I thought about how she had previously declared in front of Zhou Qing that she was his girlfriend. Could it be that this relationship was tacitly acknowledged? In this way, I returned to the corner of the first floor in a daze. Who knows? I turned around and ran into Zhou Qing and Lu Tao again. Zhou Qing held the dress she bought, looking very fond of it, and leaned into Lu Tao's arms. Lu Tao, you are so kind to me. I have never worn such expensive and good clothes since I was a child. Now when I go back, I can show off in front of my group of vain sisters. Ha, you are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. Lu Tao thought to himself, but he couldn't help but move his hands around. He said with a smile, as long as you serve me well, I will buy you a whole cabinet of clothes like this in the future. Zhou Qing was very happy, but when she turned around she saw the new clothes Yi Chen was wearing cost at least 20 times the price of her dress. Moreover, he was dressed very well, and when he stood next to Lu Tao, the two were simply worlds apart. Zhou Qing's eyes suddenly turned red with jealousy. She said sourly, wearing this outfit, you really look like a decent person. But beauty, I have to kindly remind you that if you fall in love with this kind of scumbag, you will definitely regret it. Who knows? Lin Wanma ignored her again, pulled Yi Chen and headed straight for the Maserati. On the way to the hospital, Lin Wanma suddenly smiled. Yi Chen looked up and asked, what's wrong? Lin Wanma shook his head and said, you must feel very uncomfortable having such a girlfriend, right? Yi Chen, ex-girlfriend. Okay, ex-girlfriend. Lin Wanma's voice suddenly stopped. But suddenly, another electronic mechanical sound rang out in Yi Chen's mind. Ding, Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host +2, reward for physical fitness enhancement +10. Chapter 5 Prenatal Checkup Results, the baby is very healthy. Yi Chen was stunned. He only felt an unprecedented terrifying force flowing through his body. However, it is not the right time now and I cannot experience it carefully. I can only try again when I have the chance. Why did the favorability suddenly increase? Is it because of Zhou Qing? Yi Chen held his cheek, looking at the neon lights on both sides of the road, slightly absent-minded. A few minutes later, St. Mary's Private Hospital. In the most prosperous area of Shanghai, where every inch of land is valuable, this private hospital occupies more than 10 acres. The doctors in the hospital are all world-renowned first-class doctors, including many respected masters. And the building, which was built at great expense, looks more like a palace than a hospital. Magnificent and magnificent. But the rockery and corridors give a sense of tranquility that is isolated from the hustle and bustle of the world. Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Let's go, stop looking. Lin Wanma handed the car keys to the parking attendant and said to Yi Chen. She had made an appointment with her best friend Tanguo before coming here, and now she took Yi Chen and went straight to Tanguo's office. Tanguo looked to be in her early 20s, wearing a white coat, but it did not hide her exquisite figure at all. And she always had a faint smile on her face, which made it easy for her to win people's favor. 1mo, why are you more than 10 minutes late? I thought you weren't coming. By the way, who is he? Tanguo hugged Lin Wanmo warmly, and saw Yi Chen standing beside her, and said with a little surprise. Yi Chen was dressed in high-end brand-name men's clothing. He was tall and handsome, with a calm temperament, and attracted attention. Only. It's not right that Lin Wanma doesn't have a boyfriend. I encountered a little trouble on the way, isn't this coming? Him? Yi Chen, he came with me for the prenatal checkup. Lin Wanma rolled her eyes at Tanguo, as if blaming her for being gossipy. Yi Chen, this is my good friend Tanguo, the chief prenatal doctor. Although she is younger than me, she is an internationally renowned doctor and has published many groundbreaking medical papers. Hearing this, Tanguo's eyes narrowed into slits with smile. Oh, that's nothing. Come in, I'll take you to the prenatal checkup first. Handsome Yi Chen, the lounge is next to you. If you want to smoke, there is a special smoking room. She snapped her fingers, winked at Yi Chen, and took Lin Wanma to the prenatal examination room. Prenatal examination room. The medical equipment here are all imported from Europe and the United States and are the most advanced in the world. If they weren't close friends, they would probably have to wait for several days if they really wanted to make an appointment. Wanma, tell me the truth, is this Yi Chen your boyfriend? Also, which university did he graduate from? Where is he employed? What's his family background like? As soon as he entered the door, Tanguo started asking questions. Tanguo, when did you become so gossipy? I won't tell you. Lin Wanma pretended to have a stern face and stuck out her tongue at her. In the company and in front of outsiders, she has always been an iceberg beauty president. Only in front of my best friend, Candy, can I occasionally release my emotions? But Tanguo and she are both very busy, so it's good enough to meet 2 or 3 times a month. Okay. But if you really want to date someone, I have to help you check carefully. Otherwise, with your pig brain, if you get cheated, you will have to help count the money. Tangwa didn't get to the bottom of it, she just complained. Okay, I promise you. Here, check me first. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and stared at Tangwa. Don't worry, it'll be okay. Tangwa gave her a reassuring look and then gave her a prenatal checkup. 15 minutes later. The results came out very quickly. What are the results of the examination? Lin Wanma asked nervously. Feeling nervous, she unconsciously rolled up the hem of her skirt with her hands. The examination data shows that the embryo is very healthy and everything is normal. Congratulations! Tangwa smiled slightly, with a hint of amusement on her face. 1mo, you were so good. I didn't hear any news when you secretly did it. But Lin Wanma had a complicated look on her face, as if she didn't hear her question. Tangwa, if I don't want this child, will I still have a chance to get pregnant after I abort it? When Tangwa heard this, she frowned slightly and looked at Lin Wanma in confusion. She knows her best friend's personality very well. Logically speaking, it is impossible for her to have a chaotic life and get pregnant unexpectedly. 1mo, you should know that your family has a genetic problem. If you abort the baby, you may not be able to get pregnant in the future. You should think carefully about it. Hearing this, Lin Wanma nodded and fell into silence. Reception room. Yichen sat quietly on the soft sofa. Feeling the changes in his body, he was a little bit unbelievable. Just now, he grabbed the high-end coffee table beside him with his right hand and squeezed it lightly. Unexpectedly, the solid ironwood that was as hard as fine iron actually cracked into several lines, and there were also flying fragments. He was so scared that he cleaned it up quickly and didn't dare to try again. But he knew that with a physical fitness of +10, he was no longer an ordinary person. Even the Olympic athletes who represented the limits of human beings could not be compared with him. He couldn't help but sigh, this god-level favorability system is really awesome. And at this time, Lin Wanma walked out of the prenatal examination room alone. Yichen looked up and found that her face looked a little strange, and he couldn't help but feel worried. He asked, "What's wrong? Could it be that the child?" Lin Wanma shook her head. "The child is fine and healthy." Hearing Lin Wanma's words, Yichen breathed a sigh of relief. The child is fine, so why is she so sad? That's right. Yichen was not stupid either. When he thought of this, he understood the whole story. I am just an ordinary employee, with no money and no family background. But what about Lin Wanma? She is young and beautiful, and is also a beautiful CEO with assets worth billions. The gap between the two is too big. Oh. Yichen couldn't help but laugh at himself. Could it be that she was worried that she might get pregnant unexpectedly, and use this as a threat to gain sex and money? Lin Wanma, who was extremely smart, immediately understood what Yichen was thinking. I don't know why, but when I saw his expression, Lin Wanma felt a pain in her heart. She quickly said, "No, I just haven't accepted the fact of pregnancy for a while, it has nothing to do with you." Yichen was stunned. Yes. Although she is in the company, she is a strong and beautiful iceberg president. But at the end of the day, she is still a girl. Anyone would feel a little nervous and uneasy if they suddenly became pregnant. Sorry, I overthought it. Yichen stared into Lin Wanma's eyes and said sincerely. The atmosphere in the field became silent again. After a while, Lin Wanma adjusted her mood and said to Yichen, "It's very late now, let me take you home first." Chapter 6. There is a problem with the repayment of principal and interest. Is the company's capital chain going to be broken? In a rental house of less than 10 square meters. Yichen lay on the hard bed, staring at the ceiling with some mold spots. Thinking back on what happened today, my face is full of disbelief. First, an occasional substitute shift a month ago led to his relationship with the company's president, Lin Wanma. And, as fate would have it, she became pregnant with her own child. What is even more incredible is, the god-level favorability system has been awakened. First it was 500 million in cash, and now it's physical fitness +10. What kind of magical rewards will there be in the future? But thinking of Lin Wanma's hesitant look when she left, he couldn't help but clench his fists. If before, he and Lin Wanma were people from two different worlds. But now that they have a child, this bond makes it impossible for them to cut it. He knew exactly what Lin Wanma was worried about. Only With the God-level favorability system, the gap between the two is not insurmountable. Let's go to the company tomorrow to check on the situation and confirm her opinion first. Call. Thinking of this, he slowly exhaled. Minghu Haoding Villa. After washing up, Lin Wanma lay on the soft bed, but tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She gently stroked her belly with her hand, and a strange look appeared in her eyes. If I don't want a child, I may never be able to get pregnant again, and the survival rate of IVF and surrogacy is also extremely low. But if I want this child, I have to be with Yi Chen. When she thought of this, Lin Wanma couldn't help but feel a headache. Ding ling ling. Suddenly, Lin Wanma's phone rang. When she saw the incoming call reminder, she had a bad feeling. Director Li, why are you calling me so late? Boss Lin, the situation is not good. The accounts receivable have not arrived today. The company has less than 60 million in cash in its account, but we have to pay the bank 200 million in principal and interest tomorrow. Director Li Chang, the financial director of AI Shang Medical Beauty. His voice was a little hoarse and flustered due to nervousness. Okay, I got it. I'll go to the company early tomorrow morning. After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanma's eyelids twitched. The issue of capital chain is something that no company can ignore. If it is not properly resolved, it is likely to cause a chain reaction. At the very least, the assets will be sold off and handed over to others, and at worst, bankruptcy and liquidation will occur. Tian Medical Beauty Company, a downstream channel supplier, has been in arrears of payment for 3 months. Is there something fishy going on? Lin Wanma held her cheek and fell into deep thought. The next day. At daybreak, Yi Chen ran to the vegetable market and spent the whole morning stewing a bowl of chicken soup. He carefully put it into an insulated box and brought it into the company. As soon as I entered the company, I felt something was wrong. Everyone looked hurried and the atmosphere was extremely solemn. He entered the sales department with a puzzled look on his face. It's strange. The president notified the heads of various departments to hold a meeting early this morning. Could something big have happened? You don't know yet. My boyfriend is in finance, and I heard that there was a big bill that was not collected last night. A big account? How big? It can't be hundreds of millions. You know what? It seems to be about 200 to 300 million. I heard that tomorrow is the time for the company's bank to repay the principal and interest. If we don't pay it back, we will be very rich. Wow, so many. But it doesn't seem to have much to do with us. Anyway, I've only been here for more than half a month. At most, I can just pat my butt and leave. You can't say that. How many benefits in our company can compare? Yeah, I hope nothing goes wrong. My family depends on this job for a living. Hearing this, Yi Chen frowned. Maybe there is a problem with the funding chain? He originally wanted to go directly to the president's office, but now it seems that he has to wait until the meeting is over. And at this time, in the conference room, Lin Wanma sat in the president's seat with a cold face. Next. After reporting the financial situation, Financial Director Li Chang looked at Wang Chao from the sales department. Before, Wang Chao gave me a heads up. He helped me sign this downstream channel contract. Hearing this, Lin Wanma frowned slightly. Others also looked at Wang Chao at the end of the table. Director Li, please don't accuse a good person. I am only responsible for signing the contract, but the return of funds is linked to property and has nothing to do with me. Wang Chao quickly stood up and said, disassociating himself from the matter. Even though he is so arrogant in the sales department, here he can only sit in the lowest seat. That channel dealer, Boss Gao, didn't you say he was your brother? And last time he invited you and me to drink, you promised that you would settle the payment this month. Li Cheng's face suddenly turned red, and he pointed at Wang Chao and shouted. Who knows? Wang Chao sneered. Director Li, please don't talk nonsense. It's a sum of several hundred million. I, Wang Chao, am just a sales manager. How can I dare to make such a guarantee? By the way, since you said you promised, then where are the records? Do you have any? If you say something like this, you need evidence. Hearing this, Li Cheng's face turned pale. He stammered, no record. But. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Wanma. Okay, stop arguing. Next, I will find a way to repay it. You should do your own work first. The meeting is adjourned. After Lin Wanma finished speaking, she waved to everyone. Li Chen quickly stood up and wanted to catch up with Wang Chao, but the other party walked too fast and he couldn't catch up. He could only curse inwardly and went back to the finance department reluctantly. Call. Lin Wanmo rubbed his temples, feeling a terrible headache. Such a huge amount of money could actually cause problems. It is impossible to say that there is no trick involved. But the problem has not been solved yet. Punishing anyone will have a bad impact, causing panic among the people and being detrimental to the stability of the company. It seems that we should find a way to solve the payment problem first. After Lin Wanma finished speaking, she opened her address book and started making calls to borrow money. Who knows? I called and got turned away. What's going on? The Magic City Commercial Bank had been begging me for financing and loans before, but now its attitude is so firm and it won't give in at all? There are several other investment banks that even refused my offer of asset collateral. Ashang Medical Beauty's debt has always been controlled at a safe level of 50%, even less than 45%. How could they not give us a loan? Sudden. Lin Wanma's face darkened. Could it be that someone is targeting Ashang Medical Beauty? Ashang Medical Beauty is a company she founded alone. With the latest beauty concepts and advanced technological products, it has become the largest medical beauty company in Shanghai in just a few years. It can be said that it has changed the landscape of beauty in Shanghai. Naturally, it also offended many people and damaged their interests. When she thought of this, even Lin Wanma couldn't help but feel a chill down her spine. No matter who is secretly targeting me, I will never allow my hard work to fall to pieces. Chapter 7 Peng Shui, if you agree to be my girlfriend, the funding problem will be solved immediately. Sales Department. Seeing that everyone was still discussing the company's capital chain problem, Wang Chao sneered and turned to scold, "You are still chatting about these things during working hours. What, has the capital chain problem affected your salary? Shut up and work hard." The office suddenly became quiet and silent. Wang Chao nodded proudly. He just turned his eyes and walked quickly to Yi Chen's side. "Yi Chen, you slipped away very quickly yesterday. Stay here and work overtime until 9 o'clock in the evening. Otherwise, get out of here and never come to work again." He stared at Yi Chen with an arrogant look on his face and great disdain. However, Yi Chen looked up at Wang Chang with an indifferent expression and said nothing. "Are you listening, kid? What is this thing that smells so good?" Wang Chao glanced at the thermal box on Yi Chen's desk and chuckled. "Good boy, you actually brought some delicious food to the company. It's a good bargain for me." When Wang Chao said this, he reached out to take it. "Who knows?" Yi Chen blocked his hand with his right hand. "Get out of the way." Wang Chao's face darkened and he growled at him. If it were normal times, Yi Chen might have let it go. After all, the king of hell is easy to deal with, but the little ghosts are hard to deal with. There is no need to offend a complete villain like Wang Chao. But he actually wanted to steal the thermal box. This was the chicken soup he had worked so hard to cook for several hours. How could it be possible? Yi Chen grabbed Wang Chao's hand with his right hand and squeezed it gently. Crack! There was a crisp sound of a broken bone. Ah! Wang Chao's face suddenly changed and he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, which gave people goosebumps. Murder, Yi Chen is going to kill someone. What a pity. No one in the entire office paid any attention to him. Some people even secretly hated it and said, I didn't expect Wang Chao would have such a day. It's so cool. Yi Chen, please help. It would be best if he could be admitted to the hospital. Yi Chen let go, his eyes turning cold. Don't touch my things. Don't do it again. Wang Chao was in so much pain that he could hardly straighten his back. He stared at Yi Chen and was about to lose his temper. But when I met his deep and cold eyes, I didn't know why, but I felt a chill in my heart. Without waiting for his reaction, Yi Chen picked up the insulated box and went straight to the president's office. Only then did Wang Chao dare to yell and rant, which only made everyone secretly happy again. President's office. Bite. The internal phone in the president's office rang. President Lin, President Peng said he wants to talk to you about something. Are you free now? Lin Wanma's secretary Zhao Yuhuan. She graduated from an internationally renowned university with a degree in secretarial skills. She is very capable at work and she is also very beautiful. General Peng? Which General Peng? Lin Wanmo was worrying about the loan and was stunned for a moment. Peng Shuai, Mr. Peng, our upstream supplier invited you to dinner a month ago. Hearing this, Lin Wanmo frowned slightly. Peng Shuai has been idle all day long. She wanted to invite her to dinner last night, and now she comes to the company again. What does she want to do? Originally, because I was worried about the loan, I planned to refuse. But on second thought, Peng Shuai has a deep network of connections. Maybe he knows something about the reasons why the bank encountered difficulties in borrowing money? Let him in, Lin Wanmo said in a cold tone. Not long after, Peng Shuai knocked on the door and pushed it open. He was wearing a burgundy suit, with slicked back hair and powdered face, looking like a rich and powerful young dandy. It's only been one night since we last met, Wanmo, you look more beautiful again. As soon as Peng Shuai opened her mouth, Lin Wanmo felt annoyed. She looked up and interrupted directly, just tell me, what do you want to talk to me about? I'm busy now. Peng Shuai sat down opposite Lin Wanmo. Nothing, I just passed by here. You were not free last night, are you free at noon today? He stared at the charming Lin Wanmo, and his heart was restless. It's not like he hasn't seen beautiful women before. Even. There are also a few who are prettier than Lin Wanmo. Peng Shuai is rich, good-looking, and has a prominent family background, so they would often come to him just by waving their hands, leaving him with no sense of accomplishment. Like Lin Wanmo. He pursued her for 2 months, but she never gave in. In his eyes, it is a game of playing hard to get. He will never give up until he catches the baby. I'm not free at noon today. Sorry, I have to work. Lin Wanmo said to him with a cold face. Don't. I'm just kidding. Hey, I heard that your company is in some trouble, do you need any help? Seeing that Lin Wanmo was a little impatient, Peng Shuai brought up the business. Lin Wanmo stared at Peng Shuai, somewhat puzzled. She only found out about the financial problem last night, and the news spread so quickly that even Peng Shuai knew about it. She originally wanted to ask about the situation of several businesses, but now, it seems difficult to ask. No, I can handle it myself. Lin Wanmo put down her phone and leaned back in her chair. Peng Shuai looked at Lin Wanmo with a smile, like a wild animal looking at delicious food. Really? It's spreading like wildfire outside. If we don't handle it well, it could cause big problems. Peng Shuai crossed her legs and blinked. Huh? How did you know? Lin Wanmo was on guard and squinted her eyes as she looked at Peng Shuai. He. Peng Shuai laughed dryly and shook his head. Wanmo, don't worry about how I know this. As long as you ask, I will help you right away. Lin Wanmo took a deep breath, suppressed the disgust in her heart and asked, what are the conditions? As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, not only will I help you solve this problem, but I will also supply you with goods at a price 20% lower than the market price in the future. In his opinion, with such favorable conditions, it would be strange if Lin Wanmo was not tempted. Who knows? After listening to this, Lin Wanmo's face darkened and she said, I appreciate Mr. Peng's kindness, but I still want to solve the problem myself. Wanmo, I advise you to think about it carefully. You know, this AI Shang medical beauty is your hard work, don't let it go to waste. At the office door. When Yichen heard this, he paused. Since his physical condition improved, his vision, hearing, and perception are far beyond that of ordinary people. He could hear clearly the conversation between the two people inside. It seems that this is quite a big problem, but how can Peng Shuai know the company's weaknesses so well? Could it be? He frowned slightly and knocked on the door. Come in. Looking at Yichen, who was like a savior, Lin Wanmo breathed a sigh of relief. She turned to Peng Shuai and said, I have something important to do now. Peng Shuai stood up. He saw Yichen walk in, with a sinister look on his feminine face. When he passed by him, he deliberately lowered his voice and said, Boy, pay attention to your own identity. Don't think that a toad can eat swan meat. Who knows? Yichen stretched out his foot quietly. Peng Shuai grinned and almost fell flat on her face. You kid, look for. Peng Shuai's face changed several times, but he finally suppressed his anger. He didn't want to lose his composure in front of Lin Wanmo, so he could only suffer in silence. He glared at Yichen fiercely and said to Lin Wanmo, Wanmo, please think carefully about the conditions I mentioned. I'll wait for your reply tonight. Lin Wanmo. What kind of answer is needed? Absolutely not. And She secretly guessed that this funding crisis might have something to do with Peng Shuai. At this time, Yi Chen put the thermal box on the table. You can drink the chicken soup you just made in the morning while it's hot to replenish your nutrition. Seeing Lin Wanma looking tired, Yi Chen couldn't help but say to her, I'm not hungry, and I'm not in the mood. Lin Wanma shook her head and rubbed her temples. I just heard that the company has financial problems. Do you need any help? There is 500 million cash quietly lying in Yi Chen's account. Lin Wanma looked up at Yi Chen and suddenly laughed. No, I can handle it myself. Yi Chen had good intentions, but how could he help? He is just an ordinary employee, and it is difficult for him to earn over 10,000 yuan a month. This is a funding gap of 200 million, and I can only find a way to solve it myself. Could it be that I have to agree to Peng Shuai and ask him for help? Lin Wanma was upset when she thought of this. Things can be solved slowly. Health is still the most important thing. What's more, you have a baby in your belly. Yi Chen opened the thermal box, and a rich aroma of chicken soup wafted into his nose. Lin Wanma was stunned. She took a deep breath, smiled, and said, okay. Chapter 8, Magic City Tianqing Trust, the manager is actually an old high school classmate? Staring at Yi Chen's departing back, Lin Wanma fell into deep thought. The gap between the two is really too big. Their family background, wealth and status are so different that they are not from the same circle at all. But because of the bond with the child and the issue of family genetics, she had to consider giving birth to the child. Having said that, Yi Chen has a calm personality, neither arrogant nor impatient, and his appearance is not bad. And looking at the half-empty thermal box in front of her, Lin Wanma smiled. I didn't expect it to taste so good. I haven't eaten half full like this in a long time. At this time, Secretary Zhao Yuan came over and said to her, Boss Lin, I just made more than a dozen calls in accordance with your request, and only one bank agreed to lend 20 million, and the interest rate is very high. I'm afraid. Having said that, she glanced at the incubator and was stunned for a moment. Isn't this the insulated box that Yi Chen brought over just now? It turns out that there is stewed chicken soup inside. Lin Wanma's smile faded and her brows furrowed again. 20 million, and another 100 million is needed, which can't solve the problem at all. But why are the commercial banks so surprisingly unanimous in their attitudes and are unwilling to lend money to AI Shang Medical Beauty? Lin Wanma had a terrible headache. She pointed at the insulated box in front of her and said, Don't worry about those businesses, clean this up, clean it up, and return it to Yi Chen. Okay, Mr. Lin. Peng Shuai, with a gloomy face, unexpectedly met Wang Chao as soon as he walked out of the president's office and past the sales department. He winked at Wang Chao, who quickly followed him to the corner of the stairs, an inconspicuous corner. General Peng, give it to me. He handed Peng Shuai a cigarette and lit it up attentively. Call. Peng Shuai took a puff and exhaled smoke. Wang Chao, didn't you say that Yi Chen was just an ordinary employee? How could he come in and out of the president's office at will? Have you checked it out? He stared at Wang Chao with an unfriendly look. Peng Shuai, I definitely didn't fool you. I checked all night last night and it's clear that this guy is just an ordinary person. As for how the two of them are connected, I don't know yet, but I will definitely get to the bottom of it. Wang Chao did not dare to be negligent and apologized with a smile. That's the best. Don't forget the benefits I gave you. I can give, and I can take back. Peng Shuai nodded and snorted coldly. No. Lin Wanma is the woman that I, Peng Shuai, like. No one can touch her except me. If Yi Chen dares to pester me again, I will make him pay the price. By the way, keep an eye on the funding issue. If Lin Wanma comes up with a solution, then we can proceed with Plan B. Got it? Wang Chang looked around and lowered his voice. Okay, I will never let General Peng down. Wang Chao patted his chest and made the promise again. After seeing Peng Shuai off, Wang Chao looked refreshed and even felt that his right hand didn't hurt much anymore. Ha, Yi Chen, you dared to offend me, let me see how you die this time. Before Wang Chao could finish his words, he almost bumped into Yi Chen when he turned the corner. Yi Chen, you don't have eyes when you walk, you almost bumped into me. Wang Chao's face darkened and he said angrily. Yi Chen stared at him for a few seconds and said coldly, Who was that person just now? What were you talking about? He had just come out of the CEO's office, and unexpectedly, he vaguely heard Wang Chao and others talking about some plan. Some promised that he would not be disappointed, and some saying that they would see how you die this time. He looks sneaky, definitely has no good intentions. Who? Don't talk nonsense. Yi Chen, you are looking for trouble, right? Hurry up and get to work, or I will go to the HR department and fire you. There was a flash of panic on Wang Chao's face, which disappeared in an instant, and then he yelled at him. There is no best. When he said this, he lowered his voice to a very low level. If I find out that you're colluding with outsiders and it's bad for the company, you should know the consequences. Yi Chen squeezed Wang Chao's hand. In severe pain, Wang Chao howled again. Yi Chen, I'm not done with you. The sales department was filled with Wang Chao's wailing throughout the morning. Everyone was shocked, but couldn't help laughing. I didn't expect that Yi Chen is so powerful. He actually taught Wang Chao a lesson. They looked at Yi Chen with some strange expressions. Until noon. The financial crisis continued to ferment, and even someone in the human resources department suddenly resigned. It seems that the situation is not optimistic. I'd better go and take a look. Thinking of this, Yi Chen came to the office again. Hello, Secretary Zhao. Is Mr. Lin here? President Lin just went out. Zhao Yuhuan shook her head, looking a little depressed. She had just been talking on the phone with Lin Wanma, but the result was disappointing. As a last resort, Lin Wanma personally went to the largest investment bank in Shanghai to find a solution. Is the problem not solved yet? Yi Chen frowned and asked her. Well, not yet. Mr. Lin just went to the largest investment bank. I hope he will be successful. Having said that, Zhao Yuhuan sighed, feeling somewhat helpless. These words are just self-consolation. Other small commercial banks don't lend money, and the largest investment bank doesn't lack clients, so I'm afraid it won't lend money either. Is that so? Thank you, Secretary Zhao. Yi Chen frowned even more tightly, said hello to her, and was about to leave. By the way, your incubator has been cleaned. Mr. Lin likes it very much. Zhao Yuhuan returned the insulated box to him. Yi Chen smiled slightly and took the empty thermal box, but something was filled in his heart. Back to the sales department. Yi Chen put away the incubator and took a deep breath. The 500 million yuan in funds are just sitting there in the bank card. Lending it to Lin Wanma can also solve the company's urgent financial needs. What's more, Lin Wanma is pregnant. If she overworks herself because of this kind of thing, it might not be good for the child. Thinking of this, he made up his mind. An hour later. Modu Tianqing Trust. As soon as Yi Chen entered the door, the lobby manager came forward and said with a smile, Hello, sir, how can I help you? Yi Chen got straight to the point and said, I have 500 million yuan in funds that need to be managed on your behalf. The service attitude of this restaurant is pretty good. Even though he was dressed in ordinary clothes, they didn't look down on him at all. 500 million? Sir, I need to check your assets so that I can match you with a dedicated trust manager. Good. Yi Chen nodded and went to the side to check with him. Half a minute later, the lobby manager said solemnly, Mr. Yi, this way please. 500 million is not a small amount. If one can put this amount of money in a trust, the assets are conservatively estimated to be over 10 billion. VIP exclusive area. Yi Chen followed behind the lobby manager and was secretly amazed at the VIP area that was so magnificent and looked like a palace. Yi Chen, why are you here? A sudden scream brought Yi Chen back to his senses. He looked up. Isn't the woman in front of me, wearing a trust work suit, with a slim figure and beautiful face, my high school classmate Hu Xiaoyao? Hu Xiaoyao, long time no see, I'm here to do something. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Hu Xiaoyao. Hu Xiaoyao, who was from the same hometown as him, had been his high school classmate for 3 years and they had a pretty good relationship, like siblings. Yi Chen's academic performance is average, but Hu Xiaoyao is a top student, often ranking among the top 5 in the grade. This is not. After the college entrance examination, he attended a third-rate fake university. And Hu Xiaoyao is studying at the most famous financial university in Shanghai. When they first arrived in Shanghai, they often hung out together on weekends. But later, Yi Chen and Zhou Cheng started dating, and in order to avoid suspicion, they contacted each other less frequently. Before Hu Xiaoyao graduated, she had already signed a work contract with Shanghai's largest trust, Tianqing Trust, because of her excellent grades and abilities. Her annual salary is said to be as high as 1 million. Okay, have you eaten yet? I'll treat you to a meal after I finish my work. Hu Xiaoyao smiled slightly, revealing a pair of sweet little canine teeth. The two hadn't seen each other for almost a month, but unexpectedly they met at her workplace. What a coincidence! The lobby manager interrupted at this time. Manager Hu, so you know this Mr. Yi? He turned his head to look at Yi Chen and said seriously, Mr. Yi, manager who is one of the most powerful trust managers here. It's absolutely right for you to give the money to her for custody. Yi Chen had exactly this plan. He nodded and said, okay. Hu Xiaoyao's office. Hu Xiaoyao asked, Yi Chen, would you like water or coffee? Or a drink? Water. Hold on. Hu Xiaoyao poured Yi Chen a glass of water and poured herself a cup of coffee. She handed the cup to Yi Chen, sat down, and asked, by the way, how much funds do you need to be entrusted? Yi Chen took a sip and said in a deep voice, 500 million. Chapter 9 Good news for Mr. Lin, Tianqing Trust has taken the initiative to lend us money. Pft cough cough. When Hu Xiaoyao heard the number 500 million, she almost choked and her face turned red. It's really 500 million. If you don't believe me, just look. Yi Chen handed over the proof of assets, which the lobby manager had prepared for him outside just now. 2 minutes later. Hu Xiaoyao drank the coffee in one gulp, adjusted her mentality, and said seriously, sorry, I lost my temper just now. By the way, what are your plans for the 500 million? Do you want to just manage your finances, or do you want to participate in investment? She and Yi Chen are friends who know each other well. She never expected that Yi Chen, whose family background is usually not well known, really has 500 million in funds. I want to use this 500 million yuan in 2 areas. First, take out 200 million yuan and invest it in AI Shang Medical Beauty in the name of your trust. The interest rate will be charged according to the bank's lowest interest rate. Do not disclose any information about me. Second, of the remaining 300 million, keep 100 million in cash. I can withdraw it whenever I need it. The remaining 200 million will only be used for short-term investment, preferably within a month. I don't have a requirement for the rate of return, as long as it is higher than the bank interest rate. Do you think there is any problem? After listening to this, Hu Xiaoyao felt that Yi Chen's request was reasonable. No problem. Hu Xiaoyao shook her head. I will prepare the entrustment contract for you and handle the formalities. Speaking of which, Yi Chen is the most straightforward of all the big clients she has ever met. Only. She has some doubts. Why didn't Yi Chen directly give the 200 million yuan to AI Shang Medical Beauty, but instead handled it through a trust? Certainly. This was Yi Chen's own private matter. He didn't say anything, so Hu Xiaoyao naturally wouldn't ask any more questions. 10 minutes later. After reading the entrustment contract and checking it to confirm that it was correct, Yi Chen signed and stamped the contract. Only at this time did he breathe a sigh of relief. I will call AI Shang Medical Beauty in person later and let you know when there is any news. Having said that, she took out a VIP black card. There is still a cash balance of 100 million in the card. As our VIP customer, you can enjoy an overdraft limit of 50 million. In addition, our trust has cooperation with major shopping malls, and high-end luxury goods enjoy a 30% discount. Hu Xiaoyao looked envious. Old classmate, now that I've done the work for you, shouldn't you treat me to a meal? Hu Xiaoyao stuck out her tongue playfully and said to Yi Chen. Your treat? I'm treating you, you pay. I don't even have a black card, so of course you have to treat me. Yi Chen smiled and nodded. Don't be fooled by Hu Xiaoyao's appearance as a stingy girl, she was just joking. Before. Knowing that Yi Chen's family was not well off, Hu Xiaoyao was almost always the one to pay the bill every time they went out shopping or eating. It's okay to ask for a reply once in a while. Come on, you can eat whatever you want. He and Hu Xiaoyao hadn't seen each other for a long time, so they had lunch and talked about their recent situation. I want to eat hot pot. Hu Xiaoyao swallowed her saliva when she thought of hot pot. Since we have a big client like you today, I can take some time off in the afternoon. It doesn't matter if I go in later. Well, we haven't had hot pot for a long time. Yi Chen nodded, feeling a little nostalgic. Before I started dating, I often went shopping and ate hot pot with Hu Xiaoyao. The scenes of us talking and laughing are still vivid in my mind. Hu Xiaoyao called AI Shang Medical Beauty and agreed to meet to discuss the loan, and then she and Yi Chen left Tianqing Trust together. Spicy Seafood Hot Pot Restaurant. When Yi Chen looked at the name of this hot pot restaurant, he felt it was very down to earth. But the consumption inside is not low. After all, it is not far from Tianqing Trust, and the prices are several times more expensive than those in ordinary hot pot restaurants. The two found a seat by the window and sat down. The waiter handed them menus. Since it's my treat, you get to choose. Waiter, bring 2 bottles of drinks. Yi Chen handed the menu to Hu Xiaoyao. Hu Xiaoyao ordered more than a dozen dishes, and most of them were Yi Chen's favorites. Yi Chen was deeply touched. Somehow, he thought of Zhou Qing. If Zhou Qing is vain, scornful of the poor and selfish, then Hu Xiaoyao is just the opposite. She is extremely considerate, treats people sincerely and generously, and is occasionally a little playful, which makes her very likable. Yi Chen, where are you working now? Are you and Zhou Qing okay? Hu Xiaoyao poured a drink for Yi Chen. I am currently working in the sales department of Aishang Medical Beauty. Yi Chen had a calm expression and spoke slowly. As for Zhou Qing, we have broken up. Break up, why? Hu Xiaoyao was shocked, with a look of confusion on her face. I remember that you two had a good relationship before, right? Good, it is good. Yi Chen's care for Zhou Qing is meticulous. In the middle of winter, I ran to buy hot milk tea. On a hot day, it's time for ice cream popsicles and ice cream cones. In the spring, he helped her with her lessons when she was sleepy. In the autumn, he accompanied her on trips. He wanted to give his heart to Zhou Qing. Why did they break up? Hu Xiaoyao knew that Yi Chen must be the one who was dumped. If she had known that they were just getting started, she would have seen that they were not suitable for each other. Zhou Qing was too vain. If she knew that Yi Chen had 500 million in cash that could be used as a trust, I wonder what her expression would be. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing. Hee, it's good to be divided, it's good to be divided, congratulations on escaping from the sea of suffering. She raised her glass and clinked it with Yi Chen's. After what happened yesterday, Yi Chen had already let it go. He raised his glass and said, yes, I am finally free. By the way, you work at Aishang Medical Beauty? Why don't you just give the funds to the company? And you have to keep the information of the investor confidential. Hu Xiaoyao changed the subject. She didn't want to dwell too much on Zhou Qing, lest Yi Chen think of the past and feel uncomfortable. Well, because of some special reasons, I'm providing a loan in your name. For the time being, he has not figured out how to solve the problem of Lin Wanma's pregnancy, so he did not tell Hu Xiaoyao about her situation. Okay, I won't ask any more questions. Having said that, she stared at Yi Chen curiously for a few seconds. I never thought that Yi Chen is so talented. You have so much money, but you still want to be an ordinary employee? Is it to experience the life of an ordinary person? Yi Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiaoyao, please stop making fun of me. I'm not like you, a top student. I'm just an ordinary worker. Oh, you can't just talk about me. Tell me about yourself. How are you doing? He looked up at Hu Xiaoyao with some curiosity. Hu Xiaoyao is good-looking, gentle and generous, but she is always frustrated in her love life. She fell in love with a scumbag before, but she didn't expect that he was cheating on her, which made her sad for a long time. Me? Not even that. If one person is well-fed, the whole family will not be hungry. Seeing that he brought the topic to herself, Hu Xiaoyao couldn't help but glare at Yi Chen. Okay, that's good. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, Yi Chen's eyebrows flashed with a trace of sadness, and he ended the topic. Next, the two chatted about topics related to their daily work, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Aishang Medical Beauty. President's Office. Lin Wanma dragged her tired body and sat on the chair, her heart sinking to the bottom. She didn't expect that she would visit several businesses in person during lunchtime. But the replies were all without exception, the loan amount exceeded the limit and there was no way to lend her the money. If one or two families refused to lend, it would be understandable, but they seemed to have spoken with one voice. When they heard about Aishang Medical Beauty, they refused to lend. It was really strange. Lin Wanmo was as smart as snow and immediately noticed the problem. Considering that the downstream channel dealers have been in arrears for 3 months and the incident only broke out last night, it is impossible to say that no one is causing trouble. Could it be him? The image of Peng Shuai emerged in her mind. A woman's sixth sense tells her that his various displays of courtesy must be related to this matter. He did something behind my back because I rejected him repeatedly, in order to force me to be his girlfriend. Explained this way, everything makes sense. A cold light flashed in Lin Wanma's eyes. Call. The next second, she had to return to the issue of funding. No way. Given Peng Shuai's mean character, she would definitely not leave any obvious evidence if she did something like this. If you want to target him, you must first solve the funding problem and then proceed slowly. But how to solve the funding problem? It doesn't work on her side, and it's probably the same on her parents' side. Peng Shuai's network of connections and financial strength were beyond her expectations. But at this time, she got pregnant unexpectedly, which took up some of her energy and made it impossible for her to concentrate on dealing with it. Are we really stuck in a dead end? Just when she was feeling a little desperate, there was a knock on the door. Boss Lin, are you back? Secretary Zhao Yuan's voice was filled with anxiety. I'm here. Come in. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and returned to her normal expression. She asked Zhao Yuan, is the bank asking for payment again? No. Zhao Yuan actually had a hint of joy on her face. Boss Lin, good news. Tianqing Trust called us and said they can lend us 200 million. Chapter 10 Give up, I will never be your girlfriend. Real. Lin Wanmo was surprised and happy. She stood up suddenly and stared at Zhao Yuan and asked. Boss Lin, how could I possibly lie to you about this? I have confirmed with Tianqing Trust again and again that the loan terms have been negotiated. The lowest loan interest rate offered is from the bank, and the funds will be credited to the account later. Zhao Yuan was also very excited, and all the previous gloom and unhappiness were swept away. Good. Lin Wanma sat down slowly and took a deep breath. Only. After the joy, a hint of doubt also arose. Why did Tianqing Trust suddenly come to us when the company was in urgent need of loans? Could this be one of Peng Shuai's bargaining chips? He wanted to negotiate terms with me through Tianqing Trust. But, after all, Tianqing Trust is a large international trust institution, and its trust assets in Shanghai are unique. No matter how powerful Peng Shuai is or how strong her network is, she cannot influence or interfere. If not him, then who? Secretary Zhao, this matter must be kept confidential and not disclosed to anyone. Do you understand? Lin Wanma said to Zhao Yuan with a serious face. Don't worry, Mr. Lin, I know the seriousness of the matter. By the way, Mr. Lin, please take a look at the specific contract. If there is no problem, I will fax it to the other party immediately. She handed a printed contract to Lin Wanma. 10 minutes later. Lin Wanma carefully checked the loan contract word by word, and it was indeed as Zhao Yuan said, the loan was based on the bank's lowest interest rate, and there were no hidden clauses for traps. After signing, Zhao Yuan faxed it to Tianqing Trust. Now, we just have to wait for the other party's payment to arrive. When Lin Wanma thought of this, she couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Sales Department. By this time, it was already past the time to clock in for work in the afternoon. Yi Chen just returned to his seat. Wang Chang took 2 or 3 steps forward and shouted angrily, "Oh, you are so bold. You are openly late and don't even say hello. Do you still have me as your manager in your eyes?" Yi Chen glanced at him coldly and said indifferently, So, you still dare to ask all that? Do you want to do it or not? If not, pack up and leave right now. Wang Chang's face turned red and he was furious. Only. Yi Chen watched his performance as if he was a fool, without saying a word. Yi Chen, don't think that you can ignore me and do whatever you want in this sales department just because you have a relationship with the president. Okay, I'll go to the human resources department right now and see if there's any law in place. I don't believe I can't fire you today. Wang Chang pointed at Yi Chen and walked out of the sales department angrily. Seeing this scene, colleagues around started whispering. Yi Chen, you were so brave that you dared to ignore Wang Chao so blatantly. Wang Chao relied on his seniority to bully others in the sales department. Anyone who went against him would end up in trouble. Yeah, it seems that the guy before you was fired because I didn't give him a red envelope when he started working, so we found a reason and fired him. Wang Chao went to the human resources department. Maybe he's trying to make things difficult for you again. Even if he doesn't fire you this time, it could be dangerous next time. By the way, Yi Chen, aren't you related to the president? How about letting the president fire Wang Chao and you become the manager? Okay, I agree too. Hearing this, Yichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The president and I, well, we don't have any relationship, we're just friends. Okay, let's stop chatting and get to work, or else Wang Chao will come back and blame you. What's strange is, it was almost time to get off work, but Wang Chao didn't show up. I didn't know where he went. And at this time, outside the president's office, Pang Shui appeared again as if on time. He stopped Lin Wanma, who was about to leave in a hurry, smiled and said, "Wanma, nice to meet again. How are you thinking about this?" He spent the entire afternoon waiting for Lin Wanma's reply. Who knows? The phone kept ringing, but there was no call from Lin Wanma. This made him feel uneasy and he had a bad feeling. Could it be that Lin Wanma really thought of a way and borrowed the money? Out of worry, he decided to confront them face to face. I haven't considered it. Lin Wanma frowned slightly and said to him coldly. No, you didn't consider it? Pang Shui was stunned for a moment, then reacted, a fierce look flashed in her eyes. Wan Mo, you have to know that such a large amount of funds is not a small problem. If it is not handled properly, it can easily cause a chain reaction. I just heard that several people have resigned from your company. Pang Shui narrowed his eyes and stared at the pretty and beautiful Lin Wanma. Resignation is their own loss and has nothing to do with the capital chain. Lin Wanma said this and looked at her watch. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving first. If Pang Shui wasn't one of the upstream suppliers, she would have had to be patient. Otherwise, she would have given him a hard time and asked him to get out. This attitude is a little bit wrong. Pang Shui thought for a moment and rolled her eyes. Wanma, there is 200 million cash in this card. As long as you agree to be my girlfriend, the money in this card can be transferred to you immediately. After Pang Shui finished speaking, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Wanma. Need not. Lin Wanma shook her head and rejected him directly. No need? He. Wanma, you have to think clearly. What will happen to your company if your bank's funds cannot be redeemed? We are all adults, don't act on impulse. If the funding chain breaks, the chain reaction will cause the entire company to go bankrupt, and all your years of hard work will be wasted. Pang Shui snorted coldly and smiled even more. At this time, I heard intermittent sounds coming from the president's office. Many department heads came upon hearing the news. Among them was Wang Chao, who had disappeared for several hours. He sneered and thought to himself, "Humph, I think this Lin Wanma is just pretending to be nice. She even solved the funding problem. I think she is dreaming." The others looked uneasy. The problem of capital chain is closely related to the company's prospects and also closely related to them. If something goes wrong, just as Peng Shui said, such a big company will disappear into thin air. Some even whispered, "Isn't it just being Peng Shui's girlfriend?" I think they are a perfect match, so if we agree, we can just get through this difficult time. Seeing Lin Wanma remain silent, Peng Shui pressed the issue. "Wanma, have you thought it through? I'll give you 3 minutes to think about it." Everyone couldn't help but hold their breath. Lin Wanma's choice will determine the fate of the company and their future. Just at this moment. Ding ding. Lin Wanma's cell phone received 2 message alerts. Lin Wanma received 2 messages on her phone in succession. First, 200 million yuan of funds have arrived at Tianqing Trust. Article 2, the bank's principal and interest of 200 million yuan has been repaid. Don't think about it, I have already paid the principal and interest. Lin Wanma smiled slightly and said to him. No need. What, you completed the redemption? Where did you get the funds? Peng Shui was stunned. He never expected that Lin Wanma in front of him would actually repay the principal and interest. Before that, he planned for a long time, spent a lot of money, and established connections with almost all the businesses in the Magic City. And the result was just as he had expected, no business bank gave Lin Wanma a loan. Here, take a look for yourself. Lin Wanma picked up the phone and saw 2 messages on the screen, clearly visible. Give up, I will never be your girlfriend. After saying this, Lin Wanma picked up her bag, tapped her high heels, and walked past him. How is it possible? Wang Chao was shocked and confused, his face looked extremely ugly. As for other department heads, some were happy, some were relieved, and some were confused. Peng Shui was in a daze, like an eggplant hit by frost. He didn't even know how he got back to the car. I saw him slapping the steering wheel with both hands, venting his anger. Damn it, how could this happen? How could this happen? Where did Lin Wanma's funds come from and where did the problem arise? Boom boom. Someone knocked on the car window. Peng Shuai looked up and saw who it was but Wang Chao. Chapter 11 Lin Wanma, Yi Chen, let us have dinner together. Peng Shuai slowly rolled down the window and stared at Wang Chao. Wang Chao, you came at the right time. How did you solve the funding problem? Wang Chao rubbed his hands and spoke cautiously. I'm not too sure. It's just that Lin Wanma went out at noon, and the funding problem was solved in the afternoon. But please rest assured, General Pang, I will find out the source of the loan funds as soon as possible. Peng Shuai's face was gloomy and there was a hint of viciousness in his eyes. Wang Chao, you have already wasted an opportunity. Wang Chao turned pale with fright. He is just a sales manager, but he drives a luxury car, lives in a high-end loft apartment, and wears a watch worth hundreds of thousands. Where does the money behind these high consumption come from? They were all provided to him by Peng Shuai. If Peng Shuai is angered, all this will come to nothing. Boss Peng, don't worry, Plan B has already started. We will make sure that AI Shang Medical Beauty will be punished. Wang Chao took a deep breath and said viciously. Okay, then I'll give you another chance. Peng Shuai threw away the cigarette but snorted coldly and walked away. At the same time, outside the president's office, the heads of various departments were talking about this. Hey! Our CEO Lin is really capable. I didn't expect that he could repay the principal and interest. Of course. Ms. Lin is a rare strong woman in Magic City, so she does have this ability. It's just too strange. Why are so many banks offering card loans at the same time? Shoo! Let's not discuss these things. As long as the company's finances are fine and its development prospects are good, we just need to take care of our own work. That's right. Haha, now it seems that those people who resigned at noon must be regretting it. At noon. Several department heads applied to resign, and Lin Wanma approved them one by one and settled their salaries. But in other medical beauty companies in Shanghai, it would be a pipe dream to get such a high salary. In the president's office. Boss Lin, the Human Resources Department just called and Wang Chao went to the Human Resources Department to request that Ji Chen be fired. Zhao Yuhuan knew that the funding problem had been solved, and the nervousness on her face disappeared. The Human Resources Department mentioned that Wang Chao wanted to fire Yi Chen, but Yi Chen seemed to have some kind of relationship with Lin Wanma, so they did not dare to make a decision on their own, so they reported it to Secretary Zhao Yuhuan. Lin Wanma raised her head and looked at Zhao Yuhuan. What's going on? Yi Chen was a few minutes late for work in the afternoon. Wang Chao got mad on the spot and angrily scolded Yi Chen. Yi Chen's attitude was not very good, so he demanded that Yi Chen be fired. He came to your office at noon, took the incubator, and asked if the funding had been resolved. Having said this, Lin Wanma paused. Oh, there's one more thing that I find a little strange. When I was at work in the afternoon, I was getting some documents at the company gate and saw Yi Chen walking out of the Tianqing Trust's car. Hearing this, Lin Wanma was stunned. Yi Chen was late for lunch? Tianqing Trust's car takes Yi Chen back to the company? Before this, he came to me and wanted to ask if the funding problem had been resolved? It can't be such a coincidence, right? She didn't know why, but she had a strange premonition. Could it be that Yi Chen is related to the funding issue? Thinking of this, she said to Zhao Yuhuan, okay, I understand. Looking at the time, Lin Wanma thought about it and decided to go out for dinner with Yi Chen. By the way, I want to ask if he has anything to do with the loan from Tianqing Trust? Sales Department. Hey, have you heard? I heard from Xiuli in the finance department that the company's funding problem has been solved. Really? That's great. I finally don't have to worry about finding a job anymore. Yes, the president still has a way to solve the problem in one day. So, we don't need to worry about the company's financial issues at all. We just need to do our own thing. Why don't we take a break from get off work to celebrate and relieve the tension of today? Okay, no problem. When everyone said this, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the stone in their hearts fell to the ground. By the way, Yi Chen, you don't seem to have any reaction? Yi Chen looked calm as he looked at his relaxed colleagues. No, the funding has been resolved, and I'm very happy too. Yi Chen touched his nose, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Actually, It was his plan that solved the funding problem and relieved AI Shang medical beauty's urgent needs. At this time, Wang Chao returned to the sales department and heard everyone talking about it, but he didn't say much. He just sneered to himself. Everyone was confused and puzzled. What's going on? The sun is rising from the west? This is the first time Wang Chao didn't get angry. Yeah, it's really weird and makes me a little uneasy. Why do you care so much? According to me, Yi Chen is definitely related to President Lin. This time, he has hit a wall. Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. If I can't control Yi Chen, how can I control you? Amidst the discussion, Wang Chao walked over to Yi Chen and patted the edge of his desk. Yi Chen, I have already reported this to the Human Resources Department, just wait for your dismissal. Wang Chao glanced at the people who were looking over and sneered. Humph, you are all still in the dark. The problem with the capital chain is just the beginning, and things are far from over. You are a bunch of clowns. Just wait and see how I will deal with you when I take control of the power. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced at Wang Chao. The other hand doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Wang Chao was startled, his face changed drastically, and he took his hand away immediately. But he didn't have time to lose his temper. Someone whispered, "Look, is that President Lin outside the door?" Lin Wanma stood at the door, like a beautiful scenery. This time, everyone was stunned. Hey, it's really President Lin, she's here again. It's weird. Last year, they came to our sales department no more than 5 times, but now, they come every other day. No way? Are you here to see Yi Chen again? After saying that, everyone looked at Yi Chen unconsciously. Yi Chen, come out for a moment. Sure enough, Lin Wanma came to see Yi Chen again. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Wanma, then stood up and walked towards her. Wang Chao, on the other hand, had no time to even get angry. He just stood there in a daze, with a look of disbelief on his face. What is the relationship between Yi Chen and Lin Wanma? If it happened once or twice, it would be fine, but now it happens so frequently, there must be something wrong. It's just, there was nothing surprising in the previous investigation of Yi Chen's background. He has nothing to do with Lin Wanma. Plan B is in progress. We must not allow any mistakes to happen. I will investigate further and get to the bottom of everything. Outside the sales department. Let's have dinner together. Lin Wanma went straight to the point. Let's have dinner together. Why did he ask me to have dinner with him out of the blue? Why, I invited you to dinner and still wronged you. Lin Wanma glared at him and snorted coldly. That's not the case. Then it's decided, follow me. After Lin Wanma finished speaking, she walked towards the garage. You're so strong. You didn't even give me a chance to refuse. Yi Chen laughed in silence and shook his head. Chapter 12. Who are you, kid? Do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Green Western Restaurant. The gorgeous crystal chandeliers cast a soft light, making the entire restaurant appear elegant and quiet. The soft saxophone music filled the entire restaurant, like an invisible smoke spreading. The roses in the vase are blooming tenderly, emitting bursts of fragrance, which blends harmoniously with the surrounding environment. At this time, the waiter came over and asked, Sir, madam, we have launched a couple's set menu, and the dishes are quite delicious. This set meal has the highest rating here, and there is a discount today. It is quite cost-effective, you two can try it. After hearing this, Lin Wanma's pretty face turned slightly red. Yi Chen looked through the waiter's menu and found that what the waiter recommended was indeed more cost-effective. Let's have 2 as you recommended. The dishes have been served, enjoy your meal. The waiter said this and walked away with the food cart. While eating, Lin Wanma asked, Tell me, what's going on between you and Wang Chao? Yi Chen put down the cutlery and looked at Lin Wanma. Wang Chao relied on his old status as an employee to bully others in the sales department. Everyone was used to being bullied, so they were afraid of him. It's just, he actually thought of using the incubator, and I gave him a lesson. I had something to do this afternoon, so I was a few minutes late. Maybe he caught me with that, so he went to the HR department and wanted to fire me? There is nothing to hide about these things. Lin Wanma is determined to investigate and no one can hide it. So that's how it is. Because of the conflict over chicken soup, Wang Chao became angry and embarrassed. Using being a few minutes late as an excuse, do you want to fire Yi Chen again? For some reason, Lin Wanma felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Forget about this matter, but don't be late again. Lin Wanma nodded and instructed Yi Chen. Okay, I got it. Yi Chen smiled slightly and replied to her. By the way, do you know Tianqing Trust? Yi Chen was shocked. Could it be that Lin Wanma knew that the funds borrowed from Tianqing Trust were his own? No, it's not possible. With Hu Xiaoyao here, there shouldn't be any problem. So she was just guessing? After thinking this through, Yi Chen calmed down and said, Tianqing Trust? What is that? Lin Wanma frowned. That's right, Yi Chen is just an ordinary employee. He may not even have heard of Tianqing Trust, a capital giant that even she is intimidated by. What's more, that's 200 million yuan, which is a fantasy for Yi Chen. Could it be that Zhao Yuan had seen it wrong? Nothing, let's continue eating. Lin Wanma shook her head and smiled. In a very harmonious atmosphere, the two of them enjoyed this sumptuous dinner like a real couple. At this time, a sudden voice came. Beautiful lady, would you like to have a drink together? Just see. A bald man with a scorpion tattoo and a cigarette in his mouth walked towards them. Looking at Lin Wanma, he had a lewd look on his face. There was a 3-centimeter scar on his face, which made him look ferocious and terrifying. The few people following behind him were all unruly and had bad intentions, which was totally out of place with the atmosphere of the Western restaurant. Smelling the alcohol on them, Lin Wanma frowned slightly and stood up. Yi Chen, let's go. She instinctively felt that these people were not good people and had no good intentions. Want to leave? The bald man narrowed his eyes, looked Lin Wanma up and down, and smiled. He had seen many beauties, but this was the first time he had met a woman as fresh, refined, and stunningly beautiful as Lin Wanma. Lin Wanma panicked. Although she is the president of AI Shang Medical Beauty and holds a high position, how could she have ever dealt with such ruffians? She shouted tremblingly, "Waiter, pay the bill." The lobby manager came over and smiled at the bald man, saying, "Brother Scar, this month's protection fee has already been paid. Please, for the sake of the boss, don't cause trouble this time." Boss? Who the hell is your boss? Get out of here. The bald man with the scar slapped the lobby manager away with a ferocious look on his face. Then he waved his hand, and the younger brothers behind him came forward. Beauty, this is Scar Brother, a big shot in the streets of Shanghai who can shake 3 points with just one stomp of his feet. Come on and drink with him. Otherwise he. They stared at Lin Wanma with a wicked smile on their faces. What else? Yi Chen stood up, pulled Lin Wanma behind him, and said calmly. Hey, who are you, kid? Do you want to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? You have nothing to do here. If you know what's good for you, get out of here or I'll beat you to death. He looks pretty good, but I don't know if he is a rabbit god. You know what? If this were to be sold, I would definitely patronize it. Ha 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 ha. Several people laughed wildly, and many people, seeing that the situation was not good, did not even bother to eat and ran out in a panic. In the huge restaurant, only Yi Chen, Lin Wanma and Scar were there. Brothers, come on. Show him some color. Who dares to stop me, Scar, from falling in love with a woman? The bald man stepped back and waved his hand. The people behind him were rubbing their hands in anticipation, and one even said with a smile, "Don't hit too hard, otherwise it won't be fun if the rabbit god is broken." You, don't you have any law? Lin Wanma was so frightened that her teeth were chattering. The law? Our boss is the law. This sound completely frightened Lin Wanma, and she almost broke down and cried. Wanma, please step back. Yi Chen looked normal and said to Lin Wanma. Yi Chen, you. Lin Wanma looked at Yi Chen with a worried look on his face. After all, Yi Chen was thin and weak, and he had no chance of winning against several burly men. Just see. Scar's little brother came up and punched him. Yi Chen squeezed it lightly, grabbed his fist, and applied light force. The man somersaulted in an instant, fell flat on his face, and lay on the ground wailing and grimacing. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. The bald man with the scar threw away the cigarette in his hand and became furious. You're useless. You can't even deal with him. Why don't you attack him together? The remaining few people rushed towards Yi Chen together. Fists and kicks were exchanged, and only wailing could be heard. Lin Wanma was nervous and closed her eyes subconsciously, unable to bear to see the tragic scene that followed. However, what she didn't expect was that the sound of fighting disappeared in just a dozen seconds. Could it be? Lin Wanma opened her eyes, only to find Yichen standing there, as if nothing had happened. And who are lying on the ground if not the ones who caused the trouble? Shocked, she quickly asked Yichen, "Yichen, how are you?" Yichen looked at Lin Wanma's anxious eyes and comforted her, "Don't worry, I'm fine." He turned to the bald man and asked, "Are you coming?" Scarred Baldy swallowed. "Good boy, you have some skills, but this is not the end. Remember this, the person you offended is Demon City Scar." The bald man with the scar glared at Yichen fiercely, said a few harsh words, and ran away quickly. "Get out of here!" Yichen shouted at the people lying on the ground. They quickly got up, gritted their teeth, and walked away in shame. Until this time, Lin Wanma finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yichen, I didn't expect you to be so skilled." Yichen took action and solved the 6 ferocious thugs so quickly, it was comparable to the martial arts masters on TV. "I was often bullied when I was a kid, so I learned it through hard work. Besides, you can't just watch them bully a weak woman like you, right?" Hearing this, Lin Wanma's heart was shocked. She stared into Yichen's eyes, unconsciously becoming a little dazed. Ding, Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host +3, reward, and ancient whitening and repairing secret recipe. Chapter 13, Ancient Whitening Secret Recipe, Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine, the Old Man Gu Qingshan. Yichen's heart was shocked and he hadn't reacted yet. Then Lin Wanma, who was still in shock, said, "Yichen, let's go too. It's obvious that those people are not easy to deal with. If they gather a group of people and come over, no matter how good Yichen is at fighting, he will be in trouble." She walked quickly to the front desk and said, "Boss, I'll give you 5,000 for the meal and the damage. Do you think it's enough?" Yichen, who was originally planning to pay the bill, had to give up the idea after seeing this. "Enough, enough, enough, enough. Scarface is very powerful. Hurry and leave." The lobby manager took the money and quickly advised them. In the car. It took Lin Wanma half a day to fully recover. She took a deep breath and said to Yichen in the rearview mirror, "Yichen, it was all thanks to you just now, otherwise. Having said this, she couldn't go on. What would be the fate of a weak woman if she fell into the hands of thugs? Lin Wanma shuddered just thinking about it. "It's nothing, but you must be careful next time, this person will definitely take revenge." Yichen frowned when he thought of the expression on Scarface's face when he left. "Okay, I'll never go to that restaurant again." Lin Wanma nodded, feeling terrified. "I'm afraid it's not enough to not go to the restaurant, so how about this, I'll accompany you after get off work these few days." Yichen smiled bitterly and suddenly said to Lin Wanma. But he regretted it as soon as he said it, and became nervous. What if Lin Wanma thinks he is a hero saving the beauty today and deliberately approaches her? Fortunately, Lin Wanma didn't think much about it, but just breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Okay, I feel much more at ease with you here." Hearing this, Yichen was stunned. It turns out that I was overthinking it. Lin Wanma is not that kind of person at all. Half an hour later, the car drove to the place where Yichen rented a house. This is a relatively old neighborhood, and only a few streetlights are on. The roads in the community are bumpy, and there is a lot of garbage thrown into the ditches next to them, emitting a disgusting smell. Lin Wanma frowned. "Yichen, I'll move you to a community with a better environment. It's close to the company and it's convenient for you to go to get off work with me. If it doesn't work, you can move to my house." Lin Wanma stared at Yichen and said seriously. Yichen was about to get off the car when his right hand, which was pressing on the handrail, froze. Moment. Yichen came back to his senses, shook his head and smiled. "Boss Lin, don't bother me. I've also been looking for a house recently. I can handle it myself." Having said that, he pushed the door and got out of the car. "Oh well." Lin Wanma did not force it. "By the way, don't call me Mr. Lin from now on. It's quite formal. Just call me by my name." "Okay, Wanma, be careful on your way back." Yichen waved and watched Lin Wanma leave. Return to the rental house. Yichen put down the key and lay down on the bed. Lin Wanma looked hesitant when she left, which made him a little confused. "Forget it, let's not think about it for now, let's see what the ancient whitening and repairing secret recipe is first." Yichen opened the secret recipe and read it carefully. It turns out that this is a formula that combines whitening and repairing functions. The ingredients of this formula are somewhat similar to those of the company's products, but the cost control is better and the effect is almost 5 times that of the company's products. This reward is too good. If it is announced, it will become an internet celebrity product and attract countless women to buy it crazily. After reading it, Yi Chen was deeply shocked. It seems that I have to find an opportunity to give this formula to Lin Wanma. After 2 minutes, he calmed down completely and said to himself. Immediately, he thought about the problem of renting a house. If it were before, he would just have to make do with it. But now, I still have 100 million in cash on hand. No matter whether I buy a house for my own use or for investment, it is definitely a sure-win deal in Shanghai. Do what you say. The high-end duplex apartment near the Aishang Medical Beauty Company on Xianshan Road seems pretty good. He looked at the latest real estate information, compared it, and found that this place met his needs. Only. Suddenly, another electronic mechanical sound rang out. Ding, Lin Wanmo's favorability towards the host has accumulated to more than 10%, rewarded with mastery of traditional Chinese medicine. Next second. Yi Chen felt that many secrets of traditional Chinese medicine appeared in his mind, as if he had been immersed in them for decades. Even rare and difficult diseases can be identified with wisdom and the right treatment can be found. Traditional Chinese medicine is indeed profound, especially this set of acupuncture techniques, which is something I have never seen or heard of before. Fortunately, I have improved my physical fitness to a level that ordinary people cannot reach, otherwise I would not be able to completely control it. Yi Chen let out a long sigh when he said this. Call. Yi Chen was very excited to receive 2 priceless rewards in succession. Minghu Haoding Villa. Lin Wanmo was lying on the bed hugging a pink pillow. Thinking about having Yi Chen come to live in her house just now, her face is still slightly red. This is a villa for single people, and even my parents don't live with me. What's wrong with me? When she saw Yi Chen's living environment, she subconsciously wanted to change his place to live, and even let him move to her house. Could it be that I have a crush on him? Lin Wanma tossed and turned in bed and fell asleep in a daze. The next day, Yi Chen got up as soon as it was light. He planned to go to the nearby lake to exercise and buy some food. Ever since his physical condition improved dramatically, he always feels full of energy and has endless strength. Just didn't expect it. There are actually people who are earlier than him. Just see. An old man with a dignified look, wearing a tang suit, probably in his early 60s, was practicing Tai Chi. Although he didn't understand. But after all, his physique is far superior to that of ordinary people and his eyesight is extraordinary. Judging from the old man's strength, it is completely different from the common health-preserving boxing on the market. This is not just fancy moves, but real martial arts that can hurt or kill people. At this time, Yi Chen suddenly found that something was wrong with the old man. There seemed to be a hidden wound on his chest, which was on the verge of an outbreak. If he doesn't find treatment, he probably won't live more than a month. Yi Chen frowned slightly and walked towards the old man. Old man, you are really good at Tai Chi. The old man turned around, and a gleam of light flashed in his cloudy eyes. His tense body relaxed and he said with a smile, "Thank you for the compliment. I've only been fighting for decades and I look okay." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. The old man's name is Gu Qingshan, and he lives in the neighborhood next to Qingdao. He comes here to practice Tai Chi every morning, rain or shine. Yi Chen admired his perseverance, but at this moment his face darkened and he said sternly, "Grandpa Gu, I see that there seems to be something wrong with your body." "Huh? How did you know?" Gu Qingshan's aura suddenly changed, and his eyes came alive, like a sharp hawk. He stared at Yi Chen, as if trying to see through his heart. "You know." He had been feeling unwell in recent days and even consulted a nationally renowned doctor, who confirmed that his hidden injury was in danger of recurring. But even his granddaughter Gu Xinling didn't tell him about this, so how did Yi Chen know about it? Could it be that he was sent by his old enemy? Chapter 14 Gu Xinling's suspicion, is there something wrong with the company's products? Grandpa Gu, looking at your expression, I know that I am right, but don't worry, I don't have any ill will towards you. Looking at his expression, Yi Chen knew what was going on and quickly waved his hands. Gu Qingshan stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled and said, "Yes, I was worrying too much." Yes. If he was an enemy, wouldn't he take advantage of my illness to kill me? Look at the boy in front of him, he is only in his early 20s, and his temperament and clothes are just like an ordinary person. If they really want to deal with me, it will never be like this. Then tell me, can this old man's injury be cured? Gu Qingshan narrowed his eyes, stared at Yi Chen and asked. It's not too late now. If you delay for another half a month, even the gods can't save you. Yi Chen looked so confident and sure that it made Gu Qingshan hesitate. Who knows? A sarcastic laugh was heard. Where did you come from, you little brat, talking nonsense here? My grandfather is in good health, but you are not. Yi Chen was surprised and looked up. I saw a woman who was about his age, very tall, standing next to Gu Qingshan. She was wearing a sports suit, which perfectly highlighted her slim figure. There was a hint of disdain in her eyes, even scrutiny and strong hostility. Grandpa, I told you to live in the villa a long time ago, why are you still staying here? Also, don't trust others easily. Be careful not to be deceived. Having said that, she glared at Yi Chen fiercely. Ha, Xinling, you worry too much. How many people can deceive Grandpa? If he really is a liar, then he is quite capable. Gu Qingshan couldn't help but laugh, showing his kind and peaceful aura. He was born in this area and worked hard when he was young, leaving him with many hidden scars. Although he has retired now, his influence is still there. Who doesn't respect him in private? Being attached to his native land, he had no interest in the luxurious villa that Gu Xinling mentioned. He did not tell Gu Xinling about his physical condition so as not to worry her. Okay, you are my grandfather, whatever you say is what I will do. Come on, I'll take you to breakfast. Gu Xinling giggled and didn't take it to heart. She took Gu Qingshan's hand and said. Gu Qingshan nodded, but he saw that Yi Chen was hesitant to speak. Brother Yi, if you have anything to say, just say it. Yi Chen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, well, I'll prescribe a prescription for you, and you show it to others. If it doesn't work, then just pretend you haven't seen me. Yi Chen took out his cell phone and wrote a recipe. Gu Xinling couldn't help but sneered, who are you? How old are you? Do you know any medical skills? Don't think that you are a famous doctor just because you know a few Chinese medicines. Before she finished her words, Gu Qingshan interrupted her. Xin Ling. Gu Qingshan stared at her and shook his head. He turned to Yi Chen and said, this child has lost his parents since he was young. He is spoiled and speaks without restraint. Don't take it to heart. It's okay. If it were me, I would be worried too. Yi Chen shook his head, asked him to take a photo of the prescription, looked at the time and left. Grandpa, you didn't really believe that kid's lies, did you? Believe it or not, what does it matter? After breakfast, take me to the villa and ask Elder Ning to come see me. Gu Qingshan's words shocked Gu Xinling. Could it be that what that kid said was right, and there really was something seriously wrong with Grandpa's health? Otherwise, why would he take it so seriously and even invite a national player like Mr. Ning to come? For a moment, she was extremely confused. Sales Department. Yi Chen just arrived at the company. A colleague came over and asked with a gossipy look on his face, hey, Yi Chen. What did President Lin want to talk to you about yesterday? Yi Chen blared and shook his head, nothing, but you guys, what do you want to know? Of course it's Wang Chao. He went to the Human Resources Department. Didn't he want to fire you? I guess, with President Lin here, he definitely won't be able to open it. That's right. Why don't you find an opportunity to talk to CEO Lin and have Wang Chao fired? He's so annoying. You left early last night and made us work overtime until very late. Who knows? At this moment, a cough was heard. Ahem. Everyone looked up and saw Wang Chao walking in with his hands behind his back. They quickly stuck out their tongues and returned to their seats. Wang Chao's sinister gaze swept across everyone and finally stopped on Yi Chen. Plan B is going perfectly. It doesn't matter whether it opens or not. The important thing is, if AI Shang Medical Beauty collapses, Lin Wanmo will be in trouble. Then, I will teach Yi Chen and these bitches who look down on me a lesson. Just wait and see. I'll show you what happens when you offend me, Wang Chao. Seeing that Wang Chao said nothing, everyone started to murmur again. This is weird, what's going on? This is the first time Wang Chao didn't lose his temper in public. Just get used to it. After all, our Yi Chen has become President Lin's ally. How can he twist his arm? That's true. We can finally work without having to worry about it. When Yi Chen heard what everyone said, he frowned slightly and shook his head. He then picked up the latest promotional plan on the table. It turns out that this famous star is supporting the project. It seems that the planning department and the finance department have invested a lot of money this time. Just see. On the poster in his hand, the most eye-catching position is the popular first-line female star Meng Zixuan. Before breaking up, he and Zhou Qing watched Meng Zixuan's latest love movie. Zhou Qing was so moved that she burst into tears, and she cried loudly, obviously getting into the role of Meng Zixuan. Putting aside her character, Meng Zixuan is a national idol and a traffic star. With her endorsing new products, the pressure on sales should be much less, right? Yichen smacked his lips and thought to himself. President's office. After solving the funding problem, Lin Wanma relaxed a little. However, the pressure of repaying principal and interest next month is still great. If the accounts receivable are not collected quickly, problems may arise. Lin Wanma leaned back in her chair, closed her eyes and thought, trying to find a way to completely solve this problem. At present, it is a critical period for the launch of new products by AI Shang Medical Beauty. Any negative news about the company will have a huge adverse impact. Shang Medical Beauty is my hard work. People like Ponguai should forget about it. Just at this moment. Boom boom. Zhao Yuhuan knocked on the door and walked in. She took today's work schedule and showed it to Lin Wanma. Tonight's party is cancelled. I will go home directly these few nights. When Lin Wanma thought about what happened last night, she was still a little frightened. So, she agreed to Yi Chen's suggestion and went home with her after get off work. Oh. Okay. Zhao Yuhuan felt a little strange, but still nodded and crossed out the itinerary. By the way, Mr. Lin, the Quality Inspection Department's Director Lu just reported that one of our customers used the company's latest whitening product, the Yen series, and developed skin ulcers. Lin Wanma looked up. What? Something went wrong with the company's product? Chapter 15, Mr. Ning was shocked. He went to see a house and met Hu Xiaoyao? You know. Whether it is R&D investment, advertising or marketing investment, the Yen series is unprecedented. Even Meng Zixuan was found to support them. It is to thoroughly consolidate AI Shang Medical Beauty's position in the medical beauty industry. Its importance is self-evident. But now, there is a problem? Zhao Yuhuan added, Manager Lu speculated that it must be related to my allergic constitution. There is nothing wrong with the product itself. Lin Wanma nodded. This made sense. Such an important product must of course be strictly controlled from the source to the market launch in order to eliminate all risks. Let the Quality Inspection Department continue to follow up and see if this is an isolated case or if it is the majority of users in the market. They need to follow up on new situations and provide feedback every day. Do you understand? Understood. I'll go tell Manager Lu right away. Sales Department. Wang Chang stayed quietly in the office until noon. But his eyes were not idle, secretly observing the company's every move. Only. There was no abnormal situation in the company, just an occasional case of customer discomfort did not cause any impact. Wang Chang then felt complacent and called Peng Shuai. General Peng, the plan is going smoothly. Okay. As long as this is done, I'll give you the supercar you liked last time. Peng Shuai is in a good mood. He seemed to see the collapse of AI Shang Medical Beauty in Lin Wanma's helpless look. By that time, as long as he extends a helping hand, wouldn't the other party bow down to him? Thank you, Mr. Peng. I will definitely not let you down. Wang Chang put down his phone, very excited. Royal Garden Villa. Just see. An old man in a gray robe, probably about 70 years old, with gray hair, but in good spirits and looking very dignified. A faint medicinal fragrance emanated from his entire body. This is the unique aroma that comes from tinkering with Chinese herbal medicine for many years. Mr. Ning, please come in. Grandpa is waiting for you in the hall. Mr. Ning is a famous doctor at the national level. In the field of traditional Chinese medicine, he is a true master. After Gu Xinling bowed respectfully, she and old Ning came to the hall together, where Gu Qingshan was sitting and drinking tea. Mr. Gu, what is it that you want to see me about? Here is a Chinese medicine prescription, written by a young man, take a look at it. At this time, Gu Xinling was very unhappy again. Grandpa, that brat is obviously a liar. I didn't expect you to actually believe him. Yichen looked decent, but he was too young, about the same age as her. People of this age may not have graduated yet, and at most they are doing internships in hospitals. How is it possible to really treat other people? What recipe, liar, what are you talking about? Mr. Ning was stunned and a little confused. Gu Xinling recounted what happened at the lake in the morning. Old Ning, what do you think? That kid looks about the same age as me. How deep can his knowledge of Chinese medicine be? If not a liar, what is he? Humph. Having said that, she was still indignant. Traditional Chinese medicine is extensive and profound. Without decades of immersion, it is difficult to grasp its essence. Old Ning nodded, and also felt that this boy named Jichen was too arrogant. Grandpa, look, even Elder Ning said he was a liar. Gu Xinling took Gu Qingshan's arm and said coquettishly and proudly. Gu Qingshan smiled slightly and insisted, Boss Ning has come all the way here, it's okay to let him take a look at this recipe. If he is really a liar, he must be taught a lesson. After saying, Gu Qingshan handed the recipe on his phone to Mr. Ning. I want to see how many tricks this kid has. However, before he finished speaking, his expression changed drastically after taking a look. What's wrong? Gu Xinling looked up and asked. Somehow, she had a bad feeling. Gu Qingshan frowned and said with some displeasure, Mr. Ning, just say what you want to say. This recipe is absolutely true. Besides, even with my medical skills, I can't reach this level. The types and combinations of these medicines are simply perfect. Mr. Ning held the phone, his hands shaking. At this moment, he was deeply shocked. The Yi Chen mentioned by Gu Qingshan is definitely not an unknown person, but a genius doctor who is better than him. Hearing this, Gu Qingshan was also shocked. He took a deep breath and asked Elder Ning, can this prescription really cure my disease? Certainly. Mr. Ning looked very excited. But then, his expression darkened. It's a pity that this prescription needs to be used in conjunction with acupuncture. However, I can only use half of this acupuncture method at most. Having said this, he calmed down, pulled Gu Qingshan, and looked serious. Lao Gu, you must find him, he can definitely cure you. Gu Qingshan narrowed his eyes and nodded, okay, I'll go find him by the lake tomorrow morning. Until this time, Gu Xinling just woke up from her dream. She was not stupid. She knew from their words that Grandpa's condition was not optimistic. Otherwise, how could a mere prescription make them so frightened? Besides, is that boy named Jichen really so amazing? Is he actually a rare genius doctor? Sales Department. When it was almost time to get off work, Yi Chen received a message from Lin Wanma. As usual, he went to the company garage and got into Lin Wanma's Maserati. This scene was seen by several colleagues, and there was inevitable whispering. The car drove to Minghu Haoding Villa. Yi Chen, stay and have dinner. It's rush hour now and the traffic is very congested. She was also thinking that Yi Chen had made chicken soup for her before, so she decided to cook it herself tonight to show off her cooking skills. Sorry, I have something to do later, maybe next time. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Lin Wanma. He made an appointment to go see the house after get off work. Well, be careful. Lin Wanma felt a little disappointed when she saw this and watched him leave. What else does Yi Chen have to do after get off work? I asked Jia Yuhuan to talk to Wang Chao and Yi Chen no longer had to work overtime. So what are you going to do? Thousand Mountain Road. International Youth Futures City Loft High-End Apartment. Ms. Hu, this apartment is the best in the community. What do you think? Seeing that Hu Xiaoyao was still hesitating, the agent Xiao Lu asked impatiently. I need to think about this. Hu Xiaoyao took a fancy to this apartment. Whether it was the layout, lighting, green environment of the community, supporting facilities or price, it was an excellent choice. Only, the price of 10 million is quite stressful for her as she has just been working for a few years. If she paid in installments, the loan interest would be very high, which would be equivalent to working for someone else, so she was a little unhappy about it. Ms. Hu, you came to see this property when it was first launched. You have seen it 7 or 8 times now. Are you still struggling with these issues? Let me tell you, these are the last 2 north-south transparent apartments left. If you haven't made up your mind, I'll sell them to someone else. Xiao Lu kept urging him, showing a look of contempt. Ha! Hu Xiaoyao, you're here too. Yi Chen just took a taxi here, and unexpectedly ran into Hu Xiaoyao while looking at the house. Chapter 16, 2 apartments were bought, and something big happened in the company again. At this moment, Hu Xiaoyao was still dressed in professional attire. It's just that his expression doesn't look very good. Yeah, isn't this about buying an apartment? You too? Hu Xiaoyao stared at Yi Chen for a few seconds and said in surprise. Yi Chen, who could be entrusted with 300 million yuan in funds, should have just bought a villa. I didn't expect to meet him here. Is it a coincidence? At this time, a discordant voice appeared. You two know each other, then fine, each of you can buy a house here. If you can't afford it, then forget it. Xiao Lu pursed his lips and was almost on the verge of going berserk. If Hu Xiaoyao hadn't had a strong desire to buy, she would have dropped out and run away, taking other clients to see houses. Who knows? Before Hu Xiaoyao could speak, Yi Chen nodded and said, okay, 2 sets, 2 sets. I'll buy them all. Hu Xiaoyao is smart, and he is not stupid either. Outside he heard some scattered words that Hu Xiaoyao wanted to buy a house, but was short of funds. Now that he is not short of money, he would like to help his old classmates in any way he can. I don't want it anymore. Wait, you want both? Xiao Lu's contemptuous expression suddenly changed. But she quickly came to her senses, staring at Yi Chen in work clothes and sneering, Sir, 2 apartments cost 20 million. If you can't afford it, don't brag about it and make everyone laugh at you. Hu Xiaoyao said coldly, don't even mention 2 sets, he can afford 10 sets. After hearing this, Xiao Lu looked at Yi Chen seriously. Judging from his age, he is only in his early 20s. He is indeed tall and handsome, but these days, only rich people are handsome, and they all look wealthy without exception. Seeing that she was still hesitating, Yi Chen shouted in a low voice, swipe the card. Xiao Lu was skeptical and took it to have a look. Just see. The VIP card unique to Tianqing Trust was warm to the touch and had a metallic luster, which stunned Xiao Lu for a moment. You should have heard of the Tianqing Trust VIP card, right? The minimum overdraft limit is 50 million. Remember, don't look down on others in the future. Now, Hu Xiaoyao finally vented her anger. Tianqing Trust? That's the one. Xiao Lu suddenly realized what was going on and looked shocked. But she quickly smiled flatteringly and said, I said that you look wealthy, sir. You must be rich. Wait a moment, I'll ask the staff to bring the food up, and get the relevant information and the house purchase contract while I'm at it. Looking at Xiao Lu, whose attitude had changed 180 times, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. However, he didn't say much. Wouldn't it lower your own status to associate with such a mercenary person? Xiao Lu went there in a hurry. Hu Xiaoyao stared at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, I'd better buy it with a loan. 10 million. This is by no means a small number. Yi Chen is generous, but she always feels unworthy. Don't say these things to each other, old classmates. Besides, isn't my money still in your company? Just help me earn some back. Yi Chen smiled slightly, dispelling Hu Xiaoyao's concerns. Okay then. I'll transfer part of the funds for buying a house to you first, and I'll return the rest to you later. Hu Xiaoyao did not insist anymore, but made up his mind that he must manage his trust funds well and make a profit quickly. No rush, we can talk about it whenever we have enough money. At this time, the working meal was delivered. 4 dishes and 1 soup. They are all exquisite dishes from the hotel's famous chefs, and there is even a delicious seafood dish. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoyao couldn't help but complain in her heart that Xiao Lu just now saw that I was hesitating and didn't even give me a drink of water. Miss Hu, there's no need to be so rude. Isn't this a loss of face? Hey, we'll be neighbors from now on. If you want to eat something, I'll buy it and you'll cook it. You don't have to put up with this kind of anger. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Hu Xiaoyao was relieved. Okay, I'll show you my improved skills then. After they finished their meal, Xiao Lu came. Her attitude was even more respectful than meeting her biological parents. The originally complicated contract was basically sorted out in just half an hour. Before leaving, she did not forget to wink at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, my name is Lu Xinjin. Send me a message on WeChat when you are free. I will be there whenever you call. After walking out of the apartment sales department, Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Having solved the housing problem, Yi Chen was in a good mood. The next morning, he didn't go to the vegetable market, but went straight to the company. Who knows? At the entrance of the sales department, Lin Wanmo was waiting for him. Yi Chen, come with me to the office. Yi Chen touched his nose and followed her to the president's office. At this time, Yi Chen's colleagues in the sales department started chattering again. It's strange. Mr. Lin was waiting at the door of the sales department early in the morning. I thought something had happened, But I didn't expect him to come to see Yi Chen again. That's right. How many times has Mr. Lin come to the sales department to look for Yi Chen? What is their relationship? Could it be that they are in love? How is it possible? If I were Lin Wanma, I would have to find someone of equal status. Yi Chen is just an ordinary man, with nothing else to him except being handsome. Why do you care so much? With his relationship with Lin Wanma, Wang Chao is much more dishonest? That's right. Didn't he want to fire Yi Chen? He tried for 2 days but failed, and he became depressed instead. President's office. Yi Chen, what did you do after you sent me back yesterday? Lin Wanma had a frosty face and stared at Yi Chen. When she got home last night, she was so lost in thought for a long time that she even had no appetite for food. She came to the company early in the morning and asked Yi Chen for clarification. Didn't you ask me to change the house I rented before? I went to see it after get off work yesterday. Yi Chen looked at Lin Wanma with a serious face, thinking that something big had happened, but he didn't expect that she was just asking him what he did last night. Looking for a house? Which house? Do you have enough money? Lin Wanma breathed a sigh of relief and her brows relaxed. She didn't know why she was nervous about Yi Chen. Could it be? Her heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could it be that I care about Yi Chen because I have a good impression of him? She looked up and saw Yi Chen's face was calm, but also had some indescribable distress. That's enough, it's solved. Yi Chen shook his head and replied to her. The apartment is not far from Minghu Haoding Villa, only about 4 or 5 kilometers away. I can still stop by after get off work in the future. However, Yi Chen thought about it and wondered whether he should buy a car as well. It feels a bit unfair to just use the president's car. But before that, Scarface's problem must be solved. He always had a premonition that the man had a vicious, arrogant, and violent personality, and this matter would not be over so easily. Boom boom boom. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. Zhao Yuan knocked on the door and came in, looking serious. Boss Lin, something big has happened. Chapter 17 Yi Chen's guess. Lin Wanma appeared, overwhelming the whole place. Zhao Yuan saw Yi Chen and hesitated to speak. Lin Wanma looked at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen is not an outsider, just tell me what you want to say. Boss Lin, Manager Lu reported that 3 more cases of facial ulcers occurred today after using the Yin series products. Hearing this, Lin Wanma's face changed drastically. Go call Manager Lu over. The Yin series is her most valued product. She went through every level of scrutiny, but unexpectedly problems still occurred. How could she not be angry? If it was just one case, it might be an accident, but if problems occur one after another, it must be that the product is unqualified. As the head of the Quality Inspection Department, Manager Lu cannot escape blame. 5 minutes later. Manager Lu came. Lin Wanma stared at Manager Lu with a gloomy face and asked, what's going on with the product? After an unexpected situation occurred last night, I worked overtime and strictly checked the entire production line, but found no problems. Manager Lu felt helpless when he said this. As the quality inspection supervisor, he must be responsible if there are problems with the product. But he did everything according to Lin Wanma's requirements, meticulously. Not only the formula, but also the production process and hygiene conditions, all have been checked one by one and all have met the standards. Now there is a problem, which is really strange. Manager Lu, I don't care what method you use, immediately, give me a detailed inspection, find relevant experts to test, and make sure to find out the problem. If you still can't find a solution to the problem, you should know the consequences. Lin Wanma stared at Manager Lu and said in a cold voice. Okay, I'll go right away. Manager Lu gritted his teeth and said stubbornly. He knows. This is the ultimatum. If the problem cannot be resolved, he will be close to packing up and leaving. After Manager Lu left, Lin Wanma lay on the chair with a terrible headache. The capital chain problem was finally solved, but unexpectedly, problems arose with the product again. What a bad luck this year. How about we go to the temple and burn some incense after this busy period? As she was thinking, a loud quarrel suddenly broke out. She frowned and stood up, then saw Zhao Yuan come in. Boss Lin, something terrible has happened. There were several people downstairs holding banners, complaining about product problems, and they even brought reporters here. Lin Wanma's heart sank and she pulled the curtains. Really? At the entrance of the company below, 4 or 5 people were holding banners and making a lot of noise. There were also reporters holding cameras and taking pictures crazily, attracting the attention of many passers-by. Boss Lin, what should we do now? I have notified the security guards to maintain order, but they are too emotional. There might be a conflict. Zhao Yuhuan had never experienced such a situation before and was panicked for a moment. But she handled the situation well by not forcibly sending them away. Otherwise, if the reporters had used this as an excuse to stir up the topic, it would have definitely caused a bad impact. I'll go down and take a look. You go to Manager Liu and keep an eye on him. If there is any result, notify me immediately. Lin Wanma took a deep breath, gave Zhao Yuhuan some instructions, straightened her clothes, and headed towards the company entrance. Yi Chen, who was left aside, picked up the product formula on the desk and started to look at it. The product formulas are similar, with only some minor differences, but the rewarded product is more than 5 times more effective than the original product. Yi Chen wondered whether he should tell Lin Wanma the recipe. Only. He thought about it carefully. The product had been having problems one after another in the past 2 days. In addition, the banners and reporters. Why do I feel like someone is behind this? His first reaction was Wang Chao. If it's really Wang Chao who did this, we must not let him go. Thinking of this, Yi Chen left the office and headed towards the sales department. At this time, the sales department also received news of product problems, and many people lost their focus on work. Only Wang Chao was calm and composed. He hid in the office, crossed his legs and made a phone call. Boss Pang, everything is going exactly as planned. Some people are holding banners, reporters are here, and everyone in the company is in a panic. Okay. Remember, you must keep their mouths shut and not reveal anything about us. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Of course. Everyone gave 100,000 yuan as hush money. When the reporters at the newspaper heard it was General Peng's business, they promised to handle it properly. After hanging up the phone, Wang Chao looked very proud. Yi Chen, Lin Wanma, you are going to be in big trouble this time. Yi Chen just happened to see his expression when he put down the phone. But he didn't say much. Catching the thief and seizing the stolen goods, without finding any substantial evidence, it would be useless to go to Lin Wanma rashly. Only. He alone shouldn't have that much energy. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. Is that Peng Shuai? If it was him, then everything would make sense. At the company entrance. Come out, CEO of Aishang Medical Beauty, come out now. Come out and let everyone judge. It's because I bought your company's beauty products that my face is almost ruined. Wow. Black-hearted company, how did they advertise it when they sold it? Now that something has gone wrong, no one is taking responsibility. Don't think you can rest easy just by being a coward. If you don't give us an explanation today, we won't leave. Compensate and apologize. We must let everyone see how this company sells inferior products. Many onlookers were happy to watch the fun and also pointed fingers at the Aishang Medical Beauty Company. At this time, someone was sharp-eyed and saw Lin Wanma, and immediately exclaimed, "It's her, the president of Aishang Medical Beauty, she showed up." The crowd was excited and immediately turned their attention to Lin Wanma. The reporters also began to turn their cameras and take pictures frantically. Now, all the pressure is on Lin Wanma. If it is not handled properly, the image of Aishang Medical Beauty will collapse immediately. Day. Amid the sound of high heels, Lin Wanma looked normal. Those people holding the banners wanted to yell at her and even humiliate her verbally. But when he met her cold gaze, he had no reason to be scared and could not help but step back. But soon, they looked at each other and encouraged each other. President Lin, right? Well, now that you're out, tell me how to solve this problem on my face? However, Lin Wanma just glanced at her coldly and said indifferently, "Do you know me?" "No. Of course. How could I not recognize it after buying your company's shoddy products?" The man looked back a little and stammered. "Since you know me, you should know that Aishang Medical Beauty never sells counterfeit or inferior products." Having said that, Lin Wanma coughed lightly and glanced at everyone. "If it is a problem with Aishang Medical Beauty products, we will definitely give everyone an explanation and compensate for the losses caused. Please rest assured. But the company is currently investigating. If anyone dares to spread rumors and slander Aishang Medical Beauty, I, Lin Wanma, will never let him go." At this moment, the entrance of the company was completely quiet. Chapter 18 Yi Chen's Tip, Come With Me Tonight. As soon as Lin Wanma appeared, the scene instantly became quiet. Even the few people holding banners and shouting, as well as the reporters who were frantically taking pictures, couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Boss Lin. We used your company's products and felt unwell, that's why. They stammered, sweat on their foreheads, but their eyes were looking inside the company. Lin Wanmo raised her eyebrows. She subconsciously thought that with such a big commotion, there must be someone behind it. Is it possible that there really is a traitor in the company? Thinking of this, she frowned and her eyes were extremely cold. What are you still standing here for? Mr. Lin has already made a promise to everyone, why don't you leave now? At this time, Wang Chao popped up, shouting angrily and winking at everyone. He also didn't expect that Lin Wanmo would have such courage and means. Without showing any emotion, a few words were enough to make everyone breathless and wait obediently for the company's response. But, do you think everything will be alright? This is just part of Plan B. You're going to have a hard time after this. Wang Chao snorted in his heart and waved at the people holding banners and reporters. After receiving Wang Chao's hint, they left satisfied. Seeing this scene, Lin Wanma secretly kept it in mind. The timing of Wang Chao's appearance was too strange, and he was flirting with the other party. No one would believe that there was nothing fishy going on. It seems that we need to investigate Wang Chao's background thoroughly. We can't keep an ungrateful person as our own. Lin Wanmo went to the company with a gloomy face. I didn't expect this farce to end so quickly. Yes, Lin Wanmo is worthy of being the most famous beautiful CEO in Magic City. Her aura is undeniable. Why do I feel that these people holding banners are in the wrong? It's like they are deliberately trying to cause trouble. Hush, don't gossip about this. If you're not careful, you'll be in big trouble too. Didn't you see those reporters? They are reporters from the biggest newspaper website in Magic City. The onlookers left after discussing it. Red Star Bar. There are bright lights and wine here, and people of all kinds gather here. The bald man with the scar was sitting in the most conspicuous position in the hall, with his legs crossed and smoking. People passing by could only take a detour when they saw him. Boss, look. Is this the woman we met at Green Restaurant the day before yesterday? Suddenly, one of his younger brothers pointed at the big screen TV and couldn't help but exclaimed. I didn't expect that she was actually the president of AI Shang Medical Beauty. Ha, this bitch got all of us injured last time, and we're still in pain. The other people looked over, shocked and angry. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't it easy to deal with her now that we know who she is? Go ask your brothers for protection money now. The bald man with the scar put down his wine glass, touched his bald head with one hand, and smiled sinisterly. Ever since Mr. Gu abdicated, no one in the Demon City has been able to control him. This is the first time I've suffered a loss. However, he asked people about it but received no news. Unexpectedly, he saw it on TV news. If he doesn't get this place back, how will he survive in this 3-acre piece of land in Shanghai? Boss, I've been waiting for you to say this. President's office. As soon as Lin Wanma came back, she saw Jia Yuan's anxious face and frowned as she asked, what happened again? Boss Lin, Meng Zixuan's agency just called and asked to terminate the contract. Their attitude was very tough. Zhao Yuan had no choice but to tell the truth. Terminate the contract? Is it because there is something wrong with the company's product and it has a negative impact? Lin Wanma frowned even more tightly. Without a doubt. In this era of traffic, the effect of star idols is huge. Although Meng Zixuan received a huge amount of endorsement fees, it also attracted a large number of consumers to buy AI Shang Medical Beauty Company's products, especially the Yen series. It makes sense for her to terminate the contract at this critical moment. However, the blow to AI Shang Medical Beauty was fatal. Did you ask her to wait a little longer? We told them to wait for half a month, and even raised the contract amount by another 10 million, but they still refused. Hearing this, Lin Wanma's heart sank. But she quickly took a deep breath and said, according to the contract, there is nothing we can do. Let's not worry about this matter for now. Go and urge Manager Lu to find out the problem as soon as possible. Also, check the details of the troublemakers and reporters today. Having said this, she paused. By the way, please pay more attention to Wang Chao. Zhao Yuan raised her head and stared at Lin Wanma with a puzzled look on her face. Wang Chao? Lin Wanma's move is a bit too big. Could it be that there is a problem within the company? However, she did not ask any questions rashly, but just nodded and agreed and went to see Manager Lu. Lin Wanma rubbed his temples, suffering from a severe headache. The company encountered problems one after another, and as the helmsman, she also had some responsibility. If the company cannot get back on track, it is very likely that AI Shang Medical Beauty will fall into the abyss. Boom, boom, boom. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Lin Wanma looked up and found that the person coming was Yi Chen. She forced a smile and asked, Yi Chen, what's the matter? Nothing, just asking if the troublemaker downstairs has been resolved. Yi Chen shook his head and stared at her slightly haggard face, feeling a little distressed. It's been solved. Lin Wanma exhaled, stared at Yi Chen's handsome face, and felt warm in her heart. It's good that it's solved, it's good that it's solved. By the way, what about the company's products? Yi Chen changed the subject and returned to the Yen series. Lin Wanma didn't want to say it, but when she met Yi Chen's dark eyes, she shook her head and said, I still can't find the problem. Manager Lu said that there is no problem with the formula and product chain, but there is still an accident. It's very tricky. So, is it possible that there is a problem in the sales process? Yi Chen suddenly said. Hearing this, Lin Wanma's heart was shocked. Yes. The formula and industrial chain are fine, but what about the sales link? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma's face darkened instantly, and he called Zhao Yuan, bring me all the recent activity schedules of the sales department immediately, I want to check them one by one. After hanging up the phone, she looked at Yi Chen and her eyes lit up. Yi Chen's brain is quite useful. Maybe being an ordinary employee in the sales department is a waste of talent. If we find out who is behind this, it is not impossible to let him take the top position. Meeting Lin Wanma's fiery gaze, Yi Chen felt a little embarrassed. He coughed lightly to ease the atmosphere, then said seriously, by the way, there is one more thing, please have a look at it, Mr. Lin. Just see. He took out the reward formula and handed it over. Lin Wanma took it and took a look, and found that it was a beauty formula similar to the Yen series. Originally, she didn't take it seriously. But upon closer inspection, the cost of the raw materials is less than 1/3 of the previous amount, but the effect is 5 times that of the Yen series. How is this possible? Lin Wanma raised her head, stared at Yi Chen, and asked word by word, where did you get this recipe? I have a friend who comes from a medical family. I discussed it with him and he gave me a modification and upgrade plan. Yi Chen made up an excuse to get away with it. He couldn't say that this was a reward from the system, right? Well, wait for me to ask Manager Lu to do a quality inspection test. If it really works, your friend will definitely get a reward. Lin Wanma calmed herself down and began to think about how to reverse the company's current decline once the formula was proven to be effective. By the way, there is an event tonight, you can come with me. Yi Chen touched his nose and was about to refuse, after all, he still had to move house. Who knows? Lin Wanma stared at him and said, don't refuse, humph. Chapter 19 Lin Wanma's decision, the magical beauty formula. Sales department. Yi Chen had just returned to the office and hadn't even sat down yet when several colleagues next to him came over with eager eyes. Yi Chen, I didn't see you just now, did you go to see Mr. Lin? There were a lot of people making trouble downstairs just now, and there were reporters coming. We were so worried. Is there something wrong with our company's products? It's starting to spread online. How are we going to sell them this month? How are we going to boost our sales? Reveal some information. After all, you have a close relationship with the president. This will give us some peace of mind. Hearing this, Yi Chen coughed lightly. He said with a serious face, the company is currently experiencing some problems, but there is definitely no problem with the product, and President Lin has already found a way to solve it, so don't worry. Hearing his words, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yes. 200 million yuan of funds can be easily redeemed, so what does it matter if there is a small problem with the product? They now realized that they were just worrying about nothing. Supervisor's office. Seeing everyone returning to their respective jobs with a sense of relief, Wang Chao couldn't help but sneer. Hey, this is just the appetizer, there will be more exciting things to come. A bunch of idiots, Yi Chen just lied to you and you believed him? This is a plan I carefully laid out. How can I get through this crisis so easily? By then, the market will go crazy. Because of product problems, the image of AI Shang Medical Beauty will collapse, and they will have no choice but to let Ping Shuai and I lead them by the nose. He seemed to see Yi Chen and Lin Wanma wagging their tails and begging for mercy at his feet, and he laughed even more wantonly. And someone noticed Wang Chao's abnormality. It's strange, why is Wang Chao so quiet these 2 days? Yeah, if it were any other time, he would have come out of the office and scolded us. He, why do you think so much? It's better not to get scolded, why bother with him so much? It's all because of Yi Chen. Seeing that he couldn't beat Yi Chen, he had no choice but to give in. He didn't even look at the relationship between Yi Chen and Mr. Lin. Hearing this man's mumbling, Yi Chen frowned and glanced in the direction of Wang Chao's office. Wang Chao, this matter is definitely related to you. Once it is confirmed, you will be in big trouble. Suddenly, there was a click. He looked down and saw that he had crushed the pen in his right hand in anger. President's office. Lin Wanmo was thinking with her eyes closed. At this time, Zhao Yuhuan came in with a stack of investigation reports. Boss Lin, I have thoroughly investigated the sales department. The sales records show that those patients are all from the sales area that Wang Chao is in charge of. And I asked someone to help, and someone on the website's reporter side did pay them to come over and report on the site. Hearing this, Lin Wanmo was shocked. Sure enough, someone is secretly targeting AI Shang Medical Beauty. She narrowed her eyes, and a hint of murderous intent appeared under her cold expression. Wang Chao? He's just a supervisor, he doesn't have that much power, there must be someone behind him. Investigate, keep investigating, and find out the real culprit behind this. Lin Wanma tapped the table lightly, and a figure came to her mind. Peng Shuai? He has the strength and the ability. And he has been pursuing me recently and is too attentive to me for no reason. He is either a traitor or a thief. Thinking of this, Lin Wanma took a deep breath and warned Zhao Yuhuan, remember, don't alert the enemy. The network of relationships behind Peng Shuai is complex and the power is enormous. If it is not handled properly, AI Shang Medical Beauty may fall into a desperate situation. I know how to do it. Zhao Yuhuan's face darkened slightly. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, she did not dare to be negligent. Boom boom boom. Come in. Manager Lu pushed the door open and asked excitedly, Boss Lin, where did you get this formula? Oh? Is there something wrong with this recipe? Lin Wanmo looked at the emotional manager Lu, feeling slightly surprised, and raised her hand to ask him to sit opposite her. No, there is no problem. On the contrary, this formula is simply too perfect. Not only is the cost lower, but the effect is even more amazing. It is 5 times more effective than the previous flagship product, the Yen series. At this point, Manager Lu took a deep breath, and his hands holding the quality inspection report were shaking. Real. Lin Wanma stood up suddenly, stared at Manager Lu and asked. Of course. Mr. Lin, I can guarantee that once this product is on the market, it will sweep away all the current beauty products. But I have a question, where does this product come from? As the head of the quality inspection department, he is involved in the entire process of beauty prescriptions, from formula to product chain. But the people in the R&D department of AI Shang Medical Beauty referred to the most effective products on the market and racked their brains to finally create the Yen series. Unexpectedly, this new formula is nothing compared to it. This will be kept secret for now. When the time is right, I will tell you. We are now going to focus on producing the new formula product, and we will name it Yen Series 2. Lin Wanma made a prompt decision and spoke to Manager Lu. Okay, Mr. Lin, I'll arrange it right away. He was also a man of decisive character, and after receiving Lin Wanma's instructions, he immediately went to carry them out. Looking at the test results on the table, Lin Wanma thought to herself, Yi Chen, is this magical formula really just given to you by your friend? There is no doubt that the value of this new formula is enormous. No matter what the reason was for Yi Chen to conceal it, he must have his own difficulties. Thinking of this, she smiled and decided not to make things difficult for herself. The effect of Yen Series 2 is so amazing that even if the cost is lower and the price is the same as before, there will definitely be people who will pay for it. This can be considered as a benefit for the die-hard fans of AI Shang Medical Beauty. The most important thing now is to eliminate the negative impact of the company's products. Once things return to normal, we can fully launch the Yen Series 2. When Lin Wanma thought about the troubles that had come one after another in the past few days, she had been feeling overwhelmed. Now that she finally had the capital to turn the tables, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. When it was almost time to get off work, Yi Chen was pulled away from the sales department by Lin Wanma. Seeing this scene, colleagues were no longer surprised. Some people even joked, "Yi Chen, a company president Lin, well, even if you have to work overtime, there will be someone to complete your work." Hearing this, Lin Wanma didn't seem to mind, but Yi Chen blushed slightly. "Ahem, Mr. Lin, my colleagues are just joking, don't mind it." "It's okay. Yi Chen, it seems that you get along well with your colleagues." Lin Wanma shook her head and didn't care. After chatting for a few words, Lin Wanma drove Yi Chen straight to the Bafangzhai auction house. This scene was seen by Ponguai, who sneaked over. But before he had the chance to ask Wang Chao, several people who looked like thugs came forward. "Hey, where did that chick and that brat go?" Chapter 20 Favorability rises again, rewarded with golden pupils. Meet Gu Xinling again. Exactly. Wang Chao also came over. Although he is usually arrogant and domineering, it is only limited to the office. These guys have ferocious looks on their faces and they have bad intentions. It's obvious at first glance that they are not someone to be trifled with. Wang Chao asked tremblingly, "That girl and that brat, are you talking about Mr. Lin and Yi Chen?" "Whom? That boy's name is Yi Chen?" "That's them." Scarred bald man's eyes rolled and he touched his bald head with his right hand. Then, he grabbed Wang Chao by the collar and asked coldly, "Where did they go?" I don't know." Wang Chao had never seen such a scene before. His legs were shaking and he almost fell to his knees. "Boss, what should we do now?" "Let them both run away." One of the younger brothers stared at Wang Chao fiercely. Peng Shuai, who had been silent all this time, rolled her eyes. These people are obviously gangsters, and they have a grudge against Yi Chen and Lin Wanma. Hey, how did they get into trouble with the gangsters? Peng Shuai snapped her fingers and smiled sinisterly. "That's great. Let them go and find trouble first. I'll come out later." Once Lin Wanma owes someone a favor, given her character, she will definitely repay the favor. By then, won't she be at my mercy? Thinking of this, Peng Shuai couldn't help but breathe faster. "I know where they went." Peng Shuai's voice attracted the attention of the scarred and bald men. "Boy, how do you know where they drove to?" The bald man with scar snorted coldly. "To be honest, I have the same aesthetic taste as you, big brother bald. As for Lin Wanma, he. Having said that, he pointed in the direction the Maserati left. "Her home is not here. This is the direction to Bafangzhai. They must be going to Bafangzhai." Although Peng Shuai is a playboy and a dandy, he is not stupid. He also received an invitation to the charity auction tonight. Lin Wanma must have taken Yi Chen to Bafangzhai. "Okay, take us there quickly. If he wasn't there, you'd be in big trouble." Scarface got into his own car and followed behind Peng Shuai's car. While driving, Peng Shuai dialed the phone. "Uncle Xiang? Find me some strong men, Bafangzhai, hurry up." After hanging up the phone, Peng Shuai's mouth curled up slightly. There will be something good to watch later. As for Wang Chao, he was not qualified to watch this drama, and stood at the entrance of the company, not knowing what to do. On the way to Hapasizhai. In the Maserati. Lin Wanma looked at Yi Chen in the rearview mirror, her mind surging. Tianqing Trust stepped in to solve the company's previous financial problems, which seemed to have something to do with him. If there are problems with the product, he is the one who reminds people to check the sales channels. Yi Chen also took the initiative to provide new beauty formulas to solve the problems of the products. For some reason, Lin Wanma, who had always been independent and self-reliant, actually felt a sense of dependence. Ding, Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host +3, golden eyes. Yi Chen's body shook. This favorability has increased inexplicably. And this reward comes just in time. Banfangzhai auction house, charity auction, maybe I can find something for free? Yi Chen smacked his lips, a strange smile appearing on his face. When Lin Wanma saw this, she couldn't help but frowned. She immediately stopped daydreaming and concentrated on driving. Hapasai auction house. The boss's surname is Zhang and he comes from a family that deals in antiques. He had been unknown before, but 3 years ago, he became a blockbuster. At an auction, the finale item, a rare yuan blue and white porcelain, was sold at a sky-high price of 1 billion. From then on, Bafangzhai auction house was crowded with people and firmly established its position as the #1 auction house in Magic City. Bafangzhai is antique, simple, and elegant. As soon as Yi Chen got off the car and just stood at the door, he felt like he had returned to ancient times. But before he could look any further, a clear voice came. Yi Chen, is that you? Yi Chen looked up and was stunned. Hey, isn't this Gu Qingshan's granddaughter, Gu Xiling? Where have you been these days? I've been looking for you and can't find you. I'm so worried. Gu Xiling stared at Yi Chen, frowning slightly, with a hint of anger. Lin Wanma, who was standing by, felt a little uncomfortable when she saw this scene. Gu Xiling is young, energetic, fair-skinned and tall, a typical beauty. Could it be that she is Yi Chen's current girlfriend? And at this time, Gu Xiling also noticed Lin Wanma. She smiled slightly and said to Lin Wanma, President Lin, your Yen series products are very useful. I am also using them. Do you have any objection to borrowing Yi Chen for a while? She blinked, obviously deciding that Yi Chen was her boyfriend. Lin Wanma's brows relaxed and she smiled. May I ask what you want from him? Before Gu Xiling could say anything, the bald man with a scar who was hanging behind them had already arrived. Yi Chen, I finally found you. The bald man with a scar on his face walked quickly towards Yi Chen with a grim smile on his face. And behind him, 20 people came this time, all of them stared at Yi Chen and Lin Wanma with bad intentions. Ponguai, who saw the scene secretly, laughed and said, the fun is about to begin. Hearing this familiar voice, Lin Wanma's heart skipped a beat and in panic, she grabbed Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen frowned and said in a low voice, it really is haunting you. Who knows? Gu Xiling stepped forward, stared at the bald man with scar, and said, Xiaodao, what are you doing? He is my friend. She turned around and whispered, Yi Chen, how did you offend Scarface Baldy? I had dinner with Mr. Lin, and they got drunk and started a fight. I beat them up, and now I'm here to get revenge. Yi Chen said truthfully. Puff. When Gu Xiling heard this, she couldn't help but laugh. Lin Wanma felt a lot more at ease when she felt the warmth in Yi Chen's hand. But the scarred bald man's face swelled up and turned red, and he shouted at Gu Xiling, little girl, I'm giving your grandfather a favor, get out of here quickly, or I'll punish you too. And the younger brothers behind him also started clamoring. When men fight, women stand aside. Hey, Yi Chen, weren't you very awesome in the restaurant? What's the point of standing behind a woman now? If you're a man, stand up and fight. Don't be a coward. Bah! You're such a coward. If I were you, I'd just find a piece of tofu and kill myself. You're not a real man. There were always people coming and going in Bafangshai, and when everyone saw someone making trouble, they were so scared that they quickly stood aside. Someone recognized the scarred bald man and couldn't help but said in fear, Scarred bald man, I didn't expect it to be him. This kid named Yi Chen is going to be in bad luck this time. The bald man with the scar waved his hand and his men surrounded him. Even Gu Xiling couldn't help but feel nervous. She forced herself to remain calm and said, Xiaodao, what do you want to do? My grandfather also thinks highly of Yi Chen, are you going to attack him? Hey, don't use your grandfather to pressure me. The bald man with the scar was not afraid at all and kept sneering. Yes, I have been afraid of your grandfather all my life, but things are different now. Your grandfather has abdicated for several years. Besides, this kid pissed me off. If I don't kill him, how can I, Scar, survive in the underworld? You can let him go, come on, kneel down and kowtow 3 times, then crawl under my crotch, leave this girl behind, and you can get out of here. Chapter 21 Scar is looking for trouble, Gu Qingshan, kneel down. The bald man with a scar looked at Yi Chen with a wild smile and pointed at his crotch. Seeing this scene, the onlookers couldn't help but talk about it. Ha, how did this kid offend the scarred bald guy? Everyone knows that he is the king of the Magic City. Even many corporate CEOs are polite to him. And this beauty, isn't she the CEO of AI Shang Medical Beauty? She's been surrounded by negative news recently. These 2 people have offended Scarface so much that they will definitely suffer the consequences. If Yi Chen really wants to give in, I'm afraid he will be laughed at for not being a man for the rest of his life. Amid the discussions, Peng Shuai was also laughing secretly. Puff. Kneel down? Go under the crotch? Scar is pretty venomous, I like it. Yi Chen, the stinky boy, dares to snatch a woman from me without considering his own worth. I'm going to make him suffer this time. The people arranged by Uncle Xiang should be here soon. I will come out when the time is right. Faced with the aggressive bald man with scar, Lin Wanma's heart tightened. She held Yi Chen's hand a little tighter, and mustered up the courage to say, Scar, we were wrong last time. How about I pay you? Is paying you enough? She had never encountered such a thing before and was a little panicked. Ha 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 ha. Unexpectedly, the bald man with scar laughed even more wildly. Money? Yes, Scar, like money, but money can't solve today's problem. He stared at the pale-faced Lin Wanmo with a malicious smile. Shadao, you don't even give my grandfather face? Gu Xinling stamped her feet, her pretty face flushed with anger, and she yelled with her fists clenched. Gu Xinling, I've already given your grandfather face, otherwise I'll punish you too. Besides, don't take chicken feathers as your authority. Even if your grandfather comes, Scar, will still say the same thing. Scarface Baldy is so angry, how can he care about so many things? He was so ruthless that he even ignored Gu Qingshan, who was behind Gu Xinling. Gu Qingshan couldn't even control Scarface. It looks like he is really going to be in trouble now. The onlookers took a few steps back to avoid being affected. And at this time, oh! Yi Chen shook his head and let out a long sigh. He let go of Lin Wanma's hand and took 2 steps forward. Originally, he didn't intend to fight, but the bald man with the scar was unreasonable and left no way out. At this point, we can only fight violence with violence. You can't really kowtow or crawl through the crotch, right? And he looked back at the frightened Lin Wanma. After all, she was carrying his own child in her belly. How could he allow her to be bullied by others? Scar, if you want to fight, then go ahead. He took a deep breath, narrowed his eyes, and his aura changed. The scarred bald man was startled and instinctively took 2 steps back, but then he stood still and sneered. Okay, if you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the penalty wine. He snapped his fingers, and the 20 little brothers behind him became ready to take action. Seeing this, the onlookers couldn't help but shake their heads. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. He beats 20 people by himself and thinks he is Ip Man. Well, you're not willing to bow your head at this moment. Is it worth it for the so-called dignity? Yeah, Scarface didn't know how to control his strength. If he kills me, I won't even have a place to cry. I can only say that beautiful women are very charming. Lin Wanma is a beauty in Shanghai. It's okay for him to be more expressive. The bald man with the scar was confident of victory and had a look of arrogance on his face. He seemed to see Yi Chen being beaten horribly by his younger brothers, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. And Lin Wanmo will also become his possession. Who knows? At this moment, there was a commotion outside the crowd. The onlookers consciously separated into a path. I saw an energetic old man in tang suit, walking with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, looking intimidating without even getting angry. He seemed to have an awe-inspiring aura, and this innate tyranny made the entire Bafeng's quiet down. Hello, Mr. Gu. Hey, what brings Mr. Gu here? What a rare guest. Mr. Gu, long time no see. Do you want to have dinner with me when you are free? Mr. Gu, have you taken a fancy to any item? If so, let me know and I'll buy it for you right away. The person who came was Gu Xinling's grandfather, Gu Qingshan. Yi Chen frowned slightly. When he was by the lake, he noticed that the old man was unusual. But I didn't expect that at this moment, with his full power, he would have such a terrifying power. When Gu Xinling saw her grandfather, she naturally breathed a sigh of relief. Only Lin Wanmo was confused. Yi Chen and Gu Xinling knew each other, but Gu Qingshan? She had also heard of Gu Qingshan's legend, which was almost enough to stop children from crying at night. How did he know Gu Qingshan? Gu Qingshan? Why did he show up? Peng Shuai's face darkened, and she had a bad feeling. The culprit, Scarface Baldy, couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he saw Gu Qingshan. Boss, what should we do now? His younger brothers couldn't help but tremble with fear. Cheer up, everyone. Stay calm. Humph, the old guy has been retired for a few years, what waves can he make? Don't be afraid, Scar will take care of anything that happens. The bald man with the scar growled, but his palms were sweating. Facing everyone's overtures, Gu Qingshan simply nodded slightly, not even paying attention to Gu Xinling, and walked straight to Yi Chen. He bowed solemnly and greeted, "Hello, Brother Yi." This scene. Everyone present couldn't help but be shocked. They didn't expect it. Yi Chen, the coward whom he always despised, actually made Gu Qingshan treat him with such fanfare and respect. Who on earth is he? Hello, Mr. Gu. Yi Chen nodded slightly, looking normal. At this time, Gu Qingshan looked at Gu Xinling and asked, "Xinling, what happened?" I could hear the noise outside even from inside. Grandpa, it's this little knife. Gu Xinling pouted and exaggerated the story of scarred Baldy asking Yi Chen to kneel down. After listening to this, Gu Qingshan naturally had a plan. The bald man with a scar on his face is arrogant and cruel, and he has recruited many followers by relying on his violent nature. Not to mention that he didn't take it seriously at that time. Even if he has abdicated now, Scarface and Baldhead are not worth mentioning. As for Yi Chen, after receiving the prescription last time, Mr. Ning prepared the medicine himself. After just 1 or 2 days, his health completely improved. He can be considered as his savior. The bald man with the scar actually wanted to cause trouble for him. Isn't this a slap in the face of Gu Qingshan? In the entire Magic City, who doesn't know that Gu Qingshan is loyal and righteous? Knife. Gu Qingshan stared at the bald man with a scar, his face full of murderous intent. I'm here. Scarred bald man faced Gu Qingshan's might and trembled unconsciously, his throat went dry. Kneel down. Not, what? Scarred Baldy was stunned for a moment and hadn't reacted yet. I said kneel down. Do you want me to say it for the 3rd time? The bald man with a scar on his face had cold sweat on his forehead. His legs went limp and he fell to his knees with a thud. Chapter 22 The Tragic Scarred Bald Man, Yi Chen takes action. Gu Qingshan's cold voice made Scarred Bald's heart beat wildly and he knelt down involuntarily. This scene made everyone present shocked. Oh my god, the bald scarred man who was so arrogant just now actually knelt down in front of Mr. Gu? Yes, kneeling in front of so many people is really incredible. After all, he is Elder Gu. Even though he has abdicated for several years, his influence is still there. Scar cannot contend with him at all. Haha, I came at you with such a strong momentum, but I didn't expect to hit a wall and offend Mr. Gu's friends. This is terrible. The scarred bald guy has become a laughingstock. How can he survive in the underworld in the future? Amidst the discussion, Peng Shuai was also confused. What's going on? The scarred bald guy just knelt down. Ha, a guy who looks strong on the outside but is weak on the inside, you can't rely on him at all. Yi Chen, who was standing next to Gu Qingshan, was also surprised. When Yi Chen saw Gu Qingshan practicing Tai Chi by the lake, including the hidden injuries in his body, he felt that Gu Qingshan was not an ordinary person. But he never expected it. He is actually a veteran-level boss. Even a fierce character like Scarface actually knelt down at Gu Qingshan's feet. Lin Wanmo was a little surprised and stunned. Gu Xinling, on the other hand, had a look of satisfaction on her face and held her head high proudly. Who knows? Gu Qingshan's face darkened again. He pointed at Yi Chen and said, "Don't kneel to me, kneel to him." This time, everyone was dumbfounded. What is going on? Gu Qingshan did this. Who is Yi Chen? How could he deserve such protection from Gu Lao? Scarlet Baldy has hit a wall this time. He just wanted Yi Chen to kneel down to him, but now the situation has changed and he has to kneel down to Yi Chen, hee. Does he have any choice now? He knows the consequences of offending Mr. Gu. Scarface was also dumbfounded. He never expected that Gu Qingshan would actually ask him to kneel down to Yi Chen. For a moment, he froze in place. Humiliation, reluctance, confusion, anger, fear. And so on, emotions flashed by. In the end, it turned into surrender. This is Gu Qingshan, a man who was as famous as a tree. When he became famous, there was no such person as Scarface Baldy yet. Even if I abdicate, so what? Just one word and Scarface Baldy will be in big trouble. Under everyone's eyes. The bald man with the scar slowly turned around and knelt down towards Yi Chen. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He looked at Gu Qingshan who had a stern expression inside. Peng Shuai was also confused and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. What's going on? Gu Qingshan actually asked Scarface to kneel down before Yi Chen? At this time, the person Uncle Xiang was looking for also arrived. He came closer and whispered, "Boss Peng, do you want to take action? Just one word from you and Gu Qingshan will get down on the ground." Peng Shuai shook her head. Gu Qingshan's roots are deep and he can't be easily moved. It's not worth it to offend this old guy for Lin Wanma. No need to do anything. This is your hard work fee, plus money for tea. I'll treat you to dinner later. He took out a card with 500,000 yuan in it and handed it to Uncle Xiang. Okay, let's retreat first. Uncle Xiang winked at the people behind him, and they came quietly and left completely. Wang Chao, you are so stupid. I asked him to investigate Yi Chen carefully, but he didn't even find out such an important thing. Thinking of this, Peng Shuai's face darkened and she looked furious. Until this time. Seeing that the situation was under control, Lin Wanma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But she soon had new questions. It's obvious that Gu Qingshan is not someone you can easily mess with. Even Scarface Baldy is afraid of him and was forced to kneel down. It's just. Isn't Yi Chen an ordinary employee? How did he know someone like Gu Qingshan? What if he goes astray? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma looked troubled. Mr. Gu, is this all right now? Scarred bald man raised his head and asked Gu Qingshan. Before Gu Qingshan could say anything, Gu Xiling said, Xiaodao, I remember that you asked Yi Chen to crawl into your crotch just now, didn't you? Did you forget about this? Humph, you dare not give me face? I will humiliate you to the end this time. Gu Xiling looked vicious and stared at the bald man with ill intentions. Scarred bald man. He clenched his fists, furious. From childhood to adulthood, he has never suffered such humiliation. It would have been bad enough for him to kneel down, but he did it twice in a row, making it impossible for him to raise his head in front of so many people. And that Gu Xiling actually asked him to crawl under Yi Chen's crotch. This was such a great humiliation. Seeing that the scarred bald man was on the verge of going berserk, Gu Qingshan said to Yi Chen, Brother Yi, let us be merciful when we can. It's enough to teach him a lesson. What do you think? He winked at Yi Chen. The bald man with the scar is very powerful. He is a vicious and vindictive person. If I really want to punish him thoroughly, he might turn against me and take revenge crazily. He was not afraid, but Yi Chen and Lin Wanma were just ordinary people after all, and they might not be able to withstand it. It would be better to do as we do now and quit while we are ahead. Listen to Mr. Gu. Yi Chen nodded and said, Of course it's okay. Gu Xinling looked unhappy and couldn't help but said coquettishly, Grandpa. Gu Qingshan glared at her and said, Don't mess around. After that, he said to the scarred bald man, Let's just forget about today's matter. If you have any dissatisfaction, you can come to me. As for Yi Chen. His eyes darkened slightly as he scanned everyone present. Yi Chen is my savior, Gu Qingshan. Anyone who dares to attack him will be my mortal enemy. If you touch a hair on his head, I will chop off his hand. Everyone present was terrified. They didn't expect that Gu Qingshan thought so highly of Yi Chen. Who exactly is he? Don't worry, Mr. Gu. I, Scar, do things in an upright manner. Since you have come forward to guarantee it, I will not cause any more trouble for them. The bald man with the scar looked cold as he spoke word by word. Yi Chen rolled his eyes. Are you still honest and upright in the underworld? This is just deceiving yourself. And Gu Qingshan is Gu Qingshan, and Yi Chen is Yi Chen. What if this bald guy with a scar refuses to give up and attacks secretly? Thinking of this, Yi Chen looked at a little brother behind the bald man with scar. You, come here. He hooked his finger at the man. Me? The younger brother was holding an iron rod and was shocked. The scarred bald man's face darkened and he said coldly, Yi Chen, what else do you want? He had already taken a step back for Gu Qingshan's sake, so would Yi Chen still insist on not giving in? At worst, we can fight to the death together. Give me the iron rod. Yi Chen ignored the bald man with scar and continued to speak to the man. Here you go. The man handed the iron rod to Yi Chen tremblingly, then quickly stepped back, trembling all over. Yi Chen held the iron rod, which was about the thickness of a thumb and made of solid steel. Everyone looked stunned and didn't understand what Yi Chen was going to do. Yi Chen, stop messing around. Lin Wanma's heart tightened again. The trouble was finally solved, but he was still not satisfied and wanted to fight. However, Yi Chen put his hands together and exerted a little force. Everyone looked up. Bang! After a sound. Just see. The solid iron rod actually broke in the middle. Chapter 23 Bafeng's High Auction, Xin Han Box, Gu Qingshan shows goodwill. Everyone was stunned seeing this scene. This is a solid steel pipe, and it broke just by bending it. This is so scary, King Li, this is happening. Hiss, I thought Yi Chen relied on Gu Qingshan's face to make scarred bald man surrender, but I didn't expect that he actually has this kind of strength. If I were Scarface, wouldn't I be thinking about Yichen doing this to me and break like the iron rod? No wonder he won the favor of Mr. Gu. This move alone is beyond everyone's cognition. Amid the discussions, Lin Wanma's eyes widened. She never expected that Yichen was so strong. Such a thick iron rod broke easily when bent, just like in a movie. No wonder he didn't panic at all when he met the bald man with scar in the restaurant and took care of them in no time. How many surprises and secrets does he have? Fuck, are you kidding me? Breaking a steel pipe with bare hands? Is this a movie? Ponguai stared at Yichen in amazement. She could even stuff an egg into her mouth. Fortunately, Uncle Xiang and the others did not take action. Otherwise, it really wouldn't be enough for Yichen to fill his teeth. Gu Qingshan was also shocked. But he quickly returned to normal and remained calm. This kid is really scary. Even I can't do that after practicing Tai Chi for my whole life. It seems that this kid can easily deal with Scarface Bald Man without my help. For some reason, he felt a sense of loss as if he was getting old. Beside him, Gu Xinling's eyes were shining. She has always admired the strong, so she has been learning Taekwondo since she was a child. She is quite skilled and has already become an 8th degree black belt master. But she knew that she was far inferior to her grandfather Gu Qingshan. But Grandpa Gu Qingshan couldn't do what Yichen did just now. This shows that Yichen's strength far exceeds Gu Qingshan. If there weren't so many people here, she would immediately jump up and ask Yichen to become her disciple in person. The bald man with the scar had a dull look in his eyes, his throat was dry, and cold sweat was pouring down his body. Others may not know, but he knows very well that this iron rod was taken from the steel factory and is absolutely genuine. Not to mention breaking it, even bending it is impossible. But Yichen did it easily, which made his awe reach the extreme in an instant. I was planning to deal with Yichen today, but I really overestimated my own abilities. More than 20 people? I'm afraid 200 people are no match for him. It seems that I am the clown. I have to avoid him next time I see him. The bald man with the scar laughed at himself and was completely distraught. Not far away. An inconspicuous corner. A young woman, wearing a hat and sunglasses, covered up tightly. If anyone knew her true identity, they would be shocked. She is the most popular top female star at the moment, Meng Zixuan. The reason why Meng Zixuan came here was because she got the news that there was an item in tonight's auction that she really liked. So after throwing a tantrum in front of the agent, he barely got the opportunity to attend the auction. At this time, she looked at Yichen, shocked beyond words. I have worked with several action stars in the industry before, but most of them are just for show. It's only in the post-production special effects that they look amazing. But he definitely has this terrifying power. It's so scary. Meng Zixuan stuck out her tongue and looked at her agent beside her. Sister Lu, this Yichen has a good image and is very skilled. Would you like to consider bringing him into the circle? Lu Qing, Meng Zixuan's agent. She looked terrified and complained, "Oh my dear, I took a lot of risks by letting you out. If this affects you, if something goes wrong, will you let me live? Hurry and get into the auction venue, or I'll take you away." I just said it casually. Meng Zixuan grumbled inwardly and walked into the venue with Lu Qing. And at this time, the younger brothers behind the bald man with scar on their back picked up the broken iron bars tremblingly and ran away. No way. Yichen was beyond their understanding. Such a ruthless character, no one would dare to provoke him even if they had 10 times the courage. The scarred bald man also retreated in dismay under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Bafang's High Auction House. There are several types of private rooms in the venue. The first type is plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. It is simple, elegant, and quiet, and most of the customers are those who like calligraphy, painting, ink, and treasures. The second type is spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It is quiet and pleasant, and there is no lack of interesting mountains and rivers. Those sitting here are all elderly people. The last type is named after dynasties, such as Xia, Zhou, Qin, and Han, Tang, and Song. Those who can sit here are not only extremely wealthy and powerful, but also have power above that of ordinary people. Certainly. Because the threshold is strict, there are very few people here, and they are all rare guests. Pang Shui came in with the invitation, walked into the box of the Four Seasons Mid-Autumn Festival, and sat down. Damn it! Yichen and Lin Wanma have escaped unscathed again. No, we must not let them have an easy time during the auction. As long as they like it, even if I can't buy it, I will definitely bid up the price to disgust them to death. He looked annoyed, took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and started smoking. Lin Wanma brought Yi Chen to the charity auction, and the organizer arranged them to sit at the front of the hall, together with the mainstream business community of Shanghai. But before Yi Chen and Lin Wanma sat down, Gu Qingshan arrived. "Brother Yi, I hope I didn't disturb you. Would you mind coming to my place to chat?" Gu Qingshan had a smile on his face, which was completely different from the domineering image he had when he just scolded the scarred bald guy. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and looked back at Lin Wanma. Lin Wanma frowned slightly, instinctively not wanting to have anything to do with Yi Chen and Gu Qingshan. "But then I thought, if I don't give him face when he invites me so warmly, would I offend him?" After some consideration, she winked at Yi Chen. Seeing this, Yi Chen nodded, "Okay." Sheen and Han box. Compared to the lobby, the view here is wider and more comfortable. It is equipped with a variety of special cakes and snacks. In addition to drinks such as coffee, there are also 2 pots of tea. This is no ordinary tea. But the best Mingqian Longjing is in short supply. After some greetings, Gu Qingshan sat in the middle seat, with Yi Chen and Lin Wanma on his left and Gu Xinling on his right. "This is the list of items for tonight's charity auction. If you see anything you like, just tell me and I'll buy it for you." Gu Qingshan smiled slightly and said to Yi Chen, "I appreciate Mr. Gu's kindness. This time I came here just to follow General Manager Lin to gain some experience. I don't plan to take any action." Yi Chen shook his head and declined politely. He took a look at the list of items for auction and found that most of them were rare antiques, priceless. "How can that be possible? If it weren't for you, I don't know what to do with my body. Come to think of it, you are my savior," Gu Qingshan said with a straight face. He went to the villa at noon yesterday and found Mr. Ning. After knowing that there was no problem with the prescription, he immediately asked Mr. Ning to prepare the medicinal materials. After only a day or two, he felt that the pain from his hidden injury had subsided a lot. As for the acupuncture method, Mr. Ning can only use half of it, otherwise it will not be able to cure it completely. So he came out to help just now, and now he took out the auction pill to please Yi Chen. Chapter 24. The auction begins. The Huten mutton fat white jade is actually fake? It's just a piece of cake. Yi Chen was firm in his attitude. "Well, okay, if Brother Yi changes his mind, you must tell me. By the way, Brother Yi, I wonder if you have time this weekend. I have found a national expert, and the prescription needs to be used in conjunction with acupuncture." Seeing this, Gu Qingshan could only obey Yi Chen's wishes. When Yi Chen heard him mention acupuncture, he patted his forehead and said embarrassedly, "It's my fault. I forgot about it. I have nothing to do on the weekend, so I can treat you." Gu Qingshan is in a good mood. Even though he had faced many storms before, he still couldn't remain calm when facing life and death. "In that case, thank you, Brother Yi." He let out a long sigh and asked Gu Xinling to get Yi Chen's phone number and address. At this time, Lin Wanma finally understood that Gu Qingshan had some unknown disease, and it seemed that only Yi Chen could cure it. That's weird. I checked his information and he's not a medical student. She became more and more curious and planned to find Yi Chen to find out the truth later. At this time, the charity auction has begun. The host came on stage with the microphone and coughed twice, attracting everyone's attention. "Dear guests, thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come and participate in the Bafeng's charity auction. All the auction items were provided by Mr. Su Zhenyuan, president of Zhenyuan Group. We would like to thank Mr. Su for his strong support for this auction. All the auction proceeds will be used for Hope kindergartens and Hope primary schools, providing children from poor families with the opportunity to study and become successful for free." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out from below. Su Zhenyuan is a legend in Shanghai's business world and a true top boss. He started from scratch and in just 30 years, he secured his position as one of the top 5 richest people in Shanghai. In recent years, there has been a trend of becoming the richest man. He looked gentle and wore gold-rimmed glasses. He waved his hand and said to everyone, "After work, Su likes to look for antiques. The items offered this time have all been authenticated and tested by professional organizations. Don't worry, just buy with confidence. Here, I would like to thank you on behalf of those students." There was another round of warm applause. Then, the host warmed up the stage and started the auction of the first item. This is a graphite inkstone, made by a scholar who was both a great poet and a great writer 200 years ago. Qingzhou Red Silk Inkstone, starting price is 100,000. Each bid increment is 5,000, and repeated bidding is not allowed. As soon as the words fell. Over in the plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum box, there was a lot of discussion. The Qingzhou Red Silk Inkstone is the best of the 4 great inkstones and is priceless. Yes, with the blessing of ancient scholars, this price of 100,000 is obviously too low. But only some people who are interested in literature and like inkstones will buy them, so this price is appropriate. Let's just watch the excitement and see which literary giant in our demon city will bid for the auction. Amidst the discussion, one of the box people shouted, "Number 23, 110,000. There were also several people in the hall who were interested. In just a few minutes, the price reached 200,000. At this time, the people bidding were obviously much calmer. Finally, a boss named Kai bought the red silk inkstone for 220,000 yuan. Experts look at the details, while laymen just watch the excitement. Yi Chen and Lin Wanma were not interested in this. Although Gu Qingshan looks old and kind now, he had a bad temper when he was young and knew nothing about literature. In the box, the atmosphere suddenly became a little dull. Gu Xinling asked, "Yi Chen, how did you develop such strength? If possible, how about I become your disciple?" There were too many people outside just now, and she was too shy to say it. Upon hearing this, Yi Chen burst out laughing. "Not so good, my strength is natural, you can't learn it." Gu Xinling pouted and said unhappily, "Go ahead and brag. You are so proud of your own little possessions." Humph. Xinling, why do girls always like to fight and kill? See? This is the CEO of AI Shang Medical Beauty. She's only a few years older than you and she founded a big company. You should learn more from her. Gu Qingshan chuckled and said to Gu Xinling. Lin Wanma blushed slightly and shook her head. "Mr. Gu, you are joking. This is not even an achievement. On the contrary, it is Xinling who makes Wanma very envious." Hee, Sister Wanma is really good at talking, I like it. Gu Xinling laughed, and simply slipped away from Gu Qingshan and sat next to Lin Wanma. The two chatted about some beauty topics, and at this time, the second item was presented. The first lot, the Qingzhou Red Silk Inkstone, was sold for 220,000 yuan after fierce competition. And this second lot is a bronze Buddha statue that is about 1,000 years old. Everyone can see that this bronze Buddha statue has clear figures, full lines, and is lifelike. Thousands of years ago, bronze casting technology reached its peak. There is not a single rust on it. It looks as good as new. I'm sure many of you have a special liking for Buddha statues. Such items are often in short supply. But this is a charity auction, so the starting price is only 500,000, so hurry up. The host added fuel to the fire, and the atmosphere became even more heated than before. The price of the spring show, autumn show, and winter show boxes was raised to over 1 million in less than half a minute, which has doubled. Even Gu Qingshan showed a hint of interest. This bronze Buddha statue looks good, but the price is too high. He shook his head and sighed. Yi Chen's heart moved. By the way, don't I have a reward of golden eyes? Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes and looked at the bronze Buddha statue on the exhibition stand. Just see. There was a strange light in his eyes, and under the starlight, it seemed to penetrate everything and could easily see through the bronze Buddha statue. And a line of small words suddenly appeared before his eyes. A bronze Buddha statue from the southern dynasties, authentic, estimated at 1.5 million. Only Yi Chen can see this line of small words, which is obviously the magical effect of the golden pupil. It seems that with golden eyes, there is no need to worry about getting hurt. Yi Chen thought that next time he had the chance, he must go to the antique street in Shanghai, maybe he could find some great bargains. Final. This bronze Buddha statue was bought by an elderly man in his 70s at a sky-high price of 1.8 million. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. Congratulations, Mr. Zhang. With this bronze Buddha statue, Mr. Zhang will be safe, healthy, and prosperous. The host looked very happy. With these two items as the foundation, tonight's charity auction will surely end in success. He took out the third item. Everyone, please look, this is the third lot tonight, white jade from Hotan, the starting price is 2 million. Before he finished speaking, someone immediately called out a price, 2.1 million. Gu Xinling rolled her eyes and said to herself, Grandpa is going to have a birthday soon and I'm worried about not having a gift. I'll take a picture of this white jade and ask a master to carve it. Grandpa will definitely like it. Thinking of this, she also offered 2.5 million. This sound surprised both Yi Chen and Lin Wanma. Only. Yi Chen looked up. The mutton fat white jade in the host's hand is about the size of a fist and is still a rough seed material. But when he glanced with his golden eyes, the corner of his mouth twitched. This mutton fat white jade is actually fake. Chapter 25, 15 million, but I bought a fake. Among the 4 seasons, the autumn box. After hearing Gu Xinling's offer, Ponguai sat up suddenly. He. Gu Xinling, you want this white jade, right? I won't let you get what you want. Look at me raising the price, it's disgusting to death. Thinking of this, Ponguai shouted, 3 million. 3.5 million. Gu Xinling looked up at the box where Ponguai was and frowned. 4 million. Ponguai, holding a cigarette in her mouth and crossing her legs, looks relaxed and continues to raise the price. Gu Xinling was a little angry, pouting and muttering, "Humph, you dare to raise the price with me, then let's see who bids higher." 4.5 million. 5 million. In just a few minutes, Ponguai raised the price of this mutton fat white jade to 8 million. This time, anyone with a discerning eye can see that Ponguai is definitely raising the price. Could it be that he has a grudge against Gu Qingshan and Gu Xinling in Qin Han's box? Or does he have a grudge against Yi Chen and Lin Wanma? No matter which one it is, they cannot get involved. Thinking of this, many people gave up bidding. Qin and Han box. Gu Xinling stomped her feet in anger. If you continue to raise the price, it will be raised again. If I give up, this birthday gift that I picked out with great difficulty for Grandpa will slip away from my hands. For a while, she was in a dilemma. The huge auction venue suddenly became quiet, and the atmosphere was extremely strange. Seeing this, the host quickly said, "This charity auction is based on the principle of fairness and justice. The auction house has never had any secret bidding operations. All bids are voluntary. At present, the guest in the Chiu box has bid 8 million. It is obvious that he loves this white jade. Qin Han box, you have to work harder." Gu Xinling thought of this, made up her mind, and said, 10 million. 10 million is her bottom line. If the other party raises the price again, she won't want it. At worst, I can just spend a little more time and find a new birthday gift for Grandpa. At this time, Ponguai put out her cigarette and frowned. 10 million? This little girl is really ruthless. It seems that's about her desired price. What if I keep bidding and she gives up? Even if we find a famous carver to carve this white jade, its value would only be around 10 million at best. It's not worth it to raise the price any further. But, if we give up like this, wouldn't that just be giving that woman what she wants? Thinking of this, a fierce look appeared on his face. 10.5 million. The host was cheered up. This mutton fat white jade, like other items, was appraised by experts before the auction. Originally 8 million was beyond expectations, but unexpectedly, it was called out to 10.5 million, which was 2.5 million more than the expected price. 10.5 million once. He raised a finger and looked towards the Qin Han box. The onlookers were happy to watch the fun, curious whether Gu Xinling would continue to bid. In the Qin Han box, Gu Xinling hung her head, sighed, and said, "Okay, I won't follow you." Before he finished speaking, Yi Chen said to her, "It's better not to follow, this mutton fat white jade is fake." What? Fake? Impossible. The items auctioned by Bafangzai are all authenticated by authoritative experts. How could there be any fakes? Gu Xinling rolled her eyes at Yi Chen and said unhappily. If this was to comfort her, then it was too low, wasn't it? Su Zhenyuan is a business tycoon with a good reputation. He values credibility the most. This charity auction has a huge impact. He would never auction a fake item. On the side, Lin Wanma also shook her head and said. On the contrary, Gu Qingshan asked with a half-doubt, "Brother Yi, is this mutton fat white jade really fake?" Yi Chen nodded. The color of mutton fat white jade is pure and delicate, like condensed fat jade, with extremely high transparency, penetrating the heart, soft luster, and very few cracks. On the other hand, although the gloss and transparency of this item appear to be the same as the real thing, it is definitely a post-processing and is definitely fake. Hearing this, Gu Xinling became a little uncertain and stared at Yi Chen with suspicion. Aren't you a doctor? Why are you acting as an expert in treasure appraisal? Lin Wanma also looked at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes. What he said seemed so certain and didn't seem to be false. But both Chinese medicine and treasure appraisal require rich experience and long-term research. No matter how you look at Yi Chen, he doesn't look like an ordinary company employee. How could he be capable of such things? Gu Qinshan thought about it. He turned to look at Gu Xinling and said, "Xinling, forget it, we don't want the fake one." "Okay then, it's just that grandpa, you can't blame me if I don't choose the right birthday gift." Gu Xinling nodded. It's better to be safe than sorry. If she really spent 10 million to buy a fake as a birthday gift, wouldn't she be laughed at to death? Is Mr. Gu going to celebrate his birthday? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, but then he turned his head to look at Gu Xinling. Can't we increase the price if it's fake? Hearing this, Gu Xinling's eyes lit up. Yes, Ponguai kept raising the price to disgust him just now, and now is a good opportunity to return the favor. 11 million. Gu Xinling snorted coldly, and a smile flashed across her lips, sweeping away her depressed mood. The host secretly sweated. He almost thought that Gu Xinling would not bid again, but he didn't expect that the price would be raised to 11 million, far exceeding expectations. Ha, this girl is quite courageous. It seems like you won't give up until I screw you over this time. Peng Shuai was happy. He didn't expect that Gu Xinling would actually order this white jade. 12 million. Peng Shuai didn't even think about it and directly raised the price by 1 million. This time, the onlookers were all shocked. This white jade should be worth 10 million at most, but I didn't expect it to be sold for 12 million. Yes, the person in the Chiu box seems to be Peng Shuai, the son of the Pine Group. He is indeed a dandy boy who spends money like water. He's not just wasting money, he's obviously raising the price to disgust people. Yes, he had done something similar before, cheating a rich second generation and causing him to spend millions more. He, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. Maybe I'll get into trouble this time. Amidst the discussion, Gu Xinling and Peng Shuai competed with each other and raised the price crazily. 15 million. Peng Shuai snorted coldly and directly called out 15 million, which was almost twice the price of mutton fat white jade. He thought about it. Since 10 million is not Gu Xinling's desired price, 16 million is about right. And this time, it was also his final bid that made Gu Xinling spend an extra 7 or 8 million. Unconsciously, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he felt a sense of pleasure that his evil plan had succeeded. Who knows? There was silence in the Qin Han box. Even someone nearby heard some rustling laughter coming from inside. The host waited for a while and found that no one was bidding again, so he shouted, 15 million for the first time. 15 million for the second time. 15 million for the third time, deal. The host clapped his hands and Peng Shuai was stunned. Chapter 26. The fourth lot, a square lacquer box, is actually a magical instrument? Yi Chen gave Gu Xinling a thumbs up. Peng Shuai's repeated provocations and what happened at AI Shan Medical Beauty are more or less related to him. If we don't trick him now, who should we trick? Spending 15 million to buy a fake would hurt Peng Shuai even if she is rich. The host looked at Peng Shuai and said with a happy face, "Congratulations to this bidder for winning the white jade with a price of 15 million. After hearing this, Peng Shuai finally came to her senses. Damn, why didn't Gu Xinling take pictures? Peng Shuai gritted her teeth, looking as if she had eaten a fly. Although he could find a famous craftsman and raise the price with his exquisite carving skills, 12 million would be the highest he could sell it for. In other words, 3 million has been wasted. Think of this. Peng Shuai's mentality exploded. With a ferocious look on her face, she kicked the coffee table in front of her. Okay, I miscalculated this time. Next time I will pay you back with interest. Peng Shuai took a deep breath, adjusted her mentality, and went out of the box to hand over the items. If he knew. This white jade is just a fake. The real price is only 1,000. I wonder what kind of wonderful expression I should have. Qin and Han box. Hey, Yi Chen, I cheated him out of 15 million, is this okay for me? Gu Xinling narrowed her eyes into slits and said with some pride. Yi Chen nodded. If there's a chance, I'll trick him again later. Hearing this, Lin Wanma's mouth twitched. Another trick? However, being cheated out of 15 million will probably make Peng Shuai feel uncomfortable for a while. At this time, the fourth lot was presented. Just see. A palm-sized square lacquer box, gray-black in color. There are sporadic sand spots on the top, the shape is simple, and there are mysterious patterns carved. The material of this item is very special. It is neither gold, nor copper, nor steel, nor wood. Even the most advanced testing equipment cannot verify its main components. According to experts' speculation, the patterns on it are likely to be before hieroglyphics. If you are interested in rare treasures, you can take a picture of them and try to study them to solve Mr. Su Jingyuan's mystery. Square lacquer box, starting price, 1 million. As soon as the host finished speaking, only a few people responded with a bid. A square lacquer box, I can't even detect what it's made of, is it really necessary to be so mysterious? Yes, the starting price is 1 million, I wouldn't even want it for free. This is obviously just to make up the numbers. I really don't understand. Did Su Zhengyuan also make a mistake? Hey, let me see who's willing to bid to be the sucker. Amid the discussions, the host felt somewhat embarrassed. Everyone, 1 million is just a drop in the bucket for you, but this lacquer box may be a priceless treasure. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, don't miss it if you pass by. Hear this. Gu Xiling raised her eyebrows. Yi Chen, just now you swore that the mutton fat white jade was a fake, then what about this black box? Tell me about it? I'm not satisfied with having tricked Ponguai just now, so I'll trick him again later. Appraising treasures? Maybe it's just a blind cat catching a dead mouse. Lin Wanma thought to herself and shook her head in disbelief. Gu Qingshan narrowed his eyes and carefully observed Yi Chen's reaction. Yi Chen is young, only in his early 20s, but he has an extraordinary bearing and a calmness that is different from his age. And from his prescription, we can get a glimpse of the whole situation. He is definitely a miracle doctor who is rare in the world. Yi Chen, what is your origin? Gu Qingshan became more and more curious. To be honest, Yi Chen had no interest in the charity auction at first, he just accompanied Lin Wanma to go through the motions. However, he accidentally awakened the ability of his golden eyes, which allowed him to identify treasures. Seeing that Gu Xiling was about to bid for a fake, he immediately stepped forward to stop her. When the host took out the fourth item, his heart skipped a beat. The golden pupil moved automatically, and a golden light that others could not see crossed a distance of 10 meters and stopped on the square lacquer box. This is actually a magical weapon. Magical tool, used to suppress luck, ward off evil spirits, and attract wealth. The age is unknown. Note, incompleteness is caused by the infection of blood evil spirit, which can be removed by carving special talismans. An electronic light curtain that only Yi Chen can see. Even though he was calm and composed, his expression changed slightly when he saw the magic weapon appear. Seeing that everyone's eyes were on him, Yi Chen calmed down and said in a deep voice, "This is definitely a good thing." Ever since awakening the God-level favorability system, he has become accustomed to these new and strange things. Oh. Brother Yi, if you are interested, I will take a picture and give it to you. Gu Qingshan immediately said to Yi Chen. That's not necessary, but Gu Xiling can help make an offer, just in case Ponguai. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled slightly. Okay, I'll do it. Gu Xiling chuckled and was eager to try. 1.1 million. At this time, Ponguai just paid 15 million in cash and received the white jade. But as soon as he returned to the box, he heard Gu Xiling's price calling, and he immediately became furious, with veins popping out on his forehead. Unfortunately, there is only 5 million in the card balance. It would be totally worth it if she cheats me again. Ponguai said angrily, and finally spread out her hands and gave up the idea of raising the price. 1.2 million. A calm female voice sounded. This voice came from the box where Meng Zixuan was, Luqing. Meng Zixuan came to the auction house secretly this time just for this square lacquer box. Within just 2 or 3 years of her debut, she has become a top-tier female star. How could she not have someone with expert guidance behind her? The expert asked her to take a picture of the square lacquer box, but he did not explain the reason. Ha! It's not Ponguai. Gu Xiling raised her eyebrows, smacked her lips, and made another bid. 1.5 million. This time, the amount increased by 300,000. The host immediately became alert and started cheering wildly. Did you see this, my fellow photographers? There are still people who know what they are talking about. To be honest, Mr. Su Zhengyuan spent a lot of money to buy this thing. The two beauties have bid up to 1.5 million. What about you guys? But what I got in return was a burst of laughter. Oomph, what a high price. This thing may look rare, but what value can it have? Look, let alone 1 million, even if they give me 1 million, I won't take it. The person who spoke was an old man in his 70s. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone else fell silent. Tang Qianyan is a great figure in the antique world, and his appraisal and collection of antiques are no less than that of first-rate experts. His words are naturally very credible. Hey, Yi Chen, Elder Tang has spoken, are you mistaken? Gu Xinling shouted out 1.5 million, but she didn't expect Tang Qianyan to deny it, which made her a little nervous. Never. Yi Chen shook his head firmly. Okay, I'll trust you again. Gu Xinling nodded heavily, waited for Lu Qing to make his bid, and then raised the price again. Yi Chen frowned slightly. He didn't expect that someone would raise the price. That's. Since Yi Chen's physical condition improved, his vision and hearing are far superior to those of ordinary people. What he didn't expect was that the people bidding against Gu Xinling were Meng Zixuan and her agent Lu Qing. Chapter 27: The Secret of the Square Lacquer Box and a Deal with Meng Zixuan. 2.5 million. Gu Xinling raised the price again. At this time, Lu Qing frowned and said, Zixuan, I don't even know what this square lacquer box is, and the price has been raised to 2.5 million. It's not worth it, forget it. Besides, the price of Qin Han's box has been increasing. They are determined to get it. There is no need to fight for it anymore. Meng Zixuan fell into hesitation. 2.5 million to buy a strange thing. If the person behind her hadn't asked her to do so, she wouldn't have bothered to make this trip. Sister Lu then raised the price one last time. Meng Zixuan thought about it and said to Lu Qing. Good. Sister Lu nodded and made her last bid. 2.6 million. Hearing the female voice raising the price again, Gu Xinling frowned. She turned around and looked at Yi Chen and asked, More? Keep adding. Yi Chen was also wondering if the other party knew the origin and value of this thing. 2.8 million. Gu Xinling made another bid. Sister Lu, I'll listen to you. Let's forget it this time. But? Qin Han's box? Wait until they come out, and I'll find out what the lacquer box is, and then ask if it can be transferred. Meng Zixuan blinked and said to Lu Qing. Okay, but after asking, you have to go back to the villa immediately and don't hang around outside. Lu Qing nodded and didn't raise the price any further. A full 30 seconds passed. The female voice just now did not raise the price again, and the atmosphere on the scene fell into dullness. Anyone else want to raise the price? The host shouted when he saw this, secretly anxious. This thing should cost at least 5 million, but I didn't expect it to cost less than 3 million. Hurry up and hammer it down, this is a piece of junk, whoever buys it will suffer a loss. Tang Qianyan snorted coldly, causing everyone to laugh again. Okay, then I won't hesitate. 2.8 million, deal straight away. Upon seeing this, the host had to abandon his previous idea and turned his attention to the fifth item. Ha, Gu Xinling, you spent 3 million to buy this junky thing, you like being taken advantage of. Seeing this scene, Ponguai couldn't help laughing, and her anger was much relieved. Qin and Han box. Yi Chen, I have accomplished my mission. Gu Xinling giggled and said to Yi Chen. Thank you very much. Only at this time did Yi Chen feel slightly relieved. The origin of the square lacquer box is unknown and ordinary people do not know its value. But as he possessed golden eyes, he naturally saw it clearly. If it can really suppress luck, ward off evil spirits and attract wealth, let alone 2.8 million, even if it is multiplied by 10, it would not be a loss to buy it for 28 million. Xinling, go pay. Gu Qingshan winked at Gu Xinling. Yi Chen is just like this square lacquer box, with a mysterious origin and is extremely extraordinary. It would be a good idea to do him a favor at this time. After all, he still needs Yi Chen to treat his injuries. No, I'll pay for it. Lin Wanma stood up to stop Gu Xinling and shook her head at the grandfather and grandson of the Gu family. The formula provided by Yi Chen alone is priceless. What's more, it was thanks to his hint that we were able to successfully uncover the traitor Wang Chao. Besides, people like Gu Qingshan are always on the edge of a knife, and Lin Wanma doesn't want Yi Chen to have too much contact with him. Oh well. Gu Qingshan nodded and did not insist any further. After a while, Lin Wanma came back with a square lacquer box. Give. Lin Wanma handed it to Yi Chen, and couldn't help but feel a little curious. The box was made of a special material and felt very textured, but there seemed to be an inexplicable force inside that made her feel frightened. Yi Chen, what on earth is this? Yi Chen took it and examined it carefully. Just see. The square lacquer box is smooth and dark in color, giving people a dark and ominous feeling. And the material. Similar to golden wood, it is an extremely precious wood, but its quality is comparable to that of metal. Thick, tough, and extremely rare. If preserved using special methods, it can be made into an airtight box that is impervious to water and fire. But Yi Chen's golden eyes saw that there was an evil spirit in the box. There is evil spirit invading. Could it be that Su Zhengyuan took action because of this reason? He occasionally heard colleagues talk about how Su Zhengyuan seemed to be unlucky in the past 6 months and nothing he did went well. First, someone unfortunately fell to his death during construction at a real estate company. Another chain restaurant was exposed for using expired ingredients. Fortunately, I have golden eyes. As long as I engrave the talisman, I can dispel the evil spirit and sweep away the bad luck. Yi Chen thought of this and took a deep breath. He looked up at Lin Wanma, shook his head and said, "Let's talk about it when we get back." Mr. Gu, regarding the acupuncture, please confirm the time this weekend. You can ask Gu Xinling to contact me. I'll go first. Yi Chen put away the lacquer box and said to Gu Qingshan. Okay, see you this weekend. Gu Qingshan said with a smile and waved at him. Hey, you still haven't told me what this is? Gu Xinling shouted from behind, but unfortunately Yi Chen had already left with Lin Wanma, so she could only stamp her feet and pout. Outside the Qin and Han box, at the corner, Meng Zixuan suddenly appeared and stopped Yi Chen. Hello, do you know what this square lacquer box is used for? Yi Chen nodded. And a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Isn't this Meng Zixuan? You know? Meng Zixuan was shocked. Then, she asked with a happy face, can you transfer it to me? I can pay more. Yi Chen frowned and shook his head, no. The evil energy here is very dangerous if you don't use talismans to dispel it. At this time, Lin Wanma stared at Meng Zixuan for a few seconds, then looked at Lu Qing beside her, pointed at the two of them and said, You are. Yes, she is Meng Zixuan, and I am her agent Lu Qing. When Lu Qing saw Lin Wanma, a hint of suspicion flashed across his face, and he winked at Meng Zixuan. At the beginning, Meng Zixuan signed the endorsement contract personally. However, due to the recent scandals at AI Shang Medical Beauty Company, they are considering terminating the contract. It's just that she sent a lawyer's letter, but she didn't expect to encounter it at the charity auction tonight. It was really embarrassing. You want this square lacquer box? Lin Wanma narrowed her eyes and her heart moved. After all, she is a business person. Although no one knew what this square lacquer box contained, Yi Chen was cautious about it and thought it must be of great value. Otherwise, Meng Zixuan would not have risked being exposed to come and participate in the auction. So, can we use this square lacquer box to make Meng Zixuan and Lu Qing change their minds and not terminate the contract? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma winked at Yi Chen. Yes. Meng Zixuan stared at Lin Wanma and nodded. Actually, she was also a little surprised. In terms of figure and appearance, Lin Wanma was not inferior to her. Even in terms of temperament, it is slightly better. So, do you know what this is? Yi Chen interrupted and asked Meng Zixuan. This. Meng Zixuan was dumbfounded and could only smile bitterly. Someone asked me to buy it, but they didn't tell me what it was. When Yi Chen heard this, his expression became serious. Although this thing is of great help to you, it is now contaminated with some unclean things and needs to be removed first. By the way, I heard that you want to terminate the contract with AI Shang Medical Beauty. At this time, Lin Wanma took over. Regarding some negative news about our company's yen products, the company has thoroughly checked the product formula and production line, and there is no problem. It's just that someone tampered with the sales channel. I have already started to deal with it and will announce it to the public soon. Also, the company has recently developed the Yen Series 2, which is 5 times more effective than the Yen Series. I will send you samples, and you can send them to major testing agencies for testing. Before that, I hope Miss Meng can give us a few days to deal with it, and then we can consider whether to terminate the contract or not. Having said that, Lin Wanma smiled confidently. This square lacquer box can be given to Miss Meng for free. Certainly. Lu Qing and Meng Zixuan are not stupid. There is no such thing as a free lunch in the world. If you want this square lacquer box, it is naturally impossible to cancel the contract. Wait, let's discuss this first. Lu Qing pulled Meng Zixuan to a secluded place. Zixuan, AI Shang Medical Beauty is a mess right now, don't get involved in this mess. You know, so many celebrities have failed because of endorsements. We must terminate the contract. Lu Qing stared at Meng Zixuan and said seriously. But Sister Lu, you also know how important Mr. Han is to me. If it weren't for him, I. Moreover, Lin Wanma's words were so confident that they didn't sound fake. If she can really turn around her image, AI Shang Medical Beauty will definitely reach a higher level, and it will also help my career. Meng Zixuan gritted her teeth and replied to Lu Qing. More importantly, she couldn't see through Yi Chen. The aura around him seemed to be as mysterious as Mr. Han's. No, he is even more mysterious than Mr. Han. Zixuan, why don't you listen to my advice? Lu Qing became anxious and shouted at Meng Zixuan. Sister Lu, I know you are doing this for my own good, but this time, I want to make my own decision. Meng Zixuan took a deep breath and made up her mind. And she turned and walked towards Lin Wanma. Boss Lin, I can wait for 3 days. After 3 days, I want to see your sincerity. If everything goes well, I will continue to support your new products. Chapter 28, Engraving the Talisman, Pongshui's Anxiety. Okay, no problem. Lin Wanma nodded to Meng Zixuan and let out a long sigh. The endorsement contract termination controversy can come to an end for the time being. As long as Wang Chao and the mastermind behind him are dealt with, AI Shang Medical Beauty will be able to get back on track with the Yin Series 2, or even move to a higher level. At this time, Meng Zixuan looked at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, this square lacquer box. Yi Chen said seriously, there are some problems with this square lacquer box. I need to deal with it. When it is done, you can ask Mr. Lin to get it. Although he is not afraid of the evil spirit here, it can still cause terrible harm to ordinary people. If it is not handled properly, it will bring endless disasters. Okay, please don't break it, Mr. Yi. Seeing this, Meng Zixuan had no choice but to nod and leave with Lu Qing. And this scene. Peng Shuai, who was leaving the box, saw it. What's going on? Didn't old man Tang Qiannian say that this square lacquer box was worthless? Why does Meng Zixuan value it so much? Is it a treasure? Damn it, I thought I had cheated him out of 3 million, but I was just overthinking. And judging from the way they look, they have reached an agreement. Then the question of her endorsement. When she thought of this, Peng Shuai's face became extremely ugly and she wanted to curse. At this time, Yi Chen and Lin Wanma also saw Peng Shuai. Peng Shuai immediately put on a smiling face and greeted Lin Wanma. Oh, what a coincidence, Wanma, we meet again. Lin Wanma snorted lightly, not bothering to pay attention to her, and said to Yi Chen, let's go back. Hearing this, Peng Shuai's face suddenly darkened. However, what he didn't expect was Yi Chen actually walked towards him. You, what do you want to do? Peng Shuai was startled and sweat broke out on her forehead. The scene of Yi Chen breaking the solid iron bar just now is still vivid in his mind. If a fight really breaks out, won't he be dead? Ha, nothing. Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. But your white jade is fake. The words were spoken in a low voice. It wasn't until Yi Chen pulled Lin Wanma away that Peng Shuai came back to his senses. What's real and what's fake, huh? The mutton fat white jade is fake? Peng Shuai stared at the backs of Yi Chen and Lin Wanma, sneering. Humph, this has been authenticated by an expert, how could it be a fake? Also, although old fellow Su Zhangyuan is not a good person, his stuff is real. If something goes wrong, we'll settle the score with him. When Peng Shuai thought of this, a look of deep disdain appeared in her sinister eyes. He has been carrying out his plan these past 2 days, waiting for the problems with AI Shang Medical Beauty to ferment. Tomorrow it will all explode. Let's see if you two dogs can still smile. Maserati. Yi Chen, don't get too close to Gu Qingshan. After all, he used to be a gangster. Although he has retired now, he still has deep connections with the gang. If he gets into trouble, he won't be able to wash it off. As soon as she got in the car, Lin Wanma said to Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew Lin Wanma's worries and nodded, okay, I know my limits. Seeing that Yi Chen listened to her, Lin Wanma breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, the funds from this auction will be used as the cost of the formula patent. In addition, I will give you 5% of the sales. Can. Yi Chen nodded without hesitation. Originally, this recipe was prepared for Lin Wanma, and it is definitely worth the price. But he regretted it the moment he said it. Really? Didn't you say that this recipe belongs to your friend? Can you make the decision? Lin Wanma blinked and asked Yi Chen. This. Yi Chen laughed awkwardly. Lin Wanma was tactful and didn't mention it again, and the two of them understood each other tacitly. The problem with Scarlet Baldy was solved, and Lin Wanma let Yi Chen go home. Yi Chen, how was the house you looked at last time? I've already picked it out and will move there in the next few days. Oh, I see. Lin Wanma was a little disappointed, as she had originally planned to let Yi Chen move in. But she immediately smiled. What a crazy idea. The company hasn't even started yet. She shook her head, waved at Yi Chen, and drove away. We have to move to a new house quickly. This place is too shabby. It's embarrassing to ask her to come in for a drink of water. Yi Chen touched his nose and looked at the bare walls of the low-rent apartment. Oh, right, the square lacquer box. He thought of the square lacquer box, so he went to the old street behind the community and bought some yellow paper and cinnabar from the funeral clothing store. As for the brushes, his hobby in college was practicing calligraphy, and he even had a few wolf hair brushes on his bedside table. After preparing the ingredients, Yi Chen washed up and felt refreshed. At this time, he followed the instructions from Golden Eyes and began to engrave the talisman to break the evil. Carving talismans requires not only a calm mind, but also a free mind from distractions, and a perfect stroke of the talisman. Otherwise, it will lose its due effectiveness and become waste paper. Even though Yi Chen was an excellent calligrapher, it still took him more than half an hour to carve 3 talismans. And the waste paper and trash cans are almost full. Next, we need to apply talismans to ward off evil spirits. Yi Chen put away the brush and cinnabar and pasted one on the top and bottom of the square lacquer box. There is one more, kept as a backup. The evil aura cannot be seen or touched, but it really exists. Under the perception of the golden pupils, this murderous aura appeared blood red, bloody and terrifying, and it was shocking. The square lacquer box actually began to tremble restlessly, and it was obvious that the evil spirit inside was unwilling to sit still and wait for death. But at this time, above the cinnabar talisman, there emanated a strange power, majestic and awe-inspiring. As it surged, it began to remove the terrifying evil spirit. Not knowing how long the whole process would take, Yi Chen simply ignored it and picked up his phone. Who Xiaoyao called just now? Yi Chen's phone had been on silent mode before, so he quickly called back. Hu Xiaoyao, what do you want to talk to me about? Yi Chen, you scared me to death. I called you several times but you didn't answer. I thought something happened to you. By the way, when are you moving in? Ha, no way. Let's move there after get off work tomorrow. How about you? Okay, I'll move in tomorrow too, and we'll have dinner together tonight. Yeah. Hu Xiaoyao shouted excitedly and hung up the phone. Yi Chen shook his head and said, isn't it just moving to a new home? Why are you so happy? And the other side. Shangdian nightclub. Ponguai was smoking and drinking, but she looked a little uneasy. Damn, didn't I come out here to relax? Why are you still thinking about that shit? Well, let's find someone to check whether this thing is real or fake. He made a phone call. Half an hour later, the treasure appraisal expert arrived. After just a few glances, he shook his head and said, Boss Pang, the mutton fat white jade is fake. Chapter 29 Su Zhengyuan's guess, Wang Chao failed. Fake? Are you sure? Pang Shui stood up immediately and raised her voice by several dozen decibels. He threw away the cigarette in his hand and stared at the expert with a stern look. Sure. The expert nodded and said stubbornly. Fuck. I spent 15 million on a fake thing. No, I'm going to settle accounts with that old man Su Zhengyuan. Pang Shui took out her cell phone and called Su Zhengyuan in a rage. Xiang Manor. It is located in the suburbs, away from the hustle and bustle of the city, with beautiful scenery and fresh air, which is very suitable for health preservation. But the supporting facilities here are very complete, and those who can live here are either rich or noble. Su Zhengyuan was wearing pajamas and sitting on the sofa. He asked Su Gang, who came in, Gangzi, how was the auction? Su Gang, his distant relative, is both Su Zhenyuan's driver and his assistant. He is very capable and loyal, and he is in charge of the entire charity auction. According to your instructions, all the lots have been sold successfully. We just need to contact the charity foundation next. Su Gang replied quickly. Okay, well done. Su Zhenyuan nodded and let out a long sigh. In the past 6 months, a lot of bad things have happened one after another, and I have been unlucky. If it weren't for his wealthy family, he really wouldn't be able to withstand such an ordeal. And this time, with the advice of an expert, he disposed of all the collections he had transferred in half a year ago. It can not only change your fortune, but also establish a reputation for charity and alleviate the pressure faced by Zhenyuan Group. Why not do it? But at this time, the phone rang. He picked up the phone and saw that it was Peng Shuai, the second son of the Peng Group. Why are you calling me so late? Su Zhenyuan muttered something and answered the phone. Hello? Zhenyuan Group has business dealings with Peng Group, but not much. Boss Su, you are a well-known figure in the business world of Magic City. Do you have the nerve to auction off fake things? Peng Shuai asked in a very unfriendly tone. What's fake? Explain clearly. The white jade I bought for 15 million is fake. Fake? Impossible. All my auction collections have been professionally authenticated. Peng Shuai, please don't talk nonsense. Su Zhenyuan's face darkened. Nonsense? What pheasant expert did you find to identify it? The expert I found just identified it. What do you think we should do? Peng Shuai became more and more angry as he spoke. When he thought of Yi Chen's sneering expression just now, he almost went berserk. Su Zhenyuan was silent. Items at charity auctions must be authenticated before the sale begins. Otherwise, if news spreads that the items are fake, where will your reputation be? How about this? I'll check the details. Give me 3 days, and I'll give you a reply in 3 days. Since Mr. Su said so, I will give you a favor and wait for your reply in 3 days. After hanging up the phone, Su Zhenyuan looked at Su Gang beside him. Gangzi, go check it out for me to see if someone has tampered with it. If there isn't any Lao Gao, then you must have sold me a fake product. The next morning, Yi Chen got up early in the morning, picked up the lacquer box, and found that all the evil spirits inside had been cleared away. Look again. There is a layer of flowing light above, which is faintly visible and extremely magical. Obviously, this is a magical weapon to suppress luck. But when Yi Chen took a look, he found that after the evil spirit was removed, the talisman array inside showed signs of damage. It should be able to last for another half a year, which is good enough. Yi Chen smacked his lips, put away the square lacquer box, ate breakfast in a hurry, and rushed to catch the bus to the company. In the car, he was thinking about whether to buy a car. Aishang Medical Beauty Sales Department. Before Yi Chen entered the door, he heard scolding from inside. Take a good look at how bad our performance has been this month. Especially in the past 2 days, according to your request, we didn't let you work overtime, but as a result, sales have plummeted. I'm telling you guys, do you still want to make money? If you don't want to make money, get out of here. I won't say much else. We'll be working overtime until 8 o'clock tonight. Anyone who dares to leave early won't have to come again. Yi Chen frowned and pretended not to hear. Only Wang Chao, who was in charge of Jiangshan, saw Yi Chen, and he was filled with new and old hatreds. He immediately shouted angrily, "You are late again, Yi Chen." What? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a special relationship with our president. But the words were not finished. Lin Wanma pushed open the door of the conference room. Behind her followed Secretary Zhao Yuhuan and Director Lu from the Quality Inspection Department. The scene suddenly became quiet. Wang Chao quickly put on a smile and said to Lin Wanma, "Boss Lin has been particularly enthusiastic about the sales department recently. Is there anything you can guide me on?" Lin Wanma's face was as cold as ice. She stared at him and said, "Wang Chao, I'll give you a chance. Tell me what happened this time. What's going on?" A trace of panic flashed across Wang Chao's face, but he immediately pretended to be calm. "You, Wang Chao, don't pretend you don't understand. Tell the truth about what you have done." Zhao Yuhuan couldn't help it and yelled at Wang Chao. "Boss Lin, what are you talking about? Why don't I understand?" Wang Chao continued to play dumb, but cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He thought to himself, I did it so secretly, I shouldn't be discovered, right? Why? Lin Wanma sighed heavily. When Wang Chao saw this, his heart skipped a beat and he had a bad feeling. Wang Chao, I'll give you one chance. If you don't cherish it, there's nothing I can do. Having said that, she looked at the other employees in the sales department. The quality inspection department conducted a full inspection of this sales incident and specially cooperated with the relevant industrial and commercial quality supervision departments. There were no problems, but some products still had a negative impact. It was all because Wang Chao secretly framed the company. Upon hearing this, the entire sales department was in an uproar. Only Yi Chen looked calm, as he had known that this would be the outcome. Boss Lin, you must be mistaken. I have been working diligently in the company for so many years, how could I frame the company? Wang Chao's face changed drastically, his body trembled slightly, and his throat became dry. You are so stubborn. Secretary Zhao, let them in. Lin Wanma shook her head and winked at Zhao Yuhuan. She originally wanted to give Wang Chao a chance and find out who was behind it. Who knew that Wang Chao was determined to stick to this path until the end? There was nothing we could do. Bang! The sales department opened the door and a team of uniformed staff walked in. Without saying anything, they handcuffed Wang Chao. Wang Chao, you are suspected of leaking commercial secrets. Come back with us for investigation. Wang Chao struggled and roared, evidence, where is the evidence? You don't know these, do you? Zhao Yuhuan took out the testimonies of previous patients and bribed reporters and placed them in front of Wang Chao. Looking at the evidence in black and white, Wang Chao's body softened and he fell to the ground. Chapter 30, Solving Company Problems and Moving with Hu Xiaoyao. Seeing Wang Chao being taken away, the sales department was in an uproar and Yi Chen's colleagues couldn't help but talk about it. Oh my god. I have thought of countless reasons, but the only thing I never thought of was that there is a traitor in the company. Wang Chao is such a despicable guy. Not only does he bully others in the sales department, he even does such a thing. He deserves to be taken away. I told you, we are a big brand company, the quality of our products is always guaranteed, it's true. It seems that the company is fine. We can work with peace of mind and don't have to worry about anything else. Wang Chao actually framed the company. This is truly a heinous crime. But if he is taken away, who will be the new manager? Yeah, let's change to a better one, so we don't have to work overtime all the time. What do you think? Could it be Yi Chen? Everyone looked up and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen touched his nose. He had never thought of this. When Lin Wanma heard this, her eyes lit up. But it's not time yet. It won't be too late to release new products once this matter is completely resolved. Ahem. Lin Wanma coughed lightly, and everyone fell silent. The company has had some setbacks in the past few days. I, Lin Wanma, promise everyone here that please trust the company and we will definitely solve these problems and troubles. And you all must do your respective jobs well. You will receive your salary as usual and will not have to work overtime in the future. Okay, the new manager will be announced next week, so get to work. Lin Wanma waved to everyone, nodded to Yi Chen, and left with Zhao Yuhuan. Without any worries, Yi Chen and his colleagues completely relaxed. Noon. Acehang Medical Beauty has released a statement regarding product quality issues on its official website and in public media, which also includes the certificate stamp from the relevant quality inspection department. Wow, this is incredible. I didn't expect that the reporters and patients blocking the door a few days ago must be a traitor. I said, Acehang Medical Beauty's products are of high quality and low price, how could there be any quality problems? Now it seems that my worries were unnecessary. I will continue to support the products of Acehang Medical Beauty Company. I just don't know if Meng Zixuan will continue to be the spokesperson? I heard that she seems to be canceling the contract. Really? Acehang Medical Beauty is developing rapidly. Once its reputation turns around, it will definitely become the domestic champion in a few years. If we terminate the contract at this time, wouldn't that be digging our own grave? Who knows? I just hope the price of the product doesn't go up, hee. This time, the online reputation gradually began to reverse. The incident that continued to ferment finally began to calm down. The company is back on track and has resumed normal operations. Meng Zixuan Studio. Lu Qing took the quality inspection report confirmed by experts and handed it to Meng Zixuan. Meng Zixuan glanced at it and couldn't help but asked in shock, Sister Lu, is this true? The effect of the new product is 5 times that of the previous one? I'd like to say it's fake, but it's real. Lu Qing nodded, somewhat helplessly. Actually, she has doubts about the development prospects of AI Shang Medical Beauty Company. After all, a mere Wang Chao doesn't have the power to do such a thing. There must be someone behind him. Once Meng Zixuan falls into the vortex of AI Shang Medical Beauty Company, it will be bad. That's fine, then I can fulfill my promise. Meng Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. She could finally get the square lacquer box. Zixuan, are you really planning to endorse AI Shang's new medical beauty products? Sister Lu, you have to do what you promised to others. Hee, you promised me that if there is no problem, you can re-sign the contract. I'm worried. Don't worry, I'm not wrong about him. Lin Wanma's future is definitely limitless. As for Yi Chen, he's quite interesting. Speaking of this, Meng Zixuan recalled the scene that happened in front of the auction house. Yi Chen doesn't look like a muscular man, so why does he have such natural powers? She smacked her lips and said, Sister Lu, take a look at my notice. What activities are there recently? At the same time, Peng Shuai couldn't be happy at all when she saw this news. Wang Chao called me early this morning to tell me the good news, but I didn't expect him to be taken away in the blink of an eye. What a waste. You still want my sports car? Dream on. At this point, Peng Shuai was furious. Her carefully planned plan was ruined. But then, a look of worry also appeared on his face. Damn, this kid won't stop interrogating me, right? What if he gives me away? No, we must find someone to go in and warn him. As for Lin Wanma, there is no way to make her submit in a short period of time. We can only take the long view. Having said that, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger. Old Han is back. That guy has more ideas than me. Let's go and learn from him. When Peng Shuai thought of Han Feng, she revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. In the afternoon, almost time to get off work. Yi Chen received a call from Wu Xiaoyao, asking him to move together. As soon as he hung up the phone, Lin Wanma came. Yi Chen, do you have anything to do tonight? I don't know why. Obviously, Scar Baldi's crisis has been resolved, but Lin Wanma always feels that she can only feel safe when Yi Chen is with her. Well, I'm going to move tonight. What's up? Yi Chen raised his head and looked at Lin Wanma. No, nothing, just asking. I'm leaving now, have a nice weekend. When Lin Wanma met his eyes, she suddenly felt panic for no reason and felt shy as if she was being seen through. Thank you, same to you. Yi Chen watched Lin Wanma leave. He frowned, and it was obvious that Lin Wanma was hesitant to speak. Only. It was not convenient to ask directly in front of so many people in the company, so I had to give up. Without Wang Chao's request for overtime, when the time came to get off work, the huge sales department was empty in an instant. Yi Chen locked the door and just walked out of the company. He saw Wu Xiaoyao at the door and waved to her quickly. You're here so early? Yes, I'm done with all the work at the company, so I can take a break and be lazy if I'm not moving. The two exchanged a few pleasantries and got into Wu Xiaoyao's Mini Cooper. This is a car suitable for white-collar women. Wu Xiaoyao, you are good. This car must cost hundreds of thousands. It is not cheap. When did you buy it? Yi Chen sat in the co-pilot seat and said to Wu Xiaoyao. Yi Chen, are you making fun of me? Wu Xiaoyao rolled her eyes and said unhappily. With your assets, let alone this car, you can even buy the BMW series that the business elites love to drive, and you can even buy 2 at once. Yi Chen laughed. He thought of the scene of taking the bus in the morning. By the way, if I want to buy a car, do you have any acquaintances? Who knows? Hearing this, Wu Xiaoyao's eyes dimmed and she fell silent for a moment. Yi Chen slapped his forehead and said, Wu Xiaoyao, I'm sorry. Then he remembered that Wu Xiaoyao's ex-boyfriend worked in a luxury 4S store. Nothing, it's all over. But if you want to buy a car, I can take you there. Chapter 31, Moving and Meeting Zhou Qing, Han Feng returns to China. Thousand Mountain Road. International Youth Futures City loft high-end apartment. Before that, Yi Chen and Wu Xiaoyao found a moving company, loaded all the stuff onto a truck, and then transported it here. The two of them arrived at the apartment one step ahead. Just didn't expect it. I had just parked the car, left the parking lot, and was on my way to the sales department when I heard a familiar voice. Brother Lu, it must be very expensive to buy me such a nice house in this area, right? Zhou Qing looked at Lu Tao standing beside her eyes narrowed into slits. When I was dating Yi Chen, I had to plan carefully even for buying vegetables, let alone buying a house. Life was very tight. It's unlike now, when you can actually own a house in this city where every inch of land is worth a lot of money. It's not expensive, just 5 million. Lu Tao waved his hand and said nonchalantly. 5 million? Oh my god, I can never earn that much money in my entire life. Zhou Qing was secretly shocked, her eyes wide open, she couldn't believe it. She dreams of owning a house so that she can have a sense of belonging. My dear, you have behaved well recently, so here is a reward for you. While Lu Tao was talking, his hands were touching around dishonestly. Recently Zhou Qing has been behaving well in front of her buddy, making him very happy. As for the house, the owner's name is of course Lu Tao. He is not stupid. If he gets tired of playing one day, he can get away smoothly, right? Brother Lu, you are so nice to me. Am I dreaming? Zhou Qing leaned forward and kissed him, completely unaware of Lu Tao's wishful thinking. Even though this house is only 60 square meters, it faces west and is located on the outermost side of the road. But for her, it is still an unattainable dream. Now that my dream has come true, of course I have to cling to Lu Tao's thigh. Only. Zhou Qing never expected that she would run into Yi Chen head on just after coming out of the sales department. Hey, isn't this Yi Chen? Why, are you working here? Zhou Qing walked forward in her high heels and said with disdain. In her opinion, this is one of the best quality apartments in Shanghai. How could a loser like Yi Chen possibly afford it? But she looked at Hu Xiaoyao beside Yi Chen with even more disdain. Isn't this Hu Xiaoyao? Seeing that they were talking and laughing just now, could it be that they have been having an affair for a long time? Humph, luckily I dumped him, otherwise I don't know when he would have cheated on me. Thinking of this, Zhou Qing's face darkened and she became angry and furious. When Lu Tao looked at Hu Xiaoyao, he found that she was as pretty as Zhou Qing, and her sweet and innocent temperament was even more fascinating. Damn it, this Yi Chen is a master of playing with women. It turns out that handsome people can do whatever they want. Lu Tao cursed in his heart, he was envious and jealous of Yi Chen. Thinking of this, he walked forward, squinted his eyes and said, Baby, your ex-boyfriend also wants to buy a house here? Brother Lu, what are you talking about? Him? How can he possibly afford it? Dream on. Zhou Qing snorted with disdain. Yi Chen shook his head when he saw this. Zhou Qing was becoming more and more annoying. How could I have been so blind before that I treated her like a treasure? Hu Xiaoyao couldn't help it at this time, staring at Zhou Qing and Lu Tao and asked, why can't he afford it? Oh? Then you should let Yi Chen buy it. Zhou Qing laughed out of anger and couldn't help but sneer. Who knows? At this time, Xiao Lu from the sales department walked over quickly. She ignored Lu Tao and Zhou Qing, and came up to Yi Chen, asking enthusiastically, Mr. Yi, you are here, why didn't you tell me in advance so that I could send a car to pick you up? By the way, all the handover procedures are ready, you can move in with your bags. Hearing this, Zhou Qing's smile froze on her face instantly. What? They live here? She never expected that Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao actually bought an apartment here. Why, is there a problem? Mr. Yi and Ms. Hu bought 2 apartments in the best building here. The layout is the best and largest, and the price is also the most expensive. Xiao Lu looked at Zhou Qing with an impatient look on his face. Okay, Mr. Yi and Ms. Hu still have to move, so they don't have time to chat with you guys. After Xiao Lu finished speaking, he turned around and looked at Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao, putting on a friendly smile. Mr. Yi, Ms. Hu, please come this way. I'll take you upstairs for verification. It was not until the 3 people walked away that Zhou Qing came to her senses from her shock. She never expected that Yi Chen actually bought an apartment here, and it sounded much better than hers. It must be that white-collar vixen Hu Xiaoyao who supports him, otherwise where would he get the money to buy an apartment? Just wait, you two are going to be in trouble in the future. Zhou Qing said angrily, and suddenly felt that her 5 million apartment was not worth it anymore, with a look of despair on her face. Seeing her like this, Lu Tao shook his head and asked impatiently, why are you staring blankly? Are you going to buy the house or not? Zhou Qing quickly said, buy, of course. In the apartment. Hu Xiaoyao said to Yi Chen, you obviously bought a house here, why didn't you say it? That's not necessary. You've seen her like this. It's disgusting to look at her anymore. Ha ha. But to be honest, I didn't expect her to be so snobbish. The guy next to her must be at least 6 or 7 years older than her, and weigh about 200 pounds, right? Yi Chen nodded. He was fine, but Hu Xiaoyao suddenly fell silent. Obviously. She also thought of her ex-boyfriend. Don't think about it. We still have to move house, and then we have to cook after that. Yi Chen patted her little head and reminded her. Okay, I'll let you taste my cooking skills later. Golden Rose Nightclub. Peng Shuai sat in the main seat of the box with a tall and handsome figure, smoking a cigarette and surrounded by girls. Opposite him was a well-mannered young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. He is none other than Peng Shuai's best friend, Han Feng. Han Feng glanced at the woman next to Peng Shuai. She was pretty and young, but she was wearing heavy makeup, which made him feel a little nauseous. I say, old Han, you've been abroad for a few years, and your standards have become higher and higher. You can't even look down on this kind of stuff? Peng Shuai couldn't help but tease when she saw this. You call this a commodity? I'm not saying anything bad about you, Peng Shuai, but your standards are getting lower and lower. Han Feng shook his head and frowned. You came to pick me up right after I got off the plane, and even hosted a welcome party for me in this Golden Rose den. What's the matter? Hearing this, Peng Shuai put away her playful smile. You guys get out first. He pushed away the two young girls beside him. After they left and closed the door, Peng Shuai said seriously, My good friend, I fell on Lin Wanma's head at AI Shang Medical Beauty. You must help me get rid of this grievance. Ace Hang Medical Beauty? Lin Wanma? I've heard of her abroad before. She's pretty and capable. But, are you really no match for her? Han Feng said with a little surprise. It's not her. She alone is not something I can control, but there is someone who you are definitely interested in. I can only say that she is unfathomable. Peng Shuai took a deep puff of her cigarette, extinguished it, and said viciously. Oh? Unfathomable? Han Feng's eyes lit up and he immediately became interested. Who is it? Yi Chen. Chapter 32 Fushi 9 Needles, Ning Lao's Shock. The next morning. Yi Chen had just finished breakfast when Gu Xinling called. Hey, Yi Chen, are you up? You promised my grandfather that you would treat his injuries today, don't forget it. I haven't forgotten. By the way, are the medical tools and auxiliary medicines I asked you to prepare ready? It's already been done. Do you want me to send someone to pick you up? No need, I've moved to a new place, I'll go there by myself. After hanging up the phone, Gu Xinling sent the location of the phone. Yi Chen left the community and took a taxi. And not long after he left. At the corner of the community, an ordinary Volkswagen car popped up. The two people sitting in the car were Han Feng and Peng Shuai. Hey, Lao Han, I stayed here all night and did nothing. I'm so miserable. Do you still want to follow me? Peng Shuai complained to Han Feng. Last night. After welcoming Han Feng, he drove his old Volkswagen to Yi Chen's residence. After staying in bed all night, my arms and legs were sore and swollen, and I felt so uncomfortable. Why, you can't even bear this little bit of hardship. Why don't we just give up? Han Feng smiled slightly, a harmless smile. However, when Peng Shuai saw this, she couldn't help but shudder. I just said it casually, don't take it seriously, old Han. Just tell me what to do, I won't even frown. What a joke. Han Feng's nickname is Madman. If you piss him off, the consequences will be disastrous. Once, someone in the circle made fun of Han Feng. Who would have thought that the next day, the body was thrown into a stinking ditch, with wounds from snakes and scorpions all over the body? It was extremely horrifying. He is your enemy. If you don't even know his movements and habits, how can you attack him? Yanglu Road Royal Garden Villa. Let's go and follow him to see who he is interacting with. After Han Feng finished speaking, he hung far behind the taxi. Royal Garden Villa, Yanglu Road. Although this place is close to the most prosperous area of Shanghai, there is a lake in the city with a beautiful and fresh environment and no noisy noise. The entrance of the villa. After getting off the car, he saw Gu Xinling's slim figure. Yi Chen, this way. Gu Xinling waved and smiled at him. Yi Chen also waved his hand. But for some reason, he always felt that someone was watching him secretly. But when I turned around, apart from the people who came in and out of the villa, who else was there? Is it my illusion? Yi Chen shook his head, without thinking too much, and followed Gu Xinling inside. After crossing several greenways, we arrived at a townhouse. Gu Qingshan and an old man were standing at the door. When they saw Yi Chen, they hurried over to greet him. "Brother Yi, please forgive me for asking you to come so early on this weekend." Gu Qingshan clasped his fists, with a hint of apology on his face. He pointed to the old man beside him and introduced him. "Brother Yi, this is Ning Huailu, a medical master and one of the best in the country." "You are too kind. My little skill is far inferior to that of Brother Yi. That prescription cannot be written without decades of immersion in traditional Chinese medicine and a comprehensive understanding of ancient and modern prescriptions. This alone makes me admire you very much." What surprised me even more was that Brother Yi was so young. He must be in his early 20s, right? Compared to Brother Yi, I have lived in vain at my old age. Ning Huailu shook his head and looked at Yi Chen with curiosity and admiration on his face. "You are being modest. Yi Chen only got an ancient prescription occasionally. If we really talk about the ability of traditional Chinese medicine, how can he compare with the national masters?" Yi Chen was not arrogant, but kept a low profile. After a few pleasantries, Gu Xinling said impatiently, "Oh, if we continue chatting, we'll have to eat lunch. Didn't Yi Chen come here to treat your injury?" Okay, it's Grandpa's fault." Gu Qingshan glared at him and stretched out his hand in a gesture of invitation. "Brother Yi, this way please." "Good." Yi Chen followed them to the medical room prepared by Gu Xinling. "Yi Chen, the things you asked me to prepare before are all here. Do you think you need anything?" Yi Chen stepped forward to check and saw a set of sterilized silver needles ready for use, about 1.5 inches long and shining silver. There are also several medicinal herbs for auxiliary treatment of injuries, all of which are genuine products, and definitely not the artificially cultivated and watered down kinds out there. It is conceivable that in order to cure her grandfather Gu Qingshan, Gu Xinling made sufficient preparations. "No problem, we can start now." Yi Chen nodded, his expression serious. "Okay, Xinling, you go out first." Gu Qingshan winked at Gu Xinling and said in a deep voice, "Yi Chen, you must cure my grandfather." Gu Xinling gave some instructions and left the medical room reluctantly. Gu Qingshan got on the bed, lay down, and opened his shirt. Just see. There was a 3-inch long scar on his back under the armpit. Judging from the stitches, the wound must have been very deep and had damaged his lungs. Over the years, these old injuries began to recur due to weather changes. And Gu Qingshan has reached a critical point. If acupuncture is not used, even with the prescription given by Yi Chen, I am afraid he will not live more than a month. Yi Chen washed and disinfected his hands, then closed his eyes and slowly exhaled. Then, he suddenly opened his eyes. I saw endless brilliance in his eyes. At this moment, his energy and spirit were concentrated to the extreme. He crossed his hands, and with his left and right hands he grabbed 8 silver needles at the same time. This move shocked Ning Huailu. "This is Fushi 9 needles." But as soon as he said it, his face changed and he regretted it deeply. When Chinese medicine practitioners are performing acupuncture, it is most taboo to disturb them. As a practitioner and a famous doctor, it is really wrong for him to commit such a taboo. This is also because Yi Chen's move was too shocking. The 9 needles of Fushi are said to have come from ancient times and have the power to create life. What a pity! It has long been lost, and is only sporadically recorded in ancient books, with very little written evidence. However, it has always been highly respected and can be said to be the #1 method of acupuncture. This is not a medical skill, but a divine skill. Fortunately, Yi Chen was not disturbed by him. But in just a few seconds, Yi Chen inserted the needle quickly. The whole action is smooth and done in one go. The positions of these 8 needles are also extremely special. Just like the 8 diagrams, on the human body there are Qian, Kuan, Zhen, Dui, Kan, Li, Jin and Sun. After 8 needles, Yi Chen actually put his fingers together and took the 9th needle. The location of the 9th needle was none other than Gu Qingshan's heart. Even through the glass door, Gu Xinling couldn't help but exclaim. The 1.5-inch silver needle, about 5 centimeters long, was more than halfway inserted into the skin, making her scalp tingle just by looking at it. Acupuncture is so scary. I just don't know if it will work. Inside the medical room, I am fortunate to see Fushi's 8 trigrams and 9 needles today. This is the blessing I have gained from practicing medicine throughout my life. Ning Huailu's body was shaking, his eyes were shining, he was shocked to the extreme. Chapter 33 Acupuncture has a miraculous effect, Ponguai is discovered. Yi Chen's acupuncture technique was so natural that even Ning Huailu, a national athlete, was shocked. Gu Xinling was dumbfounded, almost petrified. Shouldn't you be more careful when giving acupuncture? Yi Chen solved it in just 2 or 3 strokes, and the silver needle was inserted into a vital part. She narrowed her eyes and dared not breathe. The scene became quiet and silent for a moment. Yi Chen turned to Ning Huailu and said, "Mr. Ning, please take Gu Xinling to boil the medicine. Once the medicine is boiled, the acupuncture will be basically over." Good. Ning Huailu put aside all his fanciful thoughts, took the herbs, pushed the door open, and took Gu Xinling to boil the medicine. Actually, with his status and position, he always has others helping him. How can he help others? But facing the unfathomable Yi Chen, Mr. Ning is always willing. Maybe after I finish my treatment, I'll ask him for advice. Yi Chen lowered his head and said to Gu Qingshan, "Mr. Gu, the acupuncture process will take a while, you can take a rest." He tapped Gu Qingshan's acupuncture points with his fingers. After a few minutes, Gu Qingshan fell into a deep sleep, even snoring slightly. About 2 hours later, the medicine was ready. Gu Xinling took the medicine and went into the medical room with Mr. Ning. "Yi Chen, the medicine is ready." "Ahem, when will the injection be taken?" It was Gu Xinling's first time to boil medicine, and she was covered in dust and dirt, with a few black spots on her face, like a tabby cat. "Now." Yi Chen asked the two to step aside, then took a deep breath and started to take out the needle. His technique was as fast as lightning and he could withdraw the needle even faster than giving the acupuncture. In just 2 or 3 strokes, 8 needles were removed. But as soon as the needle on his heart was taken out, Gu Qingshan suddenly spat out a large mouthful of dirty blood. Seeing this scene, Gu Xinling immediately became anxious and angrily said, "Yi Chen, what are you doing? Aren't you treating Grandpa's injuries? Why are you suddenly vomiting blood?" She quickly walked to Gu Qingshan and pushed him, but there was no movement. Grandpa, wake up quickly." Gu Xinling turned her head and looked at Yi Chen, her face full of hatred and anger. This shouldn't be the case. The acupuncture technique just now was definitely Fushi's 8 diagrams and 9 needles. There was nothing wrong with the acupuncture point technique. What happened? Ning Huailu also frowned and shook his head. Who knows? Yi Chen looked calm and composed, without any sign of panic. "Don't worry, he'll be fine." As expected. A few more seconds passed. Ahem, how long have I been sleeping? Gu Qingshan opened his eyes, climbed out of bed, and even stretched. What happened to you guys? He saw that Gu Xinling and Ning Huailu looked a little strange, and couldn't help but frown and asked, "Grandpa, are you okay? Are you really okay?" "That's great." Gu Xinling's eyes were sore, and after crying for a few times, she hugged Gu Qingshan. Ning Huailu reacted at this time and said, "I know. That blood is blood stasis. It has never been cleared, which has affected Mr. Gu's health. Now, with the method of Fushi 9 needles, after these blood stasis are cleared, we can slowly recuperate and completely eradicate the old injury." "Silly girl, I'm fine. I'm much better now, better than ever before." Gu Qingshan patted her back and consoled her. He turned his head and looked at Yi Chen, his face full of gratitude. "Brother Yi, I used to always feel a dull pain in my lower abdomen, a burning sensation in my stomach, back pain, and difficulty breathing. Now all these problems are gone." "That's good, but you still need to take good care of yourself and not do any more strenuous exercise." Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to him. Next, Gu Xinling fed Gu Qingshan medicine, while Ning Huailu took Yi Chen aside and started to exchange medical experiences. Especially the 9 needles of Fushi, he was so shameless that he wanted to learn it even if it meant becoming a disciple. Yi Chen thought he couldn't do it. Almost an hour and a half later, Ning Huailu finally let out a long sigh. It is true that the disciple is better than the master. Brother Ye's medical skills are beyond my reach. Mr. Ning is too modest. Every profession has its own expertise. I only know a little about acupuncture. How can I compare with you? Ning Huailu liked Yi Chen very much because he was neither arrogant nor impatient. "Brother Yi, are you interested in joining the Magic City Medical Association? The association is full of famous doctors in various fields in Magic City, and some of them are even better than me." "Well, Mr. Ning, I'm afraid I will disappoint your expectations. Yi Chen shook his head and politely declined Ning Huailu's request. He was not very interested in medicine, and joining the association, although it gave him a glorious identity, was also a constraint. For him, it was far less enjoyable than being as free and easy as he is now. Okay, everyone has their own aspirations, and I can't force them. Ning Tianlu nodded. He also knew that young people nowadays could not stand the constraints of rules and regulations, so he did not force it. But, next time I will tell them about the Fushi 9 needles. I would like to ask Brother Yi to help with the finale. Okay, that's no problem. Yi Chen can meet this requirement. At this time, after taking a shower and changing his clothes, Gu Qingshan came with Gu Xinling. Before, a strange and morbid look appeared on Gu Qingshan's face, which was very hidden. But now, all these are gone, his face even looks a little rosy, and he has obviously recovered his health. Yi Chen, come to think of it, you really saved my life this time. I have no way to repay you, so you must accept this meager consultation fee. After Gu Qingshan finished speaking, Gu Xinling handed Yi Chen a bank card without a password. This. Yi Chen thought about it and accepted it. Mr. Gu spent a lot of money. Yi Chen exchanged a few pleasantries and came out of the Imperial Garden Villa. Han Feng and Peng Shuai, who were sitting in the Volkswagen, quickly retracted their necks to avoid being discovered. I think I've seen this car outside the apartment. After Yi Chen's physical condition improved, his perception in all aspects had an unprecedented improvement. He couldn't say that he had photographic memory, but it was almost the same. Thinking of this, he waved and hailed a taxi. Where are you going, handsome? The driver was a 40-year-old man with a big belly and a lovely smile on his face. Master, let's go to Qianyan Road, but don't drive too fast. See if the silver Volkswagen behind is following me. Yi Chen took out $200 bills and handed them over. Okay. The driver took the money and rubbed his hands nervously. Handsome guy, you stole someone's wife, so that's why others are following you? Yi Chen, drive carefully. In a Volkswagen. Damn it, I knew this guy had a complicated relationship with Gu Qingshan, but Wang Chao, that idiot, didn't he even find out this? Peng Shuai stared at the taxi in front of her with a sinister look on her face. Gu Qingshan? Even though he is a skinny camel, he has just that. Your uncle Xiang is not afraid of him, let alone me, I will be afraid. Han Feng stopped talking here and slammed on the brakes. Squeak. The violent inertia almost knocked Peng Shuai out and hit the barrier in front. Old Han, how do you drive? Shut up. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and suddenly laughed. I didn't expect that Yi Chen was really good. He actually found out that we were following him. Chapter 34 Lin Wanma calls, Yaju Antique Street. Damn, we've been discovered. Old Han, what should we do now? Peng Shuai rubbed his forehead and cursed. No more, go home and rest. Han Feng shook his head. Now that Yi Chen has discovered me, there is no point in following me any further. He drove his car and went to the right side of the intersection. Ha? You're not following me anymore? Yi Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. It seems that the other party is also very alert, but I have never offended anyone, except Wang Chao and Scarbaldi. It's just that Wang Chao was taken away and locked up. Scarface shouldn't do anything behind his back. Oh right. Peng Shuai, could it be him? Yi Chen thought of Peng Shuai. Before, he accidentally saw Wang Chao and Peng Shuai hooking up together, acting sneaky. However, Wang Chao is still under interrogation, so it is impossible to confirm that he is the mastermind behind the incident. If it's him, then that makes sense. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's eyes flickered, and a hint of murderous intent flashed across his face. And at this time, the driver glanced at the rearview mirror and said, Handsome guy, that car is not following us anymore, are we going back to Qianyan Road? Yi Chen was about to nod when the phone rang. He picked it up and took a look. Unexpectedly, it was Lin Wanma. Hey, Lin. Wanma, what's wrong? He originally planned to call her Mr. Lin, but then he thought that it was not a good name, so he just called her Wanma. Nothing, I just wanted to ask if you were okay. I happened to be strolling around Times Square today. The company's affairs are back on track and the problem of Scar and Baldy has been solved, and Yi Chen has made an indelible contribution to this. It is reasonable that I should find an opportunity to thank him in person. This is not Taking advantage of the weekend time, she went to the Aishang Medical Beauty counter in Times Square to check out the sales. And this place is not far from the company and there are many white-collar apartments around it. She was thinking, should she find a new place for Yi-Chen to live? Okay, I'll be there in a minute. Yi-Chen hung up the phone and said to the driver, "Master, go to Times Square." Okay, sit tight. Times Square. There are a lot of people coming and going here on weekends, and the Aishang Medical Beauty counter has returned to its previous glory. Many women came out carrying large and small bags, with smiles on their faces. And at the entrance of the square, Lin Wanma sat next to the fountain in the center of the square, holding a cup of lemon milk tea, looking at the flocks of pigeons flying in front of her, slightly absent-minded. She was wearing a white dress with a light green windbreaker on the outside, and she looked extremely slender. Her exquisite facial features are more like a beautiful scenery, attracting everyone's attention. Wow! Look at that beauty, she's so pretty. Yeah, they're prettier than the stars on TV. This outfit and temperament are absolutely amazing. Look, you're still looking. Do you believe I'll break up with you if you keep looking? What a pity. Most of those who are this good looking are the type of rich second-generation guys. If I could drive a Ferrari with one hand, I could go up and chat with them. Hey, she looks familiar. Isn't this Lin Wanma, the CEO of Aishang Medical Beauty? I just bought her company's products at the counter. Yes, her company's products are cheap and effective, and I have been using them for more than half a year. By the way, what is she doing here alone? Is she waiting for someone? Amid the discussion among the crowd, Yi-Chen got out of the taxi and walked towards Lin Wanma. When Lin Wanma saw Yi-Chen in the crowd, her eyes lit up. She stood up, waved at him, and shouted, "Yi-Chen, here." At this moment, all the onlookers were dumbfounded. I am not seeing things, the beautiful CEO is actually waiting for someone. Yeah, and he's not a rich second generation who drives a Ferrari, Porsche or Lamborghini sports car, but he came here in a taxi. Oh, heaven and earth, is General Lin blind? Ah. You can't say that. Can't you see he's very handsome? What's the point of being handsome? Money is king nowadays. That's not necessarily true. If you look as handsome as him, it's possible that beautiful girls will chase you. Okay, I think they are a good match, don't you? Hearing the discussions of the crowd, a blush appeared on Lin Wanma's cold face. A good match? For some reason, when she saw Yi-Chen approaching, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes and her heart was beating wildly. Seeing this, Yi-Chen couldn't help but ask Lin Wanma, "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Ah, nothing. I've just been feeling a little sleepy lately and want to eat spicy food, but everything else is fine. Lin Wanma quickly shook her head and replied to him. By the way, this is for you. Lin Wanma handed over the lemon milk tea in her hand. For me? Yi-Chen glanced at Lin Wanma, took the milk tea, and felt mixed emotions for a moment. When I was with Zhou Cheng before, he bought milk tea for Zhou Qing countless times, but Zhou Qing had never bought him one, not even one cup. Drink it quickly, or it will get cold. Lin Wanma smiled slightly and urged him. Okay, thank you. Yi-Chen took a deep breath and drank the milk tea. This scene made the onlookers feel the critical strike again. Oh my god, this dog food is so sweet. Hey, who said being handsome is useless? This is so useful. If there was a beautiful girl like this who bought me milk tea, I would be willing to live a few years less. I won't watch it anymore. My heart can't bear it. When Yi-Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile. He and Lin Wanma walked side by side into Times Square, looking like a couple that made others envious. This walk took more than half an hour. Even though Yi-Chen's physique was superior to that of an ordinary person, he still couldn't hold on. He looked at Lin Wanma, only to find that she was still in high spirits and didn't feel tired even wearing high heels. It felt a little incredible. Fortunately, she is different from Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing had no money and liked to buy things indiscriminately. He liked her at that time and gritted his teeth to satisfy her preferences. However, Lin Wanma had money, but she didn't buy anything random. She just picked out a lipstick and a mascara, and they weren't very expensive. The more I compare, the more I find that Zhou Qing is vain. On the contrary, Lin Wanma made him feel virtuous and lovely. And at this time, the two walked to a secluded back street. Yi-Chen looked up. Yaju Antique Street? Seeing this, Lin Wanma said, "Yes, it's the only antique street in Magic City. It's very famous. Don't you know?" "I really don't know that." Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head. His previous life had nothing to do with antiques. And if he hadn't been rewarded with the golden eyes, he wouldn't have been able to tell that the mutton fat white jade was fake and the square lacquer box was a magic weapon. The most famous thing here is that 5 years ago, a piece of yuan blue and white porcelain was sold and ended up in the hands of Mr. Tang Qianyan. He became a leader in the antique world overnight. It's just that this place is full of mixed people, and there are too many people from all walks of life. I've only been here twice. Having said that, she looked at Yi Chen. "If you're interested, I'll go shopping with you." Chapter 35, Treasure Hunt in Antique Street, Su Zhengyuan's Plan, Mysterious Pendant. Yaju Antique Street. Compared with the trendy commercial areas with people coming and going, this place is not inferior. Come and take a look, don't miss it if you pass by. Buy with confidence, buy boldly, don't hesitate, don't linger. If you hesitate or linger, you've come in vain. You don't need to bargain or haggle, every item is at an amazing price. $20,000, just $20,000. You can't buy a house or a car, and you can't go to Singapore, but you can take this Lantian white jade with rust. Boss, come and have a look. This is a top-quality golden Buddha statue. Put it at home to protect your house. It will bless you with great wealth and good health for your family. However, apart from the shouting of some stall owners, the voices of customers are obviously much quieter. Whenever they see something that interests them, they will stop to ask and take it in their hands to examine it. There weren't many people who took action. I heard from others that almost all of the items here are fakes, but I don't understand, I just looked around. Lin Wanmo was not very interested in these and said to Yi Chen. Only. She saw Yi Chen shine at the previous charity auction, and it was obvious that he had extremely high attainments. He spent half a day shopping with me on the weekend, so I should spend some time with him. It's a return of favor. Well, the stuff here is too watery, it can only fool laymen, let's just watch the fun. Yi Chen nodded and agreed with it. He swept his golden eyes around and saw that there were not two genuine items in this half street. Strictly speaking, these two pieces are not authentic, but they are not fakes. It is an imitation with exquisite workmanship, which is indistinguishable from the real thing. The stall owner considered this imitation item as his most valuable item, and conservatively estimated its value to be over hundreds of thousands, which was staggering. As for the Lantian white jade and the golden Buddha statue mentioned by the stall owner just now, they are purely to fool people. The cost is only 1 or 200 yuan at most. If you really buy it, you will lose a lot of money. Just when Yi Chen was bored, suddenly, a stranger came up to him. "Hello, are you Mr. Yi Chen?" "Well, who are you?" Yi Chen frowned and looked at the stranger in front of him. He was probably in his early 40s, thin, and looked smart and capable. "Su Gang, the driver and assistant of Su Zhengyuan of the Zhengyuan Group, Mr. Su invites you to have a chat at Yipinsai." Su Gang smiled slightly and pointed towards Yipinsai not far away. "Su Zhengyuan?" Yi Chen suddenly realized and looked back at Lin Wanma. "By the way, Mr. Su said that President Lin can also go together." Seeing this, Su Gang added another sentence. "Well, let's go and have a look together." Lin Wanmo was also a little curious and said to Yi Chen. Even though she had dealt with Su Zhengyuan several times, they were only superficial encounters and they did not have a deep friendship at all. After all, with her status and position, she cannot be compared with a behemoth like Su Zhengyuan. Good. Yi Chen nodded, and together with Lin Wanma and Su Gang, they came to Yipinsai. It's completely different from the stalls outside. Although this Pinsai is deserted, it is decorated magnificently and is extremely classical and elegant. The antique glazed tiles, dark-toned solid wood ornaments, and the famous calligraphy and paintings hanging in the living room are all examples of the style of Yipinsai's owner. Even Lin Wanma couldn't help but whispered, "This Yipinsai is very famous, and the things they sell are very expensive." When Tang Qianyan found a yuan blue and white porcelain at a bargain price, the owner of Yipinsai offered a whopping 100 million yuan, but he didn't sell it. And at this time, Su Zhengyuan walked over. He is in his 50s but looks very young, about the same age as Su Gang. And he said to Yi Chen and Lin Wanma with a kind smile, "Mr. Yi, President Lin, I am sorry for asking you to come here." "No problem." Yi Chen shook his head, stared at Su Zhengyuan for a few times, frowning slightly. "Boss Su is a busy man. He must have something to ask us to come over, right?" Lin Wanma blinked and asked Su Zhengyuan. Good. Su Zhengyuan's expression became serious and he stared at Yi Chen with a serious look on his face. Mr. Yi, it's like this. I bought that piece of mutton fat white jade from a jade dealer at a charity auction. I spent several million at the time. Hearing this, Yi Chen looked normal. Lin Wanma, who was standing aside, was shocked. It seems that the mutton fat white jade is indeed fake, otherwise Su Zhengyuan wouldn't have made such a big fuss and asked Yi Chen and me to come over. Yi Chen's eye for appraising treasures is absolutely genuine. That mutton fat white jade is indeed fake. Peng Shuai, the son of the Peng Group, bought it and checked it, and it turned out to be fake. It's all thanks to Mr. Ye's reminder. Otherwise, if it had been exposed, my reputation as Su Zhengyuan would have been completely ruined. I was planning to look for you these 2 days, but I didn't expect that when I first arrived at Yipinsai, I saw you guys strolling around. What a coincidence! When Su Zhengyuan said this, his smile became even warmer and he winked at Su Gang. Su Gang brought a pot of tea from the back hall and said, "This is the best Mingqian Longjing tea. It's in short supply. You too can have a taste." Taking the tea, Yi Chen took a sip and said, "If you often walk by the river, you will get your feet wet. I was just lucky enough to see a little clue." It seems that Peng Shuai is not stupid and she must have asked someone to identify it privately. He spent 15 million to buy a fake jade. It would be strange if he wasn't furious. Mr. Yi, please don't say that. Having said that, Su Zhengyuan changed the subject. It just so happens that Yipinsai just bought some collections in seed materials this time. Is Mr. Yi interested in seeing them? Oh. Yi Chen looked at Su Zhengyuan and raised his eyebrows. Others thought that Su Zhengyuan was smiling and amiable. But Yi Chen could see that this was an old fox with a dagger hidden behind his smile. Not to mention the square lacquer box before, this harmful thing was made by Su Zhengyuan. The emotion he just felt was also because the aura on Su Zhengyuan had the same origin as the evil spirit in the square lacquer box. It seems some of the recent events at the Zhengyuan group are definitely related to him. Don't worry, Mr. Yi. I don't mean to ask you to work for nothing. I just want to keep an eye on it. By the way, this is the pendant that came with the square lacquer box. I'm giving it to Mr. Yi. Su Zhengyuan brought over a palm-sized box from the side. After opening it, it turned out to be a pendant with an ancient shape. The material of this pendant is exactly the same as that of the square lacquer box, and it is impossible to tell what it is made of. Another magic weapon? No, it has also been corroded by evil spirits. No wonder Su Zhengyuan is so kind, it seems he is scared by these two things. Yi Chen looked embarrassed when he thought of this. Boss Su, you think too highly of me. Otherwise, we should find a professional treasure appraiser. The kind with a certificate is more useful. Hearing this, Su Zhengyuan became anxious. Mr. Yi, you can't say that. You are a real expert who doesn't show off. How about this, if Mr. Yi is willing to help, Mr. Yi can pick any one of those seed materials, and it will be considered as a good relationship for Su. Chapter 36. Peng Shuai, Yi Chen, do you dare to gamble with me on stones? Yi Chen fell into deep thought. Obviously. Su Zhengyuan is not a good person. But it would be unjustifiable not to take advantage of the benefits. It doesn't matter if I just take a look. Boss Su has already said this. If Yi Chen refuses again, it would be too inhumane. But let me make it clear in advance. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. If I can't see clearly, please don't be offended, Mr. Su. Yi Chen nodded and said to Su Zhengyuan. No problem. Su Zhengyuan was obviously relieved, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Mr. Yi, Mr. Lin, please wait a moment. I will arrange it right away. Su Zhengyuan winked at Su Gang, asking him to stay with him while he went to prepare new collections in seed materials. It was already noon, and Su Gang made some exquisite snacks. About half an hour later, Su Zhengyuan came back. There were many people following behind him. Judging from their clothes, they are either rich or noble, and most of them are middle-aged or elderly. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect to see Peng Shuai. On the side, Lin Wanma also frowned. He whispered, Yi Chen, Peng Shuai is here too. Why don't we go and not get involved in this mess? In addition to her disgust for Peng Shuai, she also has a deep fear of her. Wang Chao appears to be powerful but is actually weak, and it is obvious at first glance that he is not the one in charge. And during the days when the company had problems, Peng Shuai happened to be present every time. How could she not become suspicious? It's okay, I'm here. Yi Chen smiled slightly, looking calm. Isn't it that Wang Chao is holding onto his evidence and there is no evidence to be found? Peng Shuai has come to my door, so I might as well see if I can dig out something useful. Only. When Yi Chen saw someone next to Peng Shuai, his eyelids jumped. Who is this person? He gives people an extremely sinister feeling, like a poisonous snake. Since his physical condition has been greatly improved, Yi Chen's perception ability has been greatly enhanced. This is the first time he has encountered such a person. This person is naturally Han Feng. Yi Chen was looking at him, and he was also looking at Yi Chen. I didn't expect that I would meet him in person right now, even though I was following him just now. What a coincidence! Han Feng smiled sinisterly and waved at Yi Chen. Peng Shuai frowned and said, Old Han, why are you greeting that stinky loser? Look at his reaction. Han Feng narrowed his eyes and said indifferently. I don't know why. Han Feng can see through Peng Shuai, from top to bottom, there is no secret at all. But looking at Yi Chen, it was like a pool of water, deep and bottomless. He, this is interesting, isn't it? To him, if Yi Chen was the same as an ordinary person, then what would be the challenge? And at this time, Su Zhenyuan coughed lightly and said, It's like this. Everyone knows that I have bought a new batch of collections, including the original seed material from Myanmar. Today, I am honored to invite you all to come and taste it. It is my honor, Su Zhenyuan. I implore you to go to the exhibition hall to take a look. Yi Chen discovered that many of these people had been seen at previous charity auctions. Among them is the famous artist Tang Qianyan. Tang Qianyan walked up to Su Zhenyuan and said, Boss Su invited us here with such fanfare, there must be good stuff here. Of course. Mr. Tang, please give me some face. If you pick all the good stuff, I will lose a lot. Haha, Mr. Su has a huge family and a huge business. Even if they all move away, it will only be a drop in the bucket. It seems that Su Zhenyuan is planning to sell these things to Tang Qianyan and the others. As for asking me to come here, it's just to check. Thinking of this, Yi Chen followed Lin Wanma into the exhibition hall at the back. Fortunately, Peng Shuai had Han Feng with him, so he didn't go up to Lin Wanma to say hello. This batch of new collections includes everything from antiques, calligraphy and paintings, bronze, gold, iron, porcelain, and folk art. Many people were secretly shocked when they saw this. This is incredible. Look at the patterns on it. This should be silk from 800 years ago. It is so well preserved. It will definitely sell for a sky-high price. No matter how good the silk is, it's not worth much. Look at this exquisite porcelain, it's truly priceless. If you ask me, this calligraphy and painting is better. It is the work of a famous artist, and it is a masterpiece from the heyday of the great master. It has high cultural value. This agarwood Buddha statue is incredible. It will last for 1,000 years. If I put it in my home to protect it, it will definitely bring good feng shui. And this cavalry from the Warring States period, the dagger doesn't have much rust on it, it's incredible. Hearing these discussions, Yi Chen glanced around with his golden eyes and felt that the trip was indeed worthwhile. Almost all of the ones outside just now were fakes. This batch of collections was obviously carefully prepared by Su Zhenyuan. Each piece is authentic and looks pleasing to the eye. Lin Wanma followed Yi Chen and took a quick look. For her, she was not actually interested, but as long as Yi Chen was by her side, she would always feel extremely at ease. Mr. Yi, you can take a look at these collections. If there is anything wrong, please point it out. Su Zhenyuan came over and whispered. Of course, the most important thing is these seed materials. I wonder if you have heard of gambling on stones. Yi Chen nodded. Gambling on jadeite is a way of trading jadeite raw stones, which is popular in the Yunnan-Myanmar border area and has a gambling nature. When jade is mined, it is covered with a layer of weathered skin, and it is impossible to know the quality inside. Only after cutting can the value of the jade be known. The business of gambling on stones requires great challenge and adventurous spirit, as well as rich experience. In the gambling stone market, we have seen people become rich overnight, but of course, there are also people who lose everything overnight. Precisely because of this excitement, it has gradually become popular in the antique world, which carries a high price tag. I wonder if Mr. Yi has done any research on seed materials? Su Zhengyuan asked. I know a thing or two, so it's no problem to take a general look. When Yi Chen said this, a sarcastic voice sounded beside him. Hey, who is so boastful? He actually knows a thing or two about seed materials. Peng Shuai, holding a cigarette in his mouth, walked over with Han Feng, looked at Yi Chen with a look of disdain. This sound also attracted the attention of many people. Know a little bit? No one dares to say that about seed materials and gambling stones. Yes, even the most sophisticated instruments cannot detect the structure inside jade. Only after cutting can we know the truth. You're young, but you're talking big. We've been immersed in this for decades, and we've only figured out some of the basics. I'll have to see which piece of seed material this kid has his eyes on later. Amid the laughter of the crowd, Yi Chen looked calm. Just this magnanimity made Su Zhengyuan secretly give a thumbs up. Lin Wanma didn't expect Peng Shuai to come to her door, and couldn't help but said coldly, whether Yi Chen understands or not, what does it have to do with you? It's none of my business. But Peng Shuai changed the subject here. Yi Chen, do you dare to gamble with me? Chapter 37 Peng Shuai's Confidence, Han Feng. Selecting seed materials. Peng Shuai called out and the scene instantly became quiet. Su Zhengyuan frowned slightly. Yi Chen was the distinguished guest he had invited with great difficulty. Peng Shuai actually specifically asked Yi Chen to gamble on stones. Isn't this putting him on the spot? He was about to open his mouth to stop it, but then he thought, isn't this just a gimmick? As a businessman, profit comes first. Using Peng Shuai as a breakthrough point is just the right way to see Yi Chen's true strength. Thinking of this, he deliberately put on a stern face and said, Boss Peng, Mr. Yi is my guest. No matter what grudge you have, please put it aside for now. All the people around are well-known figures, so which one of them is not a shrewd person? Hearing this, he immediately started muttering to himself. Who was it? It turned out to be Peng Shuai and Yi Chen. At the charity auction a few nights ago, the two of them had secretly competed with each other, and in the end, Peng Shuai was bid 10 million, and 15 million was spent on a piece of mutton fat white jade. No wonder there seems to be a deep hatred. 10 million is not a small amount. Gossip says that Peng Shuai has feelings for Lin Wanma, who is beside Yi Chen, but it's a pity that the flower has feelings but the water is ruthless. No wonder there is such deep hostility. This is because he has failed in both business and love. Hearing these discussions, Peng Shuai's face became gloomy. He stared at Yi Chen and snorted coldly, Yi Chen, what do you say? You are not hiding behind a woman and dare not bet with me. Casino. The most taboo word is cowardice. If Yi Chen admitted his mistake in front of Lin Wanma, he would have no face to stay in this circle anymore. Only Lin Wanma was secretly anxious. But now the development of the situation is beyond her control. If she stepped forward to stop it, where would Yi Chen's face be? For a moment, she was in a dilemma. Yi Chen remained calm and didn't care at all. But he actually glanced at Su Zhengyuan and sneered in his heart. This old fellow Su Zhengyuan is no match for Gu Qingshan. He has many tricks up his sleeve. If that's the case, don't blame me later. Thinking of this, Yi Chen turned around and looked at Peng Shuai, smiling slightly. Okay, I agree, how do you bet? Peng Shuai stepped forward and said proudly, doesn't Su Zhengyuan have a batch of seed materials? You and I will each select 10 pieces, and whoever offers the highest green value in the end wins. Su Zhengyuan interrupted, well, isn't 10 yuan too much? How about 5 yuan? This seed material is extraordinary, and the price of a single one is over 10 million. No matter what Yi Chen said, he was still Su Zhengyuan's customer, so he had to give him the appraisal. Yi Chen nodded and said, okay, what about the bet? Tang Xianyan stood up and said, whoever wins will automatically get all of the other party's jade. I've always been fair, so it's okay for me to be the referee, right? In addition to porcelain, Tang Xianyan also had great attainments in jade and jadeite. As soon as he shows up, everyone agrees. Any questions? Peng Shuai chuckled and asked Yi Chen. There is none left. Yi Chen said expressionlessly, as if what he was about to bet was not 50 million, but 50 million happy beans. Okay, let's get started, Han Feng. Peng Shuai rubbed her hands excitedly, her eyes shining. Hey, aren't you Yi Chen awesome? Before, he raised the price and made me spend 15 million to buy a fake jade. This time, I will let you see Han Feng's ability and make you lose a lot of money.
When he heard Han Feng, Tang Qianyan's expression changed.
Many people couldn't help but gasp. Han Feng? Madman? Why is he back?
Hiss. I was wondering how a rookie like Peng Shuai could dare to bet with others.
It turns out that this big Buddha has returned. Yes, if it's Peng Shuai, with Yi Chen's temperament, he may not lose, but if it's Han Feng, then there's a good chance that he won't lose. 50 million is just wasted, what a shame. Why not regret it? It hasn't even started yet.
Amid the discussions, Su Zhangyuan frowned. He whispered to Yi Chen, Han Feng, nicknamed Madman, comes from a family of antique collectors. He has an extraordinary understanding and sense of treasure appraisal since he was a child. The recognized treasure appraiser Tang Qianyan once suffered a loss at the hands of this kid. He once sold a product for 20,000 yuan, but it turned out to be a Tang Sankai horse, estimated to be worth more than 20 million.
Yi Chen, you better be careful. Careful? They are the ones who should be careful. Yi Chen nodded and said lightly, I know.
Su Zhangyuan became a little angry when he saw this. He didn't know whether it was right or wrong for him to ask Yi Chen to appraise the treasure. Han Feng looked at Tang Qianyan, smiled and said, Tang Qianyan, why are you still standing there?
Hurry up and start.
Oh, I forgot to tell you that I broke the pair of Tang Sankai horses that night.
You humph. Tang Qianyan snorted coldly, his expression looking extremely ugly. But fortunately,
he is old and it is past the time for him to fight.
After taking a deep breath, Tang Qianyan said to Su Zhangyuan, Boss Su, we can start now.
Su Zhangyuan nodded and clapped his hands. Su Gang hurried forward and lifted a layer of plastic sheet on the corridor in front of the crowd.
And the priceless seed material instantly appeared in front of everyone. There are about 60 or 70 of them.
The big ones are more than 1 meter tall, and the small ones are about the size of a human head. They look of various shapes. Many people came forward to observe the situation.
This is incredible.
This batch of seed material has pure color and looks of good quality.
No wonder it is priced at 10 million. If it doesn't come out green, it's fine. But if it does, it will definitely be priceless. It all depends on your vision and luck.
It makes me want to try it, but it's too expensive, 10 million, I can't afford it.
Gambling on stones is all about excitement and heartbeat.
10 million is nothing to someone with a net worth of hundreds of millions or even billions. Han Feng is just as his name suggests, he has a very sharp vision.
I'm afraid Yi Chen will definitely lose this bet.
50 million, and being humiliated by my enemies, if I were him, I would just surrender.
You can't say that.
His calm demeanor is no less than that of the somewhat crazy Han Feng.
He may have a chance of winning.
At this time, Yi Chen and Han Feng paid a deposit of 50 million.
Peng Shuai paid for Han Feng's money. Yi Chen originally wanted to do it himself, but Lin Wanma got there first. Tang Qianyan coughed, and everyone fell silent and dispersed from the seed material. Han Feng, Yi Chen, you can choose the seeds now. Han Feng did not dare to delay.
He pushed his gold-rimmed glasses and walked quickly to the seed material. He looked left and right and even tapped it a few times with his knuckles. This extremely professional look made everyone, including Tang Qianyan, secretly give them a thumbs up. About 10 minutes later, 5 pieces were carefully selected and placed in front of Peng Shuai. Peng Shuai looked so excited with her face greasy.
Hey, Yi Chen, did you see that? Why don't you choose yet? Yi Chen, come on. At this point, Lin Wanma had nothing to say.
Even if she lost the 50 million, she would not blame anyone. But half a day had passed and Yi Chen didn't make any movement, which made her speechless.
Just these $5.
Yi Chen pointed at the 5 pieces of seed material in front of his feet and said nonchalantly.
This time, Lin Wanma was even more speechless.
Chapter 38, Han Feng hits 2 greens in a row, Peng Shuai is cocky, Su Zhangyuan is suspicious. Compared with Han Feng, who was cautious and carefully selected 5 outstanding rough gems,
Yi Chen's move really seemed a bit trifling.
He just randomly picked out the 5 pieces in front of his feet. They were at the bottom, crooked and broken.
How could they show any signs of turning green? This time,
even Lin Wanma, the most layman, had a changed look.
Yi Chen, would you like to take another good look?
As long as Yi Chen takes it seriously, she won't have any thoughts even if he loses.
But
people like Yi Chen were so careless, picking things at random, and not taking any responsibility at all, which made her feel annoyed.
I've already seen it. Yi Chen shook his head and said seriously. You.
Lin Wanma's face turned slightly red and she stamped her feet.
He turned around and ignored it, just letting Yi Chen go. And see this scene. Peng Shuai couldn't help but sneer. Hey, Yi Chen, you have to think it over carefully. The gambling stone contract has been signed, so you can't go back on your word.
Yi Chen looked at the triumphant Peng Shuai, his expression remained unchanged.
No regrets. Hearing this, the people around burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, am I seeing right? This is the guest invited by Mr. Su, is that it? I don't think he knows anything about gambling on stones. He just relies on luck. In the business of gambling on stones, 90% depends on strength and 10% depends on luck. Luck will eventually run out, and only strength is real.
Yes, in my opinion, most of Han Feng's 5 pieces can be green, and there is even a chance of imperial green.
And Yi Chen's pieces, tut tut tut. Even if they are lucky enough to get green ones, they are low-level green and cannot be compared at all. Amidst the discussion, Su Zhengyuan also frowned. He never expected that Yi Chen would be so careless. Could it be that this was really a wrong choice? Yi Chen saw that the white jade was fake, and that square lacquer box was just luck? But he is also a shrewd man, so he naturally won't show it at this time. Tang Xianyan, who had never spoken, said coldly, Yi Chen, are you really not going to take another look? If you can't get green later, it will really be a waste of money.
Although he didn't have a good impression of Yi Chen, he had a strong dislike for Han Feng, so naturally his heart was biased towards Yi Chen. As he spoke, he winked at Yi Chen and even pointed his right hand at one of the seed materials. From the appearance, this seed material has a more rounded color and a higher probability of turning green.
Who knows? Yi Chen shook his head and said firmly, I've decided, just these 5 pieces. His confident look made Peng Shuai a little doubtful. Humph, you are pretending to be profound. I think you are just trying to bluff me. You don't understand jade at all. Han Feng, who was standing beside him, looked at Yi Chen with interest and even revealed a faint smile. Interesting, interesting. Yi Chen, I hope you won't let me down.
Hearing this, Tang Qianyan frowned and coughed again. Since both of you have chosen your seeds, I declare that the competition begins.
Next, we will take turns cutting the seed materials. The ones that have green color will be priced according to the market price. If there is no green color, it will be discarded. Are the rules clear? Are there any problems? Yi Chen and Han Feng shook their heads. Then, let's start with Han Feng. Tang Qianyan waved his hand and nodded to Yi Pinzhai's most experienced cutting master. At this time,
the old master picked up the first piece of seed material selected by Han Feng with both hands. This piece of seed material is about the size of a bucket, with a round and beautiful luster on the top, which looks like it has been infiltrated with color.
His cloudy eyes suddenly brightened. I have cut at least 8,000 pieces of seed material with my hands. Top-grade seed material like this will definitely produce green jade, but the quality of the jade depends on luck.
After saying this, he took a deep breath, put the seed material on the cutting machine, and began to cut it carefully while watering it.
Everyone onlookers is looking forward to it.
After about 3 or 4 minutes, the master craftsman had cut about 3 inches. He picked up the towel, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and changed direction.
This time, in just half a minute, his expression became nervous.
This time, he operated the cutting machine more slowly, but his watering speed increased.
Sudden. Someone was sharp-eyed and couldn't help but exclaim. It's green, it's green. Really? Everyone looked up. Just see.
A flash of green light emerged, and the little lotus began to show its pointed tip.
Ha, madman, you really are quite capable.
Peng Shuai was so excited that he almost jumped up, looking at Yi Chen and Lin Wanma with a smug look on his face. Glutinous ice type, looking at the color, it doesn't look too turbid, but it's a little bit different from glutinous rice type.
What a pity. The old master shook his head and sighed.
It took him more than 10 minutes to cut all the icy jadeite.
He took out the glutinous iced tea and handed it to Tang Qianyan.
The latter examined it carefully and said after a while, this glutinous ice type jade is of good quality and is quite large.
It can be used to make 2 pairs of bracelets, 6 jade pendants, and a peace locket. The estimated value is about 5 million.
Seeing this, Peng Shuai's joy turned into anger.
This time, I lost 5 million.
But then he thought, Yi Chen might be in an even worse situation, unable to even get a green.
Some people say gambling on stones is a waste of money. No amount of money can be enough to squander. It's really true. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and secretly clicked his tongue. Han Feng didn't care and looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, it's your turn. Tang Qianyan reminded.
Yi Chen casually pointed to the top piece. Now, the old master was speechless and shook his head secretly.
As expected. 10 minutes later.
Yi Chen cut all the seed material into pieces, and there was not a single bit of green left.
It was definitely waste. TSK, Yi Chen, you can't choose green with such a blind choice? Unless the sun rises from the west. Pang Shui felt balanced instantly and sneered at Yi Chen. Tang Qianyan glared at him and snorted coldly, why are you panicking? Master, move on to the next piece. Okay.
The old master wiped his sweat again, and when he took the seed material from Han Feng, he was very careful, which was completely different from before.
This piece of seed material looks a bit better than the previous one. And the probability of getting green is naturally greater.
He started cutting from the top corner of the head and then moved downwards. Cool it down with water and remove the stone dust.
A few minutes later. He was the first to exclaim, another green. This luck is too good.
No, this is definitely true strength. He turned around and looked at Han Feng with a look of shock.
And this time, what came out was not the glutinous ice type, but the ice type. Just a small corner exposed gives people a feeling of ice. It has a very refreshing appearance and a very high gloss surface, almost completely transparent. And it has a cottony base that comes out in a misty consistency, which looks gorgeous. Ice species with such high purity? It must be worth a lot of money.
Yeah, I haven't seen this lunatic for a few years. Not only has his level of tasting seed materials not dropped, it's even more terrifying. It seems that these 5 pieces of seed material are probably the 5 most valuable pieces, and he has taken them all.
Now, the pressure is on Yi Chen. Pang Shui smiled happily when she heard the discussion. Ice type is very valuable.
This piece must be worth at least tens of millions.
Should we look for Han Feng instead of Yi Chen this time? Su Zhenyuan's heart sank. He looked at Yi Chen and couldn't help but become suspicious. Chapter 39, Green Again. Shocking Imperial Green, priced at 200 million.
The seed materials selected by Han Feng turned green one after another, which immediately ignited the enthusiasm of everyone present.
Wow, are you kidding me? 2 greens in a row, this is too outrageous, right?
First it was glutinous ice type, and now it is glutinous rice type. The estimated value is no less than tens of millions.
Hiss.
Han Feng is still the same Han Feng. Although he has been away from the Magic City for a few years and has been abroad, his jade appraisal skills have not only not deteriorated, but have even improved.
That's right. Where did this Yi Chen come from? How dare a young boy like him compete with Han Feng? Amidst the discussion, Su Zhengyuan was unhappy.
As the owner of Yipinsai, he sold the seed material at a price of tens of millions, but it was obvious that the 2 pieces of jade Han Feng opened were worth far more than the seed material. As he has always been a careful spender, of course he felt that he had suffered a huge loss.
Not just him.
Lin Wanma, who was beside Yi Chen, felt her heart sinking. She bit her lips tightly, her face turned pale, and her hands unconsciously clutched the hem of her skirt.
How could this happen?
Green came out one after another.
If Yi Chen hadn't come out green yet, it would be terrible.
She took a deep breath and looked at Yi Chen, and found that he looked calm and composed, as if nothing had happened.
He is so confident, could he also come up with green? At this time,
Tang Qianyan, with a gloomy face, stared at the glutinous rice seeds for a long time, and said reluctantly, this is a top-quality glutinous rice seed, with a pure color, high transparency, good texture and feel, and a large size.
The estimated value is about 26 million. As soon as the words fell, everyone exclaimed again. Han Feng, this is great.
He made 11 million from 2 pieces of seed material.
What a good eye. And Peng Shui hugged Han Feng. He looked at Yi Chen and Lin Wanma proudly with a sarcastic look on his face. So, did you see it? Ha, if I were you, I'd surrender and cry as soon as possible. Ah. Are you done? Tang Qianyan snorted coldly, somewhat displeased.
It's too early to tell who will win before the second piece of seed material is finished. Ponguai curled his lips, waved his hands, and said, okay, you're just being stubborn.
Keep cutting. I don't believe that Yi Chen can cut anything out today. At this time, the old master looked at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen pointed to the seed material closest to his toes and said, this is it. The old master sighed and shook his head. Young man, this seed material looks like waste and has no value. Having said that, he started cutting as usual. In just a few minutes, the seed material, which was the size of several people's heads, was completely cut out. However, let alone green, there is no other color, it is definitely waste.
Ah, I told you, waste, you are also waste, waste will produce waste. This time, Ponguai laughed even louder.
Fortunately, Han Feng glared at him, and Ponguai smiled awkwardly before he calmed down.
But there was no trace of joy on Lin Wanma's pretty face.
After opening 2 pieces of seed material, Han Feng estimated the value at 31 million.
But Yi Chen didn't give out any money, so he didn't get a penny. That is to say,
for the remaining 3 pieces of jade, Yi Chen must have each piece worth more than 10 million more than Han Feng in order to win.
However, is this possible? Lin Wanma sighed and shook her head secretly.
In that case, it's time to cut the 3rd piece. Although everyone had no interest in the seed material that Yi Chen picked out. But these pieces made by Han Feng are of high quality.
Maybe they will turn out something good.
The master took out the 3rd piece of seed material.
This piece of seed material,
it looks to be half the size of a person and is the largest of the 5 pieces selected by Han Feng.
He is most confident about this.
Thinking of this, he said to the master, Master, cut carefully, don't break it.
Okay.
The old master nodded. He also noticed the unusualness of this seed material. Generally speaking, jade seed material must be round and lustrous, with a vague fluorescence.
Although
the seed material in front of you has weathered holes on the outer layer.
But the fluorescence is surprisingly beautiful, and the halo almost looks like water is dripping out.
There were also some people among the crowd who knew what was going on, and they all nodded when they saw this.
Yes, this piece of seed material, if it really turns green, will definitely be priceless. Tang Xianyan felt extremely uncomfortable seeing this.
But he still pinched his nose and said, if this seed material turns green, it is very likely to be imperial green.
What? Imperial green? Everyone couldn't help but gasp. Jade is also divided into grades. The lowest level is the glutinous ice type, and then the ice type, the best is of course the glass type. And this imperial green is one of them. Priceless.
No one dared to breathe, all their eyes were on the old master. The old master did not dare to be negligent and placed the seed material carefully. He spat on his palm, then concentrated all his attention and began to cut the seed material. His movements were extremely light, and the cutting blade also began to cut small pieces at an extremely slow speed.
It took a full 15 minutes to cut off a corner. But the teacher said, everyone, this is incredible, there is green underneath, it must be glass-grade green. This time, the whole audience was in uproar.
Oh my god, such a big jade, if it is really glass type, it would be very valuable. Han Feng is indeed worthy of being an expert in treasure appraisal. His eye for selecting seed materials is even better than that of us old guys who have been immersed in this field for decades.
Hiss, this is too incredible.
If it comes out green, it will be 3 greens in a row, and there is a high probability that it will be imperial green.
Amidst the discussion,
the old master drank 2 sips of water, wiped the sweat off his face, and then continued cutting.
And this time,
he polished it more carefully, almost stopping every now and then.
After a few seconds, Han Feng stepped forward and said, it is indeed imperial green. He let out a long breath and looked back at Yi Chen.
But he found that Yi Chen still had no expression on his face, as if the color he showed was not imperial green.
Humph, I thought you had some skills, but I didn't expect you to be just pretending to be great.
I'm sure to win this time betting on stones. Han Feng thought to himself and turned his gaze to Lin Wanma.
Lin Wanma was startled by his extremely aggressive look.
Just as he was about to scold, Yi Chen blocked Han Feng's sight and shook his head at Lin Wanma.
Wanma, don't worry, I know my limits. Have some sense?
Now it's not a matter of 10 or 20 million, but it's very likely to be over 100 million.
How can Yi Chen catch up?
Lin Wanma was in hesitation, so she had to force a smile and nodded.
And at this time,
the old master has already started watering, revealing a trace of jade from the seed material. This touch of green is so lush and refreshing. This green color is so green that it seems like it will drip down from above if you look at it for a few more seconds.
Even the knowledgeable Tang Qianyan couldn't help but gasp.
Such a large imperial green, such a pure green, such a transparent glass type, such a warm touch, conservatively estimated, the value is more than 200 million. As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar. Chapter 40, 5 Greens in a Row, Han Feng, The Ceiling of the Gambling Stone World, Yi Chen's Last Chance.
As soon as Tang Qianyan opened his mouth, everyone couldn't help but get excited. Imperial green, is it really imperial green?
Oh my god, a seed material worth tens of millions of dollars actually produced an imperial green.
It's incredible.
Such a large piece of imperial green is definitely the king of jade, and its value is inestimable.
He, didn't you see what Mr. Tang said? The 200 million is a sure thing.
Luckily I came today, otherwise I would have missed this unprecedented gambling on stones. What a shame. Now it seems that Yi Chen has no chance of winning.
Even if he plays 3 greens in a row, can he still get the Emperor green? His gambling style relies entirely on luck. How could he possibly win?
It's a pity that this imperial green wasn't opened by Su Zhenyuan himself.
It's a huge loss. Amid the discussions, Su Zhenyuan's expression became even uglier than before.
It would have been fine if it was just a few tens of millions, but I didn't expect it to be 200 million.
This was far beyond his expectations.
Maybe, after this bet, I can tell Yi Chen politely that the previous proposal is invalid.
Lin Wanma, who was standing next to Yi Chen, had a pale face. Imperial green. 200 million. Yi Chen, what should I do now?
She pursed her lips and forced herself to calm down.
Imperial green? Never mind, you'll know once you read on.
Yi Chen remained extremely calm and was not affected at all by the sudden appearance of imperial green.
Sometimes, I really don't understand you. Lin Wanma shook her head and said to Yi Chen.
She calls herself an iceberg beauty president, but compared with Yi Chen, she is nothing. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said, betting on stones is a gamble after all.
How can you not show your cards at the end?
Hearing this, Lin Wanma's eyes lit up and she seemed to be thinking about something.
Only. The gap is too big now.
Unless Yi Chen offers a green value of more than 300 million, there is almost no chance of winning.
While the two were talking,
the master craftsman has cut the imperial green completely, with only some tiny impurities, so it just needs to be polished.
Seeing this lush imperial green, many people's eyes lit up. Someone immediately offered a price. Han Feng, are you selling this imperial green rough stone? I'm willing to pay 250 million. What, 250 million? Did I hear that correctly?
It's much bigger than I expected, and the color is so bright and beautiful.
Sure enough, compared to antique hunting, gambling on stones is more exciting. Mr. Su is going to lose 200 million this time. My heart is bleeding. Han Feng, the legend of the gambling stone world, this should be the best green that Yipinsai has ever produced, right? Amid the discussions, Han Feng shook his head.
I have a friend who likes imperial green the most.
Unfortunately, this good thing has always been out of stock.
If it comes out next time, I will sell it to you.
The implication is, not for sale.
When the man heard this, he looked regretful.
Okay, it's settled. If there's any more good glass, I'll definitely buy it. At this time, Tang Qianyan carefully looked at the imperial green in front of him. The raw stone that was cut was as big as several people's heads. Because it is glass, it has good brightness and is almost completely transparent. Because of its extremely rare color, brightness, and purity, plus its huge size, it can be said to be priceless. I was too conservative just now. Such a large piece of imperial green is very rare in the world. The value of the rough stone alone is more than 300 million. He held up 3 fingers and said in a deep voice. This time, everyone was in an uproar again. Peng Shuai was overjoyed and looked at Yi Chen and Lin Wanma provocatively. Yi Chen, did you hear that? 300 million.
For a country bumpkin like you, 30,000 is already good.
Do you know what 300 million is like? Faced with Peng Shuai's provocation, Yi Chen's face darkened. Do you really think you're going to win? What else? Yi Chen, you don't think you can turn the tables, do you? Look at the seeds you chose, all crooked and messy, it's a waste of time. And Peng Shuai looked at the master.
He snorted coldly and said, "Master, hurry up and cut his open to make him give up."
Ha 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 ha. The onlookers were all amused. No way.
Han Feng played the Imperial Green, so Yi Chen won by a head.
What's more, when he was selecting jade, he was just fooling around. If it really turns green, it would be a miracle. Next.
It was completely the time when Han Feng was putting on a show and Yi Chen was humiliated. Yi Chen's third piece of seed material was still waste and worthless.
And
not only the third piece, but also the fourth piece of seed material is waste. There was only one piece left, the size of half a head, and it looked wrinkled, not like it could produce green. On the contrary, Han Feng's fourth and fifth blocks turned out green. What the hell is this? 5 greens in a row. This Han Feng is really the nemesis of jadeite. I don't know if your hearts are bleeding, but Su Zhengyuan's heart is definitely bleeding.
It's a miracle of gambling on stones.
It should have set a record, right?
Although it's not imperial green, it's still valuable.
They're all very good glutinous rice varieties, and can be worth tens of millions.
Han Feng, madman, this is a walking money printing machine. If we take him to various jade gambling houses, wouldn't he make billions every minute? Hear this.
The faces of several gambling house owners who were invited suddenly darkened. They looked at each other and shook their heads firmly, saying, "Impossible, Han Feng will never step into the gambling house again." Han Feng, I didn't accept it last time, but this time, I really accept it.
Tang Qiannian looked at Han Feng with deep fear in his eyes. And hear what everyone says.
Lin Wanma, who originally felt that there was a chance, couldn't help but shook her head.
Yi Chen, why don't we give up? There's no need to cut it any further.
Her lips turned pale. She couldn't bear to see the miserable scene of Yi Chen being defeated and humiliated by Ponguai.
Give up? Ha, impossible. Ponguai sneered and shook his head. What a joke.
All the preparations made before were to finally see Yi Chen defeated by Han Feng and humiliated him.
If he gave up halfway, he would not agree to anything. In fact, there is really no need to cut it any further. This piece will definitely become waste. Even the old master said so. He looked at Yi Chen and said earnestly, "Young man, in the business of gambling on stones, 2 things are indispensable, one is experience, the other is talent, but now it seems that you have neither of them."
Who knows? Yi Chen shook his head and said, "No, cut it open and take a look."
Really want to cut it?
The old master looked displeased. He tried to persuade him earnestly, wanting to save Yi Chen's face.
Who would have thought that Yi Chen would not appreciate it? Isn't this a slap in his face? Well, if you want to cut it, then come on. He casually placed the seed material on the cutting table. Master, use the octahedral cutting method.
Seeing this, Yi Chen frowned and warned him. Chapter 41, a fist-sized emerald can actually beat the imperial green.
1 billion yuan. Hearing Yi Chen's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. Some people around were puzzled and couldn't help asking, what is the octahedral cutting method?
The octahedral cutting method is a professional jade cutting method. It requires a high level of skill from the cutting master and can protect the original stone from being damaged to the greatest extent.
Tang Qiannian explained to everyone, but when he looked at Yi Chen, he couldn't help but frown. How could Yi Chen not understand gambling on stones if he knew this extremely rare professional term? Could it be that there is something mysterious about the 5 pieces of seed materials he selected? Not just him. Su Zhengyuan also raised his eyebrows. Originally,
Han Feng opened the imperial green jade, and his ability and vision in identifying treasures were recognized by Su Zhengyuan.
And Yi Chen. Unless a miracle happens. But, is a miracle possible? Su Zhengyuan shook his head and sneered.
He has secretly controlled this Pinsai for decades, from high-ranking officials to business tycoons, and even some people have taken advantage of the situation to fish in troubled waters. But after gambling on stones for so long, only this one piece of imperial green has come out. Even though someone just raised the price, but conservatively speaking, you can't get it without 400 or 500 million. If you were to worship Han Feng as a Buddha.
Call.
Su Zhengyuan took a deep breath, his eyes full of hope. Only Ping Shuai sneered, "You are just being mysterious."
Yi Chen, can you do it? If not, get out of here as soon as possible and stop embarrassing yourself here. Peng Shuai, what are you so proud of? Let the old master take the lead first.
Seeing his arrogant look, Lin Wanma felt angry for no reason and snorted coldly.
Oh, look at what you can do. Alright, I won't say anything more. Master, open it for him quickly. Peng Shuai laughed out of anger and turned to the master. Han Feng looked at Yi Chen and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. He had just played 5 greens in a row and had already secured victory. But I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling at this moment. Impossible. I know exactly what Yi Chen's strength level is. He is just pretending. Thinking of this, Han Feng raised his eyebrows and glanced at Yi Chen. Who knows? Just at this time, Yi Chen also turned around to look at him. Their eyes met in mid-air, and Han Feng quickly looked away. But he reacted immediately. Isn't this cowardly? But when he looked again, Yi Chen had already arrived in front of the master and said, Master, you can start now. The old master did all the preparations, then took a deep breath and nodded heavily. Okay. Young man, don't let me down. The old master solemnly placed the seed material, which was the size of a human head, on the cutting table. The cutting machine used this time is completely different from the previous one. It has more blades and is in the shape of a ring. It looks very professional and cutting edge. Only. He looked at the seed material and shook his head secretly. The exterior is dry, wrinkled, and has almost no luster. This piece of seed material can be sold for 10 million. It is obvious that Su Zhengyuan is a very dishonest businessman. However, as a master with professional ethics, he still put away his emotions. After all, to operate such a cutting machine, you must concentrate fully and not be distracted at all. Sizzle. Finally, the cutting machine started cutting under his control. As some stone powder fell, he began to pour water to cool it down to avoid cutting the raw stone. At this moment, everyone held their breath, not daring to breathe. Even Peng Shuai, who had just made a harsh statement, now calmed down, rubbed his hands, and seemed a little nervous. But 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. 10 minutes. 10 minutes passed, and the seed material, which was the size of several people's heads, was cut into half. But all that was removed were the dregs, and what was left wasn't even green. At this time, Peng Shuai was so nervous that she couldn't help laughing out loud. Sorry, I couldn't help it. Yi Chen, look for yourself, most of the head is gone, only a little bit is left, it would be strange if it could turn green. Not just him. The onlookers also felt like they were being fooled, and started making sarcastic comments. What's going on? This is obviously a waste. It would be strange if it could produce green. Yeah, you use such a high-end cutting method, do you really think you can cut out flowers? Flowers? What are you thinking? You can't even get green out. Master, hurry up, this gambling game can be declared over. When Lin Wanma heard these words, her face turned completely pale. She didn't hold out any hope and just wanted to take Yi Chen away as soon as possible. But there was still no trace of worry on Yi Chen's face. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. The old master sighed and continued cutting. Another 5 minutes passed. Only half of the head was left, the size of 2 fists. This time, Peng Shuai is even more proud. I've already said it, there's no way it's going to be green, Yi Chen, you're completely hopeless. Han Feng, who was standing aside, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's the size of 2 fists and there is no way it's going to turn out green. He is sure to win this gamble. Yi Chen, I was almost fooled by you. You didn't even play a single green, but you made my palms sweat. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but laugh at himself. However, just at this moment, the old master suddenly exclaimed. What's wrong? Su Zhengyuan frowned and growled at him. Out, no, maybe it's going to be green? The old master's body trembled, and his voice trembled. Before. The surface of this seed material looks like it has been dried and has no luster. Even if you cut off most of it, it still remains the same. But just now, when his hand trembled, a bright light suddenly flashed. Although it was only a flash. But he could almost conclude that it would definitely come out green. Moreover, the quality is unprecedented. Green? Su Zhengyuan's eyelids twitched. But then he said, so what if it's green? Peng Shuai was also shocked at first, but then she changed her mind. Yes. So what if it's green? This is just a fist-sized jadeite.
If it really has green, it could be an ice type at best, and it would be worth tens of millions at most. Cut it quickly, and see what green will come out of this blind cat catching a dead mouse? If you can produce an emerald, I'll swallow it.
Peng Shuai looked at Yi Chen and Lin Wanma and smiled from ear to ear. Master, you might as well take a closer look. Yi Chen said calmly, his expression never changing. What a joke, with the golden pupils here, how could I possibly make mistakes?
There are so many seeds here, but this one, the most inconspicuous and even the one least likely to produce green, is the truly priceless treasure.
Really?
The old master looked back at him with a hint of admiration. Young man, you are very good. If this is green, it will be absolutely priceless, no less than the imperial green.
This sound. Everyone present was shocked.
Peng Shuai's smile froze on her face, and Han Feng's heart sank.
How is it possible? Yeah, a fist-sized green can come out? Even if it's green, can it be better than the imperial green? That's estimated to be worth hundreds of millions. All right, stop dawdling and get started. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the master craftsman finally cut off the last layer of skin.
The fist-sized green jadeite, emitting a dim glow, instantly filled the entire room. God has opened his eyes.
I have been a cutting master for decades, and this is the first time I have cut an emerald of this quality.
Although it's only the size of a fist, this is definitely the best quality glass. In addition, emeralds are extremely rare. With such high quality, the estimated value is at least 1 billion. The old master couldn't control his emotions and cried with joy.
Chapter 42 Yi Chen, Peng Shuai, an emerald has been opened, you can eat it. The master's words were like a bolt from the blue. Moment. The entire Epine station was in an uproar. How is it possible that it actually turned green?
It's not just any green, it's emerald, the finest emerald. Yes, look at the color, so green and fresh, it looks like it's about to drip onto the floor.
My God.
I have seen many emeralds, but none of them is as bright as this one.
It is incredible. But, such a tiny emerald shouldn't be worth much, right? How can it be worth 1 billion?
In terms of quality, the imperial green is actually higher.
However, rarity makes things valuable. Emerald is so rare that even if the quality is slightly inferior, its merits outweigh its flaws. Its value is even higher.
The estimated value is 1 billion, but that's still the lowest estimate. If there's someone who likes and appreciates this rough stone, the auction price will be even higher.
Hiss. No way, is it really true that a blind cat has caught a dead mouse? Unbelievable, so unbelievable.
4 consecutive stones didn't produce green, but the next one turned out to be emerald, which is more expensive than imperial green.
Before, I thought this kid was just pretending to be profound, but now I know I was wrong. His taste in jade is definitely not bad. I don't believe in luck.
Amid the discussions, the old master examined the emerald carefully with trembling hands. He had an excited look on his face, as if he had just met a virgin and couldn't let her go. Beside Yi Chen, Lin Wanmo was completely stunned. She didn't expect that the last piece of seed material the size of a human head would actually turn out green, and it was an extremely rare emerald. Her mother wore an emerald ring that cost as much as 30 million.
You can imagine.
The value of this fist-sized emerald rough stone is almost unimaginable.
Yi Chen, am I dreaming? Did I really get an emerald worth 1 billion?
She looked at Yi Chen, her beautiful eyes still filled with disbelief.
Yes, it's real. It's definitely an emerald of the best quality. Yi Chen nodded and smiled slightly. Seeing this, Su Zhangyuan couldn't help but take a breath. To be honest, he foresaw all possible scenarios, including the possibility that the last piece of seed material might turn out green. However, I didn't expect that an emerald would appear. An imperial green is rarely seen in a century. With the addition of emeralds, this gambling on stones will definitely become an enduring legend. Only. His heart is bleeding. First it was imperial green, then emerald, he lost more than 10 billion in total. Ha! I thought Yi Chen had no chance of winning, but I didn't expect him to show his heroic qualities at the critical moment. It's not simple, it's really not simple. When he said this, his eyes flickered. Fortunately, I didn't contact Han Feng in advance. Otherwise, what would Yi Chen think? Yi Chen is mysterious and unpredictable. I heard that he has connections with Gu Qingshan. Even Scarface Baldy didn't get any benefits from him.
Maybe he is my most important investment in the near future. His eyes were fixed on Yi Chen, thinking that he would have to have a detailed discussion with him after the gambling on stones was over. Only by keeping a firm grip on Yi Chen, his business will snowball and grow bigger and bigger.
And today is the best time.
His Pinsai will definitely become famous because of gambling on stones, and will firmly establish itself as the number one in Yaju Antique Street.
Just as he was thinking, Han Feng's face looked extremely ugly.
He also didn't expect that Yi Chen would turn the tables at the last critical moment, which was far beyond his expectations.
Damn it, how did this guy do it? Could it be that he has always known the value of each piece of seed material, so he is not panicked at all? But how is this possible?
Even I, who have been dealing with all kinds of seed materials and gambling stones in the past few years abroad, cannot accurately capture whether there will be green in them.
Yi Chen, you are really interesting. But today, you are going to lose.
Han Feng took a deep breath and calmed himself down. In addition to being in awe of Yi Chen, there was also a bit of excitement on his face. But Ponguai next to him didn't look so good.
No, that's impossible, master, are you mistaken? It's obviously impossible for this to be green. Also, how can this palm-sized thing be worth 1 billion? Hearing this, before the old master could even open his mouth, Tang Xinyan sneered. What do you know?
The old master has been working for decades and is a leading figure among cutters.
How could he not know?
Having said this, he paused, his eyes fell on the emerald, and a look of surprise appeared on his face.
Let me make the judgment. This emerald is rare. Its color, brightness, saturation and texture are all top-notch. Even if it's only the size of a fist, it doesn't affect its value at all. In fact, in some ways, it doubles its value. If it's really a carving job, you can take out a pair of bracelets and 4 or 5 jade pendants, as well as 2 necklaces. The value of this, I won't say much, the estimated value is. He stretched out his hands and spread them in front of Peng Shuai. Peng Shuai was unwilling to accept the offer, and gritted her teeth and asked, is it really worth 1 billion? Tang Xinyan shook his head.
He turned his hands over again and said, 2 billion.
What?
This time, Peng Shuai staggered and almost fell.
2 billion, what does that mean?
There is no shortage of top wealthy people here, but not many have private assets exceeding 2 billion. A mere piece of jade is actually worth 2 billion.
How could Peng Shuai not be shocked? Before,
Han Feng got 5 greens in a row, including the imperial green, and he thought he had one.
Who knows?
This sudden appearance of emerald instantly turned the tide for him and Han Feng, causing them to lose completely. If Mr. Tang speaks up, we will naturally trust him, but the maximum price for this raw stone is 1.2 billion.
1.2 billion? You're just giving money to a beggar. Why don't you ask him if he'll sell it for 1.2 billion?
In my opinion, even if the product can only be sold for 2 billion, it is impossible for him to sell it for less than 2 billion. Although it is an emerald, it is also a symbol of status and wealth.
This kind of thing cannot be bought even if you have money. You have to find an opportunity.
That's right, that's the truth. If someone buys the imperial emerald that Han Feng has, it will be very prestigious. Only by buying this emerald can I surpass him.
Don't even mention spending twice the price, I'm willing to pay 10 times the price. Brother Yi, I wonder if you can sell this jade? 2 billion, no, 2.5 billion, I want it. Immediately.
A well-dressed middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses came forward and asked Yi Chen.
Yi Chen shook his head and said, not for sale. Although the man was a little disappointed, he still nodded and said, Mr. Yi, if you have any ideas, please call me anytime, or if you want to do OEM, that's fine. He took out a business card and handed it to Yi Chen. Yi Chen's men turned their heads and looked at Peng Shuai, who looked as pale as death. By the way, Peng Shuai, you just said that if an emerald was unearthed, you would swallow it in one gulp? Chapter 43, she lost her face in hundreds of millions of dollars, and Peng Shuai burst into tears. As soon as Yi Chen said this, it was visible to the naked eye that the huge Yi Pinsai suddenly became quiet. Everyone. He stared at Peng Shuai eagerly, as if he was watching a show. Peng Shuai, what do you say? You won't deny it in front of so many people, right? Yi Chen took a step forward, stared at Peng Shuai, his face darkening. Peng Shuai has been aggressive from the beginning till now, which is simply too much. And he is secretly colluding with Wang Chao, maybe he is the one targeting AI Shang medical beauty behind the scenes.
Yes, Peng Shuai, if this gets out, and the second son of the Pang group doesn't keep his word, how will everyone look at you? Lin Wanma narrowed her eyes, stared at him and shouted coldly.
She has never had a good impression of Peng Shuai.
His smug look just now made Lin Wanma feel extremely disgusted. Ha, I didn't expect that this once-in-a-century gambling spectacle would have such an interesting performance to watch.
I am so lucky, so lucky.
Tang Qianyan stroked the white beard on his chin and chuckled.
He was full of hatred towards Han Feng, and he also couldn't stand Peng Shuai's arrogant attitude just now.
Now that the situation has reversed, if he doesn't take action against them, he wouldn't be called Tang Qianyan anymore. Once someone starts something, there will naturally be others who will continue to add fuel to the fire.
Among them there are many wealthy businessmen who want to get emeralds from Yi Chen.
As their family is big and powerful, they naturally would not take the second son of the Pang group seriously.
Peng Shuai, this is your fault.
If you want to gamble on stones, just gamble on stones.
Why do you have to provoke others? What a good young man Yi Chen is. He is introverted and calm, not arrogant or impatient. His eyesight and luck are even more explosive.
He doesn't cause trouble, but he is not afraid of trouble.
You just said it yourself. If you don't admit it, your reputation will be ruined.
Listen to me, if you eat an emerald the size of your fist, you'll be a billionaire worth $2 billion.
Ha ha ha, it's a steal. But I like it. Amid the discussion, Peng Shuai's face turned red.
He stared at Yi Chen, burning with anger, unable to hold back and about to explode. Although he is a playboy, he is not stupid. If they were to fall out in public, it would not only be Peng Shuai's face that would be lost, but also the Pang group's.
Not to mention how Su Zhanyuan, the owner of Yipinsai, views him? Do you really want to eat this emerald alive?
If she really did this, how would Peng Shuai still have the face to stay in the circle in the future?
For a while, he fell into confusion and chaos. Oh, right, Han Feng.
Peng Shuai looked at Han Feng standing beside her with a pleading look on her face.
In the current situation, only Han Feng can save him. Who knows?
Han Feng actually shook his head.
He didn't even look at Peng Shuai, but at Yi Chen.
When it came to gambling on stones, this guy had a plan in mind. He randomly selected the seeds and deliberately showed weakness. Then there were consecutive green shots, which boosted Peng Shuai's confidence to the extreme. At the critical moment, he suddenly showed his trump card and completely turned the tables. He looked at Yi Chen, feeling excited and admiring, but also a little inexplicable fear.
You madman. Peng Shuai was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect it. His best friend Han Feng actually abandoned him at this critical moment. Fortunately, just when he was most desperate.
Su Zhanyuan stood beside him and coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention.
Ha, we are all honored guests of Yipinsai. Why should we humiliate each other in public just because of a small quarrel? Let's be merciful when we can, Yi Chen, do you think so?
Su Zhanyuan looked at Yi Chen with a smile and winked at him.
Yi Chen frowned.
He had never had a good impression of Su Zhanyuan, but he didn't expect that he would speak for Peng Shuai.
What were you doing so early?
When Peng Shuai mocked him, Su Zhanyuan sat there like an old monk, indifferent.
Now it actually jumped out, it's so ridiculous. Oh right, it must be because of the white jade. The mutton fat white jade is fake. Peng Shuai will definitely ask Su Zhanyuan for an explanation. But how could Su Zhanyuan be willing to give in?
He wanted to take a step back based on the deal he had just reached with himself. For Peng Shuai, 15 million is not expensive for this favor. He was too embarrassed to continue causing trouble for Su Zhanyuan. After thinking about these key points clearly, Yi Chen laughed out of anger. Since Mr. Su has spoken, I don't care. After hearing this, those who were planning to watch the show sighed, looking disappointed.
Brother Yi is indeed a young and promising man with a broad mind. This is rare, really rare. No wonder you can pick out emeralds from so many seed materials. It's amazing.
Su Zhanyuan said with admiration.
Peng Shuai looked at Su Zhanyuan with a grateful look on her face. Thank you, Mr. Su.
Lin Wanma frowned slightly, but being a talented girl, she also figured out the key.
But Yi Chen's mature performance surprised her greatly. It seems that Yi Chen is not completely useless.
At least his mental strength is far beyond that of ordinary young people.
Where is the uselessness?
Yi Chen not only has extraordinary martial arts, but also has miraculous medical skills. Not only that medical beauty formula, but also this invincible treasure appraisal eye. I don't know why, but the more I get to know him, the more mysterious he becomes.
Is it my illusion?
Unconsciously, Lin Wanmo looked at Yi Chen with a bit of doubt and confusion.
At this time, Tang Xinyan raised his voice and said, I will announce the result of this bet now.
Although Han Feng got 5 greens in a row, and even the Imperial Green, it is estimated to be around 300 million.
But
I encountered an emerald that is rare in a century, and I lost miserably. Yi Chen has an emerald, which is estimated to be worth more than 2 billion.
Yi Chen wins. Speaking of this, he stared at Han Feng and snorted coldly, Han Feng, since you lost, then the green you opened will all belong to Yi Chen. Han Feng was stunned for a moment and burst out laughing. Good. He didn't have any feelings about jade, money, or anything like that.
The only thing that made him uncomfortable was that Yi Chen tricked him again.
After all,
he played 5 greens in a row, and if he lost, all of them would be Yi Chen's spoils. He hadn't figured it out just now, but now he understands everything. On the other hand, Ponguai had just recovered from her fear and almost fainted when she heard these words.
The seed material is only worth 50 million.
But all of the pieces opened are green, and are estimated to be worth hundreds of millions.
So that's the calculation. This is a gamble of nearly 500 million.
He lost the bet, and the 500 million belonged to Yi Chen. Even though Ping Shuai has experienced countless storms, she still feels heartbroken at this moment.
Seeing that he didn't move, Yi Chen couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, Why, you don't want to give it?
In this case, then you should just swallow my emerald.
Hearing this, Peng Shuai was shocked. No, I'll give it to you.
Peng Shuai turned to look at Han Feng, and with tears in her eyes, she pushed all the green towards Yi Chen.
This time,
it was a complete failure. Not only did he lose face, he also lost hundreds of millions.
He looked like he was about to burst into tears. Chapter 44, Becoming Rich Overnight and Earning More Than 2 Billion?
Among the 5 green beads of different sizes and varieties, the Imperial Green is naturally the most eye-catching.
But compared with the emerald in Yi Chen's hand, it pales in comparison.
Seeing this, many people began to breathe faster.
Yi Chen, since you have this emerald, why don't you sell the Imperial Green to me? I'm willing to pay 300 million. Only 300 million? You're just sending away beggars. I'm willing to pay 350 million.
If you sell it to me, I'll pay 500 million.
All right, stop arguing. Yi Chen, if you're willing to sell, including the Imperial Green, I'm willing to pay 600 million for the 5 pieces. Amid the shouting, Peng Shuai and Han Feng looked at each other and couldn't help but pinch their noses.
They felt so uncomfortable.
Lin Wanmo was stunned.
She didn't expect that gambling on stones could really make her rich overnight. With a capital of 50 million, he made 500 million in less than 2 hours.
This rate of return is shocking.
When I think about the fact that it took her 3 years to make AI Shang Medical Beauty a little famous, with an investment of over 1 billion, the profit was only tens of millions. Compared with Yi Chen, he is nothing but a dwarf.
What are you still standing there for? Put this jade away.
Yi Chen winked at Lin Wanmo, and the latter suddenly woke up from her dream.
I put it away? But? No buts, this is your money, so the spoils should be yours. It's up to you to decide how to deal with it. Yi Chen said to Lin Wanmo with a sincere look on his face.
Lin Wanmo's pretty face turned slightly red, and she quickly placed the jade stones in front of her. But she was muttering in her heart.
Is Yi Chen mistaken?
This is not $5, $50, or $500, but more than 500 million.
I, Lin Wanmo, am not short of money, but he is just an ordinary employee, he is short of money.
But he actually gave it all to me, and his reason was so lame.
Why did he do that? Just at this moment,
Su Zhengyuan clapped his hands.
The gambling on stones is over. Brother Yi is the winner, but don't leave in a hurry. I have asked people to prepare some special cakes and snacks. After everyone enjoys them, there will be a good show to watch.
After he said this, everyone's emotions were aroused again. Some people even walked up to Su Zhengyuan and started asking questions.
Boss Su, what's the good show? Give me some hints. Betting on stones is exciting enough, what could be more exciting? Are you kidding us? That's really unkind. Why do you care so much? The service at Yapinsai is much better than other antique shops. The special cakes are all tributes from the past. You can't buy them outside.
Amid the discussions, Su Zhangyuan smiled slightly.
I'll keep you in suspense for a while. The suspense will be revealed later. Let's enjoy the food first. Only. Yi Chen suddenly stepped forward. By the way, Mr. Su, there is something I want to tell you, but I don't know if I should tell you or not.
He narrowed his eyes, his expression calm as water.
Oh? Brother Yi, just go ahead and tell me.
Su Zhangyuan waved his hands and pretended to be calm.
I don't know why.
When he met Yi Chen's sharp eyes, his heart skipped a beat.
It was like a bad premonition that made him feel uneasy. Earlier, Mr. Su said that I could pick any item I wanted. Was that a joke? Yi Chen stared at Su Zhangyuan and said seriously.
When everyone heard this, they all frowned. Many people saw the meaning behind the words and had strange smiles on their faces.
Su Zhangyuan had a big headache.
He didn't expect that Yi Chen would actually raise this difficult question in front of everyone.
Originally,
Yi Chen was a distinguished guest he invited, and he also promised that he would let him choose a collection. But he was very dissatisfied with Yi Chen's performance in gambling on stones just now, and he even planned to bet on Han Feng. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would turn the situation around and actually produce an emerald that is rarely seen in a century?
This time,
Su Zhangyuan had to restrain the thoughts that were surging in his mind and put his focus on Yi Chen. Even though the other party made more than 2 billion with 50 million, he did not show any dissatisfaction.
But what does it mean that Yi Chen deliberately brought up this topic now? Of course it counts. Su Zhangyuan's brows relaxed and he smiled brightly.
But, Su, I would like to ask, has Brother Yi decided what collection to choose?
Could it be that the seed material here is not good enough? Are there other treasures in there besides Imperial Green and Emerald?
When he thought that it might surpass Imperial Green and Emerald, Su Zhangyuan suddenly became nervous.
Not just him.
When the others came to their senses, their expressions also changed.
Boss Su, let's postpone this snack. We are more interested in seed materials now. What are you eating? I'm not hungry. Let Yapinsai entertain you later.
That's right. We had so much fun gambling on stones just now, we also want to buy a few pieces for fun.
Mr. Su, do you mind? Well, is Mr. Su afraid that we might also produce Imperial Green and Emerald?
Everyone was talking at once, and Su Zhangyuan was almost unable to get off the stage. Seeing this, Su Zhangyuan had no choice but to say bitterly, since you all want to play, then go ahead and choose. I hope you can all get green. Since I opened this Yupingshuan and opened a gambling stone shop, I am not afraid that you will get rare treasures. As soon as he finished speaking, he nodded at Yi Chen.
Brother Yi, the promise just now certainly counts, and you can choose now. Humph, Yi Chen, you even dare to plot against me, Su Zhangyuan? If you embarrass me in front of everyone, don't blame me. With so many people, there are always one or two with arrogant personalities. They will choose whatever you choose later.
Yi Chen was surprised when he saw this. He didn't expect that what he said would actually bring business to Su Zhangyuan.
Only.
Su Zhangyuan is trying to divert the blame and make himself compete with others.
Aren't you underestimating him? Okay, I want this one.
He pointed to a piece of seed material in front of his feet and said to Su Zhangyuan.
However,
before Su Zhangyuan could speak, someone took the seed material away at lightning speed. Sorry, I also like this piece, you're too late. The man laughed loudly, his eyes full of money.
Master Cutter, come on, cut it open and see what green it is. However, a few minutes later,
that piece of seed material didn't turn green at all, it was a piece of waste.
This. Could it be that Yi Chen made a mistake? Impossible. Someone exclaimed and frowned. At this time,
Yi Chen slapped his forehead and said, Sorry, I saw it wrong, it's this one.
He pointed to the seed material that was half a person's height at the farthest point. No surprise.
Someone else took the lead and snatched away the seed material he had his eyes on.
Ponguai held the half-person high seed material, and a hint of color finally appeared on her face. Yi Chen, thank you so much.
I still have to rely on you to make back my investment.
Yi Chen still looked normal. Could it be that Yi Chen did this on purpose?
Han Feng's heart skipped a beat and he had a terrible premonition. Peng Shuai rubbed her hands, as if she knew nothing, and just winked at the cutting master.
Little did they know.
After more than 10 minutes, when it was cut open, it turned out to be waste.
The sinister Yi Chen.
Lin Wanma stuck out her tongue and suddenly realized.
Yi Chen, are you kidding me? Peng Shuai turned his head and looked at Yi Chen, saying viciously, his face extremely gloomy.
Chapter 45 Lin Wanma's plan, Su Zhengyuan feels uncomfortable.
50 million, 5 pieces of seed material.
Han Feng produced 5 greens in a row, with an estimated value of around 500-600 million. Yi Chen was even more ruthless, even if the first 4 were waste. But the last fist-sized emerald was estimated to be worth a sky-high amount, exceeding 2 billion. The gambling game was over and Yi Chen was the biggest winner. The condition he proposed to Su Zhengyuan was to get another piece of seed material.
This time, the breathing of everyone in Yipinfang became rapid, staring at Yi Chen and taking action in advance. Who knows? Twice in a row.
They thought they could get something comparable to Imperial Green and Emerald, but it was all waste. Among them was Peng Shuai, who had just suffered heavy losses. Although he was a playboy, he was not stupid. He immediately realized that he had been tricked by Yi Chen and could not help but glare at him.
Yi Chen, are you kidding me?
His face flushed red, and murderous intent flashed across his face.
Did I put a knife to your neck and ask you to buy it? Yi Chen looked normal and calm.
But his sinister look made Lin Wanma, who was standing beside him, twitch her lips.
Ha, Yi Chen looks kind and gentle, but I didn't expect that when he cheats people, it's like cutting flesh with a blunt knife, it hurts.
Not only did Peng Shuai lose 50 million in capital, but now she has lost another 10 million. If the fake mutton fat white jade bought before is included, Yi Chen would have lost 75 million.
No matter how big the Pang group is, it's enough to make him feel painful. Yi Chen, you. Hearing Yi Chen's rebuttal, Peng Shuai was so angry that he almost went berserk. Fortunately,
Han Feng was more rational and stopped him.
Peng Shuai, no.
Han Feng shook his head and signaled with his eyes, and Peng Shuai stopped.
The onlookers were already furious.
Ha, I had already guessed that there might be something strange, so I didn't do anything.
Sure enough, it turned out to be true. Fortunately, these two suckers gave money to Su Zhengyuan.
He has a calm personality, a little fox, and dares to speak in public.
How can he be easily taken advantage of by others? From now on, I'm afraid no one will dare to make a move.
If they are fooled again, not only will they lose money, but they will also lose face. Everyone says Han Feng is a legend, but in my opinion, this guy named Yi Chen is the real terrifying existence hiding in the city.
Amidst the discussion,
Yi Chen looked at a piece of seed material the size of a human head in front of him. Everyone's eyes were suddenly focused on this piece of seed material. This seed material has average luster and unremarkable color.
But Yi Chen thinks it must be unique. Yi Chen, you don't want to make them lose again, do you? At this time,
Su Zhengyuan spoke, smiling. Although he was worried that Yi Chen would take away the most valuable seed material, he was more worried that the customers here would suffer losses because of him.
No, this one.
Yi Chen took a step forward, picked up the dozens of kilograms of seed material with one hand, and handed it to the master. The old master's hands were shaking a little, and he asked in a hoarse voice, "Brother Yi, there won't be another emerald in here, right?" He has been a cutting master for decades, but this is the first time he has seen emeralds of such quality.
Yi Chen blinked and smiled slightly. That's hard to say.
But, you have to cut off this big piece for me, and don't touch the rest. He pointed at the seed material and instructed the cutting master.
Is that so okay?
The cutting master was naturally a little disappointed, but he still followed Yi Chen's instructions and cut off most of the seed material, leaving only a palm-sized piece.
At this moment, many people were scratching their heads in anxiety. Yi Chen, what are you doing? Cut it open so we can see the world. That's right. Are you going to take it away?
Without a professional cutting machine, it's hard to cut such hard seeds.
Are you sure? If the green is damaged, it will be a huge loss. Even Su Zhengyuan and Han Feng couldn't help but frowning with unsightly expressions. Tang Qianyan coughed and said, "This is Yi Chen's freedom. Let's not pursue it.
It's better to find a way to buy some green from Mr. Lin."
Lin Wanma's pretty face turned slightly red. Just now,
Yi Chen gave her all the green, even the priceless emerald.
Yi Chen is just an ordinary employee, why doesn't he want so much money? Could it be that he has a deeper secret? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma became even more curious about Yi Chen.
She also has plans for these jades. Aishang Medical Beauty had various problems before, and it is very likely that Peng Shuai was behind it. Although with Yi Chen's help, the culprit Wang Chao was found and the upgraded formula of the Yin series was obtained. Moreover, because of him, a new cooperation was reached with Meng Zixuan, and Aishang Medical Beauty was back on track. But problems in the industrial chain still need to be optimized. After all, there are several companies that have close relations with the Peng Group.
Now,
these priceless jades can be taken out so that she can find a more reliable supplier.
I will hold an exhibition for these jades. If anyone is interested, you can come and participate. Oh, including this emerald. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and spoke to everyone. This time, everyone's enthusiasm was ignited.
They all asked for Lin Wanma's business card and promised that they would be there when the time came.
Only Peng Shuai felt more uncomfortable than eating a fly. Damn it! If Lin Wanma really relies on these jades to establish connections in the business world, it will be troublesome.
Thinking of this terrible consequence, Peng Shuai felt like sitting on pins and needles.
He quickly looked at Han Feng and asked him, "Madman, is there any way to stop her from succeeding?"
Yes, of course.
Han Feng's words turned Peng Shuai's worries into joy. What is the solution? I haven't thought of it yet. I'll tell you when I figure it out. Han Feng yawned, glanced at Yi Chen, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Lin Wanma is nothing. So what if she was able to open up business channels?
In this age where capital is king, all Lin Wanma's hard work can be destroyed in an instant with just a little trickery.
But
it would be troublesome if Yi Chen was around.
People whose depth cannot be judged are more frightening.
Yi Chen put away the palm-sized seed material and said to Su Zhengyuan, "Boss Su, thank you very much."
Su Zhengyuan lowered his voice and asked, "Brother Yi, can you tell me the truth? Is there anything good in this? It's a good thing, but it's not suitable for you."
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and replied to Su Zhengyuan, still not giving the answer he wanted most.
Su Zhengyuan laughed and said, "Brother Yi, please forgive me for making fun of you. If you can even dig out an emerald, the ones inside must be even more valuable." I don't know why.
Su Zhengyuan felt a little uncomfortable. He thought that Yi Chen would be grateful for his invitation. Unexpectedly, as the situation developed, Yi Chen seemed to have some opinions and resentments towards him.
This is not. Yi Chen didn't say anything at all.
Seeing this, Su Zhengyuan had no choice but to take everyone to the antique collection place. Lin Wanma fell behind by one step.
She couldn't help but be curious and asked Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, what is in it?"
"I'll tell you in 2 days." Yi Chen smiled mysteriously, unfathomable. Chapter 46, The Magical Jade Has Spirit. Yi Chen puts the finishing touch. Hu Xiaoyao's troubles.
I have to say,
Su Zhengyuan possesses all the qualities of a successful businessman. He is good at observing people's words and expressions and is always smiling, which makes people feel close and good. But he is extremely shrewd, able to judge the situation and keep all parties firmly under his control.
What a pity. He met Yi Chen.
Yi Chen, who doesn't fall for his tricks at all. Because of the previous grudge, Yi Chen did not indulge him. He just took a quick look and after verifying the authenticity of the items, he took Lin Wanma away. As for the precious jadeite stones that were mined, Lin Wanma had already asked someone to put them in a bank safe.
As long as the exhibition plan is formulated, they can see the light of day again and be revitalized.
By the time we finished all this, it was already afternoon. Even though Lin Wanma was in high spirits, she still felt a little tired. She originally planned to invite Yi Chen to have dinner together. But Yi Chen's heart was on the seeds in his pocket, so he took a taxi and went home.
You really don't want me to take you there? It's not far anyway, I can just take a taxi.
I'm tired after a day, I'll go home and have a good rest. Hearing this, for some reason, Lin Wanma felt warm in her heart and her eyes felt a little sore. She took a deep breath and smiled at Yi Chen. "Okay, then I'll go back first, be careful." After getting in the car, she took a look at her belly. Her belly bulged slightly under the elegant dress. Although it is not very obvious, there is still a difference if you look carefully. And she seemed to be able to feel the vibrations of new life.
Maybe Yi Chen is not that bad, right? Millennium Road, in the apartment. Yi Chen took out a palm-sized piece of seed material and took a deep breath. Green can naturally appear here. But
But it is not the priceless emerald, nor even the slightly inferior imperial green, or other ice glass types.
But what's inside is not ordinary jade.
Without a professional cutting machine, Yichen was not panicked. He found a chisel and carefully chiseled along the edges and corners. After more than an hour, Yichen finally removed all the impurities from the corners, revealing the jadeite raw stone inside. This piece of raw stone is only half the size of a palm, slightly flat, and has an irregular hexagonal shape.
It is completely different from the previous lack of gloss.
It is crystal clear, like extremely pure glass. But in the original stone, there are some star spots, which are extremely magical. Rare jade used to make magical instruments.
Yichen took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down.
The previous square lacquer box, after being engraved with special talismans, became a magic tool that can be used to protect the house, pray for blessings and make money. Although Yichen didn't know what it was made of, the raw stone in front of him was definitely of a higher quality than the square lacquer box. Before, in addition to the method of breaking evil and eliminating disasters, I also got a method of protection, which can be used on this rare jade. He squinted his eyes.
Under the bright light, he could see a faint glow on the rare jade.
The most important thing is to engrave the rune array, and the finishing touch.
And this level. It took Yichen 2 hours. Finally done.
Yichen stretched lazily and slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. Even though his physical strength and energy far exceeded those of ordinary people, he couldn't help feeling a little tired. After a short rest, he turned his attention to the rare jade in front of him. At this moment, the rare jade that was half the size of a palm had turned into 2 jade pendants and some scattered small beads. The previous brilliance and splendor also disappeared, turning into an ordinary jade.
This is also what Yichen wants. If it is too conspicuous and high, it will lose its fundamental function of sheltering.
You can give one of the jade pendants to Wanma to protect them.
There is one more, keep it for now. As for these small beads, you can make a bracelet.
But his craftsmanship is not very good, and the jade pendant and beads have some uneven edges and corners, which need to be finely polished.
I just happened to be going out for dinner, so I wanted to ask someone if there was a chef there.
Thinking of this, Yichen put away these rare jades.
Only.
When he finished his shower, changed his clothes and went out. I heard a quarrel coming from Hu Xiaoyao's room next door.
Hu Xiaoyao, you can afford such an expensive apartment, and you still say you don't have money?
I'll say it again, I didn't pay for this apartment, and I really don't have any money to give you.
Humph, I don't believe that. Since someone else gave it to you, where did your money go? Don't tell me you don't have it. Give it to me. No, that's right. This is my home, please get out.
Ha, stop pretending to be nice to me. If you don't give me 50,000, I'm going to stay here and not leave.
Chen Tianci, why are you so shameless? Okay, you won't leave, right?
I'll call the police.
Call the police, right? Okay, you're ruthless, but you have to know that even if you're really locked up, you'll be released in a few days. By then, hee. Hearing this, Yichen frowned and couldn't bear it anymore. He walked up and knocked on the door. Who is it? Chen Tianci looked impatient.
He stared at Hu Xiaoyao, whose face was flushed red, and pointed at her nose.
Hu Xiaoyao, are you being kept by an old man?
Only big investors can afford such an expensive apartment.
What are you talking about? Hu Xiaoyao's chest heaved with anger. Today is the weekend.
I knocked on the door at noon, but Yichen was not there. After lunch, she watched TV series alone. Unexpectedly, at this time, Chen Tianci suddenly came and asked her for money. The two had broken up long ago, and Chen Tianci had taken a lot of money from her in bits and pieces before, almost 70,000 or 80,000 yuan.
This is a bottomless pit.
She no longer had any feelings for Chen Tianci, so of course she was unwilling to give it to him.
This is not. Chen Tianci is actually acting like a rogue. Seeing Chen Tianci frowned. Who was I at that time? I didn't expect him to be a gigolo. No way, Hu Xiaoyao, are you doing something behind my back? Chen Tianci's face was gloomy and he kept sneering. Judging from his appearance, he is not as good as Yichen.
And in terms of height, he is almost a head shorter. When it comes to temperament, there is no comparison. At this moment, Chen Tianci is like a frustrated gambler who has lost all his money. Burning with jealousy, he became ruthless and picked up a chair and smashed it towards Yichen.
I told you to steal someone, I told you.
However, before he could finish his words, Yi Chen slapped him. The chair in front of Chen Tianxi was shattered instantly.
And on his face, there were 5 bloody fingerprints. Chapter 47, Dealing with the scumbag Chen Tianxi and meeting Meng Zixuan again. Millennium Road, in the apartment.
Chen Tianxi looked at Yi Chen, who suddenly appeared, and the fire of jealousy burned fiercely. In addition, Hu Xiaoyao refused to give him any more money, and he became so angry that he picked up a chair and threw it at Yi Chen. If it hits a vital part, it will cause serious injury if not death. Seeing this, Hu Xiaoyao quickly exclaimed, "Yi Chen, be careful."
Be careful? It's too late to be careful. This pretty boy must be having an affair with you. Since you've run into him, don't blame me. Chen Tianxi smiled sinisterly, as if he saw Yi Chen trembling after being hit. However,
his smile froze on his face instantly. In a flash, Yi Chen just raised his hand and slapped the chair that was thrown at him away.
Crack! Amid the flying debris, Chen Tianxi was also stunned.
There were 5 bright red fingerprints on his face, burning and particularly eye-catching.
You are looking for death.
It took Chen Tianxi a long time to come back to his senses.
Looking at the mess on the ground, he not only did not retreat, but even aroused unprecedented ferocity. An aside.
Hu Xiaoyao was already dumbfounded. She didn't expect that things would develop to this point and get out of control. She mustered up her courage and stood in front of Chen Tianxi.
Chen Tianxi, I said I won't give you another penny. If you keep pestering me like this. What else? Hu Xiaoyao, did you see the wound on my face? Humph, if you want to call the police, go ahead. I can just do a disability assessment. Chen Tianxi, you are so shameless. I was really blind at the beginning.
Hu Xiaoyao was so angry that she stamped her feet. Looking at the rogue Chen Tianxi, she was helpless.
However,
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said to Hu Xiaoyao, "Xiaoyao, get out of the way." Hu Xiaoyao was stunned for a moment and unconsciously moved aside.
Chen Tianxi was a little panicked at this time. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and said, What do you want to do? I'm telling you, if you try to do it again, I'll make you lose everything.
Looking at Chen Tianxi, who appeared to be powerful but was actually weak, Yi Chen laughed in anger.
Ha, you're going to lose everything you own? Do you deserve it? Chen Tianxi, Hu Xiaoyao mentioned this to me before.
You two were still in love at the time, so I can ignore it.
Now that we've broken up, you're still treating Hu Xiaoyao like an ATM. Have you lost your conscience? Get out of here now, or else.
A flash of murderous intent appeared in Yi Chen's eyes. From childhood to adulthood, he has seen many scumbags, but this is the first time he has seen a scumbag like Chen Tianxi.
This is also because Hu Xiaoyao has a kind and gentle personality.
Being targeted by such a scumbag, she doesn't know what to do at all.
Humph, this is not your home. I can leave if I want to, and I can leave if I don't want to. Is it your business? If you want me to leave, it's not impossible.
Transfer 50,000 to me immediately. No, transfer 100,000 and I'll leave immediately.
Chen Tianxi made up his mind that he would not leave without getting the money. Okay, then I'll just have to do it myself.
Yi Chen stared at him and smiled slightly, a harmless smile.
But I don't know why.
Chen Tianxi actually felt a deep chill, and his heart trembled for no reason.
Damn it, this guy named Yi Chen, is he going to beat me to death? Seeing Yi Chen walking towards him, Chen Tianxi quickly took 2 steps back. However, still, Yi Chen blocked him in a corner. Let me ask you one more question, are you going or not? Chen Tianxi was sweating profusely.
He wanted to be tougher and face Yi Chen directly. But when he met Yi Chen's eyes, he felt nervous and didn't dare to look at him again.
Final. He still backed off. Let's go, what's the big deal?
He walked past Yi Chen carefully and looked back at Hu Xiaoyao. Hu Xiaoyao, remember this matter is not over yet.
I will not stop until I get the money.
But the words were not finished.
Yi Chen kicked Chen Tianxi on the butt. Thump.
Chen Tianxi fell flat on his face, his mouth hit the door sill, blood was flowing out of his mouth, and his 2 front teeth were knocked out.
Ah!
Chen Tianxi covered his mouth and howled like a pig being slaughtered, giving people goosebumps. He stared at Yi Chen, furious to the extreme.
However, Yi Chen said calmly, if you don't leave now, it won't be as simple as 2 front teeth. How could Chen Tianxi dare to wait any longer?
He stumbled out of the apartment in a panic. But the fierce look in his eyes when he left made Hu Xiaoyao very worried.
Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be involved.
Hu Xiaoyao sighed and said to Yi Chen.
There's nothing to be sorry about between friends. I'll beat up this kind of scumbag every time I see him. Don't worry.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled slightly. Hu Xiaoyao couldn't help laughing when she thought of the funny look of Chen Tianxi with his missing front teeth.
But no matter what, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I don't know what I would do.
Hu Xiaoyao pursed her lips, her face full of helplessness.
How about this, I'll go with you tomorrow and solve this matter once and for all. How can you guard against thieves for 1,000 days if you are a thief for 1,000 days?
I have been very busy lately and it is impossible for me to stay in the apartment all the time.
What if Chen Tianxi goes crazy and does something against the law of nature? How can a girl like Hu Xiaoyao prevent him? And
he also plans to go and look at the car.
Taking taxis all the time is not a good idea, right?
Well, it just so happens that I have nothing to do tomorrow.
Hu Xiaoyao nodded, but was still worried. There is no way Chen Tianxi would let go so easily. How can Yi Chen solve this problem? Okay, I'm going to go out for a while. If anything happens, call me as soon as possible.
Yi Chen told her to close the doors and windows before leaving. When he was about to go out, he indeed saw Chen Tianxi's figure, sneaking in the corner outside the apartment.
But he didn't go up to expose it. This kind of clown is far worse than Scarface and Baldy. If he really starts fighting, he'd definitely pee his pants out of fear.
Yi Chen randomly found a roadside stall, had dinner, and started walking along the artificial lake of the apartment. This property has high-end apartments on one side and luxury villas on the other.
There is a bridge in the middle.
Yi Chen had just walked to the bridge, feeling the cool breeze, when he heard a familiar voice.
Yi Chen, Mr. Yi, is it really you?
Yi Chen looked up.
Just see.
The slim figure in front of me, wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap, who else could it be but Meng Zixuan?
So you're a big star. Why, you live here too?
Yi Chen pointed towards the villa.
Yes, what a coincidence, it seems we will be neighbors from now on. Meng Zixuan took off her sunglasses, and the two of them walked to a corridor and sat down. Last time, it was all thanks to you. Recently, my luck has improved and I got the role of the heroine. Lin Wanma asked someone to bring the square lacquer box to her.
Within 2 days, she received an announcement that a well-known director had asked her to audition. He was very satisfied with the performance and had already signed the contract.
Congratulations.
Yi Chen smiled slightly and raised his eyebrows.
He didn't expect that this square lacquer box was indeed extraordinary. So, what about the rare jade he made? Chapter 48 Morong Jing's Contempt, the master behind Meng Zixuan Zhuge Chen. Under the moonlight. The breeze blows gently and the lake ripples softly. And with the lights on, the scenery becomes even more pleasant. Meng Zixuan was no different from an ordinary woman, and since she seemed to have very few opportunities like this, she was very talkative. From this lucky break in fortune, how she got the leading female role, to how she auditioned and signed the contract, she told the whole story. You know what?
Sister Lu originally found several scripts for me, but they were all second or third female roles, all of which were very annoying villains, which would have a great impact on my image.
I'm thinking, if I can't do it, I'll just play a female villain. After all, I can't always rely on endorsements. If I don't get exposure, the drop in traffic will be terrible.
Luckily, the square lacquer box was placed at home, and the next day, the audition for the leading female role was announced.
Isn't that a coincidence? Also, the director is pretty nice.
I was so nervous during the audition that I even forgot a line, but he didn't stop me.
Yi Chen, this time it's really all thanks to you. The effect of this square lacquer box is immediate.
When Yi Chen thought of the rare jade in his hand, he couldn't help but feel a little more excited.
Only. What he was more curious about was, how could Meng Zixuan, a popular female star, know the mystery of this? Yi Chen thought for a moment and asked her, who asked you to buy this square lacquer box? Ah. Meng Zixuan looked up, stared at Yi Chen, and hesitated for a moment. If it was someone else, I would definitely not tell him, but you are Yi Chen. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get this square lacquer box. Also,
Mr. Zhuge said that if you hadn't cleared the evil spirit in this square lacquer box, I would not only fail to change my luck, but would even have continuous bad luck. Hearing this, Yi Chen raised his eyebrows.
Mr. Zhuge? Zhuge Chan.
In fact, he is very famous in our circle.
Many top stars have received his guidance. Yi Chen nodded.
He understood that people like Zhuge Chen knew some feng shui and strange techniques.
What the entertainment industry has no shortage of is wealthy people who spend money lavishly. Sister Lu happened to meet Mr. Zhuge when she went to do a publicity event last time.
She spent a lot of effort to get his advice, which was the square lacquer box. But he said that it's a pity that the inside of this square lacquer box is too badly damaged. I'm afraid it won't last long. Speaking of this, a hint of worry flashed in Meng Zixuan's eyes. A woman's best years are always short, and this is even more so for female stars.
Some female stars soar to the sky and reach the peak as soon as they debut.
They are as brilliant as shooting stars, but their career is extremely short-lived. Some female stars, however, are like old wine, whose fragrance blooms only after aging. She, Meng Zixuan, doesn't want to be like a shooting star, nor does she want to be like old wine. She wants to be popular from her debut till her end. And Zhuge Chen, this master, is the thread that controls her destiny.
Only.
Zhuge Chen's price was not cheap, even if she signed a contract for this heroine-led drama, plus the money from the endorsement.
Wanting him to give me some pointers would be like a drop in the bucket. Hey, Meng Zixuan, what a coincidence, you're here too.
At this moment, a lazy voice sounded, with a bit of hoarseness and magnetism.
By the way, who is this? Yi Chen looked up. Just see.
A tall and thin young man walked over. He looks handsome, but a little feminine, especially his pair of peach-shaped almond eyes, which make him look a little weird. The man looked at Yi Chen, frowned, and a cold look flashed in his eyes.
Yi Chen, my friend. Morong Jing, why are you here?
Meng Zixuan smiled slightly, introduced herself, and looked at Morong Jing.
Morong Jing said, didn't you just get the female lead role? I happen to be the male lead and will be acting opposite you soon. Since we live in the same neighborhood, I wanted to meet you to act with. But you weren't here, so I came to see you. He looked at Meng Zixuan, and a flash of desire flashed across his face. It has to be said that Meng Zixuan is indeed a natural beauty, not inferior to Lin Wanma.
At this moment, she stood up from the bench, wearing a long dress that perfectly set off her beautiful figure. Plus, she was born with dimples, and her smile was like a blooming pear blossom, intoxicating.
Meng Zixuan, Meng Zixuan, I will definitely get you. He took a deep breath and looked back at Yi Chen. Yi Chen? We haven't heard of him in the circle, let alone outsiders? Why aren't you leaving yet? Can't you see they're busy?
He snorted coldly, with a hint of arrogance and disdain.
Rehearsing lines? Forget about that. I have other things to do privately. Meng Zixuan was not stupid, and quickly and politely refused. In other words, how could she be a fool if she could achieve what she has without any big capital support and be on par with top actresses? Also, Yi Chen is extraordinary. Mr. Zhuge even praised him highly.
Having said this, she wrinkled her nose and snorted.
Mr. Zhuge? How is that possible?
Morong Jing shook his head and laughed in silence.
Who in our circle doesn't know Mr. Zhuge's name? I've always wanted to visit him, but I never had the chance. Zixuan, stop joking. Time is precious. You have to know that I am the male lead. If I don't act well in the future, it will be very annoying to the director.
However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by another voice.
Your chance has come. Hearing this voice, Morong Jing frowned. However, he looked back, his face full of shock. Mr. Zhuge. The person who came was none other than Zhuge Chen. He is of average build and looks.
Judging from his age, he is only a few years older than Yi Chen and Morong Jing, but his temperament is extremely unique. Even in this night, it looks extremely dazzling, like bright stars.
Who knows? Zhuge Chen did not look at Morong Jing again, but looked at Yi Chen. Mr. Yi, I didn't expect to meet you here. Nice to meet you. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhuge Chen.
This master, as Meng Zixuan called him, didn't have the slightest demeanor of a master. And his attitude was also very friendly, as if I had met an old friend. But in Yi Chen's opinion, there was a hint of terrible danger in Zhuge Chen's eyes.
Mr. Zhuge's name is well known to everyone. I am honored to meet you.
When he said this, he looked at Meng Zixuan beside him.
And Meng Zixuan smiled and said, Mr. Zhuge, I didn't expect you to be here too. We were just talking about you. Talk about me? Talk about what? Zhuge Chen said and glanced at Meng Zixuan without any emotion. On the contrary, Morong Jing, who was left aside, couldn't hold it back anymore. He interrupted the conversation between the three people and said coldly, Mr. Zhuge, what qualifications does Yi Chen have to stand here? Why don't you go to my villa and let me entertain you well? Chapter 49, Unlucky Morong Jing, Evil Zhuge Chen. Morong Jing's voice instantly froze the air. Yi Chen, Meng Zixuan and Zhuge Chen raised their heads and looked at him. Click. Morong Jing's heart skipped a beat. Facing the gazes of the three people, he coughed dryly and said with a forced smile, What's wrong? Is there a problem? Morong Jing. Meng Zixuan's face darkened and she stared at Morong Jing with some displeasure. If it weren't for Yi Chen, the square lacquer box would most likely have been lost. It wouldn't be like it is now, where my luck has turned. I got the role of a heroine, and I have received several more announcements. Yi Chen is my friend, of course he has the right to be here. On the contrary, Mr. Zhuge is such a great man, you can't order him around just like that. Hearing this, a murderous look flashed across Morong Jing's face. Why, did I say something wrong? Meng Zixuan, don't forget your identity. Yi Chen is a handsome boy, but so what? There are so many people like this in the entertainment industry. If you don't have connections and capital, it doesn't matter how handsome you are. I'm different. I know a lot of famous directors and media. If you're determined to protect him, be careful that you'll be on the headlines tomorrow. Obviously. Morong Jing was a little angry and embarrassed. As soon as Meng Zixuan heard these threatening words, her chest heaved with anger and her face turned red. You are ignorant. She stared at Morong Jing, never expecting that the popular leading actor who was about to act opposite her would be in such an ugly state. It was fine that he was discussing the script late at night, but now he was actually mocking Yi Chen. How arrogant! Who is Yi Chen? Zhuge Chen praised it highly, but in his mouth, it was worthless? How is that possible? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. Morong Jing has been targeting him from the beginning until now, full of hostility. Before, I saw that he was a character in Meng Zixuan's drama and I was too lazy to bother with him. I didn't expect that he would go further and further. Does he really think he is made of clay? However, before Yi Chen could speak, Zhuge Chen smiled grimly. Hey! He stared at Morong Jing with burning eyes. The latter was inevitably a little flustered by his sharp sweep. But he still asked, Mr. Zhuge, what's wrong? It's nothing, you can go now. Zhuge Chen still shook his head and said lightly. What? Morong Jing thought he had heard it wrong and looked at Zhuge Chen in confusion. However, Zhuge Chen suddenly blew a breath towards him. In the darkness of the night, Meng Zixuan and Morong Jing were unaware of anything. Only Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and saw a wisp of purple smoke entering Morong Jing's body. Morong Jing shuddered, as if he had lost his soul. His eyes were dull and he didn't even look at the three people as he walked towards the villa area. Yi Chen's heart was shocked. This purple smoke is very unusual, similar to some kind of poison, extremely tricky and vicious. If Yi Chen had not mastered the golden eyes, he would probably not be able to understand the mystery. This Zhuge Chen is not simple. If Morong Jing doesn't find a way to deal with this purple smoke, even if he doesn't die, he will be crippled. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. Zhuge Chen was so deep and vicious, smiling but hiding a dagger. It was better to be careful when dealing with him. As she watched Morong Jing walk away, Meng Zixuan was confused and asked in a daze, what happened to Morong Jing? He suddenly stopped talking and really left? Her big eyes flickered, looking back and forth between Yi Chen and Zhuge Chen, trying to figure out what was going on. Forget it. Ignore him. You guys are all mysterious and unfathomable. You should have a lot of topics to talk about, right? Then I'll leave first. Meng Zixuan waved at Zhuge Chen, smiled brightly at Yi Chen, and then left. Only Yi Chen and Zhuge Chen were left by the lake. Yi Chen didn't say anything. And Zhuge Chen was also very patient. The two remained silent for nearly 2 minutes. Zhuge Chen couldn't help himself and squinted his eyes and said, Yi Chen, I almost missed the square lacquer box the first time I saw it. Not only did you see the mystery inside, you even solved it. I wonder who your master is. In his opinion, a mysterious young man like Yi Chen must be from a wealthy family. Just like him, born into the Zhuge family. This has no sect or school.
Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head.
Mr. Yi, you are joking. How is this possible?
Having said that, he changed the subject and narrowed his eyes. But Mr. Yi, Meng Zixuan has someone above her, so please keep your distance.
Yi Chen frowned and stared at Zhuge Chen for a few seconds. I wonder what Mr. Zhuge means by this. It doesn't mean anything. Anyway, it's better for you if you listen to what I said. He smiled and said nothing more. He flashed past Yi Chen.
Yi Chen's heart tightened, and he sensed a tiny insect from the corner of his eye, drilling straight into his body. In a flash, he flicked his finger and the insect flew away. The insect hummed softly and fell to the grass beside it.
Looking at Zhuge Chen again, where is he?
Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and bent down to look. This bug is probably only the size of a grain of rice, its entire body is pitch black with a terrifying sheen on it, as if it wants to devour anyone.
Poisonous insect? This Zhuge Chen exudes evil energy inside and out, and he actually has this kind of evil magic. He picked it up and looked at it. This poisonous insect is extremely vicious, many times more powerful than the purple smoke. If you really get infected, you will probably be close to death. Zhuge Chen, I didn't expect you to attack me, you're looking for death.
A murderous intent flashed across Yi Chen's eyes.
If someone respects me 1 foot, I will respect him 1 yard. If anyone offends me, I will kill him as soon as possible. Besides, Meng Zixuan doesn't seem to be a simple person either, otherwise how could she attract so much attention from someone like him?
As for Morong Jing, I'm afraid Zhuge Chen had already made his move before that kid had this idea.
Oh, right?
There's also that square lacquer box. It clearly belongs to Su Zhengyuan.
Could it be related to them?
Thinking of this, Yi Chen took a deep breath and shook his head. These events seem to have no connection, but if you look deeper, they seem to be closely linked.
But it has little to do with him. As for Zhuge Chen's plot just now, Yi Chen was on guard. Next time you meet Meng Zixuan, ask her about the origins of Zhuge Chen.
After meeting Meng Zixuan, Morong Jing and Zhuge Chen, Yi Chen no longer had the mood to take a walk and returned to the villa. He originally wanted to knock on the door to ask about Hu Xiaoyao's situation, but then he thought that doing so would make Hu Xiaoyao very embarrassed.
Forget it, let's talk about it when I get back from get off work tomorrow. The next day. Aishang Medical Beauty Sales Department.
Yi Chen had just punched in, and before he even entered the door, he heard cheers coming from inside.
Hey, everyone, look, Manager Yi is here. Chapter 50 promoted to Sales Manager. Su Zhengyuan's plan. Manager Yi?
Hearing this, Yi Chen was confused.
He shook his head and laughed. What's the matter with you guys? Who knows? Lin Wanmo walked out from behind the crowd. She smiled slightly and said, Yi Chen, Wang Chao has been arrested, and the position of sales manager is vacant. Everyone unanimously recommends you to be the sales manager. After she finished speaking, the girls behind her began to chatter and echo her. Yes, Yi Chen, although you have only been in the sales department for a short time, your ability is obvious to all, and the manager position belongs to you. Besides, we all believe that you are different from Wang Chao and will never treat us unfairly. What's more, you are a favorite in President Lin's eyes. In the future, you should speak to the president more and ask for a salary increase for us, hee hee. After hearing their words, Lin Wanmo was not angry, but stared at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, what do you think? Don't you want to be the manager? Her brows were slightly frowned, as if she was both angry and displeased. She was extremely charming. In terms of ability, Yi Chen is not bad. After all, it was his suggestion that enabled them to get rid of Wang Chao this time. Not to mention the upgraded formula of the Nyan series. And he is also quite popular in the sales department. At least after he was nominated, many people expressed their support. That's not the case. That's good. You'll be Manager Yi from now on. You'll have to pay more attention to the sales department. If you have any questions, ask Secretary Zhao. Lin Wanma did not allow Yi Chen to refute and immediately made the decision. After she finished speaking, she waved to Yi Chen, left the sales department, and went to do other things. Seeing this, Yi Chen could only shake his head and smile bitterly. The girls in the sales department were even more lively. Yi Chen, I told you, this manager position must be yours. President Lin announced it as soon as he arrived. You won't be like Wang Chao and make us work overtime all the time, right? If that's the case, I won't agree. At worst, I can just find another job. Also, you've been promoted to manager, shouldn't you treat us? Amid the discussions, Yi Chen calmed down. Everyone, be quiet. Everyone fell silent immediately. Don't worry, I won't work overtime. From now on, I'll work from 9 to 5. It's fine. As for sales performance and KPI, there is no way around it. You must not slack off during work hours. Also, the treat is easy to talk about. Let's have a good team building after get off work this Friday.
After Yi Chen finished speaking, the smiles on the girls' faces became even brighter.
There is a world of difference between Yi Chen and Wang Chao.
What's more, he has a special relationship with Lin Wanma. If he were to be in charge of the sales department, his prospects would be self-evident.
Comfort the girls.
Yi Chen sat in Wang Chao's previous chair, looking at the separate office, feeling quite emotional.
Everything that happened in the past 10 days was so fast and so wonderful. The God-level favorability system was awakened inexplicably, and after receiving the reward, everything turned upside down. From an unknown ordinary employee, he was promoted to the position of sales manager. And he also has 500 million in funds, a body far superior to that of an ordinary person, medical skills, golden eyes. If you say.
In the past, it felt like there was a chasm between me and Lin Wanma. The gap was too huge.
Now, thinking about it, it's not so out of reach. Just as I was thinking about it, Zhao Yuhuan arrived.
She knocked on the door lightly, then walked up and handed Yi Chen a stack of documents. Manager Yi, this is what General Manager Lin ordered.
It's the daily work and precautions for the sales department manager. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Yi Chen nodded and thanked her. After Zhao Yuhuan left, Yi Chen picked up the document and took a look.
The document details the daily tasks and work requirements of the sales department manager.
Yi Chen only took a few glances and understood it roughly.
In fact, it is neither difficult nor easy.
After all, the daily sales tasks are there. Moreover, there is not only one sales manager but 5 in the entire AI Shang Medical Beauty.
It can be said that the competition is still quite fierce. But the main requirement, of course, is to sell more of the company's products. Now the AI Shang Medical Beauty series is proceeding in an orderly manner, and with Meng Zixuan's support, the impact of previous negative news has been completely offset. As for further expanding market share, it is not something he, a sales manager, can control for the time being.
Actually, compared with ordinary employees, the job of a sales manager is much easier.
Moreover, it was his first day as a manager, so he just had an understanding of the job and did not have any specific work.
After thinking about it, he walked towards Lin Wanma's office. At the same time, in the Su family villa, Ponguai held a cigarette in his mouth, looked at Su Zhengyuan in front of him, and snorted coldly, "Boss Su, you also know that Yi Chen is so hateful that he doesn't even take you seriously."
Su Zhengyuan smiled slightly.
"Ponguai, stop provoking me. If we really have a grudge, you and Yi Chen are irreconcilable, but as for me, as a businessman, I believe in making money through harmony."
Hearing this, Ponguai put out her cigarette and couldn't help laughing.
"Boss Su, let's be frank.
If you say that, there's no need for us to talk." Su Zhengyuan frowned and sighed. "Speaking of which, Yi Chen, that brat, humiliated me in front of everyone.
It's really abominable."
He slammed the table, and thinking of Yi Chen's expression at that time, he was furious. If it weren't for him, those gambling stones wouldn't have been cut up, resulting in a loss of billions.
"Okay, since we are on the same boat, let's not waste time talking. Tell me, what are you going to do?" Ponguai narrowed her eyes and looked at Su Zhengyuan.
Although he has Han Feng, more friends mean more paths. Su Zhengyuan is an old fox with huge power, so he may have a solution.
Didn't AI Shang Medical Beauty go public half a year ago? What do you think? He stopped talking here. And Ponguai's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's a listed company. Then let's bring down its stock price." He looked up at Su Zhengyuan and chuckled. "Boss Su, I'll need your support when the time comes."
Su Zhengyuan nodded and stretched out his hand to shake it.
Ashang Medical Beauty Company is thriving. If we really want to take action, we will definitely kill 1,000 enemies and lose 800 of our own. Young Master Peng, be prepared.
Once this is accomplished, when I take control of Ashang Medical Beauty, these losses will not be worth mentioning at all.
The beauty formula controlled by AI Shang Medical Beauty is unique in the market.
If he really wants to take over the company, then with the channels of the Peng Group, he will definitely be able to move to a higher level. Ponguai and Su Zhengyuan shook hands and left with a smile on their faces. Looking at his back, Su Zhengyuan's eyes gradually became deep. Yi Chen, I thought I would give you a little sweetness and concentrate on working for me, but I didn't expect that you would refuse it. Do you really think that you can be superior to me with your piercing eyes? In the future, you will definitely regret your previous decision. Thinking of this, he clenched his fists, and murderous intent flashed across his mind. Chapter 51, Sudden Reward, Stock Market Trends for the Next 10 Days. AI Shang Medical Beauty. Lin Wanma's office. After a weekend of rest and adjustment, the company finally got back on track. The appointment of Yi Chen as sales manager was also something she had considered carefully. I don't know why. Judging from everything that has happened recently, Yi Chen's impression of her has changed greatly. Accompanying her for prenatal checkups, dealing with the trader Wang Chao, developing a relationship with Gu Qingshan, making judgments at the auction, and the magical performance of gambling on stones. How can this be considered an ordinary employee of the company? It is no exaggeration to say that they are the elite among the elites. The sales manager also gave Yi Chen a starting point and a step. Maybe I should try to accept him? Lin Wanma looked down at her slightly bulging belly and her pretty face turned slightly red. But then she shook her head. Lin Wanma, what on earth are you thinking about? The two people's perception is not so easy to make up for. At least, it won't be able to get past my parents. What's more, it will also cause certain turbulence to the rising companies. Unconsciously, she sighed, and lay on the table, in a daze. Boom boom. There was a knock on the door. Lin Wanma looked up and unexpectedly it was Yi Chen. She perked up and said, "Come in. Is it not disturbing you?" Yi Chen sat in front of Lin Wanma and asked her. "No, nothing's happening now." Lin Wanma shook her head and stared at Yi Chen for a few seconds. "How is it going? Are you still adapting to the position of sales manager?" "It's okay. Actually, it's no different from usual, except that I have less time." The two exchanged a few pleasantries. Lin Wanma's expression became serious, staring at Yi Chen and said seriously, "By the way, Yi Chen, the square lacquer box has been handed over to Meng Zixuan. She is very satisfied and has signed a new contract to support Yin Series 2, which has received very good response." Having said this, she paused. It's a pity that Wang Chao is very tight-lipped. He insisted that he was resentful of the company and deliberately framed me. Anyone who is not a fool can see that there must be someone behind him. However, without evidence, the blame can only be placed on him. Yi Chen nodded. This was within his expectations. Judging from Ponguai's various reactions, it was most likely him who was behind this. So next, AI Shang Medical Beauty will adjust its upstream resource chain and cut off its cooperation with the Peng Group. Come to think of it, it's all thanks to you. If it weren't for those jades, I wouldn't have been able to deal with those old foxes so easily. Lin Wanma stared at Yi Chen and smiled sweetly. She was so beautiful. Except for the top-grade emerald and imperial green, she did not touch them, thinking of returning them to Yi Chen. Other scattered jadeite, glass type, and ice type are also of great collection value and satisfy their appetite. Make the best use of them. To me, they are not of much value, so they are perfect for you to use. As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he took out a piece of rare jade and handed it over. What is this? For me? Lin Wanma took it and looked at it, and found that it was a jade pendant. There are irregular stripes on the pendant, which looks a bit rough, as if it was hand-painted. But for some reason, she felt her heart pounding just by taking a look. It was as if there was some kind of strange luster and power that made her unable to help but fall into it, unable to extricate herself. A piece of jade works better than a square lacquer box. Yi Chen pointed at her smooth neck. It will keep you healthy and free from disasters. Wear it. Good. Lin Wanma is already extremely beautiful, and with the embellishment of the jade pendant, she looks even more charming and elegant. She stood up and walked to the mirror, and took a look. The red rope and green pendant matched her plaid shirt very well. Her heart was warmed, and she turned back to Yi Chen and smiled. Yi Chen, thank you. It's almost time for dinner, can you eat with me later? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then came to his senses. I have to say, Lin Wanma is indeed the flower of the Magic City, and the most beautiful one. Even the big star Meng Zixuan is slightly inferior to her. Even though Yi Chen had a firm mind, he couldn't help but feel a little shaken just now.
What's wrong? Is there something wrong?
Lin Wanma frowned slightly and stared at Yi Chen, feeling a little nervous.
Nothing, let's go eat together later.
Yi Chen shook his head and laughed in silence. Seeing that he agreed, Lin Wanma felt relieved.
Okay, it's settled.
Unconsciously, as their eyes met, Lin Wanma's heartbeat quickened and the atmosphere began to become somewhat ambiguous.
Ahem. Just at this moment, Secretary Zhao Yuhuan came in.
She said to Lin Wanma, Boss Lin, the finance department just said that the accounts receivable have arrived and there is no problem with the reserve funds.
The loan from Tianqing Trust can be redeemed. After saying,
she looked between Yi Chen and Lin Wanma with a suspicious look, as if she was thinking about something.
Lin Wanma glanced at her and said, I see. Go over and keep an eye on it and ask the finance department to handle this matter.
Just tell them that the company's investment funds in the future can be placed in Tianqing Trust to establish a long-term cooperative relationship.
Tianqing Trust has strong assets, extensive networks, and deep roots in Shanghai.
If a cooperative relationship can really be reached, the brand influence of Aishang Medical Beauty will be further enhanced.
And if we want to expand industry rules and raise funds in the future, with the guarantee of Tianqing Trust, wouldn't it be easy? After Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, he finally reacted. Isn't the 200 million yuan of funds from Tianqing Trust the one that he had entrusted to him before?
He asked Hu Xiaoyao to invest the remaining 300 million on his behalf.
I've been busy these days and haven't paid attention to these.
When the funds return to the account, ask Hu Xiaoyao and find a way to invest in some industries.
Although the interest alone is enough for me to live on for the rest of my life, isn't it the greatest manifestation of money making money?
When Yi Chen thought about this, a lot of ideas came to his mind. But as to how to invest, you still have to consult Hu Xiaoyao and ask for her opinion.
Okay, I understand. I'll do it right away. Zhao Yuhuan winked at Lin Wanma and made a gesture of encouragement.
Lin Wanma glared at her and said in a low voice, Why don't you go quickly? Zhao Yuhuan stuck out her tongue, hurried out of the office, and went to redeem the Tianqing Trust funds. The atmosphere just now was gone, and Yi Chen said, I will go back to the sales department first and wait for you at the door later.
Watching Yi Chen leave, Lin Wanma fell into deep thought again. Should I tell him later?
I have another prenatal checkup tomorrow.
Sales department.
Yi Chen sorted out the documents on his desk, took his clothes, and was about to go out.
Who knows?
At this moment, a cold mechanical electronic sound rang out.
Ding. Congratulations to the host, Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host has increased.
Get a reward, the stock market trend chart for the next 10 days.
Chapter 52 Yi Chen's plan, Hu Xiaoyao's worries. It was not until he and Lin Wanma arrived at the restaurant next to the company that Yi Chen came to his senses. Seeing that he was not in good condition, Lin Wanma frowned slightly and asked Yi Chen, What's wrong? Is there something wrong? I feel that you are absent-minded. No, it's okay. Yi Chen shook his head, feeling a little embarrassed. Sorry, I was thinking about something and I felt a little dazed. I'll be fine in a while. To be honest, he is still in shock. He actually expected the favorability to increase. Only,
he didn't expect that this reward would come just when he was thinking about how to invest his idle funds. Stock market trend chart for the next 10 days.
Yi Chen took a quick look.
The rise and fall of all stocks in the next 10 days are in his mind.
Exactly. What is the concept? Even the stock god Buffett would be beaten by him. What a pity.
The reward he received before was only a few hundred million.
If it's billions, tens of billions. No. I'm afraid it's not that simple.
The supervision of large amounts of funds has reached an almost strict level and is completely ruthless.
A few hundred million is just enough room for maneuver. It won't attract any extra attention, yet you can still make a ton of money. It seems like it's time to have a good chat with Hu Xiaoyao. Before, he put the money in Tianqing Trust and didn't care about it, allowing the other party to operate it. But now, even if you sign a bet agreement with Tianqing Trust and the other party guarantees the returns, it can never be as fast as making money in the stock market. According to the current stock market fluctuation limit of 20%. If the principal is 500 million, the stock price rose by 20% on the first day, which would be 600 million. The price continued to rise on the third day,
which was 720 million.
And so on. If there are 10 trading days, the final principal will be deducted even after the transaction fees.
According to conservative estimates, it would be over 2.5 billion.
It increased fivefold. Certainly. It's impossible to calculate that way.
After all, not every stock can be traded to make a 20% profit. After all, if the stock opens at the daily limit, you won't be able to buy it at all.
Settle for the next best thing.
Yi-Chen calculated that he had a total of 3 stocks in the science and technology innovation sector that he could operate, which could be perfectly connected.
However, the final profit is about 2 billion.
Although it was a little less than expected, Yi-Chen thought about it and felt that it was enough. He himself is not a person who cares about these things.
Certainly. With money, your material conditions will improve and you can enjoy them appropriately.
The most important thing now is Lin Wanma in front of him.
Yi-Chen, let me tell you something.
When it was time to serve the food, Lin Wanma hesitated for a moment, but still gritted her teeth and said to Yi-Chen,
"Well, what, you say?" Yi-Chen came back to his senses and stared at Lin Wanma's pretty face. "That's right. After get off work today, I might have to go to St. Mary's Hospital again."
After Lin Wanma finished speaking, she obviously felt relieved.
Routine pregnancy checkups once a month are sufficient. But Lin Wanma's family has special genes and must be checked once a week. Okay, no problem. Yi-Chen agreed immediately. If there's anything you need me to do, just tell me. After all, I don't want you to think that I'm an irresponsible person.
At this point, he forced a smile.
Actually,
before Lin Wanma told him that she was pregnant, he had almost forgotten what happened that night.
But these days, I don't know why.
Everything that happened that night, even some of the details, slowly came back to my mind.
Since this is the result now, we must bear the corresponding responsibility. Only, he was not sure what Lin Wanma was thinking. After all, in the eyes of outsiders, he is just an ordinary company employee. And what about Lin Wanma?
A darling girl born with a silver spoon in her mouth, she is worth billions.
Apart from Yi-Chen's appearance, the gap between the two was like a chasm. There is a reason why couples are well matched.
After all, it can minimize the gap and allow the two families to accept each other. To be honest, even if Lin Wanma has a lot of feelings for him, it is still very difficult to start a family.
I know you're a nice person, but...
Speaking of this, Lin Wanma's pretty face turned slightly red and she shook her head. She herself was caught in a dilemma.
At first,
when she knew she was pregnant, she was nervous, worried, anxious and scared.
But now,
although all my emotions were greatly relieved during the time I spent with Yi-Chen, the relationship between them was never broken. She was worried about what would happen if Yi-Chen refused.
To be on the safe side, she decided to wait and see. At this time,
the waiter came up with the exquisite dishes.
"Let's not talk about this anymore, let's eat first."
Lin Wanma pointed at the dish in front of her and smiled.
"These are all the dishes I like."
Yi-Chen was thinking about something just now, and Lin Wanma ordered the dishes herself.
But the delicacies on the table are almost all Yi-Chen's favorites. It can be seen that Lin Wanma has put a lot of effort into this. On the other hand, Zhou Qing only cared about ordering what she liked to eat every time and didn't care about Yi-Chen's thoughts at all. "If you like, eat more. Here." Lin Wanma picked up a few pieces of food with chopsticks for him, and Yi-Chen almost couldn't catch them. He took a deep breath, stared at Lin Wanma's pretty face and said, "Wanma, thank you."
The meal was finished in a warm atmosphere and both of them were very happy.
Back to the sales department.
Yi-Chen dealt with some work and called Hu Xiaoyao.
"Yi-Chen, it's you. You called me during working hours. Aren't you afraid that your manager will cause trouble for you? His name is Wang Chao. Don't worry, he's been arrested. And I have good news for you. I've been promoted to sales manager." "Really? That's a good thing."
"I'm getting off work early tonight and bringing some food home to celebrate."
"Ahem. I have something to do tonight, let's do it tomorrow. By the way, I want to ask, how much idle funds are available in the trust account?"
After a few pleasantries, Yi-Chen returned to business.
"Wait a moment."
Half a minute later, Hu Xiaoyao continued. "Asang Medical Beauty Company has repaid the loan before, and we are currently matching your investment plan, so we haven't used it."
We still have 500 million in cash. Just don't move. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He said to Wu Xiaoyao, I can use these funds now, right? In principle, you have the right to use all the funds before the investment plan is released, but once it is released, you can no longer use them. What, you want to take the money? I'm planning to make some investments myself. By the way, do you know anything about stocks? This is my job, of course I need to know. Yi Chen, you are not going to do stocks or futures, are you? Stock and futures investments have short investment cycles and high returns, but correspondingly, the risks are also high. One wrong move and the whole thing is lost. How many people have lost their families and lives because of losing money in the stock market and futures? Well, some ideas. No. Humph, when I finish my work tonight, I'll come back and talk to you about it. Chapter 53 Yi Chen's Persistence, Stock Market Layout, Second Pregnancy Test. After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. He knows. Hu Xiaoyao had good intentions and was worried that he would lose all his money investing in stocks or futures. After all, this is not a small amount, 500 million. Many people may never earn this much money in their entire life. But compared to the bottomless stock market, it is nothing at all. Not to mention 500 million or 5 billion, even 50 billion is just a splash. As the gold medal account manager of Tianqing Trust, Hu Xiaoyao knows all the ins and outs of this business. If you are not careful, these 500 million will be wasted, and you will have no place to cry. But this did not prevent Yi Chen from starting to make a plan for stock market investment. For the 3 stocks, the timing points need to be well connected. And the timing of buying and selling must be exact. Otherwise, if you miss the best time to enter the market, you will suffer a huge loss. Wait, I think I calculated it wrong. Just at this moment, Yi Chen reacted. You can't calculate profits like this. The daily rise or fall of a stock is limited to 20%. But what if a stock goes from falling 20% to rising 20%? Yi Chen calculated and his eyes lit up. For example, a stock closed at 10 yuan and fell 20%, or 8 yuan, in the early trading. He bought in at this time. If the increase is 20%, the price will reach 12 yuan. If you calculate it this way, the profit ratio is 50%. The key is whether the goods can be shipped smoothly the next day. If it opens much lower, it won't mean much. Fortunately, there was nothing to do in the sales department in the afternoon, so Yi Chen had enough time to make a detailed and accurate investment plan. Finally done. Yi Chen stood up, stretched his sore shoulders, rubbed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. In his plan, a total of 10 stocks that can be operated were selected, and the ones with the largest daily profit increase were chosen. Even though there are no stocks that have risen 20% from a 20% drop, the average is almost around 30%. 10 trading days. If everything goes well, the final assets will soar from 500 million to more than 6.5 billion. It is 13 times the previous assets. This return on investment. Even Yi Chen, who had a calm personality, couldn't help but take a breath at this moment. Oh my god, making 6 billion, I can't even think about it. Even gambling on stones doesn't bring such considerable returns. After all, gambling on stones also requires sufficiently valuable seed materials, otherwise what comes out will only be ice-type and glutinous-type stones, which are not worth much money. If it was before, Yi Chen didn't even dare to imagine it. But now, Yi Chen suppressed his excitement and engraved the buying and selling points of these stocks, as well as the precise operation time, into his mind. To ensure everything goes well, he also set a reminder in his phone's memo. He changed his mind. Now, the only trouble is the timing of buying. If it is only 500 million, then it will not be difficult to operate. But if it exceeds 1 billion, a lot of institutional funds and retail investors may follow suit. By then, it may even affect the stock trend. It seems that we have to reduce our expected earnings. 5 billion is enough. Yi Chen took a deep breath and decided to prioritize safety and try not to affect the stock price fluctuations too much. In this case, he will need to open multiple accounts. The person who tied the bell must untie it. Hu Xiaoyao, it's up to you. When Yi Chen thought of Hu Xiaoyao, he felt a headache. How to dispel Hu Xiaoyao's concerns? After all, if multiple accounts are opened, Hu Xiaoyao may also need to step in. Otherwise, you never know when the investigation and audit of your investment account will be completed. Yi Chen frowned and looked at his phone. It was time to get off work. He looked up and saw his colleagues outside, all secretly glancing towards his office. Obviously. With a new manager, they also need to see whether it is really true as Yi Chen said, that there will be no overtime. Yi Chen tidied up the desk, shredded some documents he had written before, threw them into the trash can, and then left the office. Manager Yi, what do you say? Are you going to work overtime today? The person who spoke was Gao Mei, who had previously sat opposite Yi Chen, and they had the best relationship. No overtime. Of course, if you are willing to work overtime for the sake of performance, that's not impossible. Yi Chen said in a deep voice, giving her a reassuring smile. Really? That's great. Gao Mei cheered, still unable to believe it. Sisters, pinch me to see if I'm dreaming. Someone nearby pinched her immediately. Hey, I asked you to pinch my arm, but I didn't ask you to pinch my waist. Hee, I'm finally free and don't have to work overtime. Yes, this way I can spend more time with the kids. I'm different. I go to the gym and work out. Amidst the laughter, Yi Chen smiled, shook his head, and left the sales department. In front of the AI Shang Medical Beauty Company, Lin Wanma and her Maserati once again became the focus of everyone's attention. Whether it was the company employees or the pedestrians in front of the office building, they all looked at her with amazement in their eyes. Isn't this Lin Wanma, the CEO of AI Shang Medical Beauty? What is she doing? She seems to be waiting for someone. She keeps looking inside the company. Yes, it should be Yi Chen, the newest sales manager Yi Chen. How is it possible? Is a mere sales manager worthy of her waiting here in person? Haha, you don't know this, right? Before, Yi Chen was just an ordinary employee, and President Lin was waiting here. Hiss. Comparing yourself to others is really infuriating. Could it be that this second-generation kid from some family is trying out life and is working as an ordinary employee at Lin Wanma's company? Wrong again. Come on, look for yourself, Yi Chen is out. Seeing Yi Chen, Lin Wanma took off her sunglasses, waved at him and smiled sweetly. This way. Yi Chen nodded, walked quickly and got into Lin Wanma's car. Oh my god, it's true. But to be honest, Yi Chen is really handsome. I wish I looked like him. Yi Chen, who got into the car, couldn't help but twitch his lips when he heard this. Have to. I'd better go buy a car next week, otherwise it would be bad if people gossip about me. The Maserati went straight to Santa Maria Hospital. In the car, Lin Wanma asked, "How is it? Is there anything this afternoon?" Yi Chen shook his head. The work is not complicated, and we have solved it. It's just that Wang Chao exploited them too much before, which is not conducive to their performance. I want to see how they perform during this period of time after they stop working overtime. Lin Wanma nodded. If you have any questions about work, you can ask Zhao Yuhuan and me. No matter what decision you make, I will support you. Also, from now on, I may not go to the company as often, so please pay more attention here. Chapter 54. Tang was troubles, evil spirits, and meeting Zhou Qing again. St. Mary's Private Hospital. Parking lot. Yi Chen saw a BMW out of the corner of his eye and his heart moved. Sitting in the BMW was a burly man with half-inch hair and arms as thick as his thighs. He looked quite ferocious. Isn't this the car of Zhou Qing's cheap boyfriend? He frowned, then burst into a sneer. Zhou Qing has become a thing of the past. All grudges will fade away with time and go with the wind. Now, the most important person is Lin Wanma in front of him. I don't know why. Yi Chen had a hunch that Lin Wanma didn't seem to hate him that much. Even when giving her the jade pendant. The joy on her face was not pretended, but came from the heart. It seems that she should accept me, and I can also provide her and the child with a stable support. Thinking of this, Yi Chen's expression became firm and more calm. Noticing Yi Chen's mood changes, Lin Wanma couldn't help but ask, Yi Chen, what's wrong? Nothing, let's go in. Yi Chen shook his head and smiled at Lin Wanma. Good. Lin Wanma locked the car door, and involuntarily took Yi Chen's arm and pulled him towards the hospital. Yi Chen's body stiffened for a moment, but he quickly reacted and his heartbeat quickened. This made him more determined in his thinking. Lin Wanma, she was not cold to him, but had feelings for him. Outside the pregnancy test room. Tangua's slender figure is exquisite and graceful, and she is like a beautiful scenery. Many people passing by couldn't help but look back frequently.
She had long been accustomed to this situation and didn't take it seriously.
Seeing Yi Chen and Lin Wanma, Tangua greeted them with a smile. Wanma, now that you're here, I've been waiting for you. She waved and winked at Yi Chen.
Oh, and there's also handsome guy Yi Chen, who is so considerate and always accompanies me every time.
Lin Wanma rolled her eyes at her.
He said unhappily, Tangua, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb.
Okay, I was just joking, but you took it seriously. It's true that girls can't be kept when they grow up.
Her words made Lin Wanma blush and she didn't know how to respond.
Come on, I'll take you to the pregnancy test room. Yi Chen, wait in the lounge as usual.
She took Lin Wanma to do a pregnancy checkup. And Yi Chen was waiting in the lounge. It seems that Tanguai is no different from last time, but there is a hint of evil in her eyes. Yi Chen thought about reminding her later to be extra careful in the next few days. It really doesn't work. Yi Chen also has a bracelet made of rare jade, which can be used for self-defense.
At this time, the phone rang. He picked it up and looked. Who else could it be but Hu Xiaoyao? As soon as the call was connected, Hu Xiaoyao started scolding her. Yi Chen, where are you? Hurry back to the apartment. I need to talk to you about this. Don't mess around with investments. Did you hear me?
Come back here right now, or I'll contact the company and apply for an asset freeze on you.
Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Okay, I'll be back when I'm done and I'll tell you then. His attitude seems pretty good.
Hu Xiaoyao's tone softened a little, and she said, Yi Chen, don't fool me.
I have prepared the food. If you don't come back, I will punish you. Don't worry, we'll be home on time in an hour. Yi Chen hung up the phone, shook his head and smiled bitterly.
Hu Xiaoyao's tone just now was not very good, but he could completely understand it.
Aren't you afraid that he will lose money by investing blindly?
In this world, people who are truly good to you often appear as bad people.
Hu Xiaoyao is one of them.
It seems that we have to think of a way to completely dispel her concerns, otherwise, I'm afraid we won't even be able to open an account.
He smiled silently and fell into deep thought.
I don't know how long it took.
Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Lu Tao, the pregnancy doctor just said that the embryo is healthy and there is no problem at all. Okay, I'm actually pregnant, he. That's because you are capable. It must be a son. Have you decided on a name?
My name is Lu Tao, which has the character for water next to it, so I'll give it the name of a mountain, Lufeng.
How do you think? It sounds nice. Yi Chen got goosebumps when he heard this. It was indeed Zhou Cheng and Lu Tao. He didn't expect it. I actually met two people during the pregnancy checkup.
What was even more unexpected was that Zhou Cheng would be pregnant.
Certainly. This name is really thoughtful. And at this time, Tangua's voice rang out, this is a private hospital.
Many pregnant women come here for checkups.
Please be quiet. Why, my wife is pregnant and she's taking a pregnancy test, can't I be happy for a bit? I paid the money, I am happy with it.
Lu Tao snorted coldly, stared at the pretty Tanguai in front of him, and licked his scarlet tongue. Zhou Qing's appearance was not very good to begin with.
Only.
She knows how to serve others, and she's recently pregnant, which is why he's impressed by her. But if we really compare them, the fashionable and sexy Tanguai, wearing a doctor's uniform, makes his heart beat faster.
Tanguai frowned.
Sir, please be respectful.
Where are you looking?
I'll say it again, this is a hospital, please keep quiet, otherwise I'll ask the security to ask you to leave. It's not like she hasn't seen people with dirty thoughts before, but they were relatively restrained in front of their girlfriends.
But who knows? This Lu Tao is too bold.
He stares at her unscrupulously.
Does he really think she is easy to mess with? Don't be so shameless, is this the service attitude of your private hospital? I paid you, so what if you glanced at me a few times? Lu Tao continued to curse, even louder.
Zhou Qing, who was standing beside him, also snorted coldly and stared at Tanguai and said, Humph, you're just a doctor, but you're wearing such revealing clothes and putting on makeup like this.
I think you're the one seducing my husband. Wait, you're Lin Wanma?
Zhou Qing suddenly discovered Lin Wanma next to Tanguai and was greatly surprised.
Ha, who was I at that time?
It turns out that I was with her. I can tell at a glance that she is not a good person.
I forgot to tell you that the last time I went to see the house, I happened to see Yi Chen with a woman.
Her sarcastic look made Lin Wanmo burst out laughing. I know that you still hold a grudge against Yi Chen, so you just want to slander him.
She knew Yi Chen's character very well.
He was definitely not the kind of person who would abandon her after having fun with her. Even if I really look at houses with other people, nothing would happen to let her down.
Believe it or not.
Zhou Cheng sneered and turned to look at Tanguo. And you, stop seducing my husband, or I will complain to the person in charge of your hospital. When Yi Chen heard this, his brows furrowed. He pushed open the door, walked straight forward, and said to Zhou Cheng, this is a private hospital. Now that you have completed the examination, go home quickly and don't make trouble here.
Hey, who do you think you are to mind my business?
When Lu Tao thought of the last time he was slapped in the face, he couldn't help but get furious.
He doesn't believe it.
Yi Chen dared to do it in the hospital.
And after the last incident, he has been accompanied by bodyguards. We must get this place back today.
Chapter 55, Lu Tao is crazy, Zhou Cheng slanders, Yi Chen explodes.
Lu Tao had a proud look on his face. In his opinion, what private hospital? It's just a toy for rich people like them. He has money, so he is the boss. Tanguo and others have to serve him well.
In his eyes, Yi Chen is nothing.
If you dare to shout again, the bodyguard will not be a pushover. He has already gotten out of the BMW. Yi Chen, did you hear that? We spent a lot of money to come here, so what's wrong with yelling a few words? Humph, if you dare to yell at my husband again, I'll tell you all your dirty deeds, don't you believe me?
When Zhou Cheng saw Lu Tao getting angry, she also straightened her back. She finally got hold of Lu Tao's cash cow and became pregnant with his child.
We will never allow this matter to be ruined because of Yi Chen.
Faced with the two people's questioning, Yi Chen's face darkened. He didn't expect that despite his repeated tolerance and kind words, the other party would speak rudely and even threaten him.
Even a clay figure can get angry, let alone him? Lin Wanmo was also very annoyed.
Lu Tao was like a mad dog, biting whoever he caught.
Not to mention Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend Zhou Cheng. He is such a weirdo, vain and selfish to the extreme. Tanguo was even more direct.
She narrowed her eyes, looked at Lu Tao and Zhou Cheng, and laughed out of anger.
It seems that talking to you nicely is like talking to a cow. In this case, security.
Tanguo snapped his fingers and the floor security guard hurried forward.
He said coldly, you guys leave the hospital immediately, otherwise, I will be rude.
When Lu Tao saw that the man was a head taller than him, he felt a little scared.
But fortunately, his bodyguard is here.
As he walked towards Lu Tao, a fierce aura came towards him.
Lin Wanmo and Tanguo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Even the security guard who looked ferocious just now couldn't help but swallow his saliva. You're welcome? How can you be rude? Lu Tao was very proud. His eyes swept across the security guards in front of him and fell on Tanguo and Lin Wanmo. Hey, weren't you so cool just now? Why are you so dumb now?
Although the security guard is a head taller than Lu Tao, this bodyguard is obviously bigger, with bulging muscles, and looks shocking.
He said with a stiff face, what do you want to do? If you don't leave. However,
the words haven't finished yet. He was grabbed by the neck by Lu Tao's bodyguard and lifted up, with his feet kicking in the air.
Ah, Yi Chen, did you see that?
This is the private bodyguard I hired at a high price.
Are you scared? Yi Chen, it's your turn next. Lu Tao snorted coldly, and couldn't wait to see Yi Chen being brutally ravaged under the feet of his bodyguard.
The bodyguard threw the security guard away. The security guard fell 4 or 5 meters away and hit his head heavily against the wall, grimacing in pain.
Tanguo couldn't help but take a breath.
She didn't expect that the bodyguard was so fierce, and she didn't expect that Lu Tao and him were so bold that they dared to take action in the hospital.
1mo, you guys go first, leave this to me. I don't believe they don't have the law in their eyes.
Tanguo took out her cell phone and was about to make a call, but was held down by Lin Wanmo.
Lin Wanmo looked normal and said to her, leave it to Yi Chen. Leave it to him? That person is? No buts, trust me. Faced with Lin Wanmo's firm gaze, Tanguo had no choice but to nod.
And she looked at Yi Chen and found that there was nothing unusual about him. In terms of physique, 2 of them are no match for one bodyguard, so how can they defeat him? The bodyguard threw the security guard aside and took a step forward, causing the floor to shake twice. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Yi Chen as if he was looking at a little white mouse. "Yi Chen, be careful." Tangua's heart was in her throat. On the other hand, Lu Tao and Zhou Qing could not stop sneering. "Being careful is useless. Beat him to death. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Lu Tao snorted angrily and said to the bodyguard. The bodyguard didn't hesitate any longer and raised his hand to grab Yi Chen. He wanted to replicate the action he had just used to catch the security guard. However, Yi Chen is not a security guard. Under everyone's shocked gaze, he kicked out. This kick was like a raging thunder, and its speed was extremely fast. And the force was incredibly great, like a sledgehammer. The bodyguard had no time to react before he was kicked in the chest. The whole person flew out in an instant like a cannonball. Bang! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The bodyguard fainted completely without even a scream. This scene. Everyone present gasped. They didn't expect the result to be like this. The giant bodyguard was no match for Yi Chen. Tanguo blinked at Lin Wanma, as if asking, "Did you know this would happen?" Lu Tao and Zhou Qing were completely dumbfounded. The two thought that after spending a large amount of money to hire a bodyguard, they could rest assured. Who knows? Even the bodyguard was no match for Yi Chen, and he kicked him into the sky. Frightened, the two of them turned around and left without even thinking. However, Yi Chen flashed and stood in front of the two men. "You want to leave now?" Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and questioned the two of them. He was so arrogant just now, but now that he sees that the situation is not right, he immediately shrinks his head. What a complete villain! "Yi Chen, what do you want?" "I'm warning you, if you dare to touch a hair on my head, ah!" Before Lu Tao could finish his words, he started howling like a pig being slaughtered. "Just see." Yi Chen slapped him on the face, leaving 5 bright red fingerprints clearly visible. Seeing this, Zhou Qing on the side said hysterically, "Yi Chen, are you done yet? We broke up a long time ago, and you still want to harass me. What do you want me to do before you let me go?" "I never harassed you, it just happened." Yi Chen shook his head and laughed in silence. However, Zhou Cheng doesn't care about that. "Okay, you forced me to do this." She turned her head to look at Lin Wanma, a flash of jealousy in her eyes. "Lin Wanma, just 2 days ago, my husband and I were looking at houses together, and he, Yi Chen, bought 2 apartments with another woman. He is a person who looks righteous and serious on the surface, but he is actually full of evil intentions." She stopped talking here. Seeing this, Tanguo frowned and said, "Wanma, don't listen to her. This woman is like a dog that can't spit out ivory. Would you like me to tell you what you were wearing and what time you arrived? Besides, you must be more curious about what happened after we left." Seeing this, Zhou Qing continued to sneer. "I believe her words, but I don't believe Yi Chen is this kind of person." Lin Wanma smiled slightly. She knew exactly what kind of person Zhou Qing was. She knew Yi Chen's character very well. "I've run into Zhou Cheng many times recently, and that was purely accidental. As for Yi Chen buying an apartment with another woman, there must be something hidden behind it. I'll tell you about this later." Yi Chen said to Lin Wanma, his eyes fell on Zhou Qing. "Zhou Qing, as the saying goes, it's better to part ways in peace. If you dare to appear in front of me again." As soon as Yi Chen finished speaking, he slapped Lu Tao again, making him dizzy. Chapter 56 Tangua's Troubles, the Magical Bracelet, a call from Lin Wanma's parents? Tangua notified the security office, and someone came quickly to drive Lu Tao and Zhou Qing out. Only after the storm subsided did she breathe a sigh of relief. But when looking at Yi Chen, Tanguo widened her eyes and asked in disbelief, "Yi Chen, how did you do that just now?" She looked Yi Chen up and down as if she was looking at a little white mouse. Even though Yi Chen had a calm and resolute personality, he couldn't help but get goosebumps and felt a chill. Lin Wanma smiled slightly and said, "Tanguo, Yi Chen is not an experimental subject. His skills are amazing. Didn't you see that he broke an iron rod last time?" She told Tanguo what happened at the auction last time, and Tanguo was dumbfounded. "Yi Chen, how did you grow up? Where do you get so much strength with such small arms and hands?" Having said that, she sighed. "What a shame, what a pity, if you weren't Wanma's boyfriend, I would have done it to you." Lin Wanma glared at Tanguo, who looked regretful. If it were someone else, she would definitely get mad, but Tangguo was obviously joking, so there was no need to take it too seriously.
And,
As I said, she knew Yi Chen's character and he was definitely not the kind of person who would attract many attention. As if he could see what Lin Wanma was thinking, Yi Chen said in a deep voice, "When I was looking for an apartment before, I happened to buy 2 apartments with my old classmate Hu Xiaoyao in the International Youth Future City on Qianyan Road."
Hu Xiaoyao. This name sounds familiar. Lin Wanma frowned and suddenly thought of the previous loan account manager of Tianqing Trust. Wasn't he her name Hu Xiaoyao? Could it be that? She was startled and looked up at Yi Chen.
Then she thought about how Yi Chen had asked her before if she needed help solving the financial problem.
The answer is already obvious.
She took a deep breath and all her thoughts flashed through her mind.
Only.
Yi Chen obviously didn't want to know that he was the one who helped secretly, and there was no need to point it out now, so he could just keep it in mind.
Yi Chen, nothing happened between you and Hu Xiaoyao, right?
Tangguo narrowed his eyes, his gaze was quite sharp.
If you dare to let Wanma down. I'm very good at using a scalpel. I can cut you 77 or 49 times and still guarantee that you'll be alive and well. Humph. Tangguo's threat had no killing power on Yi Chen at all.
He glanced at Tangguo twice, and the gray-black aura between his brows became thicker and thicker, almost condensing into substance.
He coughed lightly and said, "Tangguo, I think you should take care of yourself first." Me? What's wrong with me? If one person is full, the whole family will not be hungry. Tangguo was stunned for a moment and said to Yi Chen, "Here, this is for you. It can help you turn danger into safety."
Yi Chen handed her a bracelet. "This is what's left over from the jade pendants and peace lockets carved from rare jade, and it just happened to be strung together to form a bracelet."
It sounds so mysterious, is it true? Tangguo didn't agree with it, but still took it and put it on her hand.
"This jade is not very colorful, but it doesn't look cheap either. There are special patterns on the top, which look extremely mysterious, as if there is a stream of light inside, looming. Combined with her slender and white right hand, it looks very beautiful."
Hey, that's pretty good. Thank you in advance.
I'll prepare more money for you in the future.
Tangguo giggled and winked at Lin Wanma. Tangguo, you're talking nonsense again.
Lin Wanma glared at her and shook her head.
Tangguo is a nice person, but sometimes he likes to follow his own will. Let's go get the report. Tangguo said something and walked towards the self-service machine for test reports. Who knows? Just at this moment, a lamp above her head exploded with a bang. A string of sparks flew up, and then the glass lamp fell down. Careful!
Lin Wanma screamed in fright.
Tangguo was so frightened that she stood like a wooden chicken, unable to move at all. She could only watch helplessly as the glass lamp fell straight onto her head. Am I going to die? Tangguo's heart was in his throat. But then, the glass lamp fell dangerously, almost touching her cheek. Bang! With another bang, it fell heavily on the marble floor and shattered completely. Tangguo's heart was pounding. It was not until Lin Wanma came forward that she reacted. Her body went limp and she almost fell down. Tangguo, are you okay? I'm fine, I'm fine. Her face turned pale and her hands trembled. It's too dangerous. The lamp was only 1 or 2 centimeters away from hitting her head, and the consequences would be disastrous. She looked down at her bracelet and murmured, "Does it really work? It seems that this bracelet is definitely a treasure." What else? Yi Chen looked extremely calm.
Lin Wanma looked at Yi Chen, who looked calm and composed, and her heart moved.
Can this jade really ward off evil? Otherwise, how can we explain what happened just now?
She tightened the jade pendant on her chest, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. With mishaps happening one after another, Tangguo was not in a good mood. She took out the report, looked at it carefully for a while, and said to Yi Chen and Lin Wanma, "The report shows that the embryo is normal and very healthy. Continue to maintain a good work and rest and eating habits, exercise appropriately, and avoid strenuous exercise." Okay, I got it. Tangguo, have a good rest. I'll come again next week. Lin Wanma patted her shoulder, said a few words of comfort, winked at Yi Chen, and the two of them left the hospital. Just got in the car.
Lin Wanma's phone rang.
She picked it up and looked at it, frowning.
Mom, why are you calling? Who knows?
The person on the other end of the phone immediately started scolding.
How can I call you? If I don't call you, you won't go home?
Besides, your father and I were only traveling for a few days when such a big incident happened in the company. If one thing goes wrong, several years of hard work will be wasted, and we will have to clean up your mess.
Aside.
Lin Wanma's father interrupted, all right, Wanma is already in her 20s, you should know when to act.
You miss her, why don't you just let her go home and see you? Shut up. It's all your fault. You spoil her and pamper her every day. She doesn't even care about her parents anymore. Come back to me tonight, you hear me?
Yi Chen was listening nearby, feeling somewhat embarrassed.
She didn't expect it either. It is really surprising that the gentle and virtuous Lin Wanma has a mother who is a tigress. Mom, I have something to do tonight, let's do it tomorrow night. Without waiting for her mother to continue, Lin Wanma hung up the phone. Call.
She took a breath and looked at Yi Chen beside her, feeling a little embarrassed.
Sorry for making a fool of yourself. How could it be? Pity the love of parents in the world, my parents are like this too. Lin Wanma nodded, started the car, and sent Yi Chen home. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and asked Yi Chen, by the way, Yi Chen, are you free tomorrow night? I want you to go home with me. Chapter 57, Dispelling Hu Xiaoyao's Concerns, Unexpected Discovery. 1000-Year Road. At this time, the lights are on and the traffic is busy. After Yi Chen got off the car, he was stunned for a while, then he reacted and said to Lin Wanma in the car, it's okay tomorrow night, I will go with you. Okay, go eat early, don't be hungry.
Lin Wanma smiled slightly, waved at him, and drove away.
Yi Chen looked at Lin Wanma's departing back and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What's this? Meeting your parents in advance?
He shook his head and grinned, looking helpless.
Forget it, don't think too much about it. I've been in a lot of trouble lately anyway, and this is nothing. Besides, she's willing to let me meet her parents. Does that mean she's slowly beginning to accept me? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. Until Hu Xiaoyao opened the door and asked him, Yi Chen, what are you grinning about? Did you find money? Ahem, that's not the case. Yi Chen was embarrassed. He glanced at the table at the bar and saw several plates of delicious side dishes. There were 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, but Hu Xiaoyao did not pick up her chopsticks. If you're hungry, just eat. No need to wait for me. He glanced at Hu Xiaoyao and felt grateful in his heart. That won't do.
Hu Xiaoyao looked at Yi Chen with a serious expression.
Yi Chen, sit down.
She pointed to the seat across from the bar. Yi Chen touched his nose and had to sit opposite Hu Xiaoyao. He had thought of this situation before he came back. Hu Xiaoyao has a very good personality, but the only thing about her is that she is extremely stubborn. Once you decide on an idea, you will do your best to implement it. Obviously. Hu Xiaoyao thought that he showed signs of investing recklessly, which led to this incident. The meal tasted good, but it was bland. Hu Xiaoyao hurriedly cleaned up the table and sat back opposite Yi Chen. She stared at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, do you know what you are doing? No. Yi Chen nodded, his expression calm. At this time, you must not follow the opposite direction. Otherwise, with Hu Xiaoyao's temper, she would definitely explode. Knowing that you also want to invest in the stock market or futures? Hu Xiaoyao was so angry that she glared at Yi Chen fiercely. This is no joke. I've seen many people who, just because they have money, want to make more money, but end up with their families broken up. When Hu Xiaoyao said this, she looked at Yi Chen with a sincere expression. As an account manager of Tianqing Trust, she is very familiar with the ins and outs of this matter. Stocks are slightly better, but futures are really brutal. Take millions of funds as an example. With 5x leverage, you can get up to 5 million. However, once the loss is 20%, the position will be forced to close, and all the money will be wasted and become a meal for the capital sharks. Companies like Tianqing Trust usually recommend trust funds to their customers. The return on investment is higher than that of banks, but the risk is very small. 2 words, steady. Many people do not understand investment and financial management, nor do they have the free time to manage it. Investing in funds is the best choice. She thought that if Yi Chen continued to invest the 500 million yuan in funds, the returns would be considerable. But if you want to invest in stocks and futures, the risks are obviously too great. If you make a mistake, you may even lose everything. You reminded me, leverage. But then, Yi Chen shook his head.
500 million in funds alone is not easy to operate, and if leverage is added, such a huge force cannot be broken down into small pieces. He straightened his face, stared at Hu Xiaoyao, took a deep breath, and said, "I'm not shooting in the dark. After all, this money didn't come from the wind. What's more, we've known each other for so many years. Do you think I've done anything stupid?" This money did not come from the wind, but was a reward for the increase in Lin Wanma's favorability. "Yes, I have. Isn't Zhou Qing a living example?" Seeing his sincere expression, Hu Xiaoyao believed him a little for no reason. "But in my heart, I still can't stop worrying. Zhou Qing is an exception." Yi Chen looked normal as he stared at Hu Xiaoyao. "I won't touch futures. The stock price can go up or down by 20%. You can set a 30% stop loss line for me. If the stop loss line is reached, I will never do this again. Is that okay?" Hearing this, Hu Xiaoyao was silent for a moment. She knew Yi Chen's character, he would respond to soft tactics but not hard ones. Now that he has made a decision, he will never change it easily. Now he has retreated a little and set a stop loss line, which is already the bottom line. If I force him again, it will probably backfire. Now that you've said that, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to be the villain again. Okay, I will get you multiple accounts, but I will set a strict stop loss line. If you really hit the stop loss line, I will not hesitate to sell all your stocks. Hu Xiaoyao stared at Yi Chen and said seriously, "I know, if I make money, I'll treat you to delicious food." Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief and smiled at her. "Who knows?" Hu Xiaoyao raised her eyebrows and said, "Is the meal I cooked not delicious?" "No, that's not what I meant." Go wash the dishes." The final act of washing dishes was, of course, a joke. Yi Chen returned to his room. Now that the account funds issue has been resolved, the next step is layout and operation. Thinking of this, he looked at the selected stock targets again. I was slightly relieved to find that their trend did not fluctuate at all. After making this much money, I can just lie back and let Hu Xiaoyao take care of the rest. Maybe I can buy a building or something and collect rent from it. That would be nice. Yi Chen smacked his lips and muttered. By the way, let's take a look at the stock trend of Aishang Medical Beauty. Due to the impact of the product controversy a few days ago, the stock price of Aishang Medical Beauty Company has fallen. It has fallen from its previous peak of 30 yuan to 22 yuan. As the matter was resolved, it climbed back up to 25 yuan. Only. Yi Chen discovered that in the next 10 days, the stock trend of Aishang Medical Beauty would collapse. What's going on? In just 10 trading days, the share price of Aishang Medical Beauty will fall below 12 yuan, which is equivalent to being cut in half. Without a doubt. This is extremely bad news for listed companies. Not only will investor confidence collapse, but the interests of major shareholders will also be seriously affected. Aishang Medical finally got rid of the threat of Wang Chao, the trader, and the Yen Series 2 was launched strongly. Unexpectedly, it encountered stock problems again. It's really full of twists and turns. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and sneered. I didn't expect that the stock market trend in the next 10 days would reveal the fluctuations in the share price of Aishang Medical Beauty. It was really a pleasant surprise. It's late now, and it's not appropriate to talk about this. Let's talk to Lin Wanma tomorrow night after the stock price hits the limit down. Thinking of this, he put aside everything, took a shower and rested. Before going to bed, he received a call from Gu Qingshan and made an appointment for treatment this weekend. Chapter 58, Aishang Medical Beauty's stock price hits the limit and a wave of short selling hits. The next day. Aishang Medical Beauty. Sales Department. Yi Chen punched in for work as usual. I was an ordinary employee before and needed to go out to do business. But now, unless there is a special event that requires him to show up, he just needs to stay in the office and give orders remotely. As for the colleagues who stayed in the company, it can be seen that their mental outlook was significantly different from before. Before, they almost had to grit their teeth to come to work. But now, their faces were filled with smiles, and the improvement in their subjective initiative made them passionate about their work. In less than 2 hours, I had almost finished the work I had done the previous day. But after just a short rest, they got back to the next step of work. This made Yi Chen feel somewhat relieved. Employees are also human beings. Relaxation and tension, showing human nature, can help them work better, right? But he heard some noise in the office next door. The office next door is the Securities Affairs Department, which is headed by Zhao Yuhuan. Usually it looks like a pool of dead people, with no ripples. But today the sun rose from the west, and the place was packed with people. Well, it looks like the stock should start to fall. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said to himself. He looked normal, and just told everyone in the sales department, "Go to work, I'll go over and see what's going on." Really? As soon as I arrived at the next door, I saw Lin Wanma and Zhao Yuhuan. The two men's faces were as gloomy as water, and they had obviously encountered a difficult problem. Seeing Yi Chen, Lin Wanma's expression eased slightly and she waved at him. Yi Chen stepped forward and asked, "What's going on?" "I was next door just now and heard a quarrel here." "Here, look for yourself." Lin Wanma pointed at several computers in front of her, on which were displayed the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty. It is visible to the naked eye that the market has begun to decline. While we were talking, the stock price dropped by more than 1 point, and the market value evaporated by tens of millions. The stock market has fallen so much? Yi Chen frowned and narrowed his eyes. Actually, he had already seen the stock trend of AI Shang Medical Beauty. It was exactly the same as I remembered. After 10 o'clock in the morning, stocks began to sell off sharply, and the share price fell until the close of the morning. Why stop falling? Because the price has reached the limit down, and the price limit is locked, millions of orders are blocked and cannot be moved at all. Analysts say that someone may be shorting the company, but we can't see any signs of this yet. Is it to make a small profit and walk away, or is it to do so maliciously and bring down the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty? Zhao Yuhuan added, her face full of anxiety. This period of time, AI Shang Medical Beauty is in constant turmoil. First, there was a product quality issue, and then the traitor was uncovered. Now the stock market is experiencing abnormal fluctuations again, which is worrying. If it is a normal stock price fluctuation, even if it drops 20 points, it is not a problem. Market conditions and confidence will slowly restore the stock price. But if short selling is done maliciously, it will be a terrible poison. If things go wrong, the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty will fall to a low point, and the confidence of investors and shareholders will be completely lost. Not to mention, with the successful launch of Yen Series 2, Lin Wanma plans to raise funds through a private placement to expand the scale of AI Shang Medical Beauty's industry. Not limited to Shanghai, but promoted to the whole country, to make it bigger and stronger. At this critical juncture, if the stock price fluctuates too much, it will obviously be detrimental to the plan for the private placement. Zhao Yuhuan, don't worry about other things today. Just keep an eye on this place. If you have any news, contact me immediately. Lin Wanma winked at Zhao Yuhuan and gave instructions. Okay, Mr. Lin, I got it. Zhao Yuhuan took a deep breath and went to communicate with the analyst. Lin Wanma took Yi Chen back to the president's office. Lin Wanma poured a cup of coffee for Yi Chen and herself, and then sat on the soft sofa chair. She rubbed her temples, sighed, and said, Yi Chen, what do you think of the company's stock price? This is not because she is desperate in trying all kinds of treatment. But those who are involved are often confused, while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. Yi Chen's previous suggestions were like pointing out the way out of a maze, clearing up the clouds and revealing the moon. Maybe. Does Yi Chen, who is outside the authorities, have better ideas? Well, I think this is an opportunity for AI Shang Medical Beauty. Yi Chen hesitated for a moment and said to Lin Wanma. Although he knew the future trend of AI Shang Medical Beauty Company's stock, if he told Lin Wanma just like that, it would be strange if she didn't think he was crazy. Only when things really happen can he influence Lin Wanma through himself and minimize the damage of this stock short selling. You might even be able to make a profit from it. Opportunity, what do you mean? Lin Wanma raised her eyebrows, glanced at Yi Chen, and shook her head. She had investigated Yi Chen's background and found nothing surprising. His miraculous physical skills, medical skills, and the ability to gamble on stones and identify jade can be said to be innate talents. But this stock is part of the capital market. If you don't get into this industry, you have no idea how intricate it is. Yi Chen has no investment experience, so how does he know that this is an opportunity? If it's not malicious short selling, then it's nothing, just wait for the stock price to go back up. But if it's malicious short selling, then why not follow the other party's wishes and short sell the stock completely? Anyway, the company is in your hands. You know everything. If there is a future, wouldn't it be better for you to control more shares? Yi Chen stopped talking here. The atmosphere in the field suddenly fell into silence. After 2 full minutes, Lin Wanma came back to her senses and smiled at Yi Chen. Not bad, why didn't I think of that?
Any short selling requires funds to maintain. Now, Aishang Medical Beauty has solved its capital chain problem and has sufficient liquidity as a guarantee. If the other party is really shorting maliciously, Lin Wanma has the ability and capital to absorb the chips at a low price, and then catch the other party off guard. She doesn't understand these specific operations, but she doesn't need to understand.
Analysts have been paid high prices all year round, isn't it time to test them? Yi Chen, thank you. Lin Wanma was touched and spoke to him sincerely. Don't say thank you all the time in the future. Helping you is my responsibility. Pang Group. Today, a distinguished guest came. It was Su Zhangyuan, president of Zhangyuan Group. Ponguai's office. There are several computers placed here, and what is displayed on them is the stock price of Aishang Medical Beauty Company. General Pang, according to your instructions, we tried shorting this morning, and the other party responded quickly and took strong measures to maintain stability. However, in the afternoon, we will sell all the chips we secretly bought at a low price before, and then start the next round of buying at a low price. Hearing this, Ponguai suddenly interrupted. I don't care about these details, I just want to know that the plan is going on as usual. Also, in 10 days, I want to see the share price of Aishang Medical Beauty Company cut in half. Even if it costs me some money, I will do it. A ferocious look appeared on Ponguai's face. Su Zhangyuan, who was standing beside him, laughed and said, Mr. Peng is better than you. You have fought brilliantly in this battle. Aishang Medical Beauty will definitely be yours. As soon as the words came out, the trader immediately started selling stocks. The share price of Aishang Medical Beauty plummeted and hit the limit down. Chapter 59 Lin Wanma and Aishang Medical Beauty's response. Ponguai is here again. Yi Chen takes action. Aishang Medical Beauty. Securities Affairs Department. When Zhao Yuan saw the stock price hit the limit down, she panicked. She quickly found Lin Wanma. The latter had just finished his daily work and came to the securities department. When he saw the limit down, his face was as gloomy as water. What's going on? She narrowed her eyes, cold as ice. Normal stock fluctuations will not affect Aishang Medical Beauty. But now is the window period for the planned capital increase. If the stock price drops sharply now, investors' enthusiasm will wane, and shareholders' profits will suffer. How can the plan for additional issuance of shares be implemented smoothly? The stock fluctuated last week. Someone bought a lot of chips at a low price and just sold them off. The stock price hit the limit down. Zhao Yuan gritted her teeth and looked at Lin Wanma with fear in the corner of her eyes. What's next? Our response strategy. Lin Wanma tapped the table lightly and looked at the analyst beside her. The analyst said, we didn't react in time this time. We will review and summarize later, but now, the most important thing is how to stabilize the stock price. If the market continues to crash at this rate, there may be a second and third limit down. If panic selling occurs, the cost of pulling the stock price back up will be too high. Can you calculate the chips in the other party's hand? Lin Wanma frowned and growled. This? I'm afraid not. The other party's operation is too covert, there must be a master. Now it depends on what Mr. Lin thinks and how stable he wants to be. The analyst looked embarrassed and said to Lin Wanma. Lin Wanma was so angry that she almost went berserk. Looking at her frosty beauty, the atmosphere in the securities department suddenly froze. After a while, Lin Wanma said, it is very likely that the other party is maliciously targeting Aishang Medical Beauty this time, so my strategy is to let the stock price fall, get enough chips at a low price, and push up the stock price in the future to minimize the loss as much as possible. However, hearing this, the faces of the analysts changed. Boss Lin, if this is the case and no one supports it, I'm afraid it won't just be a matter of 1 or 2 limit downs. If the company's main capital does not maintain stability and allows the other party to smash the stock price, it will definitely be a nightmare for Aishang Medical Beauty. First, there is no stabilizing fund to protect the market. Once there is a large-scale sell-off, retail investors will definitely follow suit and sell in panic. With this plan, it returned to the other party's hands again. They can take advantage of the market crash to continue buying chips at low prices. One thing leads to another. Even though they suffered a lot of losses, it was definitely Aishang Medical Beauty that suffered the biggest losses.
and after several limit downs.
Retail investors' willingness to follow suit will also weaken.
Even if subsequent funds increase, they are very likely not to enter the market again. The vicious cycle continues, and AI Shang Medical Beauty will no longer have any effect in the investment market in the short term.
I know, but do you have a better idea?
We don't even know how many chips the other party has.
How much money do we need to put in to stabilize the stock price? Lin Wanma snorted softly and couldn't help but yelled at the analyst angrily.
But, if it stays at 17 or 18, it won't be that difficult. Analysts are still arguing.
If he really does what Lin Wanma wants, then what's the point of having him as an analyst? Isn't this total incompetence? No need to say more, just do as I say.
Try to get chips at the lowest price possible, secretly cooperate with the other party to clean up the market, and adjust the stock price to the lowest.
By the way, if you don't want to do it, you can go to the finance department. The implication is that if you don't do as Lin Wanma wants, then you should resign.
Anyway, this position pays well but requires little work.
If he doesn't do it, there are plenty of people who will. Boss Lin, that's not what I meant. Okay, according to your wishes, I will make a detailed operation plan and show it to you before I get off work tonight. The analysts finally gave in. But in his opinion, Lin Wanma's approach was tantamount to drinking poison to quench thirst.
The stock price cannot be pushed up just because there are more low-priced chips. Without retail investors entering the market and relying solely on the main players to pull the market up, how will funds exit in the future?
Not to mention,
if it attracts the attention of regulatory authorities, it will be very bad.
Well, let's do it. Yuan, keep an eye on her, make sure nothing goes wrong. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and instructed Zhao Yuan.
As she walked out of the securities department, she passed by the sales department. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yichen staring at the computer in front of him, on which was the picture of AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock hitting the limit down. I didn't expect that he was so thoughtful, and that idea is really good.
It's just, leave professional matters to professionals. It's not good to worry too much. Lin Wanma smiled slightly, and for some reason, she felt a lot more at ease. Sales manager's office.
Yichen looked at the AI Shang Medical Beauty stocks in front of him and shook his head. I didn't expect it to be the same as what I saw before.
AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price hit the limit down.
However, in the afternoon, there should be another wave of pull-ups, which will rise by 2 points in a straight line, giving retail investors hope and allowing them to get chips at a low price. In the end, the price will continue to hit the lower limit, completely crushing the hopes of retail investors.
When Yichen thought of this, he couldn't help but sigh. The investment market is always cruel. With sufficient funds and information, you can seize the opportunity and make a fortune. Unless retail investors have extremely good luck, it is extremely difficult to make money.
No wonder Hu Xiaoyao got so angry when she heard that I wanted to invest in the stock market. Yichen shook his head and smiled slightly.
Immediately, he looked at the stocks he was trading. Before,
the stocks that I bought in multiple accounts and in multiple batches have already opened from the limit down and are going up in a straight line, like a rocket. The profit ratio in the account also soared from 1% to over 10%.
And, in the afternoon,
the stock will continue to rise and eventually hit the daily limit.
It's like heaven and hell compared to AI Shang Medical Beauty, completely opposite.
Although it's just numbers, it's probably more exciting than gambling on stones.
Fluctuations in numbers represent changes in earnings.
But gambling on stones is different, it is dead, things can only get worse, not better. It's just a 10-day chart, which is a little shorter.
Everything has its limits.
It's enough to earn this much.
If you earn too much and attract other people's attention, that would be very bad. The decline in AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price did not affect ordinary employees in the sales department. They were still so absorbed in their work that they didn't even notice it was time for dinner.
It wasn't until Yichen clapped his hands that they reacted.
Well, I have something to do tonight, so the dinner has been moved to noon. Let's have a good team building during the half-year break. Is that okay?
Chapter 60. Hu Xiaoyao was shocked.
She made 250 million in one day. Peng Shuai was proud. Tianqing Trust.
Hu Xiaoyao had just finished dealing with the things at hand. She couldn't help but hold her forehead and let out a long sigh. After pouring a cup of tea, she took 2 sips and immediately felt a lot more energetic.
By the way, how come I forgot about Yichen?
Hu Xiaoyao suddenly came to her senses and slapped her forehead. She quickly opened her stock account and prayed silently. I hope the loss won't be too great, otherwise, it will be a blow to Yi Chen. Hu Xiaoyao shook her head and took a deep breath. However, she logged on and took a look and was surprised. Red? Ahaha, I'm pretty lucky. I didn't lose any money. Wait a minute, something's not right. Hu Xiaoyao was stunned, then she reacted and was shocked beyond words. Oh my god, the profit ratio is actually 20%. She was so shocked that she was a little dazed. If you just buy a stock at random and make a few points, that's just sheer luck. But this stock had previously hit the limit down. Yi Chen is so brave. Although the greater the risk of capital investment, the higher the return, this is like walking on a tightrope. If you are not careful, you will end up losing everything. Did he do it unintentionally, or does he really have this ability? Hu Xiaoyao fell into a daze. No way. This is so unexpected. She originally thought that Yi Chen would most likely suffer losses if the overall market conditions were not good. Even if she is not careful, she will reach the stop-loss line and she will be forced to liquidate her position. But now, Yi Chen actually earned so much, and she couldn't break the agreement between them. Yi Chen, you really put me in a difficult position. It's okay as long as we make money, everyone is happy. But what if there is a loss? For the stock market, locking in profits is the eternal truth. Should I give Yi Chen a call to ask? Hu Xiaoyao looked at the funds in her account and was secretly shocked. In just half a day, the profit increased from 500 million to 600 million. After deducting the handling fee, the net profit was more than 90 million. What does it mean to make a huge profit with little effort? This is called making a huge profit. Tianqing Trust cannot possibly achieve this rate of return. The net rate of return they provide to their customers is generally around 5-10 points for a period of 1 year. Let's see what happens this afternoon first. There is no way to do T0 for this stock target. It can only be sold in the morning trading tomorrow. If it falls back in the afternoon, it will be a waste of time. Hu Xiaoyao, what are you talking about? Hu Xiaoyao quickly covered her mouth and dared not say anything else. The next few hours, Hu Xiaoyao was on pins and needles. I didn't even get much sleep during my nap. I just got up and opened the stock software. But she was shocked again. How is it possible? Just see. The stock, which had originally hit the limit down, turned positive at noon and continued to rise sharply since the opening of the market this afternoon. Moreover, the price limit was reached and hundreds of thousands of orders were blocked, which seems quite stable. She was shocked again. This is Yi Chen's first time buying stocks. It actually hit the ceiling, from the lower limit to the upper limit. The luck is simply incredible. And this profit suddenly increased from 20% to 50%. One day, he actually made 250 million. Yi Chen, how did you do it? Hu Xiaoyao stared blankly at the account in front of her, feeling like she was dreaming. What is the concept? 2.5 small goals. Even for most people, it is impossible to earn so much money in a lifetime. But Yi Chen, it only takes a day and a few hours to earn it. Call. Hu Xiaoyao took a few deep breaths before she came to her senses from the shock. Well, let him do it himself. As long as the stop-loss line is not reached, I won't bother to meddle in other people's business. Hu Xiaoyao made up her mind, put stock investment behind her and started to focus on her own work. AI Shang Medical Beauty Sales Department. Yi Chen got up in the afternoon and took a look. I found that the stock was exactly the same as what I had seen before, with the price limit reaching its upper limit. Hey, I made 250 million in one day. This feels so good. Yi Chen looked at the funds in his stock account, feeling excited and couldn't help but laugh. And this is just the beginning. After today's daily limit, the next 9 trading days, every stock he bought would hit the daily limit, and although the total profit fluctuated, the final profit should be around 5 billion. Because as the principal increases, you will earn more if the stock yield remains unchanged. Now it is 750 million. If the increase is 20% tomorrow, then another 150 million will be earned. If the increase continues to be 20% on the third day, you can earn 180 million. And so on.
And there are two chances to hit the ceiling. Ha! No, I need to calm down.
Also, we must be more cautious in the following operations to avoid being monitored by the main force.
If the market crashes, we will lose money. Yi Chen took a deep breath and adjusted his mentality. He turned his attention to the stocks of Aishang Medical Beauty Company. As expected. At 2:30 in the afternoon, large funds entered the market for Aishang Medical Beauty stocks. Millions of orders were eaten up in an instant. Soon, the stock opened the limit down and rose straight up.
This gave retail investors who purchased Aishang Medical Beauty stocks a reassurance.
Okay, the main funds are here to protect the market, brothers, charge.
Ha, the stock market hit a ceiling today.
Could it be that our Aishang Medical Beauty will also have a shocking comeback? You must cover your position, lower the cost, and maybe you will make a lot of money. He. Although Aishang Medical Beauty had a product controversy recently, it was quickly clarified.
Coupled with the launch of new products, it continues to be popular.
It would be strange if the stock price did not rise. Yes, this must be the main force's attempt to clean up the market. They want to wash us out. We must not be fooled.
In the Aishang Medical Beauty stock forum, everyone was discussing heatedly. Many people saw hope and began to frantically cover their positions. There are also crazy retail investors who actually place large orders at this critical juncture, hoping to get a piece of the pie. With the entry of retail investors, the stock price fell from 10 points to more than 7 points.
But the next second, all retail investors were dumbfounded. Countless large sell orders instantly brought the stock price down.
In just half a minute, the stock price fell from 7 points to 10 points, directly hitting the limit down.
And the number of orders was as high as 2 million. Unless there is a huge amount of funds to protect the market, there is a possibility of opening the limit down. And it's just a possibility. Who knows how many chips the one who is dumping the market has? If things go wrong, after the price limit is lifted, there may be another market crash and the price limit will continue to be locked. What happened? Oh my god, he died young. Yes, the price limit is reached. This is going to kill me. I entered the market when it was down 7 points. Did I buy at the top of the mountain? Now I can only pray that I will have a chance to get out tomorrow, otherwise I will be trapped forever. Watching the stock hit the limit down, watching the retail investors in the stock forum chattering in fear. Peng Shuai in the Pang Group's office and Su Zhengyuan opposite them smiled at each other. Boss Su's trick of cutting off the source of the trouble really works. I want to see, Lin Wanma, whether you have the ability to turn the tide. Chapter 61 Zheng Shangyun's attitude, holding hands for the first time. Nanshan River View Villa. Facing the Hong Kong River and backed by Nanshan Mountain. This is the largest villa complex in Shanghai, with a superior geographical location and high prices. Those who can live here are either rich or noble. Just look at the row of luxury cars at the entrance of the villa: Lamborghini, Porsche, Ferrari. The Maserati driven by Lin Wanma also seemed inconspicuous. This is where Lin Wanma's parents live. We came here tonight because Lin Wanma's mother strongly requested us to do so, and no one knew what Lin Wanma's intention was in bringing Yi Chen with her. After passing the entrance and going up the slope, Lin Wanma drove into the Lin family villa halfway up the mountain. Wanma, you're back. Lin's father, Lin Yud, looks to be in his early 50s, with slightly gray hair on his temples, and looks quite kind. It's almost 7 o'clock, why is it so slow? I told you in advance, but don't you know to avoid the rush hour traffic and come back earlier? When Lin's mother Zhang Shangyun saw Lin Wanma, she was so angry that she started scolding him. She was wearing a long dress. Although she was about 45 or 46, she was dressed quite exquisitely and obviously cared a lot about her image. But when she saw Yi Chen coming down from the passenger seat, she was stunned for a moment, her face as gloomy as water. Who is he? Okay, Shangyun, the child finally comes home, so stop nagging. Besides, there are outsiders here, so say less. Lin Yud winked at Zheng Shangyun and waved his hand. What do you know? Zheng Shangyun glared at him and her eyes fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen looks about the same age as Lin Wanma, and he is quite handsome. Moreover, he has a calm temperament, without the impetuousness of most young people, and his neither humble nor arrogant attitude makes Zheng Shangyun feel a little different. Mom, this is Yi Chen, the company sales manager, and also my friend. Lin Wanma hesitated for a moment,
but still couldn't say the word male.
Hello, uncle and aunt.
Yi Chen smiled and bowed slightly.
And at this time,
he took out 2 boxes of Fei Tian Mutai and 2 sets of imported high-end cosmetics from the trunk.
Just come here, what else do you need to bring?
Lin Yud rubbed his hands, smiled and went forward to help him carry it. Zhang Shangyun's gloomy expression also eased a little and she nodded at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen and Lin Wanmo looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief.
I bought these gifts at the shopping mall just before I came here.
If I come here empty-handed, given Zhang Shangyun's personality, who knows what she would do?
The group entered the house, and Zhang Shangyun said to the nanny, Aunt Shui, we can start the banquet now.
Aunt Shui. The Lin family's nanny and cook are good at cooking Shandong cuisine. This is not. Lin Wanma hasn't been home for a long time.
Today, she took some effort to put out all the 8 great dishes of Shandong cuisine. First-class tofu, sea cucumber with scallions, 9-turn large intestine, braised prawns, fried crispy, lotus chicken slices, sweet and sour carp, crispy chicken.
This was an eye-opener for Yi Chen, who was used to eating fast food. He didn't expect that a family dinner would be so sumptuous. It was indeed a wealthy family.
It's just that he had just sat at the table and hadn't taken 2 bites yet. Zhang Shangyun glanced at him and Lin Wanma, squinting her eyes and asked, Yi Chen, I heard from Wanma that you are the sales manager of her company.
I wonder which school you graduated from and where your parents are employed.
As a woman, her instinct made her feel that the relationship between them might not be that simple.
Mom, you're here again.
Lin Wanma frowned slightly and stared at Zhang Shangyun with an unhappy look on her face.
Yes, Shangyun, we are enjoying our meal, what are you doing? Lin Yud quickly winked at Zhang Shangyun. Wanma hasn't been home for so long, and we finally have a meal together. If you have anything to say, let's talk after we finish eating. Who knows?
Zhang Shangyun's face darkened, she put down her chopsticks and said, Why, are you all dumb when you're eating?
I'm just asking, but you're already impatient.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled, there's nothing bad to say.
I graduated from Modu Engineering Vocational College, and my parents are both farmers. Having said this, Lin Wanma secretly thought that this was not good. Oh no!
She knew her mother Zhang Shangyun's character.
Born into a wealthy family, she had an almost crazy obsession with family background. I thought that Yi Chen would meet them eventually.
They went on a trip and hadn't seen each other for a long time.
They shouldn't ask Yi Chen all sorts of questions. Unfortunately, I still miscalculated. Lin Wanma thought to herself, feeling extremely regretful.
The promotion of Yi Chen to sales manager was also based on this plan, and he will be promoted to sales director in the future. Only then, maybe he would be able to catch Zhang Shangyun's eye.
After hearing Yi Chen's words, not to mention Zhang Shangyun, even Lin Yud was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that Yi Chen's background was so poor. According to Zhang Shangyun's requirements, it doesn't have to be an absolute match, but at least it can't be too bad. Yi Chen does not have a high level of education and culture, he just graduated from a fake university. With a privileged background, even if he is not a top-tier billionaire, he must have at least tens of millions in assets, right? But Yi Chen's parents are farmers and they are not even high-level intellectuals. How can this be possible? See, Lin Yud, this is what you usually do. I won't eat it anymore, you guys eat it?
When Zhang Shangyun reached here, she snorted coldly, stood up, and went to the second floor. Yi Chen, don't bother with her, she just has such a bad temper. Lin Yud laughed and quickly tried to smooth things over.
However, Yi Chen shook his head and said, this is normal, huh? He looked at Lin Wanma and was stunned for a moment. Just see. Under the table, Lin Wanma grabbed his right hand and looked at him apologetically. Yi Chen felt warm in his heart. I can't change my parents' background, and I can't change the school I go to, but I can change myself. He raised his head, looked at Lin Yud, and spoke word by word. Lin Yud nodded and said, not bad, young man, you are ambitious. I am optimistic about you. Certainly. This is just a polite remark. In his opinion, there are tens of millions of people as ambitious as Yi Chen. But how many of them can eventually reach the pinnacle of life? In today's capitalist society, it is very difficult to survive without connections, relationships, and financial support. Even his Lin family had to rely on 3 generations of hard work to make a name for themselves in this demon city. But the atmosphere has eased. It can be seen that Lin Yud has a gentle personality and is not as strong and aggressive as Zhang Shangyun. A meal.
Both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. After eating, Yi Chen accompanied Lin Wanma for a walk outside the villa.
Yi Chen, I'm sorry for what happened just now.
I really didn't expect that my mother would be like that. Looking at Lin Wanma with an apologetic look on his face, Yi Chen smiled slightly and shook his head.
It has nothing to do with you. Besides, I am a big-hearted person. What do you think? While talking, Yi Chen reached out and pulled up Lin Wanma's right hand. Lin Wanma's pretty face turned slightly red and her heartbeat quickened. This is different from before. This is the first time Yi Chen takes the initiative to hold hands. A feeling of extreme peace came over me. She couldn't help but move closer to Yi Chen and snuggled into his arms. Chapter 62, Favorability Improvement, Reward, Hennessy Viper GT Supercar. The second floor of the villa. Master bedroom. Boom boom.
Hearing the knock on the door, Zhang Shangyun, who had left early, frowned.
Come in.
Lin Yud came in with some pastries and a cup of coffee. Shangyun, that behavior just now is not the style of our Lin family. When Zhang Shangyun heard this, she slammed the table, furious. Those words should have been said by you as a father, but you ignored everything and let her do whatever she wanted. I cleaned up your mess, and you still have the nerve to blame me. Having said that, she pointed to the computer in front of her. Look, you see, AI Shang Medical Beauty has been in constant turmoil. The product problems were just solved, but I didn't expect the stock to hit the limit down again.
The AI Shang Medical Beauty stock forum is already in chaos.
There were all kinds of explanations, but without exception, panic began to spread. If there is another 1 or 2 limit downs, the stock price will definitely be cut in half.
By then, in the short term, I'm afraid that AI Shang Medical Beauty will not be able to gain any benefits from the stock market.
Upon hearing this, Lin Yud shook his head.
I didn't expect this. Is there another problem with AI Shang Medical Beauty? You know our daughter's abilities very well. Someone must be targeting her.
When Zhang Shangyun heard this, she couldn't help but roll her eyes.
Certainly. She took a deep breath and pointed to the announcement of AI Shang Medical Beauty on the table. I just checked.
Wang Chao was originally a sales manager, but he has no background at all.
How could he make AI Shang Medical Beauty look so bad?
There's someone behind him, most likely that bastard from the Pang Group. Having said that, a sinister murderous look appeared on Zhang Shangyun's face.
Lin Yud raised his eyebrows and said, isn't this just right? Peng Shuai has been pursuing 1MO, why not help them? Grant me?
Oh, Lin Yud, don't test me.
You know who Peng Shuai is. How could I push my daughter into this fire pit?
Zhang Shangyun laughed out of anger.
Then Yi Chen. Yi Chen is not an option either.
Although he is quite satisfactory in all aspects, his education and family background are too poor. Even if he becomes Wan Mo's son-in-law, it would be a disgrace to Wan Mo.
It is absolutely not an option.
I thought so too, but when I looked at Wan Mo, she seemed to be very optimistic about Yi Chen.
It's no use just watching her. I'll warn her later not to do anything rash, otherwise.
Having said this, Zhang Shangyun was suddenly stunned.
What's wrong? You suddenly look like this. Lin Yud asked doubtfully. Tell me, our daughter, could it be that she really did something with that boy Yi Chen? That shouldn't be the case. Wanma has always been obedient and sensible.
She has never done anything wrong since she was a child.
If she gets pregnant. Stop talking nonsense. Lin Yud, I'm telling you, if there is anything, I will definitely not let you off. No, what does this have to do with me?
The two were discussing.
Yi Chen looked at the time and it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening.
He said to Lin Wanma, I'm afraid the stock issue is just as I expected.
Someone is shorting it maliciously. Yeah, I know. I've been watching it this afternoon.
I'll just follow your advice. Lin Wanma nodded, her pretty face flushed.
Okay, I'll go back first, and you should get some rest too.
Yi Chen glanced at her slightly bulging belly and warned.
Well, be careful on the road. Lin Wanma nodded obediently. How could she look like an icy beauty CEO at all? It wasn't until Yi Chen walked away that she reacted and couldn't help but stick out her tongue. Lin Wanma, what are you thinking about?
Originally, bringing him to meet my parents this time is already out of line.
Do you want to tell them that you are pregnant with Yi Chen's child?
It's just, he always thinks about you, and he didn't even show any emotion when facing the humiliation just now.
Shouldn't you do something for him?
Unconsciously, Lin Wanmo looked a little dazed. It wasn't until Zhang Shangyun came out to find her that she came to her senses.
Wanmo, tell me honestly, what is your relationship with Yi Chun?
What else could it be?
We're just friends.
Lin Wanmo's heart was shocked, but she still spoke calmly. The gap between Yi Chen and you is too big, you should know what to do.
I know. It's annoying. I finally get home and you keep nagging me. If you keep doing this, I won't come back. Alright, I won't say anything more. Is it okay if I don't say anything more? I don't know who I'm worrying about every day like this.
After taking a shower, Lin Wanmo lay on the comfortable and soft bed, tossing and turning.
She doesn't have any prejudice against any sect. But my parents came from that era and their ideas are deeply rooted.
No matter how outstanding Yi Chen is, without a good background, in their eyes, he is just a poor boy who is not worthy of them at all.
But is this really the case? Lin Wanmo was very suspicious.
First is Hu Xiaoyao. The account manager of Tianqing Trust took the initiative to come to us to borrow money and solved our funding problem.
Whose funding is this? No matter what, it is definitely related to Yi Chen. Let us talk about gambling on stones.
Forget about the glutinous rice type, glass type, and ice glass type, he also gave the imperial green and emerald green to himself. If we add the previously discovered trader Wang Chao and the formula of Yen Series 2, the stock suggestions.
If you say that Yi Chen is not worthy of me, isn't that nonsense? But if I tell this to my parents, they definitely won't believe it. No matter what, there will always be a way out when the car reaches the mountain.
Lin Wanmo took a deep breath, and the scene of the two holding hands just now appeared in her mind.
The corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Bite.
Congratulations to the host, your favorability has increased, and you will be rewarded with a Hennessy Viper GT supercar. Sitting in the taxi, Yi Chen closed his eyes and rested, but a sudden sound made him lose all sleepiness instantly.
Hennessy Viper GT? Known as the king of sports car speed?
Even though he had seen countless storms and waves, he couldn't help but be shocked at this moment. I didn't expect that I would get such a reward just when I was planning to buy a car.
Could it be? Lin Wanmo really has feelings for me?
Yi Chen felt that what made him more excited than the supercar was, of course, the increase in Lin Wanmo's favorability towards him.
Call.
Yi Chen slowly exhaled a breath of foul air.
By this time, the reward had been distributed and he got the car keys. As for the Hennessy Viper GT supercar, it was naturally in the apartment parking lot. As soon as he got off the car, Yi Chen went straight to the parking lot. But just before he arrived at the parking lot, he heard a crazy discussion. Oh my god, whose car is this? It's so cool.
Yeah, Ferrari, Lamborghini, and Porsche are totally incomparable.
This kind of car should cost tens of millions, right? 10 million? You are so ignorant.
This is the Hennessy Viper GT supercar, a limited edition worldwide, with only 20 units in total.
Hiss, that would be tens of millions. But who is so rich that doesn't live in a villa but instead lives in an apartment with us? Amid the discussion, Yi Chen pressed the car key. Beep, beep. Everyone turned around and looked at Yi Chen, their faces filled with shock. Chapter 63, Meng Zishuan's dream is to become a racing driver? Hennessy Viper GT supercar, cool muscular shape, bright yellow paint. It looks bold and fierce, full of grandeur.
Its power is equipped with the LS 96.2 LV8 supercharged engine from the Chevrolet Corvette ZR1, with a maximum power of an astonishing 1,200 horsepower. It can reach 100 km/h in 2.4 seconds and has a top speed of 440 km/h, making it the undisputed king of supercars.
It is very difficult to find a car in the market now. It can be said that there is no small goal that cannot be bought. However, but everyone found that Yi Chen opened the car door and sat in. Hiss, am I seeing things? He's actually a rich second generation. The Hennessy Viper GT supercar is unique in Shanghai. Ferrari, Porsche, and Lamborghini all have to stand aside. Such a young rich second generation, and so handsome, but I wonder if he has a girlfriend? Hee hee, you can lie to us, but don't lie to yourself. How could he not have a girlfriend? I'm so envious. If I could drive this kind of car for a day, I would be willing to lose a year of my life. Amid the discussions of the crowd, the unique roar of a supercar was heard. Boom, boom, boom. Like a spring, it shot out rapidly.
The people on both sides of the road looked envious.
Very. There were also girls wearing skirts who couldn't help but scream.
Enjoying the feeling of being pushed back by the wind, Yi Chen's mood also surged. He had never driven any sports car, but as soon as he got in, he felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. It made it easy for him to drive, as if he was a veteran who had been driving for more than 10 years.
Only.
At this point in time, although there was a lot less traffic, the sports car couldn't get any faster. Thinking of this, Yi Chen headed straight for the mountain road around the city.
There.
It is a famous gathering place for drag racing gangs.
The ring road around the mountain is about 20 kilometers.
The road winds around Sangshan Mountain, with a drop of nearly 500 meters between the top and the foot of the mountain. But because it was constructed in recent years, the road is very well maintained and there are no potholes, which is why it has become a favorite of drag racers.
Even now. It's almost 10 o'clock and it's still crowded. Hey, Lao Soem, you've taken so long to come here, you're picking up girls again.
Go away, Gao Chang, how dare you criticize me? You've already changed 4 or 5 of them this month.
Okay, stop being so funny. The competition is about to start at 10 o'clock. Let's see who can win tonight. Is there any need to ask? Of course it's our female car god. Well, there's nothing we can do. Fongrunin found Hennessy, a well-known foreign modification factory.
The Lamborghini Aventador, which is already the king of corners, is now even more unbeatable.
That's not necessarily true.
I heard that Han Feng will come tonight, and he will bring a new Bugatti Dior.
Hiss. I've heard of this car too. It's a new Bugatti supercar, and it costs 50 million. Han Feng, what a madman. Moreover, the performance of this Dior is much better than that of Lamborghini. He will definitely win tonight. Wait, who is this?
Oh my god, it's the Hennessy Viper GT, the king of supercars.
Amidst the discussion. An inconspicuous corner. Meng Zixuan looked at the yellow supercar approaching from afar and couldn't help but widen her eyes.
Hennessy Viper GT, this is the sports car of my dreams, but it's too expensive, I can't afford it.
She pouted her cute lips and clenched her little pink fists.
Humph, actually driving this kind of car in front of me, too much.
When we get off the car later, I will definitely go up and punch him twice. Only. The next second, she was stunned. Yi Chen, how could it be him? Meng Zixuan doesn't have many hobbies or interests. It can even be said that she doesn't have any ordinary hobbies or interests. But the only thing I like is racing. This is no secret in the circle.
Almost half of the money she earned was spent on the car.
From the lowest level Mazda 6 facelift, to BMW and Audi sports cars, to the current Porsche.
In just a few years, there were 7 or 8 cars.
If she hadn't been so popular, she might not have been able to afford it. Only. All the cars added together might not be enough for the 4 wheels of Yi Chen's Hennessy Viper GT. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Yi Chen, humph, I want to feel the speed of 440 kilometers per hour later.
Thinking of this, she walked towards Yi Chen.
It's not just Meng Zixuan. Han Feng, who had just arrived here, looked at the Hennessy Viper GT and couldn't help but frown. Interesting, it's Yi Chen again. He licked his scarlet lips, and a strong desire to win instantly made the blood in his body boil. Yi Chen? Who is he? Beside him, Fongrunin asked with a frown. I originally thought that it was you and I competing for the championship tonight, but I didn't expect that Yi Chen would be added. Fongruo was a man whose name suggested she did not have the petite and delicate figure of the women in Mo City. Instead, she was tall and strong.
But her facial features are delicate and her figure is very well proportioned.
Coupled with her wheat-colored skin, she has an indescribable wild beauty. No matter how good a car is, it still needs someone to drive it, right? Fongrunin, if you beat me tonight, I will be yours, how about that?
Han Feng smiled at Fongrunin.
You? Forget it. I don't like your small body.
Fongrunin looked at Han Feng, who was half a head shorter than her, and shook her head. Her eyes fell on Yi Chen and she said, Yi Chen is not bad, but I don't like the defeated generals.
He has no chance. Han Feng rolled his eyes, looking speechless.
As soon as Yi Chen parked the car, he heard someone calling him.
Yi Chen.
He looked back and saw that although she had changed her clothes and covered herself up tightly, Meng Zishuan's beautiful figure could not be concealed.
Meng, ahem, Zishuan.
So, why are you here?
Yi Chen didn't expect that he would meet Meng Zishuan again at this car racing site. Okay, you hid it so well and lied to me that you were just an ordinary company employee. Hennessy Venom GT Supercar, limited edition, all my cars are not as good as your wheel. Meng Zishuan walked forward and pinched Yi Chen's arm hard, with a look of resentment on her face. Of course I'm here. Don't you know? Besides being a star, my dream is to be a racing driver. But
she felt that her arm was as hard as iron, and her fingers felt a little sore.
I am really an ordinary employee, absolutely true.
No, I just got promoted to account manager in the sales department.
Yi Chen spread his hands, somewhat helplessly. I don't believe you. Tell me honestly, do you like Lin Wanma, so you deliberately conceal your identity as a super-rich second generation and are willing to be a sales manager? Meng Zishuan came forward and winked. No, how come you are more gossipy than us? Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could Meng Zishuan be a star? She was even more ordinary than ordinary people. Okay, no more gossip. Let me see. This square lacquer box is cracked. Did you accidentally break it before?
Also, I'm going to sit in the passenger seat later.
I've never sat in such a nice car in my life. Chapter 64, Speed of Life and Death, Zhuge Chen's Plot. Yi Chen also noticed the square lacquer box that Meng Zishuan carried with her. At first. After he removed the evil spirit, cracks appeared on the square lacquer box. It is more obvious now, and you can even see part of the magic circle inside. It's not just this square lacquer box.
I accompanied Lin Wanma to do a pregnancy checkup that day and gave her a bracelet from my good friend Tanguai. After protecting her from a disaster, a crack appeared on the surface of the jade. Now that I think about it, it should be gradually losing its effectiveness while being used.
This has nothing to do with me.
Yi Chen shook his head and laughed in silence.
By the way, where is Zhuge Chen?
He comes from an aristocratic family, so he should know more about these things. He thought of Zhuge Chen, and for some reason, his heart suddenly tightened and he felt creepy.
Him? He's like a dragon that can't be found. After we met once in the apartment that day, he disappeared without a trace. But it's strange. I haven't been sleeping well in the past few nights. I always feel like someone is secretly spying on me. Speaking of this, Meng Zishuan had a look of fear on her face. Forget it. Why am I telling you this? What's wrong with the square lacquer box?
She always felt that this matter might be related to the square lacquer box. In order to relieve tension, she took melatonin every night, but the effect was not satisfactory.
This is not. She plans to come here tonight to go racing and relax.
Otherwise, if this continues, it will affect the heroine-led drama that I have finally gotten.
This thing is time limited.
After changing hands several times, its function has been almost exhausted.
Naturally, it is useless. But, you'd better be careful. Why do I feel like you're a little abnormal? Yi Chen shook his head and said to Meng Zishuan. I don't know why.
Meng Zishuan in front of him actually gave him an eerie and terrifying feeling, as if he was being stared at by an unclean thing.
You're not normal. Meng Zishuan frowned, with an angry look on her face. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. How about this, you get in the car later, and I'll show you after the run.
Yi Chen pointed at the co-pilot seat and said to Meng Zishuan.
Okay, I'm waiting.
Meng Zishuan's anger then turned into joy, and she happily sat in the passenger seat of the Hennessy Viper GT supercar.
Fengrunnen, what a pity, a woman got into Yi Chen's car.
Han Feng had been paying attention to the situation here. When he saw Meng Zishuan getting in the car, he couldn't help but smile at Fengrunnen. You don't need to provoke me.
Don't worry.
Whether it's you or Yi Chen, there is no way to win for sure on this track. I started learning to drive when I was 13.
I'm 23 now. What kind of sports car have I not seen? Not to mention a Viper GT, even Schumacher may not be able to beat me. Fengrunnen shook her hair and snapped her fingers. Okay, the race is about to start, follow me closely and don't just follow me around and eat my dust.
After saying that, Fengrunnen got into the car and put on his helmet swiftly. Han Feng smiled sinisterly and didn't care at all.
Arguing with Fengrunnen is just an appetizer before the car race.
Yi Chen, I admit that I looked down on you before, but today, on the racetrack, I will let you see what true life and death speed is. He took a deep breath and got into his Bugatti Dio. At this time, two beautiful women in revealing and fashionable clothes raised the flag. Beep. A long whistle attracted everyone's attention. In 5 minutes, the race will start on time. We will go around the mountain from here. The first one to reach the finish line will win. Not only will the champion win a prize of 500,000 yuan, but he will also be favored by many beautiful women present. Whether you can take it away or not is up to you. These few words immediately ignited the enthusiasm of the men and women present, and they couldn't help but cheer wildly. Yi Chen, who was sitting here, sneered. For him, this time of racing was just to feel the charm of the Hennessy Viper GT supercar. As for the 500,000 yuan prize in the favor of the beautiful woman, he was not interested. On the contrary, Meng Zixuan was very excited. Yi Chen, did you hear that? A $500,000 bonus and a beautiful lady. She waved her little pink fists like a new soldier about to go to the battlefield. Is the beauty as beautiful as you? Yi Chen shook his head and smiled, but out of the corner of his eye he saw Han Feng and Feng Runen. I didn't expect that Han Feng is here too. Oh, that woman. Meng Zixuan looked in the direction of his finger. Han Feng? He's a madman, but he's quite famous. I just joined the circle, and I heard that he always takes first place, and others can only compete for second place. And this girl isn't called that. Her name is Feng Runen. She's also pretty fierce. She's the one who's won the most championships since Han Feng. When she said this, her eyes sparkled. Didn't you say before that your dream was to be a female racing driver? It's because I saw how good she was and I wanted to catch up with her. Most of the time. Because of physical reasons. Women have a natural disadvantage compared to men when driving. But Feng Runen was able to suppress so many men and win the championship. Obviously she has some extraordinary qualities. Ha, won't it be alright if we just beat her later? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and said to Meng Zixuan. Okay, that's what you said. If you lose, you will be responsible for completely repairing my square lacquer box. She stared at Yi Chen and said viciously. Forget about the square lacquer box. Here, keep this pendant. It's more useful than the lacquer box. Yi Chen took out the remaining pendant and handed it to Meng Zixuan. Unexpectedly. Meng Zixuan blushed and asked in a low voice, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Don't let your little brain let you have such random thoughts. If you don't want to, I'll take it back. Yes, of course. Meng Zixuan took the pendant and put it around her neck excitedly. And at this time, the race has entered the final countdown. Amid the roar of the mountains and the sea, the unique roar of the sports car vibrated everyone's eardrums. Yi Chen is no exception. Hennessy Viper GT supercar, the body is vibrating slowly, ready to go. Meng Zixuan was even more excited, so much so that Yi Chen had to remind her to wear a helmet and fasten her seatbelt. 10, 9, 8, 7, 0. As the flag dropped, nearly 20 sports cars whizzed past like cannonballs and headed straight for the top of the mountain. The first one. Feng Runen is the one who is most familiar with the road section. Her modified Lamborghini, like a green light, takes the lead. Han Feng's silver Bugatti Dio followed closely behind like a ghost. And what about Yi Chen? It actually fell to the last place. Yi Chen, what's going on? Can you do this? Your car is the Hennessy Viper GT supercar, the best car here, and yet you're in last place. How embarrassing. When Meng Zixuan said this, she couldn't help but cover her face. Wait, something's wrong. Yi Chen's heart was pounding and he couldn't help but step on the brakes. However, the car didn't show any sign at all. Not only did it not slow down, it even accelerated and almost hit the car in front. Chapter 65 Yi Chen takes action and wins the championship, Zhuge Chen strikes back. Just before departure, Yi Chen's attention was on Meng Zixuan. But he kept an eye on the surrounding situation out of the corner of his eye. In addition to Han Feng and his cool Bugatti Dio, there is another person, that is Zhuge Chen. Only. Didn't Meng Zixuan say that she hadn't seen Zhuge Chen since that night? Zhuge Chen concealed his figure very well in the crowd and was almost hard to detect. Different from Han Feng's madness, Zhuge Chen gives people an extremely feminine and evil charm. There is no doubt that there is a terrible attraction to beautiful women.
This is simply too abnormal for Zhuge Chen, who stands out from the crowd.
After Yi Chen started the car, he felt something was wrong with it.
Really?
After the first turn, he braked to slow down.
However, the brakes seemed to be stuck and could not be stepped on at all.
Not only did the car not slow down, it even started to speed up and almost hit the car in front.
Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted extremely quickly.
He turned the steering wheel quickly and narrowly passed by the car in front.
The Hennessy Viper GT supercar almost sticks to the guardrail.
If you are not careful, you will break the guardrail, fall off the cliff, and be smashed to pieces.
Aside.
Meng Zixuan was not frightened at all, but instead screamed with excitement.
Yi Chen, good job, keep it up. This is the speed that the Hennessy Viper GT supercar should have. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said unhappily, sit tight.
When turning, Yi Chen stepped on the accelerator and the car accelerated again. After passing the car in front, we finally reached a relatively flat area.
Yi Chen let go of the steering wheel, lowered his body, and began to check the brakes below. Right now.
Meng Zixuan, who had been a little slow to react, finally reacted, and her excited shouting stopped abruptly.
She said in horror, Yi Chen, what are you doing? This is racing, you.
The words haven't finished yet.
The car body shook violently.
At top speed.
The front of the car even jumped up half a person's height. Then fell heavily on the mountain road. Meng Zixuan's heart was in her throat. The next second, Yi Chen put his hands back on the steering wheel. Meng Zixuan, do you have any grudge against Zhuge Chen? Why did he want to hurt you? Yi Chen asked Meng Zixuan, who was still in shock, while driving.
I didn't notice at all that there was another turn ahead and I almost hit a big rock on the inside of the mountain road.
Yi Chen, drive carefully, drive carefully. Meng Zixuan was so scared that she stuttered.
She likes racing, but she is not like Yi Chen, who doesn't take his life seriously at all. This speed is over 200 kilometers per hour.
Not to mention a car crash, even if it hits a small stone, the car may be destroyed and people may die. But thinking of Zhuge Chen, Meng Zixuan still said with a stiff upper lip, there is no grudge. He is very good to me. He prepared the square lacquer box for me before. I don't have a grudge against you, could it be?
Yi Chen's heart shuddered, and he suddenly thought of a possibility.
Zhuge Chen's sudden appearance before was not because of Meng Zixuan, but because of him.
Zhuge Chen wanted to attack me, but Meng Zixuan was in the car just now, so he arranged this.
Simply blocking the brakes has no effect on Yi Chen. And with Zhuge Chen's mysterious methods, wouldn't it be easy to tamper with other parts of the car body? Why are you staring at me? Look at the road.
Meng Zixuan was completely panicked, and for a moment, she wanted to jump out of the car.
But she knows it too.
At such a fast speed, jumping out of the car would be tantamount to suicide.
But Yi Chen's stare made her feel creepy and her heart beat to the extreme. Meng Zixuan, what time were you born? No, what time were you born?
Yi Chen turned his head away and didn't look at her again.
Why do you ask that? But Meng Zixuan still said to Yi Chen, 12 o'clock in the evening. Oh, it's the Ghost Festival. No wonder. Yi Chen understood.
Meng Zixuan has a purine body, which is like a cauldron that is rarely seen in a century for people who believe in fate.
The appearance of Zhuge Chen obviously came from this. But
during this period of time, Meng Zixuan has been too close to me, which may have caused dissatisfaction from the person behind the scenes. Maybe Zhuge Chen was planning to do something to himself in the apartment that day. It's a pity that Morong Jing and Meng Zixuan suddenly appeared and disrupted Zhuge Chen's plan. If someone doesn't offend me, I won't offend him.
But if someone offends me, I will repay him 100-fold.
A hint of extremely strong murderous intent suddenly flashed across Yi Chen's calm face. Meng Zixuan, who had been secretly watching him, was so frightened when she saw his expression that she became silent.
Yi Chen, what are you going to do?
She swallowed, terrified to the extreme.
No big deal, just get first place first.
Yi Chen smiled slightly, all his murderous intent disappeared, and he became the harmless guy he was just now.
While talking, Yi Chen has caught up with the first echelon. Feng Runen drove the modified Lamborghini Aventador and took the lead. Only
the gap between Han Feng and her is only half a parking space, and he can catch up at any time. Judging from his appearance, he was obviously playing the pig and eating the tiger, deliberately keeping Feng Runen hanging.
Then there is Yi Chen.
He was less than 100 meters away from the two cars. But on this winding mountain road, it is obviously not easy to catch up.
Certainly.
This is just for ordinary people and ordinary cars.
After Yi Chen's physical fitness improved, it was far beyond what ordinary people could compare to.
And his ability to perceive everything around him is simply incredible. A mere Hennessy Viper GT supercar is no problem for him, he can control it with ease.
Julian 1, it's you.
Yi Chen took a deep breath, and at the most difficult 9 consecutive bends, he did not slow down at all, but instead accelerated again. Swoosh! Like a cannonball, the yellow figure passed over the green and silver-gray colors one after another.
Take the lead. Yi Chen, it's Yi Chen, he's actually ahead. Feng Runen was surprised and her face was full of shock.
Han Feng was able to beat me because he has a good car and good driving skills.
But, a nobody like Yi Chen, is he also going to rely on his good car to leave me behind?
Feng Runen's face changed several times and she gritted her teeth and groaned.
Immediately following,
she didn't care and stepped on the accelerator, and the speed of the car soared from about 230 to 250.
Sure enough, a good car means more confidence.
Not only did they catch up with us, they even surpassed us.
Han Feng had a gloomy face and frowned.
It's just that.
Zhuge Chen couldn't shake him either. He's obviously a difficult character.
Peng Shui, if there is such a person, I will definitely use all means to bring him down.
Why are you so anxious to find Su Zhangyuan?
Thinking of this, Han Feng felt filled with anger. He no longer held back and drove at full speed, heading straight for 300.
At the end point, Zhuge Chen's evil figure suddenly shook. Puff!
A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his face turned extremely pale, as if he had suffered a serious illness. He stared at the approaching car and said in disbelief, Yi Chen actually won the championship.
Chapter 66, Feng Runen's Thoughts, Meng Zixuan's Night of Terror. Mountain top.
It looked like it had been flattened, and was a square half the size of a football field. Countless young men and women couldn't help but shout as they watched the supercar about to sprint.
Hey, it's a yellow car. This isn't Feng Runen and Han Feng's car. Oh my god, is the King of Sanshan going to be replaced? It seems so. The performance of the Hennessy Viper GT is so amazing that even the Bugatti Dior is far inferior to the Lamborghini Aventador. What a pity. I thought I could see Feng Runen's heroic figure. Ha 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 ha. Feng Runen looks so manly, I didn't expect you like him too, it's really weird. Ahem, don't talk nonsense, she is a woman after all, could it be that you like Han Feng? Amidst the discussion,
Meng Zixuan regained her previous enthusiasm.
Go, Yi Chen, we are almost at the finish line, sprint.
She waved her little pink fists and gritted her teeth, as if she was driving the car herself.
Yi Chen, what a silly girl.
He shook his head, concentrating completely, and unknowingly, the car speed reached the maximum. The speed is over 400 kilometers per hour, and there are bends. Meng Zixuan, who was standing by, felt the blood in her body boiling. The reflections on both sides quickly retreated, as if the whole person was flying.
It looks like the championship is in our pocket.
She looked at Yi Chen and found that he still looked calm and composed, which made her wonder.
Yi Chen, aren't you excited?
For her, racing is all about the thrill brought by extreme speed.
It would be even better if we could win. But Yi Chen,
it seems like I'm not racing at all, but just taking a walk.
Feng Runen, it looks like you and I have no chance. As Yi Chen accelerated, they were instantly left behind and were now nearly 1 kilometer behind. Han Feng, it's already this late, why don't you give it a try? Have you already admitted defeat?
Feng Runen simply took off her earplugs, threw them aside, and increased the car speed to the maximum.
What a pity.
The performance gap between sports cars is too huge, and Yi Chen is not an ordinary person.
How many people can overtake on a curve?
She and Han Feng could only watch Yi Chen galloping away towards the finish line.
Half a minute passed. They finally reached the finish line. And at this time,
Yi Chen and Meng Zixuan have already gotten out of the sports car and are enjoying the cheers from everyone present.
Yi Chen, is that him? He's so handsome. I really want to give birth to a baby for him. Then you have to get in line.
It's just that there seems to be a beautiful woman next to him.
Isn't she the star Meng Zixuan? Are they having an affair?
Forget it, I won't get involved.
What if it makes the headlines and exposes this place?
I won't have anywhere to race in the future. I have to say that the Hennessy Viper GT has strong performance and has left all the sports cars behind.
It would be hard not to win the championship. You are wrong.
Viper started last but overtook many other cars, and only then did he get first place.
Yi Chen's driving skills played a big role in this.
Yeah, I heard that he almost fell off a cliff when he was overtaking on a curve, but I didn't expect that he would catch up and even get first place.
Amidst the discussion, Feng Runan strode forward.
The beauties standing in front of her were intimidated by her power and retreated away.
Yi Chen, right? Are you free tonight?
Feng Runan stared at Yi Chen with a straight look in her eyes, which made people fantasize.
Sorry, I'm busy.
Yi Chen shook his head and replied to Feng Runan. He finally experienced the extreme speed of the Hennessy Viper GT tonight, and his wish was fulfilled.
As for Feng Runan,
first of all, it's not the style of women he appreciates.
Secondly, I just gained some favorability from Lin Wanma.
Thirdly, he also has to solve Zhuge Chen's troubles. You rejected me before I even said what I was going to do.
That's really abominable.
Feng Runan's smile froze on her face instantly. She stamped her feet and snorted coldly. When he turned around, he saw Han Feng with a sly smile on his face, and he couldn't help but get angry.
Han Feng, are you laughing at me?
Han Feng shrugged and shook his head.
Who dares to laugh at your joke?
You see, Yi Chen is not an ordinary person.
Even I can't see through him. Feng Runan narrowed his eyes.
She stared at Yi Chen's figure for a few seconds. If it were someone else, or even herself, after winning the championship, they would at least be a little excited, if not overjoyed.
But Yi Chen, like he doesn't care at all. This kind of person is the one I, Feng Runan, want to conquer.
Han Feng, you're still a little short of it. Feng Runan raised her little finger towards Han Feng and smiled.
Then I can only wish you good luck.
Han Feng didn't care, a cold light flashed in his eyes.
At first, invited by Ponguai, he took action against Yi Chen.
Who knew that Yi Chen could resolve the crisis so cleverly that he had to face Yi Chen?
Until now. Yi Chen is no longer the ordinary employee he used to be.
He deserves to be placed in a high position and treated with caution.
But
if Feng Runan helped him, the worst that could happen would be that they would both be brought down together.
Yi Chen, I'm not dreaming, am I? I felt like I was flying just now. Wasn't the car going too fast?
Meng Zixuan was still immersed in the joy of winning the championship and her face was flushed with excitement.
Yi Chen, okay, let's deal with the business first. He pulled Meng Zixuan and walked towards Zhuge Chen. There are 2 mountain roads.
The first one is the track we just saw, and there is another one, which is a straight track that is nearly half the distance and has a steeper slope.
Zhuge Chen finished his preparations and arrived here ahead of time. But
he saw Yi Chen walking forward and a look of panic appeared on his face.
What a pity.
Under the backlash, he was unable to move. As soon as he took a step, his blood surged and his body was shaky.
Ha! Zhuge Chen, why are you here? Meng Zixuan was surprised when she saw him. He, did you see that? Yi Chen and I won the championship. However, Zhuge Chen didn't dare to speak at all.
He was afraid that if he opened his mouth, the blood in his body would burst out.
Wait, you are like this, Zhuge Chen, are you sick? Zhuge Chen shook his head and smiled bitterly. Sick? I'm not sick, but I'm dying.
Yi Chen stared at him, his face gloomy to the extreme.
Zhuge Chen, who wants her? Zhuge Chen still shook his head.
Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, he knew what Zhuge Chen meant.
I won't tell Yi Chen, I'll just die now.
But if I tell Yi Chen, I'm afraid he will suffer a fate worse than death.
In that case, don't blame me, you deserve it.
Yi Chen stomped his feet suddenly, and a terrifying aura came out of his body and went straight towards Zhuge Chen. Zhuge Chen's whole body froze, as if he had lost his support, and he instantly fell to the ground and died.
Zhuge Chen, ambulance, ambulance.
Meng Zixuan was so frightened that her scalp went numb and she shouted loudly. She never imagined that such a healthy and living person could die so quietly.
Not just him. The onlookers were also shocked and became a mess. Be careful. If you have nightmares again tonight, come find me. Yi Chen gave some instructions and drove away in his Hennessy Viper GT supercar. Chapter 67, one opens at the lower limit, the other opens at the upper limit, two worlds of ice and fire. AI Shang Medical Beauty. Sales Department. The terrifying night last night did not affect him at all. Wake up in the morning feeling refreshed. Only. He had just punched into the sales department when his colleagues around him made weird looks at him. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with my face? Yi-Chen smiled slightly and couldn't help but ask everyone. Hee, the flowers haven't grown yet, but the flowers in my heart are about to bloom. Here, look for yourself, our president is in your office again. Not only is he here, he also brought you milk tea. How thoughtful. Yi-Chen, tell us honestly, is it with President Lin? Amid the discussions, Yi-Chen finally noticed a figure in the office. Who else could it be but Lin Wanma? Okay, stop talking, work hard, and don't embarrass the sales department. Yi-Chen glared at them and said in a low voice. The girls stuck out their tongues, not daring to say anything more, and devoted themselves to their work. Knock, knock. Yi-Chen knocked on the door and entered his office. Lin Wanma looked at her work records with great interest. You're here. I passed by a milk tea shop this morning and just bought an extra cup. Here, drink it while it's hot. She pointed at the milk tea on the desk and said to Yi-Chen. Thanks. Yi-Chen nodded, took the milk tea and started drinking it. The faint smell of milk warmed his heart. The unpleasant feeling I had with Zheng Shangyun last night disappeared in an instant. I'm sorry about what happened last night. This is my mom's personality. Don't mind her words. By the way, I've taken a look at the work done over the past 2 days. It's very well done. And judging by the feedback from the work software, the efficiency has increased by more than 10 percentage points. It's much better than Wang Chao's. She stared at Yi-Chen, a look of surprise flashing in her eyes. You know. Sales work is typically easy to learn but difficult to master. It wasn't long after Yi-Chen joined the company but he was able to fit in perfectly into the position of manager. It was obvious that he had worked hard. Wang Chao is too self-centered. Actually, as long as they are not too tired and can make money, they are still willing to work hard. Yi-Chen did not take any credit. Actually, after he was promoted to manager, he did not interfere too much in his colleagues' work. He just reduced their pressure and stopped them from working overtime. But just doing this not only did not cause the performance to decline, but it actually improved again. Well, work hard, I'm going back to the office first. Lin Wanma smiled at him, then stood up and left. Staring at her back, Yi-Chen fell into deep thought. Without a doubt, Lin Wanma's attitude towards him is developing in a positive direction. I took him to meet my parents last night and brought myself milk tea today. Illustrate. Is she gradually accepting herself? Unconsciously, a smile appeared on Yi-Chen's face. But when Lin Wanma returned to the office, her heart sank. She had a bad feeling that the stock market might crash again. As expected. As soon as the morning session opened, AI Shang Medical Beauty once again saw a huge sell-off, and its stock price instantly hit the limit down. In the Securities Affairs Department, Zhao Yuan's heart sank to the bottom. But before she had time to find Lin Wanma came first. She glanced around and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, everyone. This is within the expected range. Just proceed according to the plan. But there are too many panic selling orders. If there is no major capital to support the market, I'm afraid." The analysts gritted their teeth and still felt that this move was inappropriate and too risky. No buts. Just do as I ask. As I said before, if you can't do it, then change someone else. Lin Wanma's pretty face sank slightly, and an icy aura instantly enveloped the entire affairs department. The company is more than just stocks. After saying this, she returned to the office to coordinate other matters. Pang Group. Peng Shuai's office. Peng Shuai, how is it? Does this trick work? Su Zhangyuan chuckled and said while staring at the computer in front of him. Boss Su, you are old and wise. You are indeed a top businessman in Shanghai. I can't compare to you in terms of brains. Peng Shuai also laughed and handed Su Zhangyuan a cigar, while he himself took out a cigarette. Come on, Mr. Su, take this. Su Zhangyuan took it and took a light puff. Authentic Cuban goods. Good boy, how could you hide such good stuff? If Mr. Su likes it, I still have 2 boxes. Take them with you when you go back later. Having said that, Ponguai's expression became serious. This time, we need President Su's help to short the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty, otherwise those hot money capitals will probably want to get a piece of the pie. In the eyes of ordinary people, you can only make money if the stock price goes up. But in the eyes of real big capital, short selling can make more money. Those crazy hot money are as bloodthirsty as sharks. No matter whether you are the main force or retail investors, as long as there is money to be made, they are indispensable. If it weren't for Su Zhanyuan, who relied on his business network to force them to retreat temporarily. Unsure. They will suddenly fire a shot and make Peng Shuai's plan fail. When doing business, more friends mean more opportunities. Next, we need the full cooperation of the Peng Group. It's not that Su Zhanyuan doesn't have the conditions. He plans to use AI Shang Medical Beauty as a springboard to enter the medical beauty industry. However, this condition is obviously insignificant compared to the benefits. No problem, no problem. Today, the stock price has been locked at the lower limit, and retail investors cannot get out. There will be 2 more tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, completely locking the stock price. Let's see how Lin Wanma can turn things around. He took a deep puff of his cigarette, and the anger in his eyes seemed to be about to burst out. Tianqing Trust. Hu Xiaoyao, who had just finished an order, saw the customer off and took 2 sips of coffee comfortably. She casually opened the stock software and took a quick glance, and was shocked again. How is this possible? If last night's ceiling was just luck. So today Yi Chen sold at the highest point, and the stock he just bought hit the daily limit again. What should I say now? Hu Xiaoyao's breathing became rapid and her heartbeat to the extreme. Yi Chen, how did you do it? In just 2 days, Yi Chen earned hundreds of millions, almost doubling his money. She looked at the account in front of her and was completely distracted. Not just her. Yi Chen himself was a little bit unbelievable. It's almost 1 billion? Yesterday, I made a profit of 50% from the limit down to the limit up. The market opened high this morning and I made another 10 points, plus the 20 points that hit the daily limit just now. After deducting transaction fees, it is almost 980 million, nearly 1 billion, which has doubled. Ha! I was thinking about gambling on stones before, but now with stocks, all I have to do is buy, and then sell. It's much easier and simpler. Yi Chen grinned and shook his head. Only. He opened the stock of AI Shang Medical Beauty, and sure enough, it hit the limit down again. One is a continuous limit up, and the other is a continuous limit down. It's really like ice and fire. I just don't know if Wanma can keep calm and do what I think in order to minimize the losses. Thinking of this, he stopped working, stood up and walked towards the president's office. Chapter 68, After consecutive limit downs, AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price hits bottom, it's time to rebound. After 2 consecutive limit downs, the AI Shang Medical Beauty stock forum was filled with wailing. What's going on? I just finished work this morning and opened my phone to see that the stock price has hit the lower limit again. Yeah, it hit the limit down, there's no way to sell it even if I want to. Is there any bad news again? My third aunt's second sister's brother-in-law said that some time ago, AI Shang Medical Beauty almost couldn't repay the bank's principal and interest. This news came 8 years ago. AI Shang Medical Beauty has sufficient cash flow, and it is impossible for such an accident to happen again. Could it be a product problem? It caused a lot of controversy before and was even reported in the newspapers. That's because there's a traitor in the company who deliberately spread rumors and slandered us. In addition, the new product received rave reviews and quickly took up most of the market share. If that's the case, then the stock should be going up. Why did it drop to the limit for 2 consecutive times? Are you going to let me live? I bought it with great difficulty, but now I have suffered a huge loss, hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is there any big guy who can tell me how many limit downs there will be next? When will I have the opportunity to sell? Just wait. The main force can't protect the market at all. The market crash is too fierce. Tomorrow will be very bad. We have to wait and see the day after tomorrow to see if there is a chance to sell out. As panic spreads, more and more sell orders are placed and it is obvious that the price limit cannot be broken. Period. There were some large orders to cushion the situation, but unfortunately, they were swallowed up by the sell orders before even making a splash. Lin Wanma clenched her fingers, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down and not be affected by the stock price fluctuations. Boom boom. Yi Chen knocked on the door and entered. Yi Chen, please sit down.
Lin Wanma forced a smile and raised her hand, saying, as you predicted, someone is messing with the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty. Yi Chen nodded and said, then, according to the original plan, don't alarm the other party, just pretend to protect the market with all your strength.
I've asked the analyst to do that. But. Lin Wanma paused, a worried look appeared on her face. What if the other party doesn't fall for it, or in other words, they understand our plan? She looked up at Yi Chen, biting her lips tightly. Impossible. Who else could have attacked AI Shang Medical Beauty besides that person? Yi Chen shook his head and gave Lin Wanma a reassuring look. Yes. Who else could it be except Ponguai, who has repeatedly targeted Lin Wanma? That's right. Wang Chao's connection is broken. They must think we don't know who the culprit is. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and returned to her normal expression.
Okay, let's follow your plan, wait for 2 more limit drops, then grab the chips at a low price and catch them off guard.
Lin Wanma clenched his fists and said in a deep voice.
After the two smiled at each other, Lin Wanma said, Yi Chen, let's have lunch together at noon.
I don't know why.
As long as Yi Chen was around, Lin Wanma felt much more at ease. Take the tricky stock price fluctuation for example.
With Yi Chen's advice, everything can be easily solved.
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, and said, okay, I'll treat you to a meal.
Day 3. AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock continued to hit the limit down.
There are almost no people in the stock bar, and everyone is pessimistic. The key point is that there is no negative news.
Who can withstand 3 consecutive limit falls? Only.
At this moment, Ponguai looked a little ugly.
Su Zhangyuan, who was sitting opposite him, couldn't help but yelled at Han Feng, how do you know we will fail? I just know it.
Han Feng crossed his legs, looking nonchalant.
I can see through this trick, let alone Yi Chen.
Su Zhangyuan sneered when he heard this. You have to know that stocks are not like gambling on stones or appraising treasures.
The mysteries involved are far more sinister.
Techniques and methods are indeed important, but what's more important is the funds and chips. Han Feng, Yi Chen is good at gambling on stones and appraising treasures, but that doesn't mean he knows everything about the stock market. Having said this, he paused.
What's more, how could a mere Yi Chen make a decision for Lin Wanma? What qualifications does he have?
Ponguai was a little dumbfounded when she saw the two people arguing. Although he has some intelligence and talent, he is also a bad guy. But there is no way to compare with Han Feng and Su Zhangyuan. Han Feng turned his head to look at Ponguai and asked, Ponguai, don't underestimate Yi Chen.
Do you know who owns the first Hennessy Viper GT supercar in Magic City? Whose? Could it be Yi Chen's?
Ponguai suddenly remembered the photos circulating in the circle these days, which were of the yellow Hennessy Viper GT supercar.
How is this possible?
He's just a poor country boy.
I've done some research and it's clear that a Hennessy Viper GT supercar costs at least 100 million. I can't even buy one if I want to.
When Ponguai said this, she shook her head and burst into laughter.
See, if you don't believe it, forget it, just pretend that I, Han Feng, never said that.
Han Feng felt extremely disappointed when he saw his expression. It is said that rotten mud cannot be helped, but Ponguai is not rotten mud, otherwise she could not be Han Feng's friend.
But after several consecutive failures, Ponguai was too eager for quick success. Even if Su Zhangyuan is a successful businessman, so what? It's useless in front of Yi Chen. Hey, madman, hey.
Ponguai stood up to stop him, but failed, so she had to return to the sofa. Su Zhangyuan narrowed his eyes and said, Ponguai, sometimes you have to make your own decisions, and don't let others influence you.
Ponguai was stunned for a moment, then said, Boss Su is right. Before, we always let the madman make the decisions because he was smart, but now it seems that Boss Su is still reliable. The two smiled at each other, as if they saw the dawn of victory. Day 4. AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price still hit the limit down. By this time, everyone knows.
Some people are shorting AI Shang Medical Beauty, and the stock price will not be able to rise again in the short term. Except for some retail investors who have made up their minds and are determined to hold on. The vast majority of people are waiting for the price limit to be lifted.
No matter how much they lose, they have to escape. And in this case,
AI Shang Medical Beauty secretly obtained chips at a low price and it was not exposed.
Because the chips are too spread out. And compared with the total amount, it is not worth mentioning at all. Little did they know. Under Yi Chen's suggestion, all the funds of AI Shang Medical Beauty were dispersed. If Su Zhenyuan has a network of relationships and connections, how could Lin Wanma not have them too? And there are also Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun to help. That time when she went home, in addition to taking Yi Chen to meet her parents, Lin Wanma's mind was all on this. Breakdown to zero. AI Shang Medical Beauty has obtained some chips. But now, it is far from enough. On the other hand, Yi Chen's stock operations are still as sharp as ever, making a fortune. In other words, hundreds of millions or even billions of funds are really nothing in the stock market and cannot change the general trend. Day 5. Beyond everyone's expectations. AI Shang Medical Beauty opened with a high and red opening. Is the stock price going to bottom out and rebound? Everyone couldn't help but feel their hearts beating wildly. Chapter 69, another limit down, Ponguai gets carried away. Yi Chen's assets are 2 billion? AI Shang Medical Beauty. Securities Affairs Department. As the stock opened in the red, Zhao Yuan and the analysts couldn't help but cheer up. Boss Lin, good news, good news. It seems that the other party has almost run out of chips and can no longer smash the market. The stock price has bottomed out, stabilizing investors' confidence and having a significant positive effect on the subsequent fixed increase plan. It has now stabilized at around 15 yuan. As long as the bottom is consolidated, the downward trend can be completely reversed and the stock price will rise again. However, Lin Wanma shook her head. She said calmly, "Isn't it too early to say these things now? We still have to see if the other party is deliberately trying to lure someone to take over. This is very possible." The analyst was stunned for a moment, then reacted. After several consecutive limit drops, retail investors are eager to cover their positions and flee. If we give them some sweet treats at this time, they will flock in. It's just that they can hit the limit down again to completely lock up their chips and achieve their goal of slamming the stock price. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan panicked again. What should we do then? She pursed her lips, a little at a loss. Although she has good working ability, but has she ever experienced such a situation? What should we do? Of course we should continue with the previous strategy. Don't they want to drive down the stock price? Then start all over again. That's great. I can acquire more shares and completely control AI Shang Medical Beauty. Lin Wanma narrowed his eyes and said in a deep voice. Zhao Yuan and the analyst were shocked and looked up at her with awe on their faces. The fact that she dared to gamble with the stock price was enough to show Lin Wanma's ability and charm. This is also true. With the full launch of the Yin Series 2 into the market, the brand influence of AI Shang Medical Beauty is gradually spreading. And just right. At this time, Meng Zixuan's heroine drama was aired, and she supported the Yin Series, which also created a wave of popularity. In addition to the Yen series, the research and development and launch of other products are also proceeding in an orderly manner. You can say that. In the field of beauty and cosmetics in Shanghai, AI Shang Medical Beauty is already a dominant player. The company's prospects are that its earnings will grow at least for the next 10 years. With this confidence, she doesn't mind continuing to accumulate chips and obtain more equity. As for the other party, if they want to tank the stock price, let them do it. Anyway, she reached an agreement with her parents and obtained capital support. If you want to increase the stock price, just make a phone call. Not long after, the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty, which had just risen by 3 points, was just as Lin Wanma expected. Under the huge selling pressure, the price suddenly plunged and even fell by 3 points. This time, the retail investors who just covered their positions or bought at the bottom are now facing green faces. Mad, what's going on? I thought the market would bottom out and rebound, so I invested 20,000 yuan. Now it's all gone to waste. There's no bad news, why is the price falling so much? They are simply treating us retail investors like human beings. The main funds are competing with each other. Some want to protect the market, while others want to continue to crash the market. It all depends on who has more funds. Oh no, it's all over, this is going to hit the limit down. Under the extremely miserable gaze of stock investors, as expected, AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price continued to fall and went straight to the limit down. See this scene. Peng Shuai couldn't help but laugh wildly. Ha ha, Mr. Su, did you see that?
The stock price has reached the limit down again. Su Zhangyuan has been staying in Peng Shuai's office in Peng Group these days.
What Han Feng? What a madman! What other skills does he have besides gambling on stones?
Of course, capital has the final say when it comes to stocks. I, Su Zhangyuan, have traveled far and wide to build up a huge business, and my network of connections is extraordinary. As long as we control the lifeline of capital, a mere Aishang medical beauty company is not a giant, so it's easy to capture it, right? Su Zhangyuan took another puff of his Cuban cigar, a smug look appearing on his face. Peng Shuai clapped his hands and said, "Boss Su, this is all thanks to you. If you hadn't stopped me yesterday, I might have listened to the nonsense of the madman and let Aishang medical beauty escape."
Isn't it what friends do when they work together?
The share price of Aishang medical beauty has been cut in half, and the market value has evaporated by several billion.
It will be very difficult to recover the losses.
Su Zhangyuan looked at Peng Shuai with burning eyes. Yes, not only did we make a small profit, but also trapped most of the retail investors. It will be extremely difficult for them to push up the stock price again.
Peng Shuai nodded, took a deep breath, and had a proud look on her face. It all depends on today and tomorrow. If the main funds don't come out, there will be no hope at all.
They are fully prepared to respond.
Today. It's time to cheat retail investors.
Tomorrow, if Lin Wanma still wants to save the stocks, he will definitely take action. By then, the chips in their hands will be completely released, causing the stock price to fall into the abyss.
Aishang Medical Beauty. Sales Department. Manager Yi Chen's office. He looked at the stock price of Aishang Medical Beauty and couldn't help shaking his head.
The other party was obviously a little careless and did not expect that Lin Wanma had already taken advantage of the opportunity to absorb chips at a low price.
So what if the stock hits the limit down? As long as the funds behind it remain normal, won't it be easy to push up the stock price? Peng Shuai shouldn't be able to do this. Could it be Han Feng?
No, he is a very strange and evil person. If it were him, he wouldn't be so stubborn.
Could it be that?
Yi Chen thought about it and realized that there were only a few people he had offended. It's impossible for Lu Tao and Zhou Qing to buy a high-end loft apartment.
They don't have the money at all. Yes, Su Zhangyuan.
When we were gambling on the stone, this old guy was acting strange, and he and Peng Shuai were flirting with each other, so the possibility of them joining forces is very high.
Think of this. A hint of hostility suddenly appeared on Yi Chen's body.
But soon, he suppressed it. No hurry, first solve the problem of Aishang Medical Beauty's stock price, and then take action against Zhangyuan Group. Yi Chen smiled slightly and returned to his calm expression. And he opened his stock account. Looking at the series of numbers, my heart trembled slightly and my expression was extremely excited.
2 billion, I didn't expect it to be 2 billion. There are still 5 days left, it will be no problem to make another 3 billion. Yesterday,
he bought another stock at a low price and made a 20-point profit.
It continued to open high today and hit the daily limit. Not just him.
Hu Xiaoyao from Tianqing Trust was completely numb.
If 1 or 2 days was just luck, then how should we calculate the continuous limit up like now, where the principal has quadrupled? Yi Chen, are you Warren Buffett of Magic City? No, he is even better than Buffett.
Buffett also experienced primitive capital accumulation in his early years, and the returns were not so exaggerated. It was not until he got the support of a large financial group that he had the confidence to operate and began to pursue returns.
But compared with Yi Chen, Buffett is not good enough. Chapter 70 Hu Xiaoyao's questioning, Gu Qingshan's thoughts.
The stock price hit the limit down on the 5th day, which happened to be the 2-day weekend. Those who hold Aishang Medical Beauty stocks breathed a sigh of relief, but then their hearts tightened.
It's not easy to make it to the weekend.
Yeah, it's really unheard of to suffer 5 consecutive limit downs. I didn't experience such a tragedy during the stock market crash, but I didn't expect that Aishang Medical Beauty would make me experience it. The good news is that the stock will not fall any further in the next 2 days.
That's worse than bad news. After the weekend, the price will continue to drop. It's still falling? Then it's all over. We have to sell it next Monday no matter what. This stock is too evil.
It falls every day without any bad news. On the contrary, those monster stocks with poor performance often hit the daily limit.
Afternoon. The sales department has finished all the work and there is an event next Monday.
Out of boredom, he took a look at the stock market. There were all kinds of people, all kinds of speeches, and it was all noisy. Some people even cursed, swore, and stabbed voodoo dolls because they lost money. This gambler's mentality opened his eyes. No wonder Hu Xiaoyao told me to stay away from the stock market. It's really no different from gambling. Yi Chen shook his head, took a deep breath, and planned to never touch stocks again after making a fortune this time. But it's better if nothing unexpected happens in the next 5 days. Yi Chen, what are you looking at? At this time, Lin Wanmo walked over. When she saw the stock software in front of Yi Chen, she was stunned for a moment. Fortunately, the stock fund account is automatically closed, and only the stock limit up interface remains. Stocks are a very evil thing. Just look at them, but don't buy them. She thought that Yi Chen had been paying attention to stocks recently because of the AI Shang medical beauty incident and wanted to invest in the market. I know, I'm just looking. Yi Chen nodded and smiled slightly. Sometimes white lies are also necessary. Could it be that Yi Chen opened his account and let Lin Wanma take a look at his operations? How can I explain so much money? How can I explain that every stock I bought hit the daily limit? I was going to take you home for dinner tonight, but my parents want to take me to meet a very important guest, so I have to go. When she said this, a look of apology appeared on her face. It's okay, I have something to do tonight. Yi Chen nodded and replied to her. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Lin Wanmo waved her hand and left gracefully, not affected at all by the stock limit down. The guest she was meeting tonight was the giant crocodile capital, which was led by her parents. Yi Chen had something to do because Hu Xiaoyao called in just now. Ask him to go home together after get off work and have a good chat about stocks. A few days ago, he went to get off work and ate with Lin Wanma together. It was already very late when she got home, and she had to go to work early in the morning, so Hu Xiaoyao never had a chance. But tomorrow is the weekend, so I don't have to worry so much. Only he got into Hu Xiaoyao's car, which caused more discussions among the company employees. What's going on? Yi Chen didn't get in Mr. Lin's car. Yeah, I got in this Mini Cooper. What's going on? Wow, another beauty. Yi Chen's luck with women is amazing. To be honest, when he first joined the company, I asked him if he had a girlfriend and he said no. I should have taken action then. That's right. How can we fight for it now? Forget about Mr. Lin. We can't even afford a Maserati. And this guy has a good temperament and looks. He's an intellectual white-collar worker. We are not as good as him. Apartment. Yi Chen's home. Hu Xiaoyao took out the iPad Air she carried with her and opened the stock software. She put her hands on her waist, stared at Yi Chen and asked, Yi Chen, tell me carefully, what is going on? What's going on? Stocks? Yi Chen blinked, looked up at Hu Xiaoyao, and couldn't help laughing at her tigress appearance. Laugh, you're still laughing, you still have the nerve to laugh. Hu Xiaoyao was so angry that she raised her fist. Tell me the truth, Yi Chen, is there any problem with your source of funds and operation methods? If this involves economic crime, the consequences will be very serious. She put away her fist and looked serious. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became solemn. Ahem. Yi Chen also coughed lightly and returned to his normal expression. I know what you want to ask. The source of the money is fine, and the operation method is absolutely fine. How can I put it? It can only be Warren Buffett, the stock god, who is possessed by me. I am extremely lucky. When Hu Xiaoyao heard him say that, she got angry again. What a great luck! I think it's genius. Do you know how much money you made in these 5 days? She stared at Yi Chen, stretched out her hands and gestured, but found that they were not enough, so she had to give up. 1.5 billion. Yi Chen said seriously. The entire stock market has a daily trading volume of trillions. My limited funds are not even enough to fill the gaps between other people's teeth. Hu Xiaoyao was completely speechless. In the stock market, the vast majority of funds are held by trust institutions and securities investment banks. No matter how much money retail investors have, they can't make a big splash. To make 1.5 billion like you, your starting capital must be tens or even hundreds of billions. Do you think the money in the stock market just comes from the wind? She shook her head and slumped down on the sofa. Finally,
She waved her hands and said, "Forget it, Yi-chan, I don't want to quarrel with you, it's just like this." Before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Yi-chan. "I know what you want to say. It's too easy to make money this way. You're afraid that I'll get lost because of the effort, right? Actually, you don't have to worry at all. Don't you know my personality?" Yi-chen said this and handed her a car key. "Is this the Hennessy Viper GT downstairs?" Hu Xiaoyao was completely shocked. She didn't expect that Yi-chen actually picked up the car. "It's a supercar that costs over 100 million yuan. Let me digest it. I want to be quiet this weekend." Hu Xiaoyao stood up, waved to Yi-chen, and left the room without looking back. No way? Was the blow too heavy? Yi-chen touched his nose, wondering if he had gone too far. After all, this is Hu Xiaoyao, my friend of many years. The difference from her previous performance was so huge that she couldn't accept it for a while. "Well, maybe we can talk to her tomorrow?" "Wait, what about dinner?" The next day, Yi-chen got up, washed, and changed into clean clothes. He knocked on Hu Xiaoyao's door, but no one answered. Did he go out? Or did he sleep in? Yi-chen shook his head and gave up. He drove straight to the villa where Gu Qingshan was. The entrance of the villa. Gu Qingshan, Gu Xiling, and Ning Lao were all there. When they saw Yi-chen getting off the Hennessy Viper GT, they couldn't help but widen their eyes. "Yi-chen, is this your car?" Gu Qingshan smiled cheerfully, walked forward, put his arm around Yi-chen's shoulder, and whispered, "Yi-chen, I heard you don't have a girlfriend, right?" Chapter 71: Yi-chen's plan, Zhuge Chen's background, and the terrifying Lu family. Yi-chen didn't expect this. As soon as they met, Gu Qingshan did this, making him extremely embarrassed. Mr. Gu, what do you mean?" Yi-chen glanced at him and found that his face was flushed and the old injuries in his body were almost completely healed. He couldn't help but smile and said, "It looks like it's almost healed." Gu Qingshan's thoughts were naturally on Yi-chen. He thought, Yi-chen is young and promising, and he is also a lifesaver. Be it character or personality, there is nothing to say. As for Gu Xiling, her parents died early, and the grandfather and granddaughter depended on each other for survival. Although he is almost in good health now, he is getting older and will always have some problems of one kind or another. Gu Xiling has reached the age where it's time to deal with the major issues in her life. Seeing Yi-chen like this, he doesn't seem to be very interested. "It's nothing, just asking. My body is almost healed now, all thanks to you. I have to say, the effect of the Fushi 9 needles is beyond even Elder Ning's expectation." Gu Qingshan patted his chest with an expression of disbelief. To be honest, the effect was so good that even he himself did not expect it. "I thought I had a physical checkup before and was told that I only have a few years left to live. But who knew that Yi-chen's sudden appearance pulled him back from the presence of the King of Hell?" The more he looked at Yi-chen, the more it seemed like he was looking at his grandson-in-law. But he also knew that people like Yi-chen could not be forced. If we dig deeper, it might backfire. "What are you two talking about?" Gu Xiling glanced at Yi-chen and Gu Qingshan with a puzzled look on her face. "Girl, they are talking about your lifelong event." Aside. Old Ning laughed. "No way." Gu Xiling's pretty face turned red all the way to her neck. When she glanced at Yi-chen from the corner of her eye, her heart was pounding. What a pity. She knows it too. Yi-chen's thoughts were never on her. Even though she was wearing a white dress today and looked extremely pretty. Feeling that the atmosphere was a bit strange, Yi-chen said to Gu Qingshan, "Let's take a look at the specific condition first, don't be careless." The group arrived at the treatment room. Yi-chen re-examined Gu Qingshan. The previous old injuries have been mostly recovered. "Mr. Gu, you don't need acupuncture anymore. Just follow the Chinese medicine prescription I gave you before and drink it for about a month, and you will be cured." Gu Qingshan looked up at him with a look of surprise. But Elder Ning couldn't help but ask, "Really, no need for acupuncture?" "Certainly. This may be related to the fact that Mr. Gu exercises regularly and his physique is better than that of ordinary people." Yi-chen nodded and replied to Mr. Ning. "I see." Old Ning looked regretful. The 9 needles of Fushi, that was the acupuncture method he had always dreamed of. Yi-chen gave the acupuncture smoothly and effortlessly, and just watching him was a pleasure. Don't worry, Mr. Ning. If you are still not familiar with the 9 needles of Fushi, I will explain it to you again. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Elder Ning. That's for the best, ha. He rubbed his hands together excitedly, like a little kid who likes a toy. This scene. Gu Qingshan and Gu Xinling shook their heads. Master Ning, is the 9 needles of Fushi really that magical? This is the first time I see you so excited. Gu Qingshan joked and asked Gu Xinling to boil the medicine. He glanced at Yi Chen again and asked again, Yi Chen, you really don't want to consider it? Old Ning also said, Yi Chen, Xinling is a good girl. However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. Mr. Gu, Mr. Ning, I appreciate your kindness. It's just, I already have someone I like. Lin Wanma's figure appeared in Yi Chen's mind. During this period of time together, he discovered that he and Lin Wanma were attracted to each other. Gradually. From a work-colleague relationship, it evolved into a good friend relationship. Although it hasn't reached the stage of being a man and a woman, it's almost there. Okay, just pretend we didn't say anything. Old Ning was very embarrassed. He actually liked this girl, Gu Xinling, because she was well-behaved, sensible and filial. And what about Yi Chen? He is a young man that he cannot even reach. If they were really together, wouldn't others be envious? Oh, by the way, Mr. Ning. Yi Chen suddenly thought of Meng Zixuan and Zhuge Chen. What do you know about the purine body? When he heard the word purine body, Old Ning's body shook. He turned his head and stared at Yi Chen with a serious look on his face. It is said that a purine body is extremely rare. It is the best quality furnace cauldron and is only seen once in 1,000 years. In the era when ancient martial arts were prevalent, the fate of those with purine bodies was extremely miserable. Having said that, he paused and looked up at Yi Chen. Could it be that you have encountered this before? Since ancient times, medicine and martial arts have been inseparable. He is one of the best Chinese medicine practitioners in Shanghai. Mr. Ning knows these secrets very well, if not by heart. I just happened to meet one recently, and he almost got ambushed. Yi Chen nodded and smiled at him. Who knows? Old Ning's face darkened, and he said seriously, Yi Chen, this is not a joke. People who are obsessed with furnaces and tripods are generally the heads or heirs of ancient martial arts families. If you are targeted by them, it will be dangerous. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? I don't know the details, but you must be careful. Mr. Gu is only a small piece of land in this demon city, and everyone is afraid of him, but compared with this bottomless ancient martial arts family, he is still far behind. Old Ning shook his head, his brows furrowed into a shape of a cross. By the way, do you know who is plotting against you? Yi Chen was thoughtful. He found that the previous level was too low. What purine body, what ancient martial arts family, he had never heard of these before, and had no access to them at all. Zhuge Chen, has Elder Ning heard of it? Thinking of this, he said to Mr. Ning. Zhuge Chen? The 4th son of the Zhuge family, known as the little Zhuge Kongming. The corner of Old Ning's mouth twitched and he smiled bitterly. Yi Chen, you've caused a big disaster. Zhuge Chen, the 4th son of the Zhuge family, was known as little Zhuge Kongming. But that's okay. The key is the Lu family. He said to Yi Chen, who looked confused, Zhuge Shi Lu, the Lu family is behind him. Gu Qingshan then asked, is it the Lu family? Which other Lu family? When Mr. Ning said this, he sighed. Gu Qingshan's heart sank to the bottom, and he said to Yi Chen, if you really offended the Lu family, listen to my advice and leave the magic city as soon as possible, and run as far as you can. Yi Chen was speechless. Is it that serious? You don't know how terrible this Lu family is. Come to think of it, my old injury was also related to the Lu family, but I didn't dare to seek revenge, and the other party didn't take me seriously. Everyone says that I am the underground emperor of Magic City, but I know my own weight. The Lu family is the emperor. Gu Qingshan stood up and urged Yi Chen to leave quickly. Certainly. He was not afraid of getting into trouble, but was worried about Yi Chen's safety. Chapter 72. Meng Zixuan called and Yi Chen was numb. Gu Xinling walked in with medicine. Seeing Gu Qingshan chasing people away, he was stunned. Grandpa, what are you doing? Did Yi Chen do something out of line to make his grandfather so angry? Elder Ning also stood up and shook his head, saying, Elder Gu, the Lu family is powerful. We can't just run away. It's better to prepare a generous gift and go to their house to apologize.
This way, there is still a glimmer of hope.
What Lu family? What's the point of asking for forgiveness? Did Yi Chen do something wrong?
Gu Xiling was confused by what she heard, but since it was about Yi Chen, she couldn't help but feel a little worried.
Xinling, Yi Chen has offended the Lu family. Gu Qingshan sighed and said helplessly. Lu family? What Lu family? Grandpa, is there any trouble in this magic city that even you can't handle? Gu Xinling was completely stunned.
Gu Qingshan smiled bitterly at Yi Chen and Ning Lao, who were standing by, and said, since her parents passed away, I have been in semi-retirement. I made some friends and connections before, so I let Xinling do some serious business.
She doesn't know these secrets. Yi Chen and Ning Lao finally understood. But
Gu Qingshan disagreed with Elder Ning's suggestion.
Mr. Ning, you know the Lu family's character very well. If Zhuge Chen really died in Yi Chen's hands, I'm afraid they won't let this matter go.
When Mr. Ning heard this, he nodded dejectedly.
Yes, the Lu family is overbearing. Once Zhuge Chen dies, it will be a situation of life and death. After hearing this, Yi Chen understood everything. Zhuge Chen should be optimistic about Meng Zixuan's purine body on behalf of the Lu family.
The square lacquer box mentioned earlier may have something to do with this matter. As for why he didn't take action against Meng Zixuan now, it was probably because he was waiting for the right opportunity. If it is used as a furnace on the 24th birthday, its effect can be at its best. No wonder Meng Zixuan's career is so smooth. She has the support of the Lu family behind her, and they are extremely strict with her, and Zhuge Chen has always been secretly protecting her. I'm not afraid of trouble, but I'm afraid that the Lu family is too powerful and will implicate other people.
That would be troublesome.
Yi Chen thought that his physique was far superior to that of ordinary people, and even those from an ancient martial arts family would not be able to defeat him.
But if the Lu family turns to deal with Lin Wanma or Hu Xiaoyao, he will be too busy to handle the situation.
Escape is not an option, and staying here is also a dead end.
Is there no other way? Gu Xinling understood the whole story and couldn't help but get angry. To be honest, it's not that she doesn't like Yi Chen.
But when it comes to emotions, she is more reserved. But if Yi Chen was in danger or trouble, it would be strange if she wasn't worried.
By the way, Yi Chen, do you still remember the exchange meeting I mentioned to you before? After the exchange meeting, there will be an ancient martial arts conference. Perhaps, you can take this opportunity to get to know the people of the Chao family.
Old Ning suddenly thought of the Chinese medicine exchange meeting he had mentioned to Yi Chen before.
Upon hearing this, Gu Qingshan's eyes lit up.
Yes, the only family that can compete with the Lu family is the Chao family.
Yi Chen was completely confused. Wait a minute.
You mentioned Zhuge Shirlu and Little Kongming before, and now you are talking about the Chao family.
Are they descendants of the Three Kingdoms?
Hearing this, Gu Qingshan and Ning Lao also laughed. Gu Qingshan shook his head and said, that's not the case, it's just that their surnames happen to overlap, the two are not related.
But seriously, Yi Chen, are you not afraid of death? I'm afraid, of course I'm afraid.
But being afraid of death won't solve the problem.
If it really comes to that, we have to give it a try, right?
Yi Chen smiled slightly, his expression calm.
He said to Mr. Ning, thank you for your advice. Let me find a way to find the Chao family myself. I don't want to involve you. You are looking down on me when you say that. Yi Chen, wait for me. I'll say hello to the exchange meeting and you can just go there next weekend.
Anyway, he doesn't need acupuncture, just continue taking Chinese medicine. Old Ning's white beard trembled. He picked up his phone and called the exchange meeting.
In his opinion, if a talent like Yi Chen was killed because he accidentally offended the Lu family, it would be an unprecedented loss. Anyway, no matter how domineering the Lu family is, they would never target someone like him. Hang up the phone. Old Ning said to Yi Chen, it's done.
It may take some time for the Lu family to react. I hope I can help you if I have the chance.
Thank you very much.
After Yi Chen finished speaking, he glanced at the three people.
Yi Chen is leaving first. We'll meet again if we're destined to. Forget it, let's not meet again. Yi Chen smiled casually, without looking back, and left the Gu family villa. Yi Chen.
Gu Xinling raised her hand and wanted to say something, but her words got stuck in her throat and she couldn't utter a word.
Yes. If it is the Lu family. Not only Yi Chen is in danger, but anyone who gets close to him is equally dangerous. Even if Gu Xinling could ignore it, but
She still has her grandfather Gu Qingshan and this old Ning.
Xinling, don't think too much.
I don't think Yi Chen will die young.
He is blessed with a long life.
Old Ning tried to comfort her a few times, but Gu Xiling was still in a bad mood.
She pointed at the medicine soup and said, "Grandpa, the medicine is here, drink it quickly."
After saying this, she left the treatment room and returned to her room. Coming out of the villa, Yi Chen frowned.
Lu family, Chao family. The amount of information today was so huge that he couldn't react quickly enough. Just thinking about it. The cell phone rang. He picked it up and looked. Who else could it be but Meng Zixuan? Just connected. Meng Zixuan said in a trembling voice, "Yi Chen, are you free now? Can you come to my house? I'm a little scared." After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen shook his head.
Escape was not a solution.
Meet up with Meng Zixuan first and find out the situation.
As for Mr. Ning's help, it can be used as a backup plan.
He got on the Hennessy Viper GT and rushed back to Millennium Road.
But it is not an apartment, but a villa area next to it.
How could Meng Zixuan still look as excited as she did last night?
The whole person looked pale, and it was obvious that his mental state was very bad.
There are even dark circles under the eyes.
And she seemed very relaxed in front of Yi Chen. She was just wearing pajamas, and her beautiful figure was clearly visible.
What's wrong? Before I came back last night, didn't you tell me to pay attention to my surroundings? I really feel like someone is watching me. It's so scary. Take off your jade and let me see it. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the jade on Meng Zixuan's body. Really? There are a few tiny crack marks at the corners.
No need to think about it, it must be Zhuge Chen's method.
He took a deep breath and said, "Meng Zixuan, we are in trouble, a deadly trouble." What trouble is that, Jade? Or someone following me? She knew nothing about the Purine body. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and felt numb all over. How should I confront Meng Zixuan about this? Chapter 73. Paparazzi secretly photographed Yi Chen, who was unlucky. 1000-Year Road. Outside the villa area.
Among all the famous cars, there is an ordinary RV. One of the windows was open, with a camera faintly visible.
Without a doubt. This is the paparazzi taking pictures. The direction of the secret filming was exactly the room where Meng Zixuan was. It's weird. Just now she didn't draw the curtains, and I vaguely saw a figure, but now the curtains are drawn. Hey, Meng Zixuan, I've been watching you for more than half a month. I don't believe I can't find a scandal about you.
The paparazzi in the car stared at the window and said viciously.
For him. As long as you get some explosive news in 10 days or half a month, all the hard work will be worth it. After all.
For popular female stars like Meng Zixuan, the main focus is on the pure and lovely image.
Any scandal will affect their personality.
If he really takes some photos of you, go directly to Meng Zixuan's agent. To be able to negotiate it, you need at least several million. Even if we can't negotiate, we can still make a lot of money by selling it to those news media. Just as he was thinking, there was another scene in the villa. Yi Chen, why are you pulling the curtains? Meng Zixuan folded her arms across her chest, staring at Yi Chen in front of her with a vigilant look on her face.
Yi Chen said unhappily, "You've already let me in, why are you still afraid of me?" This. Meng Zixuan was startled and her face turned even paler.
I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously.
Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. He pointed out the window and said, "Haven't a lot of celebrities been exposed recently? Besides, you said before that you always feel like someone is following you, so you have to be on guard against others." You mean the paparazzi? Meng Zixuan patted his chest and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just for a moment, she was really scared. But now I realized that how could someone like Yi Chen do such a dirty thing? Not to mention,
he has a special relationship with Lin Wanma.
With such a beauty around, it doesn't make sense for her to still have any thoughts about herself, right? If it's the paparazzi, then there's no problem. Should I just pay attention to it? Meng Zixuan looked up at Yi Chen and blinked. It's not that easy. Yi Chen smiled bitterly and sighed. If it was just Zhuge Chen, then it would be nothing. The two had dealt with each other before, so he was not afraid at all. But there is now the mysterious Lu family. This made Yi Chen a little bit afraid. Ah. So what should we do now? Before Meng Zixuan could say the word do, she heard a hurried knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. Her face changed and she quickly lowered her voice. Oh no! Sister Cheng is here. You better hide now. Last night, she slept restlessly. So I called Lu Qing early in the morning. Lu Qing was a little late because she was dealing with her notice. She has always been concerned about the relationship between Meng Zixuan, Yi Chen, and Lin Wanma. If she really knew that Yi Chen was in Meng Zixuan's room, the consequences would be disastrous. Yi Chen was stunned. He looked up and asked, "Where are you hiding?" The bed is made of solid wood and there is no way to get under it. There was an anti-theft steel mesh installed on the window, so it was impossible to get out. Wardrobe, get into the closet. In desperation, Meng Zixuan pointed to the closet. Yi Chen said oh and climbed into the closet. Only. This girl's wardrobe is delicate and beautiful, but a little small. He had no choice but to bend over and curl up into a ball. This is more like a young couple at home, and they just happened to run into their parents coming home. Yi Chen shook his head and sneered. And at this time, Meng Zixuan opened the door and Lu Qing walked in. She immediately asked Meng Zixuan, "Zixuan, what took you so long?" "I've been knocking on the door for a long time." Meng Zixuan happened to see Yi Chen's shoes, and her heart rose to her throat. She pretended to be calm and quickly stood in front of the wardrobe. "I didn't sleep well last night. I was a little sleepy just now. I just heard it. Then she handed Lu Qing shoe covers. "Sister Cheng, I'm worried that the paparazzi are following me." She pointed out the window and spoke to Lu Qing. "What?" Lu Qing's face darkened. She quickly walked to the window, pulled up the curtains and looked down. And take advantage of this opportunity. Meng Zixuan carefully put away Yi Chen's shoes. As soon as she turned around, Lu Qing came over and stared at her. "What's wrong?" "Sister Cheng." Meng Zixuan's voice was trembling a little. What if Lu Qing found out that she had men's shoes at home? How would she explain it? "You mean, there are paparazzi following you?" "I just lifted the curtain and took a look, and it seems to be real." As an agent, how to avoid paparazzi sneak shots is also part of daily work. To this end, she has specifically studied the paparazzi's work of secretly taking photos. And the RV below is, without a doubt, the best shooting location. "Zixuan, you didn't forget to draw the curtains, did you?" Lu Qing glared at Meng Zixuan and asked her. "No, it's closed and fine." Meng Zixuan then came back to his senses and said to her. "Forget it, just stand aside and I'll take a picture of him." Lu Qing thought about it and said to Meng Zixuan. Meng Zixuan quickly jumped away. Then, Lu Qing pulled open the curtains. Someone is here. Below, the paparazzi perked up. He quickly adjusted the focus and was about to start shooting. Who knows? He saw Lu Qing's figure. Crack. Under the camera, Lu Qing even glanced over here. Mad, how could it be the agent? And it seems that he has been discovered. Seeing this, the paparazzi didn't dare to stay any longer, so they quickly withdrew the camera and drove away. Only then did Lu Qing close the curtains again. "Zixuan, you must be careful, beware of being followed and secretly photographed. If it doesn't work, I'll find you another place." Lu Qing stared at Meng Zixuan and said to her. But Meng Zixuan hesitated. She had a good impression of Yi Chen. They finally became neighbors, so was he going to move? "No buts, I'll go find a room today." Lu Qing sighed and softened his attitude. "Zixuan, I'm not forcing you, it's because the current situation is not good. If it affects your new drama, your future career may also be affected." Hearing this, Meng Zixuan had no choice but to nod. "Well, it'd be better if it's near here, okay?" Meng Zixuan raised her head, looked at Lu Qing with her big eyes, and pleaded. Lu Qing thought Meng Zixuan had adapted to the situation here, so he nodded and said, "Okay, no problem." The two chatted for almost an hour. Until it was almost time for dinner, Meng Zixuan's eyes kept drifting towards the closet. Lu Qing couldn't help but frown and asked suspiciously, "Zixuan, why are you looking into the closet? Is there something in there?" "Ahem. No, I was thinking, it's almost noon, I should change clothes and go out for dinner." "No need to go out, I ordered takeout for you, it should be here by now."
Lu Qing smiled slightly and said to her.
Yi Chen. Yi Chen, who was hiding in the closet, was completely speechless. Chapter 74, The Inexplicable Scandal, Morong Jing's Anger.
Until lunch was finished, Meng Zixuan forcibly sent Lu Qing away on the pretext of taking a lunch break and looking for a house.
And at this time, Yi Chen just came out of the closet. Yi Chen, I'm really sorry for what happened just now. How about I treat you to a meal? Meng Zixuan looked at Yi Chen with an apologetic look on her face. Nothing, just an emergency, it's not your fault. If you want to treat me to a meal, wait for next time. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now.
Yi Chen shook his head and said to her.
Just now. Luckily he had muted his phone. Otherwise, Hu Xiaoyao's phone call would have exposed him. Okay then, I'll date you sometime. Speaking of this, Meng Zixuan recalled what happened before. She asked Yi Chen, then there is no problem on my side, right? Maybe the paparazzi have been following me these days. They're not paparazzi. Never mind, you won't understand even if I tell you now. In this way, in addition to the paparazzi, try to have someone accompany you every day when you go out, and never be alone. In case of emergency, call me.
Yi Chen waved at him, looked outside, and left Meng Zixuan's villa.
Looking at Yi Chen's back, Meng Zixuan was completely confused. If it's not the paparazzi, then who is following me? Could it be an extreme fan? That's unlikely.
She scratched her head, puzzled.
Oh no, I forgot to tell Yi Chen that I'm moving out soon.
But before she had time to think about it, Lu Qing called.
After hanging up the phone, Meng Zixuan opened the mobile network and was dumbfounded. How so? Just returned to the Millennium Road apartments. Yi Chen knocked on Hu Xiaoyao's door. Yi Chen, you haven't eaten yet, here, I've left this for you.
After opening the door, Hu Xiaoyao pointed to the small dining table next to her. Judging from her face, she didn't seem to have slept much, just like Meng Zixuan just now.
Thanks, I'm starving.
Yi Chen smiled, didn't say anything polite, picked up the bowl and chopsticks and started eating.
Hu Xiaoyao started playing with her cell phone. But after a while, she couldn't help but exclaimed, huh? Meng Zixuan is also involved in a scandal? This is too unbelievable. Meng Zixuan? Why is she having a scandal?
Yi Chen was stunned for a moment and his heart was shocked.
No way. Was the scene of me closing the curtains earlier filmed by someone?
If that's really the case, the Lu family will definitely come knocking on our door if they see this. Here, take a look for yourself, popular actress Meng Zixuan, a suspected scandal has leaked.
Okay, it turns out it's just clickbait. Hu Xiaoyao shook her head and frowned.
She thought there was a real scandal, but when she picked it up, she saw only 2 dry photos.
And all of Meng Zixuan's photos are from the past, plus a photo of Lu Qing. Who can believe it?
Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This scene happened to be captured by Hu Xiaoyao.
She couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and asked, Yi Chen, do you know Meng Zixuan? Yes, I know her. She is the spokesperson for AI Shang Medical Beauty.
I have met her several times.
Yi Chen casually told how he met Meng Zixuan before. Yi Chen, it's not you and her who are involved in the scandal, right?
Hu Xiaoyao's gossip fire burned fiercely.
Next time you meet her, remember to get me an autograph. Who knows?
Her next words made Yi Chen roll his eyes wildly.
Okay, next time I see her, I'll get her autograph for you.
There was no need for Yi Chen to refuse such a small matter.
Have dinner.
Hu Xiaoyao straightened her expression and said to Yi Chen, I thought a lot last night, but there is one thing, we are friends, no matter what, it will not change, right?
Even if Yi Chen is worth billions, even if he drives a Hennessy Viper GT supercar, so what? As long as he is still Yi Chen, it is enough. Huh, really?
When Yi Chen heard these words coming out of her mouth, he couldn't believe it. The shocked look last night made Yi Chen feel very troubled. He wondered if it would be better not to expose himself.
Of course it's true. Why, you don't believe it?
Hu Xiaoyao glared at him and growled at him.
I believe it, of course I believe it. By the way, are you free after lunch break? I want to buy another car.
When Hu Xiaoyao heard that Yi Chen was going to buy another car, she was stunned.
Don't you already have that supercar? Why buy another car?
Yi Chen touched his nose and said, that car is too cool.
After all, I am just a sales manager.
It is not appropriate for me to drive such a car to work. It's your money, you decide. Don't just say one car, you can buy 10 cars. Hu Xiaoyao laughed, and suddenly thought of Zhou Qing, and shook her head. Yi Chen, tell me, if Zhou Cheng knew that you have so much money now, what would she think? Yi Chen hasn't thought about Zhou Qing these days. Hearing her say this suddenly, he smiled and said, what would she think? She would think that I deceived her, concealed her, and deliberately made her suffer. Speaking of which, the last time I took Lin Wanma to. Having said this, Yi Chen stopped abruptly. This week, I took Lin Wanma to do a pregnancy checkup and happened to meet Zhou Cheng, and something unpleasant happened again. He almost let the cat out of the bag just now. What are you taking Lin Wanma to do? Hu Xiaoyao narrowed her eyes and asked Yi Chen. Nothing, just pretend I didn't say anything. Yi Chen quickly got up and returned to his apartment. You are such a good person, Yi Chen. You are hiding something from me. Could it be that between you and Lin Wanma? Hu Xiaoyao stared at Yi Chen's back and was completely stunned. Tianqing Films. Workshop. Morong Jing looked at the entertainment industry scandal that had just come out and his face became extremely ugly. Meng Zixuan, having a scandal? Others may not know, but he knows it very clearly. The humiliation that Yi Chen, Zhuge Chen, gave him will be unforgettable for him for the rest of his life. The moment he saw the scandal, he thought of Yi Chen. Young, handsome, and calm, what a great gigolo, isn't he? Okay, they actually got mixed up. Meng Zixuan, you are the woman that I, Morong Jing, have set my eyes on. If you are having an affair with someone else, don't blame me. He wondered whether he should take this opportunity to completely ruin Meng Zixuan's reputation. He is narrow-minded and has a strong desire for revenge. If he can't get something, he would rather destroy it. Hey, it's time to anonymously reveal some explosive news. But I just happened to want to buy a new car recently, so I can't just expose it for nothing. I have to come up with a few million. Thinking of this, he snapped his fingers at his agent. Sister Xia, please help me contact some news media and tell them that I have all the information about the person I'm dating. Hearing this, Xia Fangfang was shocked. Morong Jing, don't mess around. If this thing gets out, it will definitely cause an uproar. Besides, if Meng Zixuan finds out, we will be in big trouble. However, Morong Jing was not afraid at all. What are you worried about? If you don't tell me, I won't tell you either. Just sign a confidentiality agreement. Besides, it's not now. Wouldn't it be better to wait until the TV series is finished and then release it to take advantage of the popularity? When Morong Jing thought of this, he laughed to himself, with a smug look on his face. Chapter 75, Car Buying, Meeting Chen Tianxi again. 1000-Year Road. International Youth Future City, Loft Apartment. Yi Chen took an hour lunch break. When I got up, it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. After washing his face, he immediately felt refreshed. I knocked on the door and Hu Xiaoyao from the opposite side came out immediately. You can tell that she dressed up specially. Not only did she put on a skirt that she rarely wore, she even put on some lipstick. Smelling the faint scent of perfume on her body, Yi Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes and said to Hu Xiaoyao, Xiaoyao, you are wearing a skirt and dressing up, are you going on a blind date? Fuck you. Hu Xiaoyao glared at him unhappily. Aren't I going to buy a car with you? Why, it doesn't look good. Yi Chen stared at her up and down for a few times and nodded. She looks good, of course she looks good. Ahem, you're really not going on a blind date? If you say one more word, you'll go and see the car yourself. Hu Xiaoyao stomped her feet. Her frustrated look made Yi Chen couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't say any more. Miss Hu, please calm down. Humph, you're quite sensible. Hu Xiaoyao was not really angry, and took Yi Chen into her car. As a newly promoted sales manager, it would be so cool if I really drove that Hennessy Viper GT. So, he plans to buy an ordinary scooter. It's average, but it can't be too bad. So there aren't many options available. Lexus and Volvo are low-key and luxurious, and their texture and comfort are not inferior to BBA. Because his ex-girlfriend is Chen Tianxi, who is a car salesman, Hu Xiaoyao also knows a little about it. She asked as she drove, Yi Chen, Volvo, it has good materials, good safety, and better performance, but Lexus has better interior, higher comfort, and lower fuel consumption. It's up to you to choose. Yi Chen thought about it and said, then let's go to Volvo. For him, gas money is not a problem at all. As for comfort, I don't care that much about it. My commuting time isn't long anyway, only half an hour in the morning and evening. Okay, let's go to Volvo. Visible to the naked eye. Hu Xiaoyao breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Chen frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. By the way, didn't Chen Tianxi work at the Lexus store before? There are only 2 Lexus stores in Shanghai, and the other one is too far away. It seems that Hu Xiaoyao has not yet come out of Chen Tianxi's shadow. Thinking of this, a murderous look flashed in his eyes. But soon, he calmed down and went to the Volvo 4S store. Only, he didn't expect that as soon as he got off the car and arrived at the store door, the salesperson walking towards him was none other than Chen Tianxi. This. Yi Chen glanced at Hu Xiaoyao and was a little dumbfounded. And Hu Xiaoyao also stood there in a daze. What's going on? I knew it earlier. Even if she had to run a little further, she would take Yi Chen to another store. Hello, Hu Xiaoyao, Yi Chen? Chen Tianxi didn't expect to meet Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao in the 4S store. Ever since he was kicked out of the apartment that day, Chen Tianxi's work has not been going well. Because of personal credit issues, he was kicked out by Lexus. Later, he used some connections to get a job as a door receptionist and salesperson for Volvo. Every time he thought of Hu Xiaoyao and Yi Chen, especially Yi Chen, he hated them to the core. And Hu Xiaoyao, who always goes without makeup. She actually dressed up, put on lipstick and perfume in front of Yi Chen, which made him even more furious. Chen Tianxi narrowed his eyes and asked, Hu Xiaoyao, what are you doing here? Buy a car, right? Hu Xiaoyao snorted and stared at Chen Tianxi. Before, she wondered what her mentality would be if she met Chen Tianxi again. Is it anger, fear, or something else? It was not until this time, when she really met him, that she realized that she didn't feel anything at all. Sure, this way please. Chen Tianxi laughed and led the 2 of them to the car exhibition area. Anyway, in public, how could Yi Chen dare to hit anyone? If that's the case, I'll just have to lie down on the ground and pay for at least a Volvo. Although I have just arrived, I used to sell mid to high-end cars, so I know a lot about Volvo. It depends on your needs. Do you plan to buy a regular sedan or an SUV? I have to say, Chen Tianxi does have some business skills, and he is eloquent and can easily win the favor of others. But Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao had seen through his true face long ago, and there was no way they would be fooled by his appearance. Hu Xiaoyao said to Yi Chen, forget it, come again next time. When she saw Chen Tianxi, she felt a little nauseous. No, just buy it here. Yi Chen looked at Chen Tianxi and smiled slightly. I think he's pretty good. At least, an acquaintance is always better than a stranger. What a joke. How could Chen Tianxi treat Hu Xiaoyao like that and beat her up before? He winked at Hu Xiaoyao, indicating that she should choose a car. Xiaoyao, I don't know much about cars, you choose for me. By doing this, he could not only let Hu Xiaoyao vent her anger. What's more important is to let her get rid of Chen Tianxi's influence and completely walk out of the previous shadow. Chen Tianxi was sitting opposite the 2 of them. The eyeballs are also rolling around. Before, he beat me up and kicked me out of Hu Xiaoyao's house. This grudge has been established forever. Now you're letting Hu Xiaoyao humiliate me. Do you really think I, Chen Tianxi, am made of clay? Thinking of this, he suddenly felt a surge of anger. In his opinion, all the bitter fruits he is suffering now are caused by Yi Chen. Chen Tianxi couldn't swallow this anger if he didn't trick Yi Chen and make him feel uncomfortable. By the way, aren't there 2 new cars with problems in the warehouse? He. Chen Tianxi took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Then, he put on a warm smile and said, Hu Xiaoyao, we are acquaintances, so I will speak frankly. Whether you choose an SUV or an ordinary car, I can give you the lowest price. Moreover, all the gifts are given away, and I will definitely not cheat you. No way. He is now imagining a scene where Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao are driving a problematic car and an accident happens on the road. Unconsciously, his smile became even brighter. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. What is this Chen Tianxi up to? But Yi Chen's 5 senses were extremely sharp, and he immediately noticed Chen Tianxi's little thoughts. What can a small salesman like him do? No matter what, he will only suffer the consequences in the end. Thinking of this, Yi Chen winked at Hu Xiaoyao. Hu Xiaoyao thought about it and said, the Volvo sedan is also quite spacious, let's go with the sedan.
Okay, come and have a look.
The latest S90 is very good and has a great price-performance ratio.
If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Chen Tianxi turned his back to the two of them and smiled sinisterly.
Chapter 76 Lu Tao's Origins, the Lu Family. Lin Wanma's Decision. Hubby, are you really going to take me to meet your parents?
Zhou Qing looked at Lu Tao standing beside her, and for some reason, she felt uneasy.
Didn't we agree on this yesterday? Besides, since you're pregnant, of course you have to meet my parents. Don't worry, they are easy to talk to. If they dare to give you a cold shoulder, I will punish them. Lu Tao smiled and looked ingratiating. Before,
he and Zhou Qing were just playing around.
But I didn't expect it. Zhou Qing is actually pregnant.
This good news was of great significance, and it made him calm down.
After all, this is the descendant of the Lu family, so he must be carefully served, right? This is not.
In order to comfort Zhou Qing, he specially took Zhou Qing to meet his parents.
Okay then, but you have to keep an eye on me. I don't want any conflicts between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Somehow, she thought of Yichen. After dating for a year or two, let alone meeting my parents, I haven't even had a good meal. Looking at Lu Tao, who was patting his chest to make a promise, Zhou Qing couldn't help but said in a coquettish voice, Lu Tao, you are so good to me. I really don't know what I would do without you. Ha, why are you suddenly so sentimental? Come on, go on, get there as soon as possible, or you'll miss dinner. Lu Tao grinned, opened the car door, let Zhou Qing get in, and drove towards his home. Not long after, they arrived at the Lu family villa. This is a very old building located in the eastern suburbs. The surroundings are ancient and quaint, with mountains and rivers connected. In the bustling and noisy Magic City, it is extremely rare and somewhat out of place. Look, this is our Lu family villa. I heard it has a history of hundreds of years. The red bricks, glazed tiles and green tiles are indeed very historical. But the surface was covered with dense ivy, looking too quiet and eerie, giving Zhou Qing goosebumps. It was fine when I was a kid, but when I got older, I couldn't get used to it anymore, so I moved to the city center. But my parents have always lived here. Unless there is something going on at the company, they rarely move. Zhou Qing hardly listened to what Lu Tao said. She just asked, Lu Tao, how do you think I look now? I'm not ugly, am I? Even an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law, not to mention you are dressed so beautifully today, you look so radiant, how can you be ugly? Lu Tao smiled and pulled Zhou Qing towards the villa. Dad, Mom, I'm back. Look, who did I bring back? Hey, your daughter-in-law. Before he finished speaking, he noticed that something was wrong in the atmosphere. Just see. There were 2 or 3 cars parked in the large yard of the villa, all of them were S-Class Maybachs. And his parents winked at him madly. I wondered who it was that came in and started yelling. It turned out to be Lu Tao. The speaker was a man in his early 20s. Behind him stood 4 or 5 burly men. Lu Tao's parents hurriedly smiled and said, Brother Yuan, Lu Tao has been noisy since he was a kid, please don't blame him. I'm easy to talk to, but you have to know that if it's the young master, I'm afraid he won't be able to return to the Lu family in this lifetime. Lu Yuan laughed and didn't take it seriously. Lu Tao reacted at this time and said quickly, Brother Yuan, I didn't expect it to be you. Sorry for disturbing you. After saying, he winked at Zhou Qing. Who knows? Zhou Qing stood there in a daze, at a loss. Forget it, there's nothing to do anyway, just come out and walk around. Don't be so restrained, it's annoying to see you. Also, please pay attention to what I just told you, otherwise you will have a hard time explaining to the young master. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yuan stood up and left with everyone behind him. Before he got in the car, he looked at Zhou Qing with a look of contempt, which made the latter blush and she almost couldn't help but burst into cursing. Lu Tao, who is that Brother Yuan? He is so arrogant and thinks he really thinks he is. Before he could finish his words, Lu Tao's parents glared at him. What do you know? And at this time, Lu Tao explained to Zhou Qing, you can't say that. Do you think our family is okay? But to the behemoth's family, it's nothing. They are the real upper class, and we are just marginal figures. He sighed. He turned around and looked at his parents, saying, Mom and Dad, don't be angry. Isn't it okay now?
Besides, this is Zhou Qing's first time here, and I didn't expect to meet them, so I didn't tell her. He thought of what Lu Yuan said before he left, and asked with a smile, "What did Brother Yuan tell you before?" "It's okay to tell you. Before, the kid Zhuge Chen from the Zhuge family suddenly suffered a backlash and died. He's fine, but he's keeping an eye on someone for the young master. Her name is Meng Zixuan or someone else."
"Doesn't our family own a film and television company?"
"It just so happens that Meng Zixuan and I are filming a drama recently, so let me look for some clues."
"Okay, Zhou Cheng is your girlfriend, right? Come and take a look. Nanshan Villa. Lin family."
Lin Wanmo looked at Wu Qian, the president of Juxing Capital, and couldn't help but frown.
Originally,
last night, under the leadership of her parents, she had dinner with Wu Qian. But unexpectedly, Wu Qian had something urgent to do. Today he came specially to have a chat at Nanshan Villa.
Only. The cooperation discussion was not very pleasant. "Boss Wu, tell me, what conditions will you accept?" Lin Wanma took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and asked Wu Qian.
"I want 10% of the shares of AI Shang Medical Beauty." Wu Qian smiled slightly and said to Lin Wanma.
"That's impossible." Lin Wanma's face darkened and she shook her head firmly.
The reason why she found Wu Qian was to get his funds into the market. Provide funds for the subsequent surge in AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price.
Only.
The other party's conditions are too harsh. They actually want 10% of the shares.
That's simply too much.
If I let you invest your money in the market, you can make a lot of money, but you still want 10% of the shares.
Aren't you taking advantage of me? Hearing Lin Wanma's words, Wu Qian smiled again. "Boss Lin, you can't say that.
You know, it's not cheap to raise the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty, and it takes time to cash out such a large amount of funds. If there is a share transaction as a cooperation condition, we can not only make additional investments, but also have a better chance of passing the subsequent fixed increase plan."
Obviously.
Wu Qian is very optimistic about the prospects of AI Shang Medical Beauty.
Otherwise, there would be no need to use equity as a condition for investment. "Well, let me think about it and give you an answer before noon tomorrow." "Okay, don't delay too long, because I heard that the situation is not favorable for you now." Wu Qian got up and left Nanshan Villa without eating dinner.
Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun came over and said to Lin Wanma, "Wanma, why don't you agree to his offer?
10% of the shares, finding a big backer, will be very beneficial to the future of AI Shang Medical Beauty." "Mom and Dad, Wu Qian's goal is not 10% of the shares, but the entire AI Shang Medical Beauty Company."
No, I must not open this door, otherwise I will only be making wedding clothes for others." Lin Wanma shook her head, took a deep breath, and a look of determination appeared in her eyes. Chapter 77 Yi Chen's speculation, Chen Tianxi reaping the fruits of his own labor.
Volvo 4S store. With the strong recommendation of Chen Tianxi, Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao finally chose the new Volvo S90 sedan. I have to say, when it comes to safety performance, Volvo is impeccable. And after all, it is a luxury car.
Although the interior is a bit run down, the comfort is guaranteed and it is not that bad. Next, the test drive performance was also very good, and Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao were very satisfied.
"Well, I said this car is good, right?" Chen Tianxi laughed and said to the two of them.
Hu Xiaoyao frowned, and Yi Chen nodded and said, "Do you have a car in stock?"
"Available car?"
"Yes, of course."
Chen Tianxi suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and took a deep breath. "Are you paying in full or taking out a loan?"
"The full payment procedure is very quick, and you can go to the vehicle management office to get the license plate after that. If you take out a loan, you need to go through the loan process, and it is estimated that you can only pick up the car tomorrow."
Hundreds of thousands. Of course Yi Chen didn't. Most of his money has been spent in the stock market.
However, since Yi Chen paid for the apartment, Hu Xiaoyao had several $1,000,000 on her, so buying a Volvo was not a problem.
"Pay in full. Get it done quickly, we're in a hurry,"
Hu Xiaoyao said to Chen Tian.
At this time,
she has stepped out of the shadow. When facing Chen Tianxi again, he almost didn't take him seriously at all.
A scumbag, isn't he? Okay, I'll do it right away. Chen Tianxi smiled slightly, seemingly not taking it to heart. Actually,
he turned his head away with a gloomy look on his face. Damn Hu Xiaoyao, damn Yi Chen, how dare they give me such a cold shoulder?
What's wrong? Is it my father who buys the car? Humph, I'll cheat you to death this time. Thinking of this, he felt much better. In order to avoid being discovered by Yi Chen, he quickly completed the payment procedures. The price is the lowest, and it also offers free maintenance, car film, 360 driving recorder, etc. All free. We've already taken care of all this for you. There's still half an hour until the DMV closes, so you can get your license plate in time. Chen Tianxi still had a smile on his face as he spoke to the two of them. If possible, go to the warehouse in the back and pick up the car now, and you can drive it back. Hu Xiaoyao nodded and said calmly, okay. Only. Yi Chen glanced at Chen Tianxi and found something was wrong. Strange, this is going too smoothly. I beat him up so badly last time, and I also stopped him from taking money from Wu Xiaoyao, but he just let it go like that? No, it's impossible. Chen Tianxi is not that kind of person. Chen Tianxi's character is definitely vindictive. How could it be possible that he didn't take advantage of the opportunity to buy a car and do something about it? But he actually offered the lowest price and the biggest discount, which is too unreasonable. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. Yi Chen suddenly thought of something. Could there be something wrong with the car? Before he joined Aishang Medical Beauty Sales, he also learned about car sales, or to be more precise, used car sales. The water here is deep. Apart from vehicles that have undergone insurance overhauls and cannot be faked, there are many other second-hand cars that are inferior in quality. There are no major problems, but a lot of minor ones. The key is that the after-sales service is not perfect either. Anyone who buys it will have a headache. There are new cars too. After all, since it is made by machines, there will always be some faults. Could it be? Yi Chen felt a chill when he thought of Chen Tianxi's plan. It seems that this kid can't be kept. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. No way. This Chen Tianxi is different from Zhou Qing. The contrast between the past and the present was too great for Zhou Qing, and she felt unbalanced, so she became envious, jealous, and resentful. But it's just a thought. Unlike Chen Tianxi, who had obviously lost his mind and was desperate to kill him and Hu Xiaoyao. Thinking of this, he regained his calm and composed expression. Wait here for a moment, I'll drive the car out for you. Chen Tianxi gave the two of them some instructions and then went into the warehouse. Lao Chen, Lao Chang, I'm here to pick up the car, the new S90. Lao Chen and Chen Chang are responsible for picking up cars at the warehouse. Okay, wait a moment, I'll bring it up to you right away. Chen Chang was about to ask someone to make arrangements, but was stopped by Chen Tianxi. He came closer and lowered his voice, Old Chang, I remember there was an S90 that had a minor problem? It hasn't been sent back to the headquarters yet? Chen Tianxi, what do you mean? Chen Chang frowned and was about to push him away. It's a minor problem, it doesn't matter. If we sell it, we don't have to send it back to the headquarters, right? Besides, if you really want to repair your car, you have to go through us, and you can make more money. Please help me with this. I don't want any commission from selling the car this time. For a car, his commission is several thousand, which is a considerable amount. I see. Chen Chang was in a state of hesitation. Before, Chen Tianxi used his connections to get the job as a salesperson. Besides, this matter is neither big nor small. Anyway, as the person in charge of the warehouse, any product problems can be directly referred to after-sales service. At most it can be considered as dereliction of duty on his part, it won't have any other impact. Okay, Chen Tianxi, but let me make it clear first, don't do anything weird to me. Actually, the headquarters also stated that unless it is a major product defect, they will repair it themselves if it can be repaired. When the time comes, just report the repair costs. Chen Chang, this is done, I'll treat you to a meal. Chen Tianxi chuckled. This was the most important step. Next. May I ask you why you do something that hurts others and does not benefit yourself? Chen Chang added another sentence. Look, do you see that woman outside? She's my ex-girlfriend. We were dating for half a year, but she wouldn't even let me hold her hand. Now she's running off with a gigolo. Chen Tianxi's eyes were extremely vicious. So that's how it is. Go ahead, I'll get the car out. Only then did Chen Chang believe Chen Tianxi and shouted to his men. Big head, pull out number 3. Old Chen, number 3 is not that. What? Just do it now, don't talk nonsense. Not long after, the brand new Volvo S90 was pulled outside the warehouse. Chen Tianxi took out the car keys and said, Yi Chen, Hu Xiaoyao, here, the car is in your hands, drive well. He turned to leave, but was stopped by Yi Chen. I'm afraid of scratching my new car. So, you drive to the vehicle management office and I'll take Hu Xiaoyao's car. Yi Chen remained calm and exerted slight force with his fingers. A terrible force instantly deformed Chen Tianxi's wrist, and he almost cried out in pain. This. Stop talking about this and that, just get over here. Yi Chen pressed the car key and let Chen Tianxi get in the driver's seat without saying anything. He motioned to Chen Tianxi to roll down the window. Chen Tianxi, you wouldn't be unwilling, would you? Or is there something wrong with your car? No, absolutely no problem. Okay, let's get going. Chapter 78, Zhuge Family's Reaction, Funding Agreement Falls Through, Is AI Shang Medical Beauty in Danger? Zhuge Family. At this time, Zhuge Chen's body was placed in the morning hall. Everyone present had a gloomy and sad look on their faces. You know, the Zhuge family has lost many talented people in recent years. Zhuge Chen is the most outstanding rising star among them and is the hope of the Zhuge family. Who knows? It died suddenly, which was really unexpected. The current head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Dashuan, glanced at everyone present and could not help but snorted coldly. Chener is gone. The most important thing now is to avenge him. Maybe many of you don't know why Chener died. Someone from the Lu family has come. Lu Yuan is here to pay his respects. He will tell you the reason. After Zhuge Dashuan finished speaking, he made way for a little bit. Lu Yuan walked forward and smiled slightly. Zhuge Chen died for the young master of the Lu family. How do you feel about someone daring to attack the Zhuge family and the Lu family? As soon as the words fell, everyone in the Zhuge family below had a look of anger on their faces. Too arrogant, too bold, for so many years, in this small piece of land in the Devil's City, who dares to attack our people? Besides, Chener is the future and hope of our Zhuge family. No matter who it is, once we find him, we will make him pay a heavy price. That's right. We have been silent for too long. It seems that only by using thunderous means to find the ferocious beast can we shock the people of the Demon City. Hearing this, Lu Yuan nodded. Everyone said it well. He narrowed his eyes and smiled again. But now, the only problem is, I don't know who did it. All I know is that Zhuge Chen suddenly became incapable of driving when Sangshan was racing. There must be a connection between the two. Having said that, Lu Yuan took out a piece of paper from his pocket. I have a list of the previous races here. Take it and find out who attacked Zhuge Chen. Remember, just find him out. Don't act on your own, because it's very likely that you won't be his match. It's not just the Zhuge family. Before he came here, he also gave a copy to Lu Tao's parents. They were only investigating openly, while Lu Tao's parents were investigating secretly. Lu Yuan thought to himself that this way he would definitely be able to find out who had attacked Zhuge Chen. Did you hear that? Go and find the murderer before the seventh day and pay tribute to Chener's spirit in heaven. Zhuge Dashuan waved his hand and shouted at everyone. Then, everyone knelt and bowed, then gradually dispersed. Lu Yuan kept his eyes narrowed from beginning to end. Actually, it doesn't matter who attacked Zhuge Chen. What is more important is that the young master of the Lu family cannot afford to make any mistakes in his important affairs. Otherwise, I have raised Meng Zixuan for so many years and have been paying attention to her since she was a child. Haven't all those hard work been in vain? Master Zhuge, Lu Yuan will be staying at the Phoenix Hotel in Magic City for the time being. If you have any news, please feel free to contact me. Lu Yuan said something to Zhuge Dashuan and then left Zhuge's house. At this time, behind Zhuge Dashuan, a man popped up. Master, Lu Yuan's behavior is really disgusting. It seems that he doesn't care about Brother Chen at all, but is worried about the important matter of the young master of the Lu family. Looking at his appearance, he is 40% similar to Zhuge Chen, but he is 1 or 2 years older. Jinger, you also know what the Lu family is like, but there is nothing we can do. The Zhuge family depends on the Lu family for survival. Without the Lu family, we are nothing. We should keep Chener's death in our hearts and not talk about it, do you understand? And, the future of the Zhuge family depends on you. Zhuge Dashuan sighed and said to Zhuge Jing, who was standing in front of him. Master, I know what to do. Zhuge Jing took a deep breath and nodded. Actually, Zhuge Chen is an open chess piece of the Zhuge family.
The real young master of the Zhuge family is Zhuge Jing.
Zhuge Jing is Zhuge Chen's elder brother, only 1 or 2 years older. But he has been secretly controlling the Zhuge family for several years and is truly a talent. However, no matter what, Chener is still my brother.
This vengeance must be avenged.
Millennium Road, in the apartment. Yi Chen drove his Volvo home, and unexpectedly, he met Lin Wanma downstairs. With a look of surprise on his face, he asked, Wanma, why are you here? You didn't even tell me. Sorry, did I bother you? Lin Wanma's face didn't look good, and she forced a smile. That's not the case.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled slightly.
Have you eaten? Come on, I'll take you to eat. Just now.
Before driving to the vehicle management office, Chen Tianxi was glared at by his sharp eyes and was so frightened that he dared not even breathe.
I couldn't help myself and drove the problematic car. Who knows? Just after leaving the 4S store, there was a Volvo collision at a turn ahead. Fortunately, there were many airbags and the safety was good, so Chen Tianxi saved his life. Only. With such a severe concussion, I'm afraid I won't be able to walk for another 2 or 3 months. Seeing this scene, Hu Xiaoyao was shocked. Evildoers will be punished by evildoers. Do evil things and suffer the consequences, right?
Yi Chen's words made Hu Xiaoyao react.
Turn out to be. Chen Tianxi was trying to trick them, and even secretly tampered with the brake system after the car came out. Who knew that it would hurt himself? Yi Chen was too lazy to make 2 trips, so he just talked with the person in charge for a while, picked up a new car, and left satisfied. When I come back, Hu Xiaoyao had some friends from the company come to visit her and go out to play together, so Yi Chen came back alone. Who knows? He was surprised and delighted to meet Lin Wanma. Small restaurant next to the apartment.
Yi Chen ordered a few non-spicy dishes, both meat and vegetarian, which looked nutritious and healthy.
While eating, Yi Chen asked, "What's wrong? What happened? You look absent-minded." Yi Chen, do you think I'm useless?
For some reason, Lin Wanma suddenly put down her chopsticks, her nose felt sore, and she couldn't help crying.
Useless? Who said that? If you are useless, then everyone in the Demon City is useless.
Yi Chen smiled and shook his head, then said to Lin Wanma,
Tell me what's going on. Maybe I can help. Lin Wanma took a deep breath and finally recovered.
She stared at Yi Chen for a few seconds before saying, We negotiated a funding agreement with Jushin Group, but it fell through. I'm afraid that the share price of AI Shang Medical Beauty will not be able to rise again in the short term. Just now. She talked for a long time but refused to give in on the issue of shares. So as not to. The other party swallowed the elephant like a snake and snatched AI Shang Medical Beauty away. Jushin Group also stated that it would not cooperate unless it acquired shares. Cooperation has completely reached a deadlock. In this way, if the funding agreement falls through and the funds are not in place, the plan that had been discussed with Yi Chen before had to be aborted. This may affect the development of AI Shang Medical Beauty. Funding problem? Yi Chen blinked and his heart moved. Chapter 79 Yi Chen's Promise, Meng Zixuan's Request. Yi Chen didn't expect that Lin Wanma would encounter financial problems again. Only. For him. Now funding is not a problem at all. Not to mention that the previous principal and interest could not be repaid, hundreds of millions of funds would be required. Even if it's tens of billions, it's no problem for Yi Chen. Certainly. He would have to wait another week before his funds could be withdrawn from the stock market. By that time, it is estimated that there will be more than 5 billion. Even if the trouble is huge, it can be solved, right? The funding problem is too troublesome. Jushin Group wants shares in AI Shang Medical Beauty. How can I agree to this? Lin Wanma shook her head repeatedly when she reached this point. Although she was still in a bad mood, but after saying these words, she felt a lot more relaxed. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Let's talk about you. What are you busy with over the weekend? Lin Wanma shook her hair, brushed it, and smiled at Yi Chen. I have a way to help you solve the funding problem, but it will take a week. I was not idle during the weekend. I treated Gu Qingshan and bought a car. Yi Chen told Lin Wanma everything that happened today.
Lin Wanma frowned. Why does Yi Chen's words seem to be getting more and more outrageous?
Yi Chen, this is not a small amount, at least several billion. I know what you mean, but I will find a way to solve it myself. Although she didn't know where Yi Chen got the money to buy a car. But if you really want to enter the stock market, the money will definitely flow like water. A few 100 million yuan can easily be wasted and become a toy of capital.
Fortunately, it's enough for Yi Chen to have the intention.
If she really had no other options left, she would also consider auctioning the jade that Yi Chen had given her before. Not to mention emeralds, even the first-grade imperial green can be worth hundreds of millions.
Certainly.
Finding capital cooperation that does not require equity is naturally the best choice.
Yi Chen.
Seeing this, he had no choice but to nod and laugh.
No way. Who told him not to show off his wealth now? But if Lin Wanma really knew that he had tens of billions of dollars in his hands, what would her expression and thoughts be? Well, I just thought that since you are pregnant now, you should not overwork yourself.
Having said that, he looked up at Lin Wanma's slightly bulging belly.
Lin Wanma blushed slightly and nodded, I know. I'm very careful now. After returning home, I usually sleep for more than 9 hours. Because of the Lin family's special physique. Tang was specifically warned her not to overwork herself. Physical health is one thing, but maintaining mental health is more important. Be positive and have no worries.
But these troublesome problems that occurred one after another made Lin Wanma very troubled. Fortunately, beneath her beautiful appearance, she has an extremely strong heart.
Otherwise, how could the miracle of Aishang medical beauty be created in the city where the flesh is being eaten away by the flesh? Okay, let's eat quickly, or the food will get cold. Yi Chen did not tell her about Meng Zixuan.
The financial issue itself was enough to worry her.
If I knew.
With the Lu family and the Zhuge family behind him, even his safety is not guaranteed.
Wouldn't Lin Wanma be worried and afraid to death? Next. In a good atmosphere. Lin Wanma enjoyed the meal very much.
The previous bad mood was swept away, and Yi Chen even sent her to the gate of the community.
Yi Chen, to be honest, I have thought a lot about the things between you and me these past 2 days. After this trouble is resolved, we can have a good talk again. Do you think that's okay?
Hearing this, Yi Chen became excited.
Isn't what Lin Wanma meant that the two of them can talk? What to talk about? Of course it's love. Can.
Yi Chen nodded and watched her leave. Although I didn't hear the reward notification for the increased favorability, I did get Lin Wanma's accurate thoughts.
Yi Chen took a deep breath and clenched his fists.
Whether it's the Zhuge family or the Lu family, if they want to deal with me, Yi Chen, then think about what price they will have to pay. Thinking of this, a terrible murderous intent flashed across his eyes.
Getting ready to go back to the apartment. Unexpectedly. Someone is walking towards me, who else could it be but Meng Zixuan? Compared to the previous few days, Meng Zixuan's disguise was even more outrageous.
The whole person was locked in the sweatshirt, with only one eye covered, and he was wearing sunglasses.
Meng Zixuan, what are you doing? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and asked Meng Zixuan.
Ah, I didn't expect you to recognize me after all.
I didn't want to look for you, so I came over here to hang out. It's much more lively than where I am.
Meng Zixuan looked at the white-collar workers coming and going in pairs with a look of envy on her face.
Over there in the villa area. Once night falls, unless someone is having a party, it is as quiet as a ghost.
It's nothing like Yi Chen's place, where there are food and drinks on both sides of the road.
What a pity that you only came out after dinner tonight, otherwise I could treat you to crayfish. Meng Zixuan sighed and said regretfully. I think you want to eat it yourself?
Yi Chen rolled his eyes and said unhappily.
He also didn't expect that Meng Zixuan would be so restless, sneaking out again and looking for him. This is a recent scandal, and even though it's not true, you're not worried about being discovered? Yi Chen didn't want to send her back. Meng Zixuan was also a victim in Zhuge Chen's incident.
This little girl was so focused on making her mark in the entertainment industry that she didn't even realize what kind of trouble she had gotten herself into. Anyway, the Lu family's affairs have to be resolved.
Simply avoiding them is not a solution, right? What's the big deal? I can just let them announce it. Anyway, I have a clear conscience. Meng Zixuan's words surprised Yi Chen. He didn't expect that this little girl had such a unique way of thinking. If you knew your idol had a boyfriend, Wouldn't your fans be cyberbullied to death? Are you scared? Meng Zishuan giggled and shook her head. Immediately,
She looked serious and said to Yi Chen, "Actually, the main reason I came to you is because I felt something was not right."
"Oh? What's wrong?"
Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and asked her. "At first I thought it was the paparazzi following me, but then I looked back and there was a whole gang of them."
Speaking of this, Meng Zishuan couldn't help but shrink back. Obviously,
She felt unsafe in the villa, so she came to the apartment. Being surrounded by people and the hustle and bustle, she was not so scared anymore.
is this true or false?
Yi Chen frowned and his heart skipped a beat. According to Gu Qingshan, it would be strange if the Lu family, a huge family, did not react.
And at this time,
He took a look and sure enough, in an inconspicuous corner, there were two people looking over here. Their expressions and clothing are totally out of place with the white-collar workers and they look very different.
of course it's true, how could I lie to you?
Having said that, Meng Zishuan hesitated for a moment, and finally plucked up the courage.
Yi Chen, can I sleep at your house for one night?
Chapter 80, Enemies meet on a narrow road, Meng Zishuan gets angry, Zhou Chang and Lu Tao are depressed.
1,000-year road.
On the path next to the apartment.
Yi Chen just stood there in a daze. He didn't expect Meng Zishuan to say such intriguing words. Isn't she afraid of causing misunderstanding?
The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched, and he turned back to stare at Meng Zishuan without saying a word. Being stared at by Yi Chen like this, Meng Zishuan felt uneasy and her neck turned red. After a few seconds, her heart darkened and she shook her head and said, "If it doesn't work, then forget it."
I don't know why.
When she was with Yi Chen, she felt extremely at ease and free.
Even.
She found her sense of existence as an ordinary person. She is no longer a top actress, she no longer has a sweet smile all the time, she doesn't care about her tone and demeanor when she speaks, and she doesn't have to avoid certain foods.
She can only drool at the food she wants to eat every day. Only. She knows it too.
Not only was his request excessive, but it would also cause Yi Chen to have wild thoughts.
That's fine.
Once it is known by someone with ulterior motives, or even exposed.
Meng Zishuan's career in the entertainment industry is about to reach its peak.
Yi Chen is not much better off, he will definitely be subjected to cyber violence by those extreme fans.
The relationship between the two people plummeted, and they might even become enemies. This was a situation she didn't want to see. So,
she took a deep breath and prepared to leave and return to the villa.
But who knows?
Yi Chen hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, no problem."
Real? All of Meng Zishuan's previous thoughts disappeared in an instant.
She stared at Yi Chen, her eyes narrowed into slits, and couldn't help laughing. Yi Chen nodded and said to her, "Of course, but..."
However,
the words haven't finished yet. An extremely sarcastic and harsh voice came.
"Hey, isn't this Yi Chen?
Why, which beautiful girl have you hooked up with again?
TSK, you look so well dressed. I heard you bought a car." Yi Chen frowned and looked back.
Who else could it be but Zhou Chang and Lu Tao?
Just see.
Zhou Qing was wearing high heels and branded clothes, at least tens of thousands of dollars.
Let us look at Lu Tao.
At this time, he was carrying large and small bags, looking like a dog-licking man.
Where is the look of the young master he used to be? Zhou Chang walked up to Yi Chen with an arrogant look on her face and glanced at Meng Zishuan. "Little girl, do you know who this man in front of you is?" Hearing this,
Meng Zishuan not only did not step back, but took a step forward. She narrowed her eyes and nodded, "I know."
These days, Meng Zishuan was able to relax a little except for the night of racing.
At other times, her heart was tense and she was already full of anger. Zhou Qing jumped up and bumped into the gun without saying a word.
How could she let him go? Knowing that you still want to go to their house?
Be careful, if you don't pay after eating. Zhou Qing smiled contemptuously and said to Meng Zishuan. Although she didn't know Meng Zishuan in disguise, she knew that she was having an affair with Yi Chen. This was intolerable. Zhou Qing is stingy and selfish. In her opinion, Yi Chen was just a long-term meal ticket, and she would naturally lose it when she found a new one. But who knew that this ex-boyfriend had hooked up with Lin Wanma, Hu Xiaoyao, and Meng Zishuan? Burning with jealousy, Zhou Qing almost lost her mind.
Who are you calling a little girl who doesn't pay after eating?
Meng Zixuan's face darkened, and she stared at Zhou Cheng and said indifferently. Zhou Cheng was pregnant, and Lu Tao was by her side, taking great care of her and treating her like a bodhisattva. Even though they were Lu Tao's parents, Zhou Cheng didn't give them a good look. How could she take Meng Zixuan, a mere girl, seriously when she didn't even know her identity? Immediately, Zhou Cheng sneered and said, "Speaking of you, what's wrong?" "Me?" Meng Zixuan took 2 steps forward, and then slapped Zhou Cheng in the face. Bang! Zhou Cheng was stunned. The 5 bright red fingerprints on her face looked funny and ridiculous. But the next second, she only felt a burning pain on her face and reacted instantly. A moment. Her face flushed red, and she stared at Meng Zixuan in front of her and said, "Well, you dare to hit me." Lu Tao was also confused. No matter how fierce and domineering Yi Chen was, he would not be the first to attack. But I didn't expect it. The little girl in front of her actually dared to slap Zhou Cheng. What a courage! Lu Tao's face was as gloomy as water, and he was furious to the extreme. You know, ever since Zhou Cheng became pregnant, such a wild man like him has been obedient to Zhou Cheng in everything. Even his extremely picky parents didn't even look at Zhou Cheng at all at his request. It's just because Zhou Cheng is pregnant with Lu's child. But now, Zhou Cheng was slapped loudly in public. Lu Tao exploded in ferocity and had completely forgotten about Yi Chen. Just see. He stared at Meng Zixuan with a fierce look on his face. Zhou Cheng reacted and covered her face with tears. "Lu Tao, she hit me, she actually hit me." "I know. No one dares to hit my woman, Lu Tao. No matter who it is, they will pay the price." Lu Tao rushed towards Meng Zixuan. He was already fat and had big ears, and when he ran he looked like a fierce wild boar, charging around recklessly. However, Yi Chen stood in front of Lu Tao. He kicked and hit Lu Tao's round belly. The latter couldn't withstand this terrible force, and flew back immediately, falling flat on his face. "Yi Chen, you are going too far." Lu Tao climbed up from the ground, covered in dust. He was so angry that his speech became slurred. Zhou Cheng also realized that the person she had offended was not someone else, but Yi Chen, the terrifying Yi Chen. Not to mention that he attacked in anger, even if there were 10 of him. In front of Yi Chen, he was just a joke. It was no harder to kill him than to kill an ant. But was Zhou Cheng's slap going to be in vain? Well done. Meng Zixuan snorted coldly and glanced at Lu Tao and Zhou Cheng. She giggled and said, as expected, "People of the same family stick together. You two should stay together. Don't separate and cause trouble to others." These words are more effective than any sarcasm. Lu Tao and Zhou Cheng were both furious and angry. But facing Yi Chen's terrifying and gloomy eyes, his heart skipped a beat for no reason and he didn't dare to say anything more. The onlookers pointed and talked at them. Zhou Cheng felt a burning pain on his face, and he wished he could find a hole to crawl into. She said to Lu Tao, "Husband, let's go." Seeing that there was no more fun to watch, everyone couldn't help but shake their heads. "Hey, why don't you fight?" "Yeah, I didn't miss that great show just now. I thought they were going to have a big fight. What a pity. Hey, this guy looks familiar. Isn't he the owner of the Hennessy Viper GT supercar?" "Hiss, it's really him. Oh my god, that girl next to him." Amidst the discussion, Zhou Cheng and Lu Tao, who were walking away, suddenly reacted. "Did you notice that the woman's voice is exactly the same as Meng Zixuan's?" Chapter 81 Meng Zixuan, "Yi Chen, can you speak a little more quietly?" Yi Chen naturally didn't know that Lu Tao actually came from the Lu family. The Lu family also has close ties with the Zhuge family. I don't know even more. Zhou Cheng was so angry that he suddenly realized that the woman next to him was Meng Zixuan. He looked at Meng Zixuan, smiled slightly, and asked, "Are you relieved?" "Certainly." Meng Zixuan waved her little fists and her eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. "Ha! To be honest, I feel like I've been suppressing myself for too long, and today I finally let it out. It feels so good. This period of time." Meng Zixuan always felt that someone was following her. Lu Qing came today and found out he was a paparazzi. But after driving away the paparazzi, Meng Zixuan found that the situation did not improve at all. Behind her, there was still someone watching her in secret. And there were also rumors leaking out, which was totally inexplicable. In addition to racing, she also wants to star in good works that are loved by the public.
Otherwise, if you only rely on your looks and capital to accumulate traffic, you will be suppressed by other newcomers in a few years. The fact that she looked like an ordinary person made Yi Chen look at her in a different light. After all, in his impression, like popular actresses like Meng Zixuan, he usually only frequents high-end international shopping malls, shopping like crazy with huge bags. At night, he appeared at a celebrity dinner, toasting and drinking, becoming the focus of everyone's attention. It's not like now, chatting with him at a roadside stall, and then fighting with Zhou Qing over a disagreement. Of course, I feel much more relaxed now that I have let go of my idol image. In fact, character creation is something that cannot be achieved without decades of hard work. It's better not to suppress your personality. As long as you produce good works, they will naturally not care about your shortcomings and may even find them cute. Yi Chen changed the subject when he reached this point. Meng Zixuan, do you really want to sleep with me? Hearing this, Meng Zixuan rolled her eyes at him. Why, I don't mind at all, what do you mind? After returning to her true nature, she is very different from how she appeared in the entertainment news. A total little gangster. Okay, let's go. He took Meng Zixuan into the apartment. Who knows? Zhou Cheng and Lu Tao, who were far away, happened to see the scene. Okay, the previous scandal was definitely about Yi Chen and Meng Zixuan. And the two have such a close relationship, maybe Zhuge Chen's matter is related to Yi Chen. Xinger, if it was really him, this slap in the face was worth it. Lu Tao smiled sinisterly, and the anger in his eyes almost turned into reality. After meeting Yi Chen several times in a row, neither he nor Zhou Qing gained any advantage. But now there is a godsend opportunity. If it was really Yi Chen who attacked Zhuge Chen, then he would definitely die. Ah! Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment, covering her swollen face with a look of confusion. What does this have to do with Yi Chen? Lu Tao shook his head, smiled, and said, haven't you figured it out yet? Zhuge Chen was sent by the Lu family to keep an eye on Meng Zixuan, but he was suddenly killed for no apparent reason. Now Meng Zixuan and Yi Chen are a couple, what do you think? You mean, Yi Chen did this? Zhou Qing finally understood. Of course. Yi Chen is an evil kid with strange skills. He must have done it. Moreover, Meng Zixuan has a special status. She is the forbidden fruit of the Lu family. Judging from the situation, the two of them may have already made love. It would be strange if the Lu family doesn't torture Yi Chen to death now. At this point, Lu Tao laughed even louder. Let's go back and tell Lu Yuan. He hugged Zhou Qing and went to the hotel instead of going to the apartment. In the apartment. Just as Yi Chen reached the door opposite opened with a creak. Hu Xiaoyao looked at Meng Zixuan beside Yi Chen and was stunned for a moment. Yi Chen, you. However, she soon discovered. This woman who was even younger and more beautiful than her was none other than one of her favorite stars, Meng Zixuan. For a while, Meng Zixuan froze in place. Nothing, you just want her autograph, right? Here, I'm here, I can sign as many autographs as you want. Yi Chen said this and turned to look at Meng Zixuan. Meng Zixuan, this is my classmate and good friend, Hu Xiaoyao, you sleep in her room tonight. Meng Zixuan was also stunned for a moment. Then he reacted and said, okay, Meng Zixuan, please take care of me. She smiled slightly, not shy at all, and looked very familiar. Really, I'm not dreaming? Ha ha ha. It took Hu Xiaoyao several seconds to determine that the person standing in front of her was Meng Zixuan. Okay, you can have some fun with her later. Yi Chen rolled his eyes and pushed Meng Zixuan into Hu Xiaoyao's house. Remember, call me if anything happens. Of course Yi Chen couldn't leave Meng Zixuan at home. A single man and a single woman are in the same room. If something really happens, it will be a joke. Not to mention, Yi Chen is not the kind of person who is promiscuous. Now that he and Lin Wanma are at the most critical stage, it is even more impossible for him to have an affair with other girls behind her back. What could be the problem? But you. Meng Zixuan shook her head, grinned, and closed the door with a puzzled look on her face. To be honest, she took some hits. In terms of appearance and temperament alone, she is no less inferior to any other woman. Logically speaking, coming here with Yi Chen, I will naturally live in his room. But who could have thought that Yi Chen would push her to her friend Hu Xiaoyao? Humph, you actually rejected me. This is the first time you've done that since I was a child. When Meng Zixuan said this, she couldn't help but feel a little angry. But she immediately laughed and said, Hu Xiaoyao, is Yichen usually such a gentleman? Just now I said I was going to his house to sleep for a night, and he actually pushed me to you. Of course not. If I hadn't known that he had a girlfriend, I would have thought that he. Hey, who knows? Opposite the door. When Yichen heard the conversation between the two women, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. My sexual orientation is normal, okay? It's just that Meng Zixuan's identity is special. If it is exposed, not only will her reputation be damaged, but also the relationship between Lin Wanhua and me. Thinking of this, he shook his head. Next. Yichen boiled some water to drink, turned on the computer to check the stock trend for next week, and after making sure everything was correct, he took a shower and went to bed. But just as he finished washing, he noticed some unusual movements outside the house. If it's not Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao, then who is it? Yichen frowned, put on a bath towel, and walked carefully to the windowsill of the living room. Who knows? As soon as he stuck his head out, a bullet came from 200 meters away and shot past his cheek. Yi Chen's heart was pounding and he quickly stepped back. But the bullet turned out to be an armor-piercing bullet, which could not even withstand the steel bars and concrete, and went through the wall. Fortunately, Yi Chen reacted very quickly, rolling on the ground and hiding under the coffee table. Bang, bang, bang. A series of bullet sounds rang out, and things in front of the window and on the coffee table were smashed to the ground. Such a loud noise made Meng Zixuan on the opposite side unable to bear it. She opened the door in her pajamas, knocked on the door and shouted at Yi Chen, Yi Chen, what are you doing? Can you keep your voice down? Chapter 82. Why sleep on the sofa? Sleep on the floor. Hearing Meng Zixuan's cry, Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. Why is Meng Zixuan here at this time? Turn out to be. Hu Xiaoyao and Meng Zixuan got along very well and started chatting enthusiastically as soon as they met. Seeing that it was getting late and Meng Zixuan had an announcement the next day, she stopped reluctantly. When Meng Zixuan finished taking a shower and wanted to have a good sleep. Unexpectedly. On Yi Chen's side across the street, there was a constant crackling sound. Even at parties, it had never been so noisy. She couldn't sleep at all. Could it be that Yi Chen doesn't want me to enter the house because there is someone hiding inside? When Meng Zixuan thought of this, it was impossible for her not to be jealous, and her face darkened. This is why there was a knock on the door outside. Only. Yi Chen was in danger, so he could only shout at her, Meng Zixuan, go back to your room quickly, you have nothing to do here. The words that were meant to protect Meng Zixuan made her feel even worse. Yi Chen, you. She stamped her feet, her face changed several times, and finally, she suppressed her depression, kicked the door hard, and then returned to Hu Xiaoyao's house. Hu Xiaoyao asked her, what's wrong? Still arguing. I don't know what he's doing, who cares? Speaking of this. Meng Zixuan took a deep breath and smiled with relief. Hu Xiaoyao, have you ever slept in his room? When Hu Xiaoyao heard this, her pretty face immediately turned red. She shook her head and said, Yi Chen has always treated me as a sister. It is impossible for him to do such a thing. Yeah, I just treat you as my sister, what a pity. Meng Zixuan shook her head, completely confused about Yi Chen. I thought. He is no different from other young people. He has some abilities, is aloof and arrogant, and looks down on everyone. And when faced with a woman you like, never refuse her. Who knew that Yi Chen would just leave Hu Xiaoyao alone without taking any action? Even if I came to the door, I was allowed to go to Hu Xiaoyao's house without any ambiguous thoughts. Is he really different from other men? It's just, why is the house so noisy? Is there someone else hiding? When she thought of this, she felt like something was stuck in her throat. But she quickly realized something was wrong and her face changed. What's wrong? Seeing this, Hu Xiaoyao hurriedly asked him. The sound from Yi Chen's room doesn't sound like he's messing around, but like there's danger. At this time, she recalled her previous experiences on the set of films. Wasn't the sound coming from Yi Chen's room the terrible explosion? What should we do then? When Hu Xiaoyao heard this, she felt overwhelmed and anxious like an ant on hot pan. She is just an ordinary person, and she can't stand Shen Tianxi. What else more, the current situation is so complicated. Lock the doors and windows, close the curtains, and don't come out or go out. Meng Zixuan was also very worried,
but she knew that the most important thing now was not to cause more trouble.
Okay.
Hu Xiaoyao's face turned pale, and she quickly locked the doors and windows, closing them tightly so that not even a fly could get in. Meng Zixuan pulled Hu Xiaoyao and smiled at her. Don't worry, Yi Chen will be fine.
Yi Chen's room separated by a door. Suddenly it became quiet. Maybe it was Meng Zixuan's shout, maybe it was the man knew he couldn't hit Yi Chen, maybe. However, Yi Chen didn't dare to be careless. It was not until 5 full minutes had passed that he finally moved aside. The dangerous aura hanging over his head finally dissipated completely, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Without a doubt, the opponent most likely came because of Meng Zixuan, otherwise neither Wang Tao nor Peng Shuai would dare to make such a dangerous move.
Once they are exposed, they will most likely be finished.
Could it be Su Zhengyuan?
But soon, Yi Chen shook his head again. Su Zhengyuan is a businessman who believes that harmony brings wealth. Even if there is something unpleasant, they will fight in the business field, not resort to such means.
It seems that it is still related to Meng Zixuan. Looking at the mess in the house,
Yi Chen frowned, thinking over and over, not quite understanding where he had been exposed.
Could it be that something went wrong with Gu Qingshan? But he thought again and realized that this was unlikely. If Gu Qingshan and Ning Lao wanted to expose him, why not delay it for a day? Wouldn't it be better to detain him in the Gu family villa on the spot? But I just bought a Volvo recently, plus a racing car. Han Feng is unlikely, and Shen Tianxi is even less likely. By the way, Lu Tao.
Yi Chen's eyes lit up when he thought of Lu Tao and Zhou Qing.
Behind Zhuge Chen stands the Lu family. Lu Tao's family is wealthy, otherwise Zhou Qing wouldn't be clinging to the money tree and refusing to let go. They definitely recognized Meng Zixuan. Moreover, if it was really Lu Tao, they would have given up after seeing me and I entered the apartment together, so they killed me together. Yi Chen thought of this and nodded secretly. This way, everything makes sense. I thought I had a chance to catch my breath, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. There's no way to hide from them. We can only go find them and nip this crisis in the bud. In a situation like today, Yi Chen was fine and was able to escape the disaster. But what about Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao? If the other party had attacked these two ordinary people, they would probably have been riddled with holes like the window and the coffee table. Forget it for tonight, let's clean up here first. As for how to fight back and completely eliminate the threat, it is not something that can be done in a rash manner. You have to plan it in detail and make sure to hit the target in one go, leaving the other party no chance to breathe. With such a big commotion, the property management will definitely be alarmed. Yi Chen thought about this, looked at the mess on the ground, shook his head and smiled bitterly. Others say that a new house brings a new look. He was beaten to pieces before he had even lived there for 2 days. I'm afraid it will take 2 or 3 days to repair it. As expected. A few minutes later, the property management arrived. Fortunately, Yi Chen collected the bullet holes and smoothed out the marks. As for the mess at home, Yi Chen shook his head and explained with a wry smile that he was in a bad mood before and threw things around, making a lot of noise. After much persuasion and promises, the property was finally sent away. And at this time, it was already early morning. He put away the rest of the debris and went to the bathroom to wash up again. Looking at himself in the mirror, murderous intent flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Immediately, he knocked on the door opposite. After a few dozen seconds, Meng Zixuan's vigilant voice came from the room, asking, "Who is it?" "It's me, Yi Chen." Hearing Yi Chen's voice, Meng Zixuan pulled out the anti-theft bolt and opened the door carefully. I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when I saw that he was okay. "Yi Chen, how are you?" Behind her, Hu Xiaoyao also had a concerned look on her face. "I'm fine, but I can't sleep at home, so I'll lend you the sofa." Yi Chen pointed at the sofa and smiled at the two women. Hu Xiaoyao was about to agree. Who knows? Meng Zixuan punched him and said, "Why are you sleeping on the sofa? Go sleep on the floor." Chapter 83 Lu Yuan's anger, 2 women and 1 man, playing landlord? Phoenix Hotel. Inside the presidential suite. In the living room, Lu Yuan smoked quietly without saying a word. In front of him, several of his men and Lu Tao were trembling with fear. The atmosphere in the field almost froze. Lu Tao's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He rubbed his hands and wanted to say something, but the words were stuck in his throat. Until 7 or 8 minutes later, Lu Yuankai finished the cigarette in his hand and looked up at everyone. Everyone sit down. Who is taller standing up?
He snorted coldly and pointed to the opposite side. Everyone did not dare to be negligent and quickly sat on the ground opposite with awkward smiles on their faces.
Saw a funny scene with several people. Lu Yuan couldn't help laughing.
After a few seconds, he narrowed his eyes and said, "You woke me up in the middle of the night. I thought there was good news, but I didn't expect it to be like this."
Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat and they didn't dare to breathe. Lu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Lu Tao. "Lu Tao, you did a great job."
Lu Tao felt relieved, but he didn't dare to be careless.
"Brother Yuan, you're joking."
"I just happened to buy a suite in the apartment next to Meng Zishuan.
Who knew I'd run into this by chance?"
He rubbed his hands and said carefully.
"But the others didn't do so well. Just Yi Chen used firearms, and he made such a big fuss about it? That's fine, but we haven't killed anyone yet. Tell me, is this right or wrong?" Speaking of this,
Lu Yuan's face was gloomy and murderous intent was revealed.
"You know, using firearms is too bold.
Once it is exposed, even the Lu family will be in trouble."
What's even worse is that Yi Chen was not killed, which alerted the enemy. Next time I want to do it, it won't be so easy. This shouldn't be the case. Please punish me, Brother Yuan." Those people raised their heads, looked at Lu Yuan, swallowed and said.
They knew Lu Yuan's methods. He is usually smiling, but now his smile is even more unsettling. The Lu family is notorious for his cruelty in torturing people.
Just a while ago,
one of Lu's men committed a crime, and he threw the man into the cellar without saying a word. Then he found a lot of poisonous creatures such as centipedes, poisonous snakes, and scorpions. The screams lasted for several hours.
It was creepy and gave me goosebumps. What's the point of punishing you now? Go find him, find Yi Chen, and then report to me. I will direct the operation."
Lu Yuan stood up suddenly, furious.
"What are you still standing there for? Do you want me to do it myself?" He raised his feet and kicked forward. No one dared to dodge and could only take the kicks. Then, Lu Yuan looked at Lu Tao.
He stepped forward, patted Lu Tao on the shoulder, and said, "I can't sleep this time.
Lu Tao, you are familiar with this place, take me to play. This, Brother Yuan, Zhou Qing is still waiting for me at home."
Lu Tao gritted his teeth and politely refused. He has changed a lot during this period of time, and he almost never goes to those places where people pursue prostitutes.
Lu Yuan's face darkened and he narrowed his eyes.
Originally, the young master had ordered Meng Zishuan to do this well.
But now, Meng Zishuan was actually involved with Yi Chen.
And even when his men took action, they were unable to take them down.
If this gets out, what qualifications will Lu Yuan have to be in charge of the Lu family in the future? But there is still time. Before coming, the owner gave a deadline of half a month. While we are looking for Yi Chen now, we might as well take this opportunity to relax. No, don't worry. I was confused just now. I'll take you there right away.
Lu Tao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly changed his words.
Lu Yuan put too much pressure on him.
Moreover, his parents also reminded him that he should be more respectful and careful when dealing with Lu Yuan than with his own parents. His demands were met unconditionally, and 5 million was even transferred to him, just in anticipation of the possibility of this happening.
Okay, that's more like it. Lu Yuan chuckled, followed Lu Tao out of the hotel and went straight to the nightclub. 1000 Year Road. Hu Xiaoyao apartment. Inside the house, Yi Chen looked up at Meng Zishuan and was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect it. Meng Zishuan punched him without knowing the truth. Obviously. Just kidding.
The clever Hu Xiaoyao interrupted and said, "Yi Chen, we were really scared just now."
"Zishuan is just worried about you, don't mind it." "I know."
Yi Chen took a deep breath and looked at the two people who were still in shock. He felt a headache for no reason.
The cause of the incident was Meng Zishuan. However, it's not easy to tell Meng Zishuan this, and it's even harder to tell Hu Xiaoyao. I'll move out tomorrow and won't affect you.
After hearing what Yi Chen said, Hu Xiaoyao couldn't sit still anymore.
She stood up and asked, "Yi Chen, are you moving away?" Yi Chen nodded, "It's too dangerous to be with me, I'll move away and you'll be safe." But Hu Xiaoyao was anxious.
However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen.
No buts, I've made up my mind. Yi Chen shook his head and his eyes fell on Meng Zixuan. Don't go anywhere these days. The announcements have stopped. Stay with me, okay? Hearing this, Meng Zixuan was confused.
Hu Xiaoyao was also confused.
She knows.
During this period, Yi Chen and Lin Wanma had a great time talking to each other, and they even showed signs of developing into lovers.
But I didn't expect that this time I would be with Meng Zixuan again. Could it be that the two of them really have some shameful relationship?
Don't think too much, this matter has nothing to do with her. Seeing that the two were dumbfounded, Yi Chen had to reveal a little.
Is it about me? Meng Zixuan came back to her senses, but became even more confused.
She really couldn't figure out why Yi Chen's attack this time was related to her.
I'll tell you about this later. Now, just take a rest.
After so much trouble, Yi Chen was a little tired, not to mention Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao who were ordinary people.
Do you think we can still sleep now? Meng Zixuan rolled her eyes and said unhappily.
The scene just now was even more terrifying than the night of the car race.
You know. That was a traffic accident.
As long as you are not too unlucky, with the safety performance of a supercar, even if an accident happens, the person will not be in serious trouble.
But this is a complete safety accident.
If one thing goes wrong, you will die and won't even see the sun tomorrow.
How about this? There are just 3 of us, let's play landlord.
Hu Xiaoyao suggested. A few days ago, a colleague came over and left a few decks of cards.
Okay, I usually want to play, but I never have the chance. Today I'll let you see how good I am. Meng Zixuan giggled and temporarily forgot her previous fear and worry.
Yi Chen stared at the two extremely excited women, and the corner of his mouth twitched.
2 women and 1 man were in the same room and they were playing landlord? Chapter 84 Gu Qingshan's decision, Zhao Jiatian's darling daughter, Zhao Jianjia, said he couldn't sleep. But less than an hour into playing cards, the 2 women fell asleep first. Even.
He also snored slightly. Looking at the 2 people with haggard faces sitting beside the sofa, Yi Chen shook his head.
Well, it seems I have to sleep in the bed.
He took a deep breath, carefully covered the 2 women with bedding, and then walked towards the bedroom.
At the same time, Chao family. Even in the middle of the night, the villa was still brightly lit. In the hall,
several important members of the Chao family gathered together, frowning slightly and looking unhappy.
Patriarch, why are you gathering everyone together so late at night just for a mere Gu Qingshan?
You should know that our Chao family will never use this table easily unless it is for ancestor worship or important matters.
What happened? Yeah, could it be that the Lu family is causing trouble again? If there's nothing else, let's go back to sleep.
Amid the discussions, Chao family patriarch Chao Ziang raised his head, glanced at the crowd, and coughed lightly.
Next second, everyone fell silent immediately, not daring to say another word. And at this time,
they also noticed that there was someone standing under their table.
Hey, isn't this Gu Qingshan?
Someone recognized him and snorted. Gu Qingshan was a big shot who could make the demon city tremble with just a stomp of his feet, but in their eyes, he was no different from an ant. His eyes were full of sarcasm.
Today's events are related to the information provided by Gu Qingshan.
Before, we have been trying to find out where the young master of the Lu family is now, but we have not been able to find out. Having said that, he paused and his face darkened slightly.
Everyone was shocked and did not dare to delay, so they held their breath immediately. Gu Qingshan provided a clue, that is Meng Zixuan.
I heard that Meng Zixuan has a special physique, which is why the young master of the Lu family favors her.
It's just that because Yi Chen appeared and accidentally had intercourse with Meng Zixuan, the Lu family's plan was disrupted.
Now Lu Yuan has also come out to act.
Hearing this, everyone present frowned. For them, although the Magic City is big, it is ultimately limited. The Chao family and the Lu family have never been on good terms with each other. They are 2 giant crocodiles under the surface of the Magic City, and neither can do anything to the other.
They are like 2 towering trees, so tall that you can't see their tops.
Other families or groups are just their branches.
We need to rely on them to absorb nutrients and together form the huge monster that is the Magic City.
But, isn't Gu Qingshan a member of the Lu family? How could he be so kind as to reveal such confidential information? Someone reacted and asked Chao Ziang a question. Back then, I fought for the Lu family and ended up with this injury.
If it weren't for Yi Chen's miraculous healing, the injury would have relapsed in the past 2 days.
I'm afraid I wouldn't be standing here alive.
To me, he is my savior, but he was accidentally involved in the affairs of the Zhuge and Lu families, so I came here to ask the Chao family for help.
Gu Qingshan sighed, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. 2 days ago.
After knowing what happened to Yi Chen, he tossed and turned, hesitant.
After all.
For him, if he got involved in the affairs of Chao and Lu, it would be like throwing his life away. But both Gu Xinling and Old Ning made him feel that he should step forward and seek a glimmer of hope for Yi Chen. So, after hesitating for a long time, he finally went to the Chao family, and the scene just now happened.
Don't question it, it's true.
I got the news that a shooting incident happened on Xianyan Road just now, but it was suppressed. It can almost be confirmed that it was done by Lu Yuan's men from the Lu family.
But Lu Yuan didn't succeed this time.
Chao Ziong raised his eyebrows after he finished speaking.
Everyone couldn't help but gasp and talk about it. Is this true? This is too incredible.
Yes, Lu Yuan, this kid, although he looks like a human being, he is also a real talent, with outstanding abilities and always has a plan in mind.
I didn't expect to be defeated by Yi Chen. Who is he? He shouldn't be an ordinary person. Could he be a descendant of the former Yi family?
If so, it's not impossible to consider it.
The key is, Gu Qingshan, what price can you pay?
The discussion among the crowd gradually stopped, and they looked at Gu Qingshan and asked him.
I am willing to give you my life, what price do you want? Gu Qingshan came to the Chao family, obviously he was determined to do it.
Even if I have to exchange my own life for Yi Chen's life, I will do it at all costs. Looking at the somewhat excited Gu Qingshan, Chao Ziong waved his hand.
Gu Qingshan, you are almost at the end of your life, what is the point of taking your life? Well, I heard that you have a granddaughter, Gu Xinling, right? Is it okay to let her work for the Chao family?
Don't worry, my Chao family has always been sensible in doing things and will never treat her unfairly.
Gu Qingshan finally calmed down and nodded. Etc.
This sentence made Gu Qingshan frown again.
It turned out that someone asked Chao Ziong again, Master, who should be sent to solve this problem? This. Chao Ziong thought about it and looked at the screen behind him. Next second.
A graceful figure walked out from behind the screen.
Although the aura was not strong, it immediately attracted the attention of everyone present.
Even though Gu Qingshan was already over 60 years old, he couldn't help but feel disturbed.
She was like a fairy from the sky, fallen into the mortal world.
Just this beautiful face and the gentle swaying of lotus steps can attract everyone's attention and make them fall in love with her.
The Chao family has a daughter named Chao Jianjia.
Such a sentence suddenly appeared in Gu Qingshan's mind.
If you say, Lu Yuan of the Lu family has the spirit of a great general and is a leader among the younger generation.
Then Chao Jianjia of the Chao family is the most dazzling pearl. As soon as she appeared, everyone in the Chao family nodded in approval.
Yes. With the darling daughter of the Chao family taking action, wouldn't this kind of thing be easy to accomplish? I am somewhat interested in the Yi Chen you mentioned.
Chao Jianjia opened her pearly teeth slightly, and her voice was indescribably melodious and beautiful. Gu Qingshan had no choice but to apologize and said, since this matter has been settled, I will go back first.
Next Monday, my granddaughter Gu Xinling will come here to discuss it with Patriarch Chao. No way. This Chao Jianjia is so scary.
If he looks at her a few more times, even he might not be able to control himself.
1000-Year Road. Hu Xiaoyao apartment. Achoo.
Yi Chen sneezed, and when he looked up, the sunlight was extremely dazzling.
Look at the phone again. It's almost noon. It seems. Yesterday's incident was indeed a big deal. Even someone as self-disciplined as him got up late. He got dressed and went to the living room.
Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao were sleeping together, their sleeping postures were touching. Just when he was about to take a picture, there was a knock on the door.
Yi Chen, are you there? Chapter 85 Yi Chen's decision, Chao Jianjia's shock. Outside the door. Chao Jianjia.
At this moment, she was wearing a white long dress, trailing behind her. It sets off her slender and graceful figure, which is extremely beautiful. And her delicate facial features are even more stunning. Since she entered the community, many people were stunned. Before I knew it, I had followed her outside the apartment and was now surrounding her in the corridor and hallway.
They secretly wondered who Chao Jianjia was looking for. Hearing the knock on the door and the voices, Yi Chen frowned. Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao were also awakened instantly and quickly got up from the sofa. They whispered, "Yi Chen, what's wrong?" "It's okay, someone is looking for you." Yi Chen winked at the two women, asking them to go back to the bedroom, while he went to the door. His five senses were heightened to the extreme, and there was no sign of any crisis. With a creak, the door opened. Chao Jianjia's beautiful face appeared in front of him, and Yi Chen was stunned for a moment. Just talking about appearance. This Chao Jianjia was in no way inferior to any woman he had ever seen. Hu Xiaoyao in the room is no match for her at all. Even Meng Zixuan, who debuted with her looks, is slightly inferior. Her beauty is natural and unadorned. Born with it, any more is too much, any less is too little, truly flawless. Only Lin Wanma can be compared with her, but she also lacks a bit of the otherworldly aura. Only. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes. It was because there was a playful look in Chao Jianjia's eyes. Like a fairy high above, she instinctively distanced herself from others. His eyes turned. He was even more puzzled when he saw the corridor crowded with people. What's going on? He definitely didn't know the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him. As for the crowd, he had seen them once or twice before, in front of the Hennessy Viper GT supercar that night. Ha! It turns out to be a man. Woo woo woo, the goddess has a boyfriend. This guy is not that great, he's just a little more handsome than me. Isn't that enough? Just in terms of looks, he's the only one worthy of her. Wait, why do I feel like he looks familiar? I know. He is the man behind the Hennessy Viper GT sports car. Yes, that's him. No wonder he's favored by such a gorgeous lady, he's actually a handsome rich second generation. Amid the discussions, people's feelings turned from jealousy and hatred to envy. No way. Who made Yi Chen not only handsome but also so rich? Looking at themselves again, they feel ashamed of themselves. When Chao Jianjia heard this, she couldn't help but blink. According to the investigation of her Chao family, Yi Chen is just an ordinary person. Even if he has some skills, it is just accidental. At least the two things about Gu Qingshan and Su Zhenyuan were too mysterious to be used as a real reference. But now, he actually has a supercar of this level. Even in the Chao family, there are not many. Yi Chen, it seems that you are even more mysterious than I thought. Chao Jianjia said to herself, her eyes fixed on Yi Chen, revealing a look of interest. Not just cars. Apartments here are not cheap. If Yi Chen was just an ordinary person, how could he afford to live there? And the moment Yi Chen opened the door just now, she caught a quick glance and saw two beautiful figures. Come out for a moment, I have something to tell you. When Chao Jianjia said this, she turned her head and looked at the people behind her. It's none of your business, just go away. Her voice is like the sound of nature, extremely beautiful. And it exuded a fascinating charm that made them obey involuntarily and leave one after another. This time, Yi Chen had to frown and look at Chao Jianjia with a solemn expression. But then he smiled and shook his head. Yes. After all, she is just a woman. Even if she is breathtakingly beautiful, so what? Could she eat herself? Okay, wait a minute. Yi Chen closed the door. Returned to the bedroom. Yi Chen, what happened? Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao were both very nervous, and it was obvious that they had not yet come out of the shadow of last night. It's okay, someone is just looking for it. Stay home and wait for me to come back. Yi Chen reminded them to lock the door. Then he followed Chao Jianjia downstairs and arrived at a secluded corner of the community. The two walked together. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful, which naturally attracted everyone's attention. Along the way, people pointed fingers at them. Yi Chen took the initiative to ask, "Who are you and what do you want from me? Don't be so hostile." Chao Jianjia saw that his eyes were firm and calm, without a trace of lust, and she couldn't help but nod secretly. Okay, to tell you the truth, someone asked our Chao family to protect your life. Hearing the name Chao family, Yi Chen was shocked. What happened last night gave him a new understanding of this behemoth. But who can invite them? Obviously it wasn't Meng Zixuan. She was just a poor pawn and no one cared about her at all. Gu Qingshan? This little old man is really stupid. When Yi Chen said this, he sighed secretly. This must be a huge price, right? Chao Jianjia nodded.
His daughter signed a contract to sell herself, but my Chao family has always been fair in doing things.
It will only take 50 years and will not affect the next generation. Hearing this, Yi Chen became furious. Is it fair to talk about a 50-year indenture? Only. He became even more dissatisfied with the Lu family. If they hadn't acted so arrogantly, how could Zhuge Chen have targeted him and things had come to this point? Soon. Yi Chen suppressed his anger, narrowed his eyes, and asked Chao Jianjia, "What if I refuse?" Reject? Chao Jianjia was stunned. She never expected that Yi Chen would say such a thing. Who in the Magic City doesn't know how powerful the Chao family is?
Now Yi Chen is in crisis with the Lu family, and with the protection of the Chao family, he has an extra amulet.
And that was Gu Qingshan's decision and had nothing to do with Yi Chen himself. Is Yi Chen trying to kill himself? Are you kidding me? Chao Jianjia's face darkened slightly as she asked Yi Chen. Do I look like I'm kidding? Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and said seriously. Hey!
Chao Jianjia chuckled and stared at Yi Chen with her beautiful eyes, as if she wanted to see through what he was thinking.
However,
Yi Chen's eyes were as deep as the stars and the moon, shining brightly, and it was impossible to see clearly.
Do you know that someone from the Lu family is looking for you outside? Yi Chen nodded. Do you know that the people of the Zhuge family also regard you as an enemy and want to kill you as soon as possible? Yi Chen nodded again. Do you know that my Chao family can protect you and keep you safe from these threats? Yi Chen still nodded. Then do you know that if you refuse, you will lose these protections and face their threats directly? Yi Chen spoke this time. He stared at Chao Jianjia and said word by word, so what? Chapter 86 Chao Jianjia, Yi Chen, you want to die. Yi Chen said, so what, and Chao Jianjia was completely dumbfounded. She never expected it. After she explained the pros and cons, Yi Chen still insisted on doing so. He actually turned a deaf ear to the Chao family and politely declined their offer of help. Yi Chen, you. As the darling of the Chao family, her reputation is even higher than that of Lu Yuan. The pride in Chao Jianjia's heart made her chest heave with anger. She thought. This time I came to see Yi Chen. She only needs to beckon with her fingers and the other person will fall at her feet and do whatever she wants. After all, in her opinion, the Chao family's only rival has always been the Lu family, who are on par with them. How could an ordinary person like Yi Chen have any room for maneuver? If Gu Qingshan and Gu Xinling Henti signed the indenture contract, why would she make this trip to talk to Yi Chen? Little did they know. To Yi Chen, she looked a little ridiculous. Do you think that after I have mentioned the name of the Chao family, I should be obedient and let you control me? Yi Chen seemed to see through Chao Jianjia's thoughts and smiled slightly. And at this time, Chao Jianjia also calmed down. She stared at Yi Chen and re-examined him. Although Yi Chen in front of him is young, he is as calm as a middle-aged man. What shocked her even more was that for unknown reasons and purposes, he actually refused the Chao family's help. Could it be that he has the strength to face the Lu family head-on? But the thought was fleeting. No matter how powerful Yi Chen is, he is still just a human being. Not to mention being compared with the Chao and Lu families, even the slightly inferior Zhuge family. Crushing a man like Yi Chen to death is not much more difficult than crushing an ant. Chao Jianjia's mind raced, and then she took a deep breath and said, Yi Chen, no matter what, Gu Xinling has already signed the contract to sell herself. Even if you don't want the help of the Chao family, you can't change this fact. So, your Chao family is going to force the sale? Yi Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Chao Jianjia, murderous intent flashed across his face. You can think so. Chao Jianjia laughed. This time, she felt she had a slight advantage. After all, in her opinion, Gu Qingshan and Gu Xinling are nothing compared to my life. But who knows? Yi Chen actually values it so much. Such a sentimental person is nothing to worry about. If you think this is my weakness, you can try it. Yi Chen's eyes were calm and he spoke lightly. No one can threaten our Chao family. Yi Chen, although you look mysterious and have some good points, don't take yourself too seriously. Originally we came here to help you just for Gu Qingshan's sake. Having said this, Chao Jianjia paused. Before I came, there were 4 or 5 people watching here. Once Lu Yuan knows your exact movements, you will definitely die. If I were you, you would cooperate with us, or you will never see the sun tomorrow. Chao Jianjia snorted coldly. Good. She likes the proud and upright Yi Chen. After all, those who had been around her in the past were all currying favor with the powerful. Even if she didn't reveal the name of the Chao family, people would still covet her beauty. I finally met Yi Chen, a man with pure eyes without any other thoughts, and of course he looked at him with some appreciation. But if Yi Chen disrespected the Chao family, or even refused the Chao family's help, then he would have no value in existence. I know, I will remember this favor, but don't make things difficult for Gu Qingshan. Yi Chen stared at Chao Jianjia and said in a deep voice. Oh? Then what are the benefits of my Chao family? Or, what will you give as compensation? Having said this, Chao Jianjia's smile became even more pronounced. In contrast to Gu Qingshan, who is on the decline, there is Gu Xinling, who has not yet achieved great success. Obviously. She was more interested in Yi Chen in front of her. What a pity. Yi Chen immediately stopped her from thinking about it. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. He couldn't hold back his voice, and it was a little loud. Many people looked over with amused expressions. Oh my god, did I hear that correctly? That guy actually said he's not interested. Yes, this is a goddess-level beauty. No, a goddess among goddesses. In the entire Magic City, even if you count all those movie stars, there are probably no two who are prettier than her. If I were this woman, I would definitely turn around and leave. Instead of being bullied here, I might as well just find a few lickers and do whatever I want. Then you don't understand. Few women like to lick dogs, let alone such an arrogant goddess? Come to think of it, if I were her, wouldn't I be pestering this guy? Amid the discussions, Chao Jianjia's face turned red and white, she was so angry. Yi Chen, can you speak? What do you mean you are not interested in me? When did I ever make you interested in me? Yi Chen spread his hands and shrugged. Sorry, I still say that, if you have any needs, I can satisfy them, but forget about Gu Xinling. Yi Chen was not averse to cooperating with the Chao family. But the Chao family's conditions are too harsh. He didn't want to let Gu Qingshan and his granddaughter get involved because of him. Chao Jianjia was silent. For her, the benefits brought by a mere Gu Xinling are limited. On the contrary, after talking with Yi Chen for so long, she intuitively discovered that the benefits Yi Chen brought to the Chao family were unimaginable. In particular, he was able to kill Zhuge Chen without anyone noticing. This existence that caused the Chao family so much headaches, if it had other abilities. Chao Jianjia looked up. She looked at Yi Chen, who was smiling, and suddenly felt powerless. She knows. In the end, I lost this conversation. Okay, I promise you, I can leave Gu Xinling alone, but what benefits can you afford to give me? Chao Jianjia blinked and asked Yi Chen. For a behemoth like the Chao family, it's obvious that money is not important to them. There's no need to embarrass myself with my 2 gambling stone miracles. As for power, you know that I come from an ordinary background and can't help you advance further. My skills are just so-so, but I guess you guys don't care. Having said that, Yi Chen suddenly widened his eyes. He stared at Chao Jianjia for 2 seconds with a strange look on his face. Chao Jianjia was almost laughing because of his words. At this time, he asked unhappily, why, is there something wrong with my face? Instead of saying so much, why not say something practical and useful? The points listed by Yi Chen were indeed of little help to the Chao family. If there was no bargaining chip that could impress her, even if she admired Yi Chen, she would not listen to his advice and abandon Gu Xinling. The flowers are not, but you are indeed sick. Yi Chen shook his head and said to her. Are you sick? You are the one who is sick. Chao Jianjia's face darkened, and the anger in his eyes almost turned into reality. Look, you still don't admit it. Listen to me, I'll prescribe a prescription for you, and I guarantee that your illness will be cured in half a month. Yi Chen pointed at her chest and said seriously. Chao Jianjia looked down, her face flushed, and she angrily said, Yi Chen, you want to die. Chapter 87, The Transaction with Chao Jianjia, The Unexpected Class Reunion. Chao Jianjia was really sick, Yi Chen could see it at a glance. But this is Chao Jianjia's unspeakable secret. From childhood to adulthood, no one else knew about it except herself, the head of the Chao family, her parents, and the family doctor. But Yi Chen, who was standing in front of her, not only saw it at a glance, but also almost pointed out the cause of her illness. This is really. It made her a little angry and embarrassed. Yi Chen, you want to die. This sentence made the corners of people's mouths twitch. The conversation between the two was so weird. Hey, did you guys hear what's going on? Of course not. It seems that this goddess is sick. No wonder this handsome rich second generation despises her. What? Sick? She's so pretty, could she be that kind of sick? Shoo. Don't be so loud, someone might hear you. So what if I heard it? I can't let people say it? If I had a Hennessy Viper GT supercar, what kind of girl would I not be able to pick up? That's right. Even if the face is not so pretty, there are always those with good figures. Isn't it the same when the lights are turned off? Seeing that everyone was becoming more and more explicit in their words, Chao Jianjia's face became increasingly gloomy. If it weren't for her good upbringing, which prevented her from having a fit in front of so many people, she would have beaten these people in the mouths. She suppressed her anger and said in a low voice, Yi Chen, since you can cure Gu Qingshan, can you cure my illness? Hearing this, Yi Chen laughed. Gu Qingshan is different from you. Besides, your Chao family is so wealthy, don't you have a miracle doctor? Besides, the Chao family has strict rules. Didn't we make a deal with Gu Xinling? Chao Jianjia glared at him. Immediately. She said angrily, I just want to ask if you can cure it? Yi Chen nodded and said, Gu Xinling. If you can really cure it, what does a mere Gu Xinling matter to you? Chao Jianjia has a hidden illness, but unfortunately she can't tell outsiders. And in order to treat her illness, the Chao family hired many miracle doctors from childhood to adulthood. Among them was Mr. Ning. After Gu Qingshan went to Chao's house last night, the people in Chao's family immediately looked for old Ning to understand the whole story, which led to Chao Jianjia's visit. Yi Chen's Fushi 9 needles is magical. He could tell Chao Jianjia's illness at a glance, and it was obviously not a matter of luck. If it can be cured. Chao Jianjia forced herself to calm down. Same as Zhuge family. This generation of the Chao family also established two heirs. One of them is Chao Jianjia. The other one is in the dark and rarely shows up in public. But different from the Zhuge family. These two people from the Chao family may exchange identities at any time and become the real heirs. Chao Jianjia suffered from a hidden illness. If she could be cured, a mere Gu Xinling cannot be compared to her. You can decide? Yi Chen looked at Chao Jianjia with a look of doubt on his face. You. Chao Jianjia was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. She narrowed her eyes and said coldly, Yi Chen, do you really want Gu Xinling? Since you can make the decision, let Gu Xinling return to the Gu family first. I will start treating you right away. Okay, no problem. Chao Jianjia acted decisively and quickly arranged everything after just one phone call. Gu Qingshan and old Ning were both stunned. They had never expected that the Chao family, who were so difficult to talk to, would not want anything. Gu Xinling was even worried and called Yi Chen. We chatted for a few sentences and she hung up after confirming. Well, I can still make the decision, right? Chao Jianjia raised her eyebrows and snorted. For some reason, she didn't gain any advantage in the several confrontations with Yi Chen. Yi Chen is like a copper pea, impervious to water, fire, oil, or salt. It even forced her to reveal all her cards and she had to be led by Yi Chen. Here, give me your phone. Yi Chen stretched out his hand to her and said, What do you want a phone for? Chao Jianjia stared at Yi Chen with burning eyes, as if he had bad intentions. But she still unlocked the screen and handed it over. Yi Chen opened the memo and wrote a prescription in a few strokes. Here, follow this prescription and drink it for half a month, and you should be fine. He also gave it to Chao Jianjia. Chao Jianjia, who thought he was asking for her contact information, was stunned for a moment and asked, No more? No more. What a joke, even though her hidden illness is serious, she is still young after all, and her body's recovery speed is far from comparable to that of Gu Qingshan, who is on the decline. After taking medicine for half a month, Yi Chen also considered the worst extreme case scenario. If it still can't be cured, then it would be a shame to reward the favorability system. Hearing this, Chao Jianjia was speechless. She didn't expect it to be so simple. Yi Chen just did it casually. Chao Jianjia narrowed her eyes and asked, What if it doesn't work? You can ask a famous doctor to look at the prescription. Even though they don't know how to make it, they still have good eyesight. Yi Chen paused, looking at the pretty Chao Jianjia, his heart was calm. If it doesn't work, with your Chow family's ability, if you can't do anything to me, don't you still have Gu Xinling and the others? Chow Jianjia nodded. She slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. If I can really cure my hidden disease, it won't be a loss. Okay, give me the contact information. The Lu family won't take action against you for the time being. Yi Chen frowned slightly. Why is it still temporary? With an expiration date? Chow Jianjia smiled. The Lu family is not easy to mess with. Moreover, Zhuge Chen is a talent that the Zhuge family values very much. How can we let it go if he dies? But, you have 1 month. During this month, the Lu family will not do anything to you. Chow Jianjia asked for Yi Chen's cell phone number, and feeling satisfied, she waved her hand and was about to leave. People on the roadside began to murmur in low voices. Look, she's so beautiful. But seriously, what were they talking about just now? It seems like they reached some kind of unspeakable deal. Could it be that this handsome rich second-generation guy doesn't mind that disease? Or does he have it too? Hearing this, Yi Chen's mouth twitched. He didn't expect that he would end up bringing trouble upon himself. He. Even though Chow Jianjia had been angry for a while, she couldn't help but laugh happily. Just at this moment, Yi Chen's phone rang. He picked it up and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. He couldn't help but glance at Chow Jianjia. Why are you looking at me? I didn't hit you. Chow Jianjia shook her phone and spoke to him. Yi Chen answered the phone. He didn't expect that it was his college classmate. Hello, Yi Chen, hello, do you remember? I'm Zhang Qingjun. Yi Chen nodded. Of course he remembered that Zhang Qingjun was a wealthy second generation. Only. Apart from class activities, the two of them had no contact at all. A sudden phone call, what is this for? Ha, you didn't forget about the class reunion tonight, did you? Come quickly, we'll be waiting for you at the Magic City Golden Gate Hotel. By the way, I just called Zhou Qing, she's coming too, don't forget to bring a female companion. Chapter 88 Taking Chow Jianjia to the class reunion? Class reunion? Female companion? Yi Chen frowned. To be honest, since graduating and starting working, he seldom attends such class reunions. One comes. He doesn't have much money, and most of it is spent on buying gifts for Zhou Cheng and living expenses. How can he have any spare money to participate? Secondly, he had an average relationship with those people, or even wasn't very familiar with them, so the conversations were awkward. Among them, there are people like Zhang Chengjun. He was a middle-class rich second generation who always liked to show off his wealth. He almost hooked up with Zhou Qing. Why, Yi Chen, you don't dare to come? Zhou Qing is fine. If you are scared, that will be unacceptable. Yi Chen, we've been classmates for several years, you wouldn't even give me this face, right? How about this, you don't have to spend a penny today, and I'll reimburse you for the taxi fare, how about that? Chow Jianjia was right next to Yi Chen, and the sound was so loud that it was hard for her not to hear it clearly. He. She glanced at Yi Chen and was overjoyed. Yi Chen, who is this, a college classmate? Of course we'll go to the class reunion. We'll be there soon. As soon as she finished speaking, Chow Jianjia stretched out her hand and hung up the phone. Yi Chen frowned and asked, what are you doing? Nothing. I'm not asking you to attend a class reunion. I want to see who is showing off in front of you. Chow Jianjia came here early this morning to discuss the deal with Yi Chen. But I didn't expect it. Things turned out that Yi Chen cured her hidden illness as a bargaining chip in exchange for a month of peace. She wanted to get to know Yi Chen more deeply, so wasn't this class reunion a rare opportunity? Yi Chen was speechless and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Miss Chow, are you bored? But when he wanted to use his cell phone to make another call, Chow Jianjia stopped him. Yi Chen, everyone else has said this, are you still a man? That Zhou Qing. I know she's your ex-girlfriend, and she's also related to the Lu family. If not for my sake, you should look at yourself. Chow Jianjia was hinting at something, and Yi Chen could certainly hear it. And he also confirmed his previous guess. That is it. Lu Tao is a member of the Lu family, and he is related to the terrible crisis he suffered this time. Okay, I'll go. Yi Chen took out the car keys and rushed to the Golden Gate Hotel. Wait, don't forget to bring a female companion.
Chao Jianjia raised her eyebrows and got into Yi Chen's Hennessy Viper GT supercar without saying anything.
This scene.
The onlookers were once again caught up in discussions.
No, what's the matter? He actually got into a supercar.
This handsome second-generation rich guy is really not afraid of getting sick.
Seriously, this woman really looks like a fairy. So what if she is sick? That's right. If I give it to you, won't you do it? Golden Gate Hotel. At this time, the most prominent location in the hall.
Zhang Chengjun sat in the main seat, and next to him were his lackeys among his college classmates, Xu Chang and Song Xiaofang. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Chengjun was a little confused and threw his latest model of mobile phone on the table.
What's wrong, Jun Ji? Xu Chang and Song Xiaofang asked with a smile. Zhang Chengjun shook his head and asked one of the girls, Taozi, aren't you very familiar with Zhou Qing? Do you know if there are any other women around Yi Chen?
Even though it's just 2 short sentences. But that numb and sexy voice made Zhang Chengjun feel a little moved. And in his eyes, a gleam of lust flashed by.
At first,
when I was in college, he was extremely envious of Zhou Qing. But Zhou Qing at that time had not yet entered society and still held a pure view of love.
Even if he used money, he couldn't pry her away. Now,
Zhang Chengjun thought, if she really is a beauty, he would use money to win her over.
Taozi, also known as Wen Tao, was Zhou Qing's roommate.
Zhou Qing broke up with him a long time ago.
Yi Chen is so poor, who would want to date him?
Having said that, Wen Tao glanced at Zhang Chengjun's face and instantly understood. Who knows, this guy might be a scheming person, and he tricked the girl here. You have to expose Yi Chen's true face later.
She giggled and said meaningfully. Ah, of course, of course.
Zhang Chengjun came to his senses, glanced at everyone and chuckled.
You guys don't have to be idle later, understand?
He deliberately did not bring a female companion this time because he wanted to find one from among the crowd. Because he was paying for the meal, the others smiled ambiguously. Mr. Zhang has spoken, so of course we have to criticize Yi Chen.
Become. Zhang Chengjun was in a good mood.
He clapped his hands and called the waiter.
Waiter, give me 2 more bottles of 1982 Lafite. Not long after.
Lu Tao and Zhou Qing are here. The 2 of them had smiles on their faces, and it was obvious that they were not affected by the Lu family's affairs.
Hey, Mr. Zhang, you really spent a lot of money to treat us to such a good meal.
Zhou Chang stepped forward, glanced at Zhang Chengjun, and said with a smile.
To be honest,
when she first broke up with Yi Chen, she felt a little regretful.
Why were you blind at the beginning?
You didn't see Zhang Chengjun as a cash cow. You wouldn't have lived in poverty for several years.
Certainly.
She has no regrets now. Even though Zhang Chengjun looks okay, tall, thin and handsome, he is no match for Lu Tao.
Lu Tao is rich. He just said that once she has a child, he will buy her a BMW, a sports car.
As for the Golden Gate Hotel, when she was with Yi Chen, it was an unattainable dream for her.
But now, I don't even like it. Zhou Cheng, you are still as sharp-tongued as before.
Zhang Chengjun took a step forward, stared at her twice, and admired her more and more. But looking at her belly, he couldn't help but ask, oh my goodness, are you pregnant? I wanted to drink a few more glasses with you, but it seems that I can only drink with your boyfriend.
Lu Tao stood in front of Zhou Qing calmly, squinting his eyes and said, no problem, I'm just worried that there isn't enough Lafite here.
He is also a man, so of course he understands the expression on Zhang Chengjun's face when he looks at Zhou Qing. But he wasn't too worried. The Golden Gate Hotel looks luxurious and grand.
However,
it's impossible to get a number in front of the real high-end hotels in Shanghai. As long as Zhou Qing is not blind, she will know how to choose.
Ha, so generous. I like it.
Zhang Chengjun extended his hand and invited them to sit down. The group of people were having a great time chatting under false pretenses.
But now it was almost time for dinner, and someone said unhappily, Brother Jun, what's wrong with Yi Chen? It's been so long and he still hasn't arrived? Did he stand you up? Ha, he dares?
Zhang Chengjun slammed the table angrily. If he really dares to stand me up, I'll find his rental house and beat him to death.
Zhou Qing coughed lightly and reminded in a low voice, Zhang Chengjun, Yi Chen bought an apartment just over Qianyan Road. What? Zhang Chengjun was surprised, then he laughed silently. An apartment on Qianyan Road costs nearly tens of millions. He didn't believe Yi Chen could afford it. And at this time, there was a roar of a supercar outside the lobby. Everyone looked up. In a few seconds. Just then, Yi Chen came over with a stunning goddess by his side. They were stunned. Chapter 89, failed to show off wealth, but got slapped in the face? Lu Tao's fear. Boom. The roar of the supercar instantly spread into the hall. Everyone looked up. Even Zhang Chengjun is no exception. Only. No one expected it. Yi Chen came, and next to him was a stunning goddess whom they had never seen before. What's going on? There's such a beauty around Yi Chen? Yeah, even those top actresses don't look as pretty as her, and they don't have her body. The sound of the supercar just now, could that car be Yi Chen's? Impossible. He is just a poor loser who can afford a sports car. Zhou Chang wouldn't. Ahem, Zhou Chang, I don't mean to target you. Did Yi Chen really find a rich girlfriend? At this point, everyone's eyes fell on Zhou Chang and Lu Tao. Zhou Qing looked a little ugly. It's not because I'm being compared to others. But it was Chao Jianjia who suddenly appeared in front of him. Forget about Lin Wanma alone, she can tolerate it. With the addition of Meng Zixuan, she could still tolerate it. But with Chao Jianjia right in front of her, how could Zhou Qing bear it? I knew he was a dishonest man and had a lot of bad intentions. Fortunately, I left early. Zhou Qing's face fell and she was furious. Look, he had an affair with the company's CEO Lin Wanma before, and then hooked up with the female star Meng Zixuan, and now he's with this person. TSK, what money? It's all rewarded by the gigolo. Speaking of this, Zhou Qing looked disdainful. Everyone frowned. Seriously. Even if he was just a gigolo, being able to win the heart of such a top-notch goddess was a skill. Even. Many people were envious, but they just didn't want to say it in front of Zhou Qing. Zhang Chengjun was stunned, but quickly said, yes, that's it. I didn't expect that Yi Chen, this kid, would be so useless. He always wants to be kept by a rich woman. It's really embarrassing for a man. At this time, Yi Chen had already brought Chao Jianjia over. He is rich now, but his clothes are still the same cheap ones. Let us look at Chao Jianjia. Wearing a black evening gown, with endless charm, every frown and smile attracted the attention of everyone present. Zhang Chengjuan's heart was burning with excitement, and he stood up and walked forward without thinking. He walked up to Chao Jianjia in 2 or 3 steps, put on a gentlemanly smile and said, "Hello, beautiful lady, what's your name?" He turned his head and looked at Yi Chen with a complaining look on his face. Yi Chen, what's going on? Why are you hiding so deeply? You have such a beautiful girlfriend, why didn't you introduce her to everyone earlier? Who knows? Chao Jianjia ignored him altogether. No, I didn't even look at him. Yi Chen nodded calmly and said, she is not my girlfriend, she just came here to eat for free. Free meal? Everyone's mouth twitched and they covered their faces. Not to mention Chao Jianjia's beautiful appearance and well-proportioned figure. Even her outfit is far from being comparable to the one sold at street stalls. Conservative estimate. No less than hundreds of thousands. The small bag in her hand is a limited edition platinum model of Hermes, which costs at least 1 million. How could such a person possibly get a free meal? On the contrary, Yi Chen seemed to be here for a free meal. Yi Chen, you are wrong. Beautiful women come to eat because they are willing to give us face. How can there be any free meal? Zhang Chengjun didn't care and just laughed it off. Oh, waiter, give me 2 more bottles of 1982 Lafite. He snapped his fingers in a very impressive manner. The waiter likes this kind of generous guest the most, and immediately puts on his signature smile. Okay sir, please wait a moment. However, Chao Jianjia frowned. Etc. Zhang Chengjun looked somewhat displeased by her words. What's wrong? This is 1982 Lafite. 1 bottle costs 50 or 60,000. Could it be that Chao Jianjia in front of him actually doesn't like him? Chao Jianjia glanced at him and said, I'm not used to drinking the crappy Lafite. Do you have Burgundy or Cavalier Montrachet Chardonnay? Zhang Chengjun, who was feeling proud just now, couldn't help but shiver. Of course he had also heard of Burgundy, Chevalier Montrachet Chardonnay, the king of white wines. 1 bottle costs more than 100,000 yuan, which is almost equivalent to 3 bottles of 1982 Lafite. Compared to Chardonnay, Lafite is really rubbish. Only.
In the eyes of ordinary people, the reputation of Lafite 1982 is not as famous as that of Lafite 1982.
But both the taste and aftertaste are far from comparable to Lafite. Today he took the risk and spent a huge amount of money to form this class reunion. However,
5 or 6 bottles of 1982 Lafite would cost about 300,000 yuan. Add this table of food and other expenses, and it would cost at most 500,000 yuan. But what if it is replaced with Burgundy, Chevalier Montrachet Chardonnay white wine?
That's not something that can be solved with just a few $100,000. It'll cost at least over 1 million. Even though he was wealthy, he couldn't help feeling uneasy. And
he started to hold a grudge against Chao Jianjia.
Wouldn't that be embarrassing for him? Sorry, no.
The waiter shook his head and chuckled.
They don't even have much stock of the 1982 Lafite, let alone the even rarer and more expensive Burgundy Chardonnay?
Zhang Chengjun breathed a sigh of relief. He stepped forward and said with a smile, "Then it's Lafite, come up here quickly." After waving his hand, he still came close to Chao Jianjia, sniffing the fragrance emanating from Chao Jianjia and said, "Beauty, if you are not used to drinking it, after the class reunion is over, I can take you to have a midnight snack and find a place that sells Chardonnay."
Chao Jianjia looked down upon the nouveau riche Zhang Chengjun.
His attentiveness made her feel sick and want to vomit.
So? She looked back at Yi Chen and asked, "Yi Chen, which one is Zhou Qing?"
Zhou Qing was stunned for a moment, then stood up and said, "It's me, what's wrong?"
"I don't know why."
When she saw Chao Jianjia, she actually felt ashamed of herself.
It never appeared even in Lin Wanma and Meng Zixuan. No way. Chao Jianjia's aura was too strong as soon as she stepped into the hall.
Not only these 20 or 30 classmates, but also other people, looked over and admired Chao Jianjia very much. "You are Zhou Qing, so you should be from the Lu family, right?" Chao Jianjia glanced at the fat man Lu Tao, and a frivolous look appeared in her eyes.
"How do you know that I am Lu?"
Before he finished speaking, Lu Tao's face changed drastically.
The Chao and Lu families are taboos for ordinary people in Magic City. And almost few people know about it.
But Chao Jianjia in front of him definitely didn't look like an ordinary person.
She actually knew about the Lu family, so is she from the Chao family?
Considering how stunningly beautiful she is, the only one who could be her is the pearl of the Chao family.
"Are you Chao Jianjia?" Lu Tao took a deep breath, his heart pounding.
Cold sweat broke out on my forehead and I had the urge to leave the table and run away. Zhang Chengjun became even more upset when he saw that Chao Jianjia ignored him and talked with Zhou Chang and Lu Tao.
"What's Lu Jia Chao Jianjia? Is this your name?"
"Beautiful lady, don't just stand there, look, the 1982 Lafite is here, drink some first, and then we can talk about other things."
But this time Lu Tao spoke.
"Zhang Chengjun, stop showing off your wealth here, you don't deserve it at all."
Chapter 90, Poor Zhang Chengjun, Zhou Qing is frustrated. Lu Tao said.
Zhang Chengjun was stunned for a moment. He could never have imagined that Lu Tao would actually say such a thing.
Isn't this embarrassing him in public? "Lu Tao, what do you mean?" Zhang Chengjun's face darkened and he growled. Then
he turned to look at Zhou Qing with an unhappy look on his face.
"Zhou Qing, your boyfriends are all the same, always trying to show off. Do you know how much money I spent to organize this class reunion?"
He held up 5 fingers and sneered.
50,000? Someone murmured.
Zhang Chengjun, who had sharp ears, laughed even louder.
"Ha ha ha, 50,000? 50,000 isn't even enough to buy a bottle of 1982 Lafite. 500,000. A full 500,000. This time,
the other students were all stunned and looked shocked.
Most of them are salaried workers.
After all, you just graduated from a third-rate university and have only been working for a few years.
How much money can you earn?
500,000, I'm afraid they haven't earned that much in the past few years. But who would have thought that this class reunion would cost so much?
Many people look at Zhang Chengjun differently.
In recent years, they have already been baptized by society and are no longer ignorant college students.
Even if Zhang Chengjun has a bad personality and a bad temper, what does it matter?
Anyway, it's beneficial to act like a grandson in front of him, so why bother?
Especially his 2 lackeys, they also started clamoring.
"Zhou Qing, it's fine if you bring your boyfriend here to eat and drink for free, but you also say such things, that's too much."
Brother Jun knows all about his temper.
He is rich, but it is not something that comes from the wind.
If it were not for him, how would we have the opportunity to see these things?
Xu Chang narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhou Qing, feeling a little annoyed.
That's right. What do you mean stop showing off your wealth? Ha, if you have money, why not show it off? Lu Tao, right? Tell me, have you ever eaten a crab this big?
I think you are the real poor guys.
You can't stand seeing others showing off their wealth. Song Xiaofang went even further, shouting at Lu Tao with mockery in his eyes. This time,
it was Zhou Chang and Lu Tao's turn to be stunned. They didn't expect that they would be despised by Zhu Chang and Song Xiaofang.
Xu Chang, Song Xiaofang, do you really think my husband is like you, a country bumpkin with no knowledge? Look, do you know this little bag of mine? See it? It's a limited edition LV. There aren't many of them. It's only about 200,000.
And your poor husband, don't look down on his clothes, but they cost hundreds of thousands of dollars.
You will never be able to afford them in your lifetime.
Zhou Qing laughed out of anger and stared at the two of them mercilessly. Seeing that he was slapped in the face, Xu Chang and Song Xiaofang looked embarrassed, but they still said stubbornly, "Who knows whether what you said is true or false?" Seeing that everyone was arguing with each other, Chao Jianjia turned around and looked at Yi Chen and rolled her eyes at him.
Yi Chen, is this really your classmate? Guaranteed authenticity. Yi Chen nodded and laughed in silence. Before.
He can't play together with these classmates. After graduation, we rarely contacted each other.
I never thought that I would see all their ugly behaviors at the class reunion. You are playing the pig and eating the tiger. I really can't tell. Chao Jinjia curled her lips and stared at Yi Chen for a few more seconds. I don't know why. She always felt that she couldn't see through Yi Chen.
Just like now, Zhang Chengjuan's original target was Yi Chen, and he wanted to show off his wealth in front of him. But unknowingly, he led her astray, and her anger shifted to Lu Tao and Zhou Qing.
How is it possible to say that he did it unintentionally? Okay, we've seen enough of the fun, it's time to go, right? Yi Chen looked at the absurd class reunion and couldn't help shaking his head. Leave? I'm afraid I can't leave. Chao Jianjia pointed at Zhang Chengjun and burst out laughing. Yi Chen is fine.
But everyone present, as long as they are men, will inevitably be attracted to Chao Jianjia. She has a natural allure. Every frown and smile of hers becomes the focus of attention at the scene. There is no way a mediocre girl like Zhou Qing can be compared to her.
Leave? Leave for what? Isn't it common for classmates to have some disputes?
Zhang Chengjun calmed down, smiled slightly, and tried his best to be friendly.
Little did they know. In his eyes, Zhang Chengjun is just a clown. Lu Tao sneered, Zhang Chengjun, don't waste your energy. She is from the Chao family. How could the jewel of the Chao family be interested in someone like Zhang Chengjun?
Just a small upstart, embarrassing himself in front of her.
If it weren't for Yi Chen, she would have left long ago. Wait, Yi Chen. Lu Tao raised his head and looked at Yi Chen, who was calm and collected, and couldn't help but get angry. But he also knew. He is no match for Yi Chen.
He had been asking for trouble several times before, and now Zhou Qing is pregnant.
If he takes action, what if something goes wrong? And
there is Chao Jianjia from the Chao family. He knew that if Chao Jianjia was the escort, even if Lu Yuan came, he would probably not get any good results.
However, seeing his expression change drastically, Yi Chen smiled slightly and walked forward. Yi Chen, what do you want to do? Lu Tao was trembling and almost couldn't stand.
He was sweating all over, as if he had just been fished out of the water.
Nothing, Yi Chen said lightly.
But the more he downplayed it, the more frightened Lu Tao became. In his eyes, Yi Chen was like a terrible monster. If something went wrong, he would open his bloody mouth and eat anyone he chose.
Forget about Zhou Qing, but I haven't forgotten about Meng Zixuan.
He stepped forward and patted Lu Tao on the shoulder. The latter only felt a terrible force going down from his shoulders, and half of his body became numb.
I don't know why.
The fear in his heart emerged like mushrooms after rain.
Zhou Chang walked forward and yelled at Yi Chen, Yi Chen, what do you mean? I told you not to bother us, but you still won't let go? Do you want me to die before you can be content? Yi Chen.
The corner of his mouth twitched.
He never expected that Zhou Qing could be so narcissistic. Not to mention Lin Wanma.
It's Chao Jianjia who is sitting in front of him. She is so much prettier than Zhou Qing. He didn't feel anything, let alone knowing Zhou Qing's true nature. It's not hatred, it's more like we're just passers-by. Chao Jianjia took a step forward and said to Zhou Chang, "Are you the daughter-in-law of the Lu family?" "So what?" Zhou Chang snorted coldly and looked at Chao Jianjia. Her face was a little distorted with jealousy. "How about it? You don't think you're very good-looking, do you? Whether it's Lin Wanma or Meng Zixuan, they are thousands of times uglier than you?" Hearing this, Zhou Qing's face suddenly turned red. However, Lu Tao, who was standing by, did not have the courage to stop it. He is just a side branch of the Lu family. How can he be compared with a legitimate daughter like Chao Jianjia? So, not only did he not stop it, he kept winking at Zhou Qing. Zhou Qing pretended not to see it and was about to speak, but was interrupted by Chao Jianjia. "Look at yourself. It's okay that you're ugly, but you're still so narcissistic. Do you think Yi Chen is pestering you? If I were you, I would have died of shame. How could I have the nerve to stay here?" Chapter 91. What? This supercar belongs to Yi Chen? Yi Chen didn't expect this. Chao Jianjia, who looks elegant and charming, is even more sharp-tongued than Zhou Qing. After these words were spoken, everyone present was dumbfounded. You. Especially Zhou Qing, her face turned purple and she stomped her feet in anger. What puzzled her even more was Lu Tao has always treated her as a treasure and held her in the palm of his hand. Now he has become mute. Furious, she turned her head and stared at Lu Tao and shouted, "Lu Tao, are you a man? Why are you still standing there when someone says that to your wife? Hit her, go up and slap her in the face." Zhou Qing turned into a shrew and behaved in an ugly manner. All the onlookers turned their heads away. Many people now began to understand Yi Chen. What kind of good attitude and temper does one have to be able to date Zhou Qing for several years? "Zhou Qing, don't do this, don't do this. That's Chao Jianjia, the pearl of the Chao family. We can't afford to offend her." Lu Tao looked embarrassed and tried to comfort her carefully. "What a pity." Zhou Qing didn't appreciate it at all. She still insisted, "I don't care, if you don't avenge me today, I won't go back." And she also pointed at the baby in her belly with a threatening look on her face. "Zhou Qing, you." This time, it was Lu Tao's turn to be angry. He didn't expect Zhou Qing to be so arrogant and unreasonable. The person from the Chao family, Chao Jianjia, who is that person? She looks stunningly beautiful, harmless, and has a good temperament. But when she really gets angry, she becomes a character that even Lu Yuan is afraid of. If they really wanted to turn against Chao Jianjia, they would not be Chao Jianjia's opponent at all. Seeing that the class reunion had turned into a farce, Zhang Chengjun rolled his eyes and planned to run away. Anyway, after this time, I won't have any more interactions with them, so I might as well cheat them. At least I can get the money for the food and drinks. Hey! Yi Chen, aren't you pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? And you, Zhou Qing and Lu Tao, actually embarrassed me. You deserve to be punished. Zhang Chengjun thought to himself and was about to leave. However, Yi Chen stood in front of him. "Zhang Chengjun, where are you going?" Yi Chen stared at him and smiled slightly. "No, I didn't go anywhere. I just went to the bathroom. I had to pee." Zhang Chengjun's face froze, his eyes flickering. "You can go to the bathroom, but pay the bill first." Yi Chen pointed to the cashier counter and said calmly. This sound made everyone present quiet down. Especially Zhou Qing, who was arguing with Lu Tao just now, turned around and yelled at Zhang Chengjun, "Zhang Chengjun, what do you mean by this? Are you planning to run away and let us pay the bill?" For a moment, the whole hall was in an uproar. "Zhang Chengjun, what do you mean? Are you still classmates? Why are you trying to trick us? Humph, why are you pretending to be rich when you have no money? You actually did this, how shameless." Luckily Yi Chen found out, otherwise he would have screwed us over and we wouldn't have had a chance to cry. He, what classmates showing off their wealth? From what I see, he is just a clown. Right now. Everybody saw it. Zhang Chengjun failed to show off his wealth and planned to run away. Who said I wanted to default on my debt? Humph, go pay the bill now. Zhang Chengjun glared at Yi Chen fiercely and reluctantly went to the cashier to pay. Looking at the deductions of hundreds of thousands, he felt miserable. Damn it, if I had known this would happen, I might as well have gone straight to find a beautiful girl. Zhang Qingjun was so angry that he paid the bill and ran away without even saying goodbye. TSK, look at him like that, how painful it must be. Yeah, they failed to trick us, so this is the only way. If we had known this would happen, why did we do this in the first place? Yi Chen is such a nice guy, he didn't let us suffer any loss. He, we have all this good wine and food left, it's time to have a good meal. Most of these students are just ordinary people. Even the Golden Gate Hotel probably can't afford it. Of course I won let go of the chance to get something for free. Even Zhang Chengjuan's lackeys Zhu Chang and Song Xiaofang looked at each other, lowered their heads and said nothing, just focusing on eating and drinking. Seeing this scene, Chao Jianjia felt bored. Yi Chen, are you going to leave? Chao Jianjia glanced at everyone present and her eyes fell on Yi Chen. She really couldn't understand how someone as outstanding as Yi Chen could have such a classmate. But think about it. Yi Chen's background was average, and the abilities he had previously demonstrated were also average. Only. It seemed that he completely transformed after he had an intersection with Lin Wanma. He has become unfathomable, and even the Chao family wants to win him over. If the prescription that Yi Chen prescribed for him is really fine, this investment will definitely make a lot of money. Well, let's go. Yi Chen didn't even look at them, and didn't take Zhou Qing seriously at all. Instead, Lu Tao came up and said to Chao Jianjia with a wry smile, "My wife was ignorant and offended you before, please don't be offended." Alright, are you still embarrassing yourself here? Chao Jianjia looked impatient and didn't bother to pay attention to him. After watching the two leave, Lu Tao let out a long sigh and said to Zhou Qing, don't do this again in the future. You scared me to death. If we really offend her, we. However, Zhou Qing's eyes were outside the hall. Just see. The most conspicuous location of the parking lot. Yi Chen took Chao Jianjia and got into the Hennessy Viper GT supercar. This supercar actually belongs to Yi Chen? Zhou Qing was completely dumbfounded when she saw the fat and big-eared Lu Tao in front of her. She never expected it. Yi Chen, whom he kicked away, could actually afford such a sports car. And think about the apartment he bought. Zhou Qing regretted it to the extreme. Not just her. Many classmates looked over. Hey, what's going on? Isn't Yi Chen a famous poor loser? Yeah, it's incredible that he drives such an expensive supercar. Tell me, has this kid been pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger all the time? Damn it, how abominable. If I had known this would happen, I would have tried to curry favor with him. What the hell is Zhang Chengjun? We're not that unlucky. The unlucky one is Zhou Qing, who actually kicked such a thick thigh away. Shoo. Don't say anything, she'll be angry with you later. Amid the discussions, the roar of a sports car faded away. Yi Chen, didn't I just say I'd treat you to a meal? What do you want to eat? Chao Jianjia, who was sitting in the passenger seat, asked with narrowed eyes. Anything is fine, I'm not picky. When someone invites him to dinner, Yi Chen is of course happy to save money. As for the relationship with Chao Jianjia, there won't be any sparks. How can such a big and powerful family think highly of me? I'm afraid that in Chao Jianjia's eyes, he is not even as good as Lu Tao. So, there is no need to worry about Lin Wanma. Okay, then you pick the place, I'll follow you. This was the first time that Chao Jianjia could not stay outside for a long time because of a hidden illness. Thinking about being able to be free in the future without any obstacles, her mood also rose slightly along with the corners of her mouth. Chapter 92, Zhou Qing's jealousy and Lin Wanma's decision. In the villa. Lin Wanma had just finished running and felt a little tired. She took a towel to wipe the sweat off her face, leaned back on the sofa, and ate some fruit. Ever since I got pregnant and talked to Yi Chen, Lin Wanma pays great attention to diet, nutrition, and daily routine. This is not. Take advantage of the weekend to relax. She went out for a run. Only. She felt a little empty in her heart, and unconsciously, she thought of Yi Chen. What is he doing now? Is he home alone or is he playing with others? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma shook her head and laughed. Lin Wanma, have you fallen? Good. As a man, Yi Chen is not only handsome, but also calm and reliable. It also solved a lot of problems for her. Ding ding ding. Lin Wanma was startled by the sudden ringing of the phone. She was stunned for a moment, took it off the treadmill and took a look. It turned out to be an unfamiliar number. She thought it might be a sales call or something, so she hung up. But I didn't expect it. The other party called again immediately. So persistent? Lin Wanma frowned slightly, thought about it, and pressed the answer button. Hello, who is this? Lin Wanma, it's me, Zhou Cheng. Hearing Zhou Qing's voice, Lin Wanma was stunned for a moment, then reacted. Where did you call from? And what do you want from me? Lin Wanma sneered and asked with narrowed eyes. She thought it was a sales call, but unexpectedly, it was from Yi Chen's ex-girlfriend Zhou Qing. Why so much hostility? He, you probably don't know what Yi Chen is doing, right? Zhou Cheng snorted coldly, her words full of frivolous smile. Just now. She came out of the Golden Gate Hotel and became angrier the more she thought about it. In anger, she was merciless to Lu Tao and scolded him. This is not satisfying. She asked Lu Tao to use his connections to find Lin Wanma's private number, and a call came in. Fortunately, Lin Wanma answered the call, which made her feel relieved. Yi Chen, who told you to act like a loser in front of me and embarrass me all day long? This time, wait and see how I separate you and Lin Wanma. Driven by jealousy, Zhou Qing couldn't bear to see Yi Chen and Chao Jianjia leave so elegantly, which led to this incident. Hearing Yi Chen, Lin Wanma smiled. Zhou Qing, you and Yi Chen have already broken up, why bother to keep entangled? Lin Wanma believes Yi Chen. Since he knows Zhou Qing's character, will he still pester Zhou Qing? How is that possible? The only explanation is that Zhou Qing is still dissatisfied with Yi Chen and wants to discredit him. Really? As she expected, Zhou Qing's next sentence was, I know we broke up, but you don't know where he is now, right? Lin Wanma shook her head and said calmly, Zhou Qing, don't waste your time. I think you should forget about Yi Chen as soon as possible and stop harassing me. Having said that, she wanted to hang up the phone and block it. Wait until I finish. Today is the weekend, one of our classmates is organizing a class reunion. Guess who Yi Chen brought to attend? He, a beauty, a big beauty, not inferior to your big beauty. Just now, the two of them went to eat together. It's unclear what they did after dinner. Zhou Qing hung up the phone without waiting for Lin Wanma to ask any more questions. She did this just to disgust people, to disgust Yi Chen and Lin Wanma. And once Lin Wanma finds out that Yi Chen and Chao Jianjia are together, then there is absolutely no chance for Yi Chen and Lin Wanma. Zhou Qing. However, there was a beeping sound from the phone, so Lin Wanma had to put it down and frowned. This should be easy to confirm. Did Yi Chen really go out with another woman? But given his personality, he shouldn't do anything. It's just. But as a woman, Lin Wanma was of course a little jealous. Of course, jealousy is not the question. She took a deep breath, forced herself to calm down, and then dialed the number. Yi Chen, who was eating on the roadside, picked up the phone and saw that it was Lin Wanma calling. After he answered the phone, before he could speak, Lin Wanma asked, Yi Chen, where are you now? We're eating out, what's wrong? Yi Chen was very observant and could hear the jealousy in Lin Wanma's tone. With whom? For some reason, a trace of worry suddenly flashed through Lin Wanma's mind. Chao Jianjia, the pearl of the Chao family. Wanma, don't think too much. Speaking of this, Yi Chen's eyes lit up. He said to Chao Jianjia, who was standing in front of him, Chao Jianjia, are you interested in investing in AI Shang Medical Beauty? Invest? Chao Jianjia put down her bowl and chopsticks, glanced at Yi Chen, and immediately understood. He even checked on you during a meal. How worried is President Lin about you? Yi Chen stared at her and asked, Chao Jianjia, whether you will vote or not, just give me the answer. Yi Chen's funds are now all in the stock market and he will have to wait a week before he can take them out. But Chao Jianjia is different. Since she was able to find me, it means that she has a special status in the Chao family. For the wealthy Chao family, money has never been a problem. As for the money issue, I can only give suggestions, I can't make the decision, but I will let the Chao family know. Chao Jianjia thought for a moment and said to Yi Chen. Okay, let Wanma talk to you then. Yi Chen said this and picked up the phone again. Wanmo, something happened before, so I'm going to have dinner with her outside. Are you free in the evening? I'll have a good chat with you then. After hearing Yi Chen's words, Lin Wanma finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sure, no problem.
After hanging up the phone, Lin Wanma laughed at herself.
Lin Wanma, you really underestimated Yi-Chen and yourself. Yi-Chen will not let you down, and you should also be more confident.
What kind of woman would snatch Yi-Chen away? Little did they know.
If she saw Chao Jianjia's appearance, she would definitely be shocked and become alert again.
Pity. Giant families like the Chao family and the Lu family are all hiding in the dark.
Even though she came from a good family and was born into a wealthy family, neither Lin Yud nor Zhang Shangyun had ever mentioned the Chao family to her. Lin Wanma, don't question Yi-Chen anymore, otherwise it will only make you distrust him and become unhappy. She took a deep breath and finally made a decision.
The other side. Chao Jianjia, who was selling things at the roadside stall, stared at Yi-Chen twice. She narrowed her eyes and asked, "Are you attracted to her?" Yi-Chen nodded.
It must be said that during this period of time, his affection for Lin Wanma grew day by day, and their feelings for each other became increasingly deep. Unconsciously, he has fallen in love with Lin Wanma.
How is she better than me?
Chao Jianjia is a woman after all, so of course she likes to compare.
She's better than you in every way.
Yi-Chen spoke seriously, word by word.
Chapter 93 Yi-Chen's plan, the apartment is not enough, so should he buy a villa? Chao Jianjia, am I really that useless?
She rolled her eyes and said unhappily.
Certainly. This is also half joking.
Thinking of her, Chao Jianjia, she is not as beautiful as a queen, but she is almost the same. In this magical city, it is not well known to outsiders just because of the Chao family.
But in the real circle of aristocratic families, who wouldn't be moved by her beauty? What a pity. Chao Jianjia's intention is not here. She wants to become the head of the Chao family and take control of the situation as a woman.
This idea was unconventional and overturned the Chao family's hundreds of years of tradition.
The pressure can be imagined.
But she thought to herself that having this ability was like a gift from heaven, but if she didn't take it, she would suffer the consequences.
If you want to compete with the Lu family, you must rely on her, Chao Jianjia. It's not completely useless. I don't believe what you said just now. If you do this well, I will give you some benefits.
Yi-Chen smiled slightly and said to the peerlessly beautiful Chao Jianjia. It's not that Chao Jianjia is not good looking.
Only. His whole heart is now on Lin Wanma. What's more, Lin Wanma is pregnant with his child.
He also thought that after solving the stock problem, he should let Lin Wanma have a good vacation. If she keeps working like this, it will have some impact on her and the baby in her belly.
Benefits? What benefits can you give me?
Chao Jianjia raised her eyebrows and stared at Yi-Chen and said.
As for money, the Chao family doesn't even need to think about it.
In the entire Magic City, only the Lu family can be compared with the invisible rich family.
If he wants power, what qualifications does Yi-Chen have to provide her with help?
Chao Jianjia, everyone will age, but you probably don't like the anti-aging products on the market, but I can. At least keep your appearance the same as it is now for more than 15 years, and without any side effects. Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes and spoke word by word.
There are many beauty products on the market today. For example, face slimming injections, hyaluronic acid essences and the like, but the prices are too scary and not affordable for ordinary people. And
the effect was very good at the beginning, and I looked beautiful and young.
But once the deadline has passed and you get older, the trend will rebound immediately.
Not only does it damage the skin, but it also ages very quickly.
At 40, I look like a 60-year-old woman. I can't even face people.
When Chao Jianjia heard this, her heart was pounding.
Which woman doesn't love to be beautiful? Which woman is not afraid of getting old? She, Chao Jianjia, is no exception. Real?
But she quickly shook her head and sneered.
Don't say that first, let me see the effect of your recipe first.
If this prescription really works, I will immediately solve the funding problem of Lin Wanma and AI Shan Medical Beauty for you.
But, if it doesn't work, you should know the consequences.
Chao Jianjia snorted coldly and stared at Yi-Chen with a hint of warning.
Certainly. Yi-Chen nodded and smiled slightly. Next. The two finished the meal in a very harmonious atmosphere. Don't worry about the Lu family. I'm leaving first.
After Chao Jianjia finished speaking, she waved towards the street.
Soon. A low-key and steady Maybach drove over.
Watching Chao Jianjia leave, Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes and fell into deep thought. Reeds are lush and green, white dew turns to frost, my beloved is on the other side of the water. This Chao Jianjia is no worse looking than Lin Wanma, and she gives people a lot of pressure invisibly.
Children of noble families should not be underestimated. Yi Chen took a deep breath, looked towards the street, and sneered. How could such an important character like Chao Jianjia not be protected in secret?
As for the other team, they were naturally from the Chun family. However, as Chao Jianjia said, the Chao and Lu families temporarily reached an agreement and did not take action against him.
Within a month, I need to figure out everything about the Lu family and uproot it.
Under Yi Chen's handsome face, murderous intent flashed in his eyes. There is always a saying that there is only a thief who can steal for 1,000 years, but there is no such thing as being targeted by a thief for 1,000 years.
Yi Chen is no exception. The Lu family actually took action against him because of Zhuge Chen, so they should bear Yi Chen's wrath. However, what's bothering me right now is what Lin Wanma should think. After all, you are a woman. No matter how capable you are, you can't stand seeing your man being with others, right?
It was nap time, so Yi Chen didn't bother them, but returned to Millennium Road.
Return to the apartment. As soon as I opened the door opposite opened.
Hu Xiaoyao and Meng Zixuan came over.
Yi Chen, where have you been? We were all so worried about you, and you didn't even answer the phone.
Hu Xiaoyao glared at Yi Chen and said viciously. She had been worried to death for most of the day, fearing that something might happen to Yi Chen. Only when he saw Yi Chen in front of him did he feel relieved.
Yeah, where have you been?
Sister Qing called me just now, and I didn't tell her. Next to Hu Xiaoyao, Meng Zixuan said cautiously.
They are just ordinary people. Although they have a better ability to accept things than ordinary people, they obviously haven't completely recovered yet. I went to a class reunion.
Yi Chen gave the two women a reassuring look and smiled slightly.
Isn't he back now?
Besides, the matter is almost resolved. It's just that this place is not safe.
We have to go somewhere else. Originally, Millennium Road is a good choice.
But who knows, will the Lu family and the Zhuge family take action against Hu Xiaoyao and Meng Zixuan out of anger and humiliation?
Moving away from here temporarily is a good choice. Moving away? But Hu Xiaoyao was in a dilemma.
She finally settled down here and lived with Yi Chen, close to the company.
It's okay. It's not like I won't come back. It's just temporary. Yi Chen said seriously and convinced Hu Xiaoyao. At this moment, Meng Zixuan's eyes turned.
Sister Qing just told me that she has found a villa.
How about we go there together?
She looked at Yi Chen and Hu Xiaoyao eagerly with a pleading look on her face.
She asked someone from the Lu family to get this villa.
They did a great job keeping it secret, so no one else would know about it.
Can.
Yi Chen nodded and glanced at Hu Xiaoyao. You guys go ahead, I have something to do tonight, I'll come find you when I'm done.
This matter.
The cause was actually Meng Zixuan. If we hide this little girl, there won't be so much trouble.
Only.
Just like Hu Xiaoyao said, I finally managed to get an apartment, but I didn't expect to move to a villa. Although it is possible to come back and live here, Yi Chen feels that there may be no chance. The three chatted for a while, and Yi Chen helped Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao pack their things. Including his own work, by the time he finished, it was almost 6 o'clock in the evening.
Yi Chen, let's go there first.
I'll send you the address when we get there.
Meng Zixuan waved at Yi Chen and said to him. Wait a moment. Yi Chen stopped them.
He handed over the Volvo car keys and said to Meng Zixuan, don't drive your car, use mine.
Then he drove the Hennessy Viper GT supercar straight to Lin Wanma's house.
Chapter 94, Poor Peng Shuai got slapped in the face again.
Villa. Lin Wanma felt much better after getting up in the afternoon.
Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, she planned to go out to buy some ingredients and cook for herself. Firstly, she is pregnant now, and the things outside are not clean or hygienic enough.
Secondly, of course, I have made an appointment with Yi Chen, and he will come over tonight. Certainly.
The most important thing is that the nanny she hired had some things to do these days and took leave to go back to her hometown.
Oh no, I don't know what Yi Chen likes to eat. Lin Wanma suddenly thought of this and was a little dumbfounded. But it's not appropriate to ask him now.
Thinking of this, Lin Wanma picked a fish, bought some tenderloin, an old hen for stew, and some seasonal vegetables.
Only. When buying groceries, she attracted countless people's attention wherever she went. In their opinion, with this appearance, Can she cook like ordinary people?
As soon as I returned to the villa, I saw Peng Shuai's sports car parked at the gate.
Lin Wanma frowned and thought to herself, what is Peng Shuai planning to do? She doesn't have any feelings for Peng Shuai.
Not to mention Peng Shuai, who is full of bad intentions. It might be him who is behind Wang Chao.
Besides,
now that the relationship with Yi Chen is getting closer and closer, there will naturally be no complications at this critical juncture.
Wanma, you're back. Peng Shuai got out of the car with a bouquet of bright red roses and 2 tickets to a late-night movie. I have already chosen a French restaurant with a 3-star Michelin professional chef and imported ingredients. What do you think? After dinner, we can also go to the movies together.
However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Lin Wanma.
Peng Shuai, I've told you many times, don't come to me again, it's impossible for us to be together.
Lin Wanma shook her head with a cold expression. Peng Shuai knows that she doesn't like him, but she keeps pestering him.
She is so shameless. Lin Wanma, don't be so heartless. Peng Shuai didn't care at all, he already knew Lin Wanma's attitude. Only,
he still has a trump card. You should also know that if the stock price collapses, it will affect the company's operations, and in the end, it is likely to go bankrupt. As long as you agree to have dinner and watch a movie with me, I'll help you solve it right away, how about that?
Lin Wanma's face became even gloomier.
She took a deep breath, suppressed the anger in her heart, and said, Peng Shuai, if you were a little more normal, I wouldn't like you, but I wouldn't hate you either.
But if you use such despicable means to force me to submit, do you think I would agree?
Having said that, she snorted coldly.
Peng Shuai froze in place.
Immediately, he became furious and flew into a rage on the spot.
Lin Wanma, don't refuse my toast and drink the wine for punishment. I'm talking to you softly, trying to persuade you in every possible way, but you're just so disrespectful? Humph, let me tell you, what's wrong with me being a lowly person? Business is like a battlefield. Only those who survive are the winners. The means and process are not important. It seems that you haven't understood this point yet. When your AI Shang Medical Beauty goes bankrupt, it will be mine, Peng Shuai's.
Peng Shuai was in a good mood when she said this. He continued to sneer and stared at the charming Lin Wanma. The greed in his bones made him want to pounce on her immediately.
Peng Shuai, I knew it was you who did it. How shameless.
When Lin Wanma saw him admit it himself, she was so angry that her chest heaved.
I did it, so what? Do you have any evidence? Without evidence, even if the King of Heaven comes, you can't do anything to me.
Looking at Peng Shuai, who was becoming more and more arrogant, Lin Wanma forced herself to calm down. There is no point in arguing about this now. Since we know it was done by Peng Shuai, then the network of relationships and funds behind him are not something we can contend with.
Is it true that AI Shang Medical Beauty is going to fail?
When Lin Wanma thought of this, a chill rose in her heart and her whole body trembled with anxiety.
Just at this moment. Boom!
A supercar drove in from the front of the mountain.
The roar of the engine made people look up. Peng Shuai also frowned and exclaimed, Huh? Hennessy Viper GT supercar? I don't know why. He had a bad feeling. Sizzle. The supercar happened to block Peng Shuai and almost touched his knee. Peng Shuai was startled and quickly jumped 2 steps away. Lin Wanma, no way? You found a rich second-generation guy. Peng Shuai was both angry and furious, and couldn't help but get furious. Compared with the Viper GT, his sports car is not as expensive as other people's 4 wheels. No wonder Lin Wanma is so confident. It turns out there's a rich second generation behind her. It's just, I've been investigating for so long and still haven't found out who it is? Not just him. Lin Wanma was also stunned. She couldn't help but ask, such an expensive supercar is extremely rare in the Magic City. Who owns it? The next second, she saw Yi Chen coming out of the car and her eyes widened. Yi Chen, is that you? She was so shocked that she almost dropped what she was holding. Fortunately, Yi Chen was quick-witted and took a step forward to pick up the vegetables. It's me. Yi Chen nodded, glanced at Lin Wanma, and gave her a reassuring look. It's really lively here. I didn't expect you, Peng Shuai, to be here too. Yi Chen grinned, looking harmless. But Peng Shuai couldn't help but think of the scene in front of Yi Pinsai before, and he shuddered. You, what do you want to do? His throat was dry and his hands were shaking with nervousness. And his heart was also in turmoil. Where did Yi Chen get the money to buy such a supercar? Could it be that he?
Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered what Han Feng had told him before. Just 2 days ago, Han Feng told him that Yi Chen drove a Hennessy Viper GT supercar, but I didn't take it seriously at all.
Why are you nervous? Yi Chen walked towards him and said lightly.
Peng Shuai retreated again, but unexpectedly bumped into a car. She cried out, and her waist was almost broken.
Whether AI Shang Medical Beauty will fail or not is not up to you.
Peng Shuai, you and the Pang group should be careful.
If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet.
Yi Chen clicked his tongue and shook his head, looking at him as if he were looking at a poor slug.
Good. Yi Chen thought that if the Chow family took action, the funding issue would no longer be a problem.
It should be no problem to treat the person in his own way and bring down the Pang group.
Otherwise, why would Yi Chen go to the trouble of coming up with a new anti-aging formula? You, don't threaten me. And you dare to hit me in broad daylight?
Peng Shuai never expected that after he finally got the chance to find Lin Wanma, he was interrupted by Yi Chen again.
I'm going to hit you, so what?
Yi Chen snorted coldly and slapped him.
Chapter 95 Lin Wanma, first kiss is gone? Bang!
This loud slap sounded particularly harsh in front of the villa door. The bright red fingerprints were burning with pain.
Peng Shuai was completely stunned.
He never expected that this would happen in front of Lin Wanma.
Yi Chen didn't care about being a gentleman at all and just slapped someone in the face. Yi Chen, you.
Peng Shuai stretched out his hand and pointed at Yi Chen, wanting to say something harsh but not daring to say it out loud. He was afraid that if he angered Yi Chen, he would be beaten to death, which would be a big loss for him.
Not to mention,
after the collision just now, his waist was in so much pain that he couldn't straighten up.
Now I can only bend over, hunch over, and cover my face, hoping to escape from here as soon as possible. Damn it, if I had known I would run into Yi Chen, I would have brought a few more bodyguards.
Peng Shuai took a deep breath, had long forgotten the purpose of coming here, and was trembling all over.
Peng Shuai, that slap just now was for 1mo. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. Then, another slap on Peng Shuai's face.
This slap is for myself.
If you don't learn your lesson, don't blame me.
Having said that, Yi Chen placed his right hand on Peng Shuai's door handle. With a click, the door handle was crushed by him and fell to the ground with a clang.
This. Peng Shuai's pupils shrank, she took a breath, and her teeth chattered. I know. He was so frightened that he was shaking and his voice was a little inarticulate. Why don't you get out of here? Yi Chen glared at him and pretended to kick him. Peng Shuai was almost frightened to the point of urinary incontinence, so how could she dare to stay any longer? He quickly opened the car door and sat in. He stepped on the accelerator and drove out of the villa area and headed straight for the city.
Seeing his panic, Lin Wanma, who had been suppressing her emotions for a long time, couldn't help but burst out laughing.
She stared at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, how can you be like this? Let me fight myself next time.
Seeing the annoying Peng Shuai being driven away, she felt much better.
And Lin Wanma understood a truth. That means that evil will be punished by evil.
Just like I did, I talked to Peng Shuai nicely and reasoned with her, but Peng Shuai turned a deaf ear to me.
Like Yi Chen, simple and rough, he just dodged 2 slaps, wouldn't he be obedient? Okay, next time for sure.
Yi Chen also laughed, but when he saw her slightly drooping hands, he couldn't help but frown.
These dishes are a bit heavy, let me carry them. Lin Wanma didn't try to hold on.
She had just argued with Peng Shuai for a long time, and her hands were a little sore from carrying things.
I'll open the door for you. Lin Wanma opened the door for Yi Chen and they entered the villa together. Outside the villa,
Peng Shuai found a spot to pull over in the car and stopped. When she saw the bright red slap mark on her face in the rearview mirror, she couldn't help but curse.
Yi Chen, it's Yi Chen again.
I was planning to take this opportunity to ask Lin Wanma again, but I didn't expect to be humiliated in front of him again.
The weirdest thing is, where did this brat get the money to buy the Hennessy Viper GT supercar? You know, I can't even afford it.
Ha, madman, you were so good at judging people. I should have listened to you earlier. When Peng Shuai thought of Han Feng's previous warning, she regretted it deeply.
Then,
he had a bad feeling in his heart. Yi Chen can afford such a supercar, so how could he not have money to fill the hole for Lin Wanma?
Damn, has the plan failed again? That shouldn't be the case.
That old guy Su Zhengyuan never shows off his skills until he sees the rabbit.
Should we tell him so he can prepare in advance?
If they stabilize the stock price next week, I'm afraid it won't end so well. Thinking of this, Ponguai took a deep breath. But he immediately chuckled and said, never mind him, this old man Su Zhengyuan is nothing either.
If he fails again, let him lose everything. Ponguai's face changed several times before she finally made up her mind.
It seems that we should go find the madman first.
If we want to bring down Yi Chen, we have to rely on him.
Ponguai went to Han Feng's home, but on the way, he brought Han Feng's favorite white wine.
In the villa, Lin Wanma cooks by herself.
Yi Chen was enjoying his free time, watching TV in the living room.
Not long after, Lin Wanma came out carrying several plates of sumptuous dishes. Although it doesn't look as good as the hotel's, it smells delicious. This whetted Yi Chen's appetite, as he hadn't eaten dinner yet.
Auntie is back home, so I have to cook for myself.
Try it and see if it suits your taste.
Lin Wanma picked up a few bites of food for Yi Chen, suddenly thought of something, and smiled at him.
Wait a minute.
She went to get a bottle of good wine, opened it and poured a glass for Yi Chen. She couldn't drink alcohol herself, so she poured herself a glass of fresh milk juice. Under the candlelight, the two sat opposite each other. The atmosphere was warm and sweet.
Yi Chen tasted a few bites, nodded and smiled. It's delicious. I didn't expect that you can cook. In his opinion,
a girl like Lin Wanma, who is gifted by heaven and as precious as a pearl, has never been involved in any kind of romantic affair.
But I didn't expect that she was so virtuous and could cook deliciously. Just eat it if you like. Lin Wanma also felt very sweet in her heart. She picked up the cup and clinked it with Yi Chen.
The two of them were like a couple, chatting about family matters while eating and drinking.
We ate from almost 7 o'clock until 9 o'clock. Let me clean it up. Lin Wanma cleaned up the mess. Yi Chen stood up and looked at his phone.
Several messages in succession were sent by Hu Xiaoyao. Ask him where he is now, hope nothing goes wrong.
You know.
She and Meng Zixuan had just moved into the villa and were still a little nervous. Yi Chen sent a text message back, and the two felt relieved. Looking at the busy figures in the kitchen, Yi Chen also sighed in his heart. If this is the case, it's also good, but we have to solve the Lu family's troubles first. Chao Jianjia is a threshold, and to cooperate with the Chao family, one must be on an equal footing. That prescription was the bargaining chip.
As long as Chao Jianjia's hidden illness was cured, he could use the power of the Chao family to carry out the subsequent plan. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. And at this time, Lin Wanma came out. Go out for a walk? Lin Wanma had just eaten and felt her stomach was a little bloated.
Walking around after a meal helps digestion and is also more conducive to the growth of the embryo in the belly.
Good. Yi Chen had no objection.
After nodding, he naturally took her hand. It feels slightly cool to the touch, soft and boneless. Yi Chen's heart was moved, and he looked up.
Lin Wanma's delicate body trembled and her pretty face turned slightly red. But she didn't refuse.
Yi Chen felt relieved and took her hand and walked into the yard. At this time, the moon is high in the sky, and its light is like water, sprinkling on the leaves, grass and flowers, adding a bit of tranquil beauty. Lin Wanma felt indescribably comfortable and natural in her heart. There were no worries here. She forgot her sorrows.
Everything was so beautiful. Yi Chen, do you think this is considered? However,
Yi Chen suddenly turned his head and kissed her lips.
This.
Lin Wanma's brain suddenly crashed and she was completely confused. Chapter 96 Tanguai, as long as I am not embarrassed, you are the ones who are embarrassed. Lin Wanma originally wanted to ask if this could be considered a relationship.
But I didn't expect it. Yi Chen suddenly kissed her, and his mind went blank in an instant. The first kiss is gone? The first kiss is gone. Since childhood, Lin Wanma has been a good girl in the eyes of Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun.
Not to mention dating, he doesn't even smoke, drink, fight, or get tattoos.
Before she met Yi Chen, there were countless people pursuing her.
But without exception, she rejected them all. After graduation, she was obsessed with the development of AI Shang medical beauty and rarely had time alone. Even though there are many people like Pang Shui, she is too lazy to pay attention to them.
Over time, I got used to being single.
In the words of her best friend Tangua, Lin Wanma is either out of touch with the world or has a problem with her interests.
To this, she just laughed it off.
It was just that Yi Chen's sudden appearance made her love, which had never blossomed before, suddenly emerge. The warm scene of dinner tonight is like that of a couple, talking and laughing, and the atmosphere is sweet to the extreme. Only then did she want to ask Yi Chen if they could try to have a relationship? But now my mind is blank, I don't know what I'm thinking at all. After 10 seconds, her breathing became rapid and her face flushed. Only then did she react and quickly pushed Yi Chen away. But she immediately regretted it and said to Yi Chen, who was a little stunned, "Yi Chen, you." Her heart was pounding and she didn't know what to say. But the taste of Yi Chen's lips just now lingered in the corner of her mouth, which made her feel a little reluctant to leave. Lin Wanma, this is your first kiss. Huh, what are you still thinking about? The relationship isn't confirmed yet, so we can't do anything rash. If something happens again, it will be too late to undo what has been done. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath. Yi Chen was also a little embarrassed, and said sincerely, "Wanma, I'm sorry, I couldn't help myself just now." You still say that? Lin Wanma felt a little embarrassed and angry. She glared at him and her face turned red to her neck. She was about to scold Yi Chen, but at this moment, a silver bell-like laughter came from outside the door. He, am I seeing things? Wanma, great. You're actually cheating on me with a man. Hearing this voice, Lin Wanma turned pale with fright. Yi Chen looked up, who else could it be but Lin Wanma's good friend Ponguai? Ponguai, don't scare her. She can't stand being scared now. Yi Chen frowned slightly and said to Ponguai. Lin Wanma is still in the early stages of pregnancy and cannot withstand too much emotional fluctuations, otherwise it will be detrimental to the development of the fetus. Okay, I know, I won't dare to do it again next time. Ponguai stuck out her tongue and pointed at the door lock. Hey, you guys can be affectionate, but don't leave me out. I even brought you some midnight snacks. Only then did Lin Wanma open the door of the villa and let Ponguai in. Here, grilled skewers and spicy hot pot. Eating them occasionally to relieve stress is much better than holding back and not eating. Ponguai was holding things in both hands and placed them on the stone table in the yard. Her eyes swept across Lin Wanma and finally fell on Yi Chen. Yi Chen, tell me the truth, what happened just now? Before Yi Chen opened his mouth, Lin Wanma took the lead to speak. Ponguai, you are bringing up something irrelevant. I just had a meal, so I came out for a walk. But you haven't eaten yet so late? She sniffed, the spicy smell of the hot pot wafted out, and she couldn't help but cough twice. Seeing this, Yi Chen asked her to sit in the upwind position. Don't mention it today. A pregnant woman came to give birth prematurely. I was so busy that I just got off work. I didn't think of you, so I came over to take a walk. I brought 2 portions, but you can't eat them. What a pity. Ponguai shook her head and didn't hesitate to eat the skewers and spicy hot pot. If you don't mind, I'll help you so it doesn't go to waste. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Ponguai. Okay, I like straightforward ones. Those who are hesitant are annoying. Ponguai handed the other one to Yi Chen. Lin Wanma said to Ponguai, don't tell my parents about Yi Chen and I for the time being, okay? The Lin family and the Tang family are old friends, and their parents often get together. No. Speaking of this, Ponguai thought of something and smiled. Wanma, tell me the truth, is AI Shang Medical Beauty making a fortune? I see that they have invested a lot in advertising, and their products are very popular. Lin Wanma was stunned for a moment and smiled bitterly. It's okay, but the stock market has been a bit volatile recently, but it should be solvable. By the way, you've never been interested in this kind of thing, why are you asking? Lin Wanma stared at Ponguai and raised her eyebrows. That supercar at the door. When did you buy it? Can I borrow it for 2 days? Ponguai blinked her eyes, looking somewhat pitiful. No way. The Hennessy Viper GT is so cool that even Ponguai, who is usually not very interested in cars, couldn't help but feel itchy. Who knows? Lin Wanma shook her head and smiled, that's not my car. It's not yours? How is that possible? Ponguai's gaze fell on Yi Chen, her face full of disbelief. You're not talking about Yi Chen, ahem. Lin Wanma told her about it privately when she went for the prenatal checkup. Yi Chen was born in an ordinary family and his family was not wealthy. But there is such a supercar now, could it be a hidden rich second generation? Yi Chen, you are hiding it very well. Tell me, do you have other intentions towards my Wanmo? But as she spoke, she started laughing. Yeah, you can afford a supercar like this, you must be a wealthy person, you must have a lot of money. But, my Wanma is very innocent, you must not let her down. Having said that, Tangwa picked up a skewer of meat and ate it all in one gulp, leaving only the bare skewer. If you dare to let her down, I will stab you to death. Even Yi Chen, who is usually calm, couldn't help but laugh. How dare I? Lin Wanma couldn't help but laugh when she saw the two of them laughing. Tangwei is her best friend, and she had asked Tangwei to help her with screening before. During the period of time I spent with Yi Chen, my feelings for him gradually deepened, and before I knew it, we were in a relationship. This is not. She didn't say anything, but just blinked her eyes, all focused on Yi Chen. Even her best friend Tangwa felt ignored. Wanma, you haven't even gotten married yet, and you're already forgetting your friends for the sake of a beautiful woman? She rolled her eyes and pretended to be unhappy. You know I'm a light bulb, why don't you restrain yourself a little? Lin Wanma pursed her lips and smiled. Tangwa, I don't treat you as an outsider. If you feel embarrassed, then go inside. She knew that Tangwa would not leave if she came tonight and would stay here overnight. No way. Tangwa pouted and snorted. She glanced at the two of them and said, as long as I'm not embarrassed, you're the ones who will be embarrassed. He. Chapter 97, Living in the Villa, the Chow family's response. Yi Chen, Lin Wanma. Tangwei is really bold to say that. As long as she is not embarrassed, then the ones who are embarrassed are Yi Chen and Lin Wanma? Lin Wanma rolled her eyes at her and said, eat quickly, I can't stand the taste. Okay, I won't torture you anymore, I'll finish eating quickly. Tangwa didn't care, but glanced at Yi Chen next to her. Yi Chen, have you thought of a name for the child? Yi Chen, who was eating, choked all of a sudden. Ahem. He looked up at Tangwa and shook his head. No way. After all, she is Lin Wanma's best friend. Even though her words are unreliable, they are mostly jokes. Thinking of this, he felt relieved. Not to mention, Tangwa's joke is not without reason. He looked up at Lin Wanma and asked, Wanma, what name do you think sounds better? How should I know? Lin Wanma's face turned slightly red, and she looked shy, which made her even more charming. See, you two are becoming more and more a perfect match. Tangwa chuckled, and was in a state of amusement, his eyes floating around on them. After having supper, Yi Chen drove away Tangwa's BMW. And his own supercar was naturally left to Tangwa so that she could enjoy it. But he did not return to the Qianyan Road apartment, but received the villa address sent by Meng Zixuan. This villa was found by Lu Qing through his connections, with privacy and security as the main considerations. Compared with Qianyan Road, it is obviously much more remote and is located close to the suburbs. And hidden behind a small hill, it would be hard to find without the address navigation. When Yi Chen arrived here, it was already 10:30 in the evening. Seeing the car lights on, Lu Qing came out to check. Hey, it's not the Hennessy GT supercar, it's a BMW. She turned around and looked at Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao. Is there something wrong with Yi Chen? Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao were startled and couldn't help swallowing. Who knows? Who else could have gotten out of the BMW if not Yi Chen? Hey, why do you look like that? Yi Chen looked at their expressions, as if they had just watched a horror movie, and couldn't help but ask. You still say that? Hu Xiaoyao glared at him and snorted. Have you bought another car? Where's that supercar you bought before? That's not right. Why is your BMW still decorated with a girl's interior? After she said this, Lu Qing and Meng Zixuan also came to their senses, staring at him with a scrutinizing look. Ahem, I just came back from Lin Wanma's place. Her best friend happened to be here, so she asked me to lend her my car for 2 days. Yi Chen touched the back of his head and said embarrassedly. Humph, you didn't even bother to tell us, making us worry for nothing. Meng Zixuan rolled her eyes at him and snorted softly. Actually, the problem has been almost solved. They won't bother you again. Feel free to stay here. By the way, watch out for the paparazzi and prevent them from being exposed. Yi Chen said this and looked at Lu Qing. Sister Qing, actually this matter started because of Meng Zixuan. You can't know the specific reason for now. I will tell you when the time is right. His gaze fell on Meng Zixuan. Meng Zixuan pointed at her pretty face and asked, because of me? Isn't it because of you?
Yi Chen just smiled and said nothing. Lu Qing's expression changed drastically. Yes, when you first debuted, someone came to me and said they would take care of you. Besides, Zhuge Chen was also found by that person, who said he would help you to have a smooth career path in the entertainment industry. I didn't care about it before, but now I think it's too outrageous. That person didn't want any benefit at all. Lu Qing's words made Meng Zixuan fall into deep thought.
Now that she thought about it carefully, her career path was really smooth sailing. She has endorsements, film and television resources, and some celebrity interview programs are also keen to find her.
She doesn't have to worry about streaming media or anything like that. It was like there was an invisible big hand pushing her forward. There is no free lunch in the world. Others did not ask for any benefits from Lu Qing, so what was their plan? What a pity. Judging from Yi Chen's expression, he is not going to tell the truth. But
from the time they spent together, she knew that Yi Chen was not deliberately deceiving her.
There must be a reason for doing this. Meng Zixuan took a deep breath and said to Yi Chen, thank you.
If it was not aimed at Yi Chen, then it must be aimed at himself, and the consequences can be imagined.
You don't need to thank me. You are also a victim in this matter. Yi Chen said, and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. Actually,
he was extremely unlucky as he happened to run into the Lu family's trap. If I had not had any contact with Meng Zixuan, I would certainly not have been involved in such a thing.
But now, we can only take one step at a time. Fortunately, Yi Chen did not sit idly by and wait for death.
Chao Jianjia from the Chao family extended an olive branch in time, and the two reached a temporary agreement. With a certain amount of time to deploy, it is not easy to eliminate all crises, but it is not impossible.
Hey, don't think too much, go to bed early, I'm here for anything. Yi Chen took a deep breath and gave the three women a reassuring look. Yeah, I know. Meng Zixuan nodded and said very obediently. She knows it too. Now I can only be under Yi Chen's protection and cannot act recklessly. Yi Chen, how long will it take to return to normal?
Lu Qing was still a little worried. She now has only Meng Zixuan as a cash cow, and the two of them have gradually developed feelings for each other over the years, just like an older sister and a younger sister. If what Yi Chen said continues and the other party continues to hold on, and all the resources provided before are withdrawn, then where will she and Meng Zixuan go?
It won't take long. If it's fast, it'll be 2 or 3 days. If it's slow, it'll be about a week. During this period of time, I'm sorry to bother you to stay here. I'll go to work tomorrow and come back to tell you about the situation.
It's very late now, everyone should go to bed early. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to the girls.
Well, your room is on the first floor next to the living room. Feel free to come to me if you need anything.
Lu Qing nodded and pointed to the guest room next to the living room.
Okay, good night then.
Yi Chen waved to Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao and went to the guest room.
Meng Zixuan is fine.
But Hu Xiaoyao is different. She looked anxious, which made Meng Zixuan a little worried about her.
What's the matter? You look so sad. What else can I do? After this happened, I am completely confused.
Hu Xiaoyao sighed and looked at Meng Zixuan.
Zixuan, luckily you are here with me, otherwise I really don't know what to do.
Meng Zixuan held her hands and smiled with her eyes narrowed into slits.
Of course, we are good sisters. By the way, you are going to work tomorrow too, right?
As the two girls chatted, they felt sleepy and fell asleep in each other's arms.
And at this time,
after Chao Jianjia returned to the Chao family and reported the situation, the head of the Chao family stared at her twice and snorted.
Chao Jianjia, you are so brave. Chapter 98 Chao Jianjia's Grasp, Zhuge Jing's Plan. Chao Family Villa. Chao Zian let out a low shout. Everyone present lowered their heads and fell silent. But their secret expressions contained a hint of amusement and ridicule. After all, for them, no matter how favored Chao Jianjia is, she is only there for outsiders to see. If a woman really were to take power and put pressure on them, no one would accept it. So, they all enjoyed watching Chao Jianjia make fun of herself. Especially this time, Chao Jianjia actually reached an agreement with Yi Chen in private. At the cost of Yi Chen's help, he used the resources of the Chao family and actually blocked Lu Yuan of the Lu family. I've been fed up with her for a long time. It's a pity that the head of the family likes her and even wants to take her as the successor. It's really outrageous. That's fine,
But she actually complained to us painters all the time that we didn't do this well or that right. If you have the ability, just do it yourself.
That's right. How can a woman ride on the head of such a big Chow family? Ha, the Lu family is also stupid.
They actually reached an agreement with her without going through the head of the family.
It's really ridiculous. If the patriarch doesn't punish her this time, we won't accept it.
Everyone exchanged glances in a low voice, their expressions spoke for themselves.
However, Chao Jianjia remained calm when facing the questioning from Chao family's patriarch Chao Xiang.
She narrowed her eyes and said calmly, "Master, I made this decision entirely in accordance with your request." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was in an uproar.
Could it be that Chao Jianjia did this under the instruction of the patriarch Chao Xiang? Oh. Chao Xiang raised his eyebrows and glared at Chao Jianjia fiercely.
I asked you to find Yi Chen, but I didn't treat him as your bet.
Good.
He gave Chao Jianjia great power and let her make the decision. But who would have thought that Chao Jianjia would abandon bargaining chips like Gu Qingshan and Gu Xinling and make a private deal with Yi Chen?
Everyone finally reacted and couldn't help but sneer.
Master, if Yi Chen really has this ability, he will definitely be a great threat to the Lu family.
It's better to win him over now than later, right? Then why do you think he is valuable? Won't we know in 2 days? If he is really a waste, how could it be worth the Lu family's efforts? I believe in my own judgment. Okay, I'll give you another 3 days. Chao Xiang nodded and said to Chao Jianjia. But then,
he suddenly changed the subject.
If after 3 days, I don't see any value, don't blame me.
He snorted coldly and waved at Chao Jianjia. If my judgment is wrong and the Chao family suffers losses, I am willing to accept the punishment from the head of the family.
Chao Jianjia didn't care, looked calm, and walked away. She thought to herself. There is absolutely nothing wrong with my vision. Yi Chen was someone she couldn't see through. If he had no value, how could he have allowed someone as evil as Zhuge Chen to die? Chao Xian glanced at the others and snorted, "What are you all standing here for? Don't you want to sleep so late at night?" Humph. He knows. The current situation of the Chao family is actually not optimistic. Many people are dissatisfied with Chao Jianjia just because she is a girl. But the Chao family has no successor. Except for Chao Jianjia, the others are almost useless. This is not.
He had no intention of offering advice to the Chao family and instead wished that Chao Jianjia would be punished by him, causing him a huge headache.
What a pity. The law does not hold everyone responsible.
Otherwise, if they really want to take action against them, then the Chao family will really have no one to use. Different from the silence of the Chao family,
the Zhuge family was filled with anger. What? The Lu family actually reached an agreement with the Chao family and will not avenge Chener? This is ridiculous. When will the Lu family be afraid of the Chao family? Does this mean that our Zhuge family has suffered this loss in vain? How can we survive in the Magic City in the future? Yes, Patriarch, if our Zhuge family does not react, others will think that our Zhuge family is afraid. Chener is a rising star of our Zhuge family. His death is a huge loss. If we don't get our revenge, the reputation of the Zhuge family will be gone. Hearing these words, Zhuge Dachuan's face also looked ugly. But as the head of the family, he couldn't act on impulse. He had to weigh the pros and cons again and again before speaking with difficulty. Everyone, stop arguing. No one wants to see this result. But, having said that, Zhuge Dachuan took a deep breath and looked at Zhuge Jing, who was inconspicuous beside him. It would be unacceptable if my Zhuge family didn't react at all. Someone's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but say, "Yes, the Lu family and the Chao family have reached an agreement, and our Zhuge family is not among them. With the Chiman technique, I don't believe that we can't cure that useless Yi Chen." However, this suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhuge Dachuan. Zhuge Sen, don't mess around. The Lu family and the Chao family have reached an agreement. If we act rashly now, we will definitely anger the two families. Do you want to put the Zhuge family at the center of the storm? He glared at Zhuge Sen fiercely, and the latter finally reacted and couldn't help but smile awkwardly. The others also calmed down. Yes. Compared with the Lu family and the Chao family, the Zhuge family is just a small fry, not worth playing with at all. Now we can only think of other ways to deal with Yi Chen. Then Patriarch, this won't work, and that won't work either. What should we do? Zhuge Sen was unwilling and said to Zhuge Dachuan. Of course not. Zhuge Dachuan looked at Zhuge Jing behind him. The latter understood, stepped forward, and said to everyone, as far as I know, Yi Chen has a close relationship with AI Shang Medical Beauty and is the sales manager. If we start from the legitimate channels, I think things will be much simpler. Before. The sudden change of heart of Juxing Group, which is determined to take the shares of AI Shang Medical Beauty, is actually due to his handiwork. What a pity. Lin Wanmo was not fooled. Otherwise, he successfully took over AI Shang Medical Beauty. Isn't it easy for him to control a mere Yi Chen? Zhuge Jing, what do you know? Don't rely on the fact that you are Zhuge Chen's brother and think that everyone should believe you. Zhuge Sen snorted coldly, obviously dissatisfied with him. I don't understand, do you understand? Zhuge Jing was not angry, but asked back. Understand. Zhuge Sen was stunned and didn't know how to answer. Zhuge Jing talked freely. Yi Chen is now much more secretive than before. He has an apartment on Qianyan Road, and he drives a Hennessy Viper GT supercar. You may not know about this supercar, but its price is over 50 million. At this point, everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Even though they were born into the Zhuge family, not everyone was rich. For them, driving a BMW, Mercedes-Benz or Audi is pretty good. A supercar worth 50 million, it is conceivable that Yi Chen is definitely not that simple. So what are we going to do? Zhuge Sen asked unwillingly. Just wait, I will completely trample this Yi Chen under my feet, torture him to death, and avenge Chener. Chapter 99 Colleagues' Suspicions, Lin Wanma's Thoughts. Suburban Villa. Sneeze. Yi Chen sneezed, picked up his phone and checked it. It was already past 6 o'clock in the morning. This is the first time I woke up so late in such a long time. I guess I had a good sleep. Yi Chen took a deep breath and felt refreshed. Actually, after receiving the reward from the favorability system, his physique far surpassed that of ordinary people, and it was not an exaggeration to say that he was a superman. Generally speaking, I rest for 4 or 5 hours at night and feel full of energy. But he still managed to get more than 6 hours of sleep to avoid causing discomfort. I left the living room and took a look. Lu Qing was busy making breakfast for everyone. Morning, Sister Cheng. Yi Chen stepped forward and greeted him. Are you up so early? Can you sleep a little longer? Lu Qing glanced at Yi Chen and asked him. She slept next to Hu Xiaoyao and Meng Zixuan last night, but she didn't sleep well and didn't feel peaceful at all. Come to think of it. How could she remain calm after such a big incident? Unable to sleep, she had to get up and make breakfast. In order to ensure safety and privacy, this villa didn't hire a nanny, so I had to do it myself. Her cooking skills are pretty good, at least much better than Meng Zixuan's. I have to go to work later. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Lu Qing. Don't worry, Sister Cheng. In a few days, everything will return to normal, and you can take Meng Zixuan to make announcements. Even if the Lu family's previous financial backer withdraws, the Chao family will still be able to enter. Compared to other people who are surrounded by rumors and scandals, Meng Zixuan is a typical pure and innocent girl without any stain. Moreover, with her current popularity and money-making ability, she can be considered a good cash cow. As long as you package and promote it well, you can make a lot of money. I know. Lu Qing forced a smile, and it was obvious that she only regarded Yi Chen's words as comfort. She is even more confused about the future than Meng Zixuan. Seeing this, Yi Chen did not force the other party to accept it. After finishing breakfast, seeing that Meng Zixuan and Hu Xiaoyao still hadn't gotten up, he said to Lu Qing, Sister Qing, tell them that I'm going to work first and will be back in the evening. Okay, be safe. Yi Chen drove his BMW towards AI Shang Medical Beauty. Only. He drove a BMW and the colleagues he met couldn't help but be surprised and pointed at him. Hey, isn't that our sales manager Yi Chen? He actually drives a BMW. Yeah, it's so cool, this car costs hundreds of thousands, and he can actually afford it. Wait, look at the pendant, it looks like it belongs to a girl. Could it be that our general manager Lin opened it for him? Now that you mention it, it's true. But, it seems that Mr. Lin doesn't have a BMW at home, right? Yes, and this decoration doesn't seem to be the style that Ms. Lin likes. Her style is more calm and elegant. Could it be that Yi Chen has hooked up with another rich woman? At this point, the way they looked at Yi Chen changed a little. Many people even glared at Yi Chen.
Yi Chen didn't take it seriously until he arrived at the office and noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. Then he asked,
"What's going on?" Unexpectedly, everyone was immediately furious. "Yi Chen, did you break up with Mr. Lin? You drive a BMW to work. It's obviously someone else's car. You're such a scumbag." Hearing their words, Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
"This car belongs to Mr. Lin's best friend."
"If you don't know, don't talk nonsense."
Yi Chen was speechless and explained to everyone.
"Mr. Lin's best friend?" Hearing this, everyone laughed awkwardly and lowered their heads. "Yi Chen, it seems that we have wronged you. We thought you had fallen in love with someone else. You guys, just work hard and stop gossiping."
Yi Chen shook his head, scolded with a smile, and told them to focus on their work.
But
someone asked mysteriously, "Manager Yi, I heard that the company's stock price has fallen sharply recently.
do you have any inside information? Insider information? What are you thinking?" Yi Chen glared at her with a slight warning.
These have nothing to do with you, and President Lin will solve it.
Why are you worrying about it? Just work hard and don't think about these things.
Everyone stuck out their tongues, dared not argue anymore, and went to work obediently.
And Yi Chen, after thinking about it, he went to Lin Wanma's office. At this time, Zhao Yuan is giving Lin Wanma today's work schedule and the company's resolution. Seeing Yi Chen coming, she quickly opened the door. "Thanks."
Yi Chen sat down on the sofa at the side and waited for Zhao Yuan to finish her work report before he walked forward.
"You didn't get enough rest last night. Why are you here so early in the morning? Why don't you get some more sleep?"
He looked at Lin Wanma and found that the latter had some dark circles under her eyes, so he asked with concern.
"I can't sleep."
Lin Wanma shook her head and replied to him. Tanguai talked to me for most of the night last night, but I couldn't sleep in the morning, so I came here to work.
Looking at you like this, you must have slept well last night.
Lin Wanma smiled slightly, even though she looked a little tired, it couldn't conceal her stunning beauty.
You know what?
I was driving her car just now and my colleagues gave me a lot of criticism.
They thought I was hooking up with a rich woman again. Yi Chen nodded and joked. "Speaking of cars, tell me honestly, how much have you been hiding from me?"
Lin Wanma stared at Yi Chen with her big eyes and asked with a slight scrutiny.
Actually,
she didn't care whether Yi Chen had money or not, after all, she had money. What she cares about is whether Yi Chen has deceived her.
There are some, but not many. I'll tell you when the time is right. Yi Chen said sincerely. There were some things he couldn't tell Lin Wanma directly.
After all, a god-level favorability system is too mysterious.
Who can accept it if it is said rashly? Although this answer was not very satisfactory, Lin Wanma could also understand that Yi Chen had no other thoughts. Who doesn't have some secrets? I believe you, you won't lie to me on purpose.
Lin Wanma took a deep breath and smiled sweetly, as bright as a spring flower. Even though Yi Chen had seen this pretty face countless times, he couldn't help but stare at it at this moment.
Stop looking and go back to work.
There will be a lot of troubles waiting for you later. Especially the securities department, because the agreement with Jushin Group has been shelved, they now have to revise the plan. If you want to maintain the stability of the stock, you have to use your own funds.
Okay, remember to combine work and rest.
Yi Chen pointed at her belly, then left the office.
Go back to your computer. Yi Chen opened the stock software and carried out his previous investment plan in an orderly manner. Not long after, the stock continued to hit the daily limit after opening, which was exactly the same as expected. In a few days, even if the Chow family doesn't take action, we can still overcome the crisis of AI Shang medical beauty. However, the crisis of the Liu family is still like a thorn in our side. Thinking of this, Yi Chen tapped the table lightly and began to think about how to break the deadlock. Chapter 100 Miraculous Prescription, Chao Jianjiao's phone call. Chow family. The East Wing Courtyard. It is backed by mountains and faces the water, facing north and south, with an unparalleled lake view. Without a doubt, only the most important direct descendants of the Chow family are qualified to live here. And Chao Jianjia has made great contributions over the years. From the remote cottage at the outermost part of Chao's villa, I moved into here. Her legendary story is also talked about with great relish by the Chow family. Only, there are more people who secretly envy her. Just because of Yi Chen's incident,
she was put at the center of public attention. She could only make a guarantee that if Yi Chen proved his worth, it would naturally be worth the Chow family's investment.
If you can't,
then she would move out of the courtyard and stay away from the power vortex of the Chow family's decision-making level.
At this time,
on the stone table in the courtyard, there was a pot of tea and a few teacups. The teapot and tea sets are antique, and the fragrance of the tea is fragrant without being vulgar. There is an otherworldly atmosphere that makes people feel peaceful and calm. Chow Jianjia poured a cup of tea for a white-haired old man in front of her and handed it to him.
Mr. Hua, how about trying this Mingqian Longjing?
The old man, Mr. Hua, opened the lid of the teacup and took a sip. Not bad, soft and fragrant, sweet but not greasy, fresh and natural. When Mr. Hua said this, he put down his teacup and looked at Chow Jianjia.
Chow Jiamingzhu invited me here with such fanfare. I'm afraid it's not for tea, right?
Chow Jianjia smiled slightly and nodded.
I knew I couldn't hide it from Mr. Hua. Then I'll be frank. Here is a prescription.
Please take a look, Mr. Hua. She handed over the prescription that Yi Chen had given her before.
Yi Chen, I hope you have some ability, otherwise I will be sacrificed for you.
Chow Jianjia took a deep breath, feeling a little nervous and uneasy.
Now,
she placed her hopes on Yi Chen. If this prescription cannot bring her the corresponding effect, the consequences will be disastrous. Mr. Hua comes from a family of medicine.
Before,
Mr. Ning, to whom Yi Chen had taught the 9 needles of Fuxi, also had to behave himself as a disciple in front of Mr. Hua and regard himself as a junior. Not to mention Shanghai, even looking at the entire country, Mr. Hua is one of the top masters. He practiced medicine throughout his life, treated countless difficult and complicated diseases, and saved countless lives.
Only,
the Chow family spent a lot of money to let him come and treat Chow Jianjia, but he was helpless.
And this matter, he has been brooding over it.
So when Chow Jianjia asked him to come this time, he didn't say a word and rushed to Chow's house early in the morning.
Oh? What prescription?
Mr. Hua asked with interest.
Immediately,
he took the prescription and glanced at it. His expression suddenly changed and his breathing became rapid. This, unbelievable. He thought it was an ordinary prescription. But no one would have expected that this was a prescription specially written for Chow Jianjia's hidden illness.
Before,
there were several key points that he couldn't figure out, which was why he couldn't cure Chow Jianjia. But after taking a look at this recipe, the previous key points suddenly became clear.
Mr. Hua took a deep breath and said to Chow Jianjia, you are saved. But then, he sighed, looking dejected. Since you can get this miracle doctor to prescribe medicine, why bother asking me, an old man? Hearing his words, Chow Jianjia was extremely excited and secretly clenched her fists.
Only then did she smile and say, don't be surprised, Mr. Hua. This is because the person who prescribed this medicine is unknown, so I asked you to take his pulse. He is indeed a great man hiding in plain sight.
His medical skills are far superior to mine. He is priceless. Chow Jianjia, if I have the chance, I will definitely pay you a visit.
Mr. Hua calmed down completely and stared at Chow Jianjia and said,
that's easy to say.
Then Mr. Hua can stay here for 2 more days. I'll invite him over when the time comes.
Okay, this tea is pretty good, give me 2 more ounces.
Having solved the big problem in his mind, Chow Jianjia was in a good mood and nodded quickly.
Don't worry, Mr. Hua. I know you like this tea, so I specially reserved 8 tails of tea for you. Oh, and we also have 30-year-old Mao Tai, which is not available anywhere else. AI Shang Medical Beauty.
After finishing his daily work in the sales department, Yi Chen told his men to keep working hard and returned to the manager's office. Yi Chen sat in front of the computer, and not long after, the stock market opened.
Unsurprisingly, the stock hit the daily limit again. And his total assets now exceed 2 billion. Such a large amount of funds will obviously attract the attention of outsiders.
Fortunately, Yi Chen had foresight and had asked Hu Xiaoyao to open multiple accounts, and registered them under the name of Tianqing Trust. The operations over the next few days will have to be much more complicated, so as to maximize the profits. Yi Chen tapped the table lightly, reviewed the operation plan, and then began to operate in batches. It was not until noon that I bought another stock, and I waited for the stock to hit the daily limit again after the afternoon opening. By this Friday, the total assets will exceed 5 billion. Even if the Chow family doesn't help, it should be no problem to help AI Shang Medical Beauty overcome the difficulties. Thinking of this, Yichen felt completely relaxed. But at this moment, a strange phone call came.
Hello, how are you? Yichen, it's me. Chao Jianjia, how do you have my phone number?
I knew you lived on Xianyan Road before, so a phone call wouldn't be a big deal.
That's right, so you've read the prescription? Well, I've asked someone to confirm that it can indeed cure my hidden disease, so the cooperation can continue. Okay, I'll take Mr. Lin there whenever it's convenient. After hanging up the phone, Yichen also breathed a sigh of relief.
Of course, the best outcome would be to use his funds as a backup to allow the Chao family to join the game.
And
through this incident, we can borrow the power of the Chao family to deal with the Lu family and eliminate this great threat. Thinking of this, he stood up and went to the president's office again.
Zhuge family. Living room. Zhuge Dachuan glanced at Zhuge Jing and asked him, Jinger, what did you find out? This is incredible. I found out that Yichen actually has billions of funds behind him. The client is currently Tianqing Trust.
A friend of mine helped me find out. Otherwise, we wouldn't have known it was him. Zhuge Jing took a deep breath and was also deeply shocked.
You know. Even for him, the assets he could use in the Zhuge family would not exceed 1 billion, and he had to get permission from the head of the family, Zhuge Dachuan, and others.
Oh. I knew this guy was no ordinary guy, but I didn't expect him to be a pig in disguise and eat the tiger. Then we can't be so careless in dealing with AI Shang Medical Beauty. We need to think about it carefully.
Zhuge Dachuan twirled his beard and snorted coldly. Well. Then, do we need to inform the Lu family? The Lu family, no need. The Lu family is so unkind and unjust in this matter.
Let them suffer a little loss, which can also be regarded as collecting some interest for Chun'er.
Chapter 101, Ponguai's decision, her favorability has increased again? Pang Group. Ponguai's office.
Ever since he brought down the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty, Su Zhangyuan has rarely visited the store.
After all,
as the helmsman of the Su Group, he is almost too busy to handle affairs every day. AI Shang Medical Beauty is an important role in his business empire, but it is not all. He spent several days on AI Shang Medical Beauty, which shows how much he values this company. And today, he appeared here again.
Sat opposite Peng Shuai.
But next to him, there was one more person, the madman Han Feng.
Peng Shuai, you called me here today. Is the matter of AI Shang Medical Beauty completely resolved?
He had a rare weekend of free time, so he went to the suburbs to play golf for 2 days to relax, and by the way, he also negotiated a big deal.
He was in high spirits. Before,
he was tortured so much by the evil square lacquer box that everything went wrong for him.
This is not.
After that batch of collections were auctioned off, his business returned to normal and became much more successful.
I'm afraid there will be some trouble. Peng Shuai chuckled and said with narrowed eyes. Oh? What happened?
Su Zhangyuan frowned and asked Peng Shuai with a questioning tone.
You know.
He took the lead and invested billions in it. In the short term, some money was made, but it was not enough for the partners to share.
If we don't take over AI Shang Medical Beauty, it will be a loss, a huge loss.
Now that I hear that things have changed, of course I can't sit still.
Boss Su, please be patient. This Yi Chen is not an ordinary person. There seems to be a mysterious power behind him.
Speaking of this, Peng Shuai was so angry that she slammed the table.
Mysterious power? Peng Shuai, I'm not someone who can be fooled easily. Tell me what's going on.
Su Zhangyuan's face darkened and he stared at him and snorted coldly.
I finally thought I could enter the medical beauty industry, but I was turned away? Crazy told me a few days ago that Yi Chen can actually afford a Hennessy Viper GT supercar. But why is he working at AI Shang Medical Beauty as an employee? There must be something wrong here.
Given his relationship with Lin Wanma, he will definitely lend a helping hand and won't just sit there and wait for death.
Peng Shuai calmed down and said to Su Zhangyuan. But the current situation is that the share price of AI Shang Medical Beauty has plummeted, and no one is buying it? It's obvious that Yi Chen doesn't have enough funds to maintain stability.
Su Zhangyuan snorted and said indifferently.
That may not be the case.
Han Feng shook his head and smiled slightly.
Mr. Su, you are a business genius. You must know that you can make more money and never less. I think Yi Chen is definitely thinking about making us suffer more, that's why he didn't act rashly to maintain stability. Who knows? When Su Zhangyuan heard this, he was completely furious. So what you mean is that you want to give up halfway? That won't do. We've invested so much, there's no way we'll be eliminated if we don't make more than 1 billion. Not to mention himself. It is impossible for the other financial partners to agree. Boss Su, I see that you are a sensible person, so I'm telling you this. If you don't listen, whatever the consequences are, it will have nothing to do with me. Peng Shuai said this and lit a cigarette. Peng Shuai, are you going to quit your job? That's not what the original agreement said. We won't stop until we take over AI Shang Medical Beauty. Su Zhangyuan was a little confused and didn't react for a while. Agreement? Mr. Su, when did you take a verbal agreement seriously? Oh, by the way, I've already played part of it today, and the rest will be gone in the afternoon. If you want to play, then you can play slowly. I don't want to play anymore. Peng Shuai said this, then stood up and gestured to see the guest off. Peng Shuai. Su Zhangyuan became anxious and quickly stood up, trying to persuade Peng Shuai again. But Peng Shuai had made up her mind and didn't care at all. Boss Su, crazy man, and I have guests to meet later, so we won't keep you here. Su Zhangyuan was about to say something else, but was glanced at by Han Feng's sharp eyes. He shuddered immediately and hurried out of the office. It was not until he went downstairs that he realized that he had been tricked by Peng Shuai. Damn, this little beast Peng Shuai, I wonder if she lost her mind and actually gave up at the critical moment? Ha, so what if I can afford a Hennessy supercar? I have prepared nearly 5 billion in funds. How can I not be able to get a mere AI Shang Medical Beauty? Since you guys let go of this piece of fat meat, don't blame me for eating it all for myself. Moreover, in the future, the Pang Group will also pay the price for today's decision. He stomped his feet heavily, snorted coldly, and walked away. Crazy, now that we have withdrawn our investment, what should we do next? Peng Shuai looked at Han Feng and asked him. Next, wait. I have a feeling that someone like Yi Chen won't be so calm. We'll just have to see how he performs in the next few days. Only by understanding the enemy can we target him. To kill a snake, we must hit it at its most vulnerable part. Having said that, Han Feng also lit a cigarette, glanced in the direction of AI Shang Medical Beauty, and smiled sinisterly. AI Shang Medical Beauty. Lin Wanma's office. It's almost time for dinner, and Lin Wanma has just finished working in the securities investment department and is exhausted. After tidying up the messy documents on the table, she let out a long sigh and prepared to go eat. And at this time, Yi Chen knocked on the door and entered the office. Yi Chen asked Lin Wanma, "Are you ready to eat?" "Yeah, I've been busy all morning, it's time to take a break." Lin Wanma, who was a little hungry, smiled at him and blinked. "How about we go eat together?" Yi Chen was waiting for her to speak. The kissing scene last night is still vivid in my mind, and the sweet taste lingers in my mouth. But let us solve the important matter first. Wanma, do you know the Chow family? Chow family? What Chow family? Lin Wanma looked confused and asked Yi Chen. Their family is one of the most powerful families in Shanghai. Look, we cured a patient for them these past 2 days. With this favor, they are willing to help solve the current problem of AI Shang Medical Beauty. Real? Hearing this, Lin Wanma was so excited that she almost jumped up. But soon, her face darkened a little, and she stared at Yi Chen and said, "Yi Chen, tell me honestly, do you have any relationship with this Chow family? You just saved one person, why would you invest such a large amount of money in the market? Yi Chen has so many secrets, could it be that he really comes from a hidden aristocratic family? Don't let your imagination run wild." Yi Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Wanma's imagination was getting bigger and bigger. I have no connection with the Chow family. Only then did Lin Wanma retract her curious look and smiled shyly. Well, I know you've always been thinking about me and the company, and I'm very grateful. Let's go eat, I'll treat you. Yi Chen nodded. But the next second, a cold electronic mechanical sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations to the host, Lin Wanma's favorability towards the host has increased. Chapter 102 Rewards, office buildings, large shopping malls, international entertainment cities, business districts open. This period of time. Yi Chen has not received any prompts from the God-level favorability system. Lin Wanma was stunned for a moment and frowned slightly. What's wrong? You don't want to go with me? Yi Chen reacted quickly, shook his head and smiled. How can that be possible? Come on, let's go eat. Yi Chen naturally took Lin Wanma's slender hand and walked out of the office together. And this scene. Everyone in the company saw it and couldn't help but talk about it. Wow, am I seeing things? That just now. You're not seeing things. Yi Chen is actually holding hands with President Lin. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Are they going to make an official announcement? You know what, the two of them standing together are such a good match, they look like a couple. Of course. This is Yi Chen, the sales manager of our group. He is the most suitable candidate for General Manager Lin. Is it true that the IC Beauty CEO Lin is going to fall into Yi Chen's hands? What a pity. Ahem, don't be jealous. Compared with Yi Chen, if you are not blind, you will definitely choose Yi Chen instead of you. Amid the discussions, Lin Wanma's pretty face turned slightly red. She walked with her head down, not daring to look at them. Her shy posture made Yi Chen beside her couldn't help laughing. But his attention at the moment is on the system. I wonder what kind of rewards this increase in favorability will bring. He has money and a terrifying physique that is far superior to that of ordinary people. Not only is he proficient in medicine, but he also amazes Mr. Ning and Mr. Hua. He also possesses golden eyes, which allow him to see through everything, whether it is appraising treasures or performing some strange and magical arts. It can be said that ordinary rewards do not bring much benefit to him. So, he was wondering what the reward would be this time. It was not until she left the company and got into the car that Lin Wanma breathed a sigh of relief. Just now. Her heart was beating fast and her breathing became rapid. But I don't know why. She actually had a strange feeling. Being held by Yi Chen's hand and feeling his warmth, her heart was filled with sweetness. Could it be that I really have fallen in love with Yi Chen? I have to say that Yi Chen is a very good boyfriend. He is handsome, considerate, and has no bad habits. The key is, he has me in his heart, not for money, or in other words, he is not short of money. When Lin Wanma thought of this, she stared at Yi Chen's profile and became a little dazed. It was not until Yi Chen called her that she reacted and her face turned red to her neck. Wanma, what are you thinking about? You are so absent-minded. No, I'm not thinking about anything. Let's go. I want to eat some tomato fish for lunch. This time, Lin Wanma took the initiative to reach out and hold Yi Chen's arm. They are no different from ordinary couples, talking and laughing. But this scene. It was seen by Su Zhengyuan who was passing by. Damn it. Could it be that what Peng Shuai said was right? Are the two of them having a secret that cannot be revealed? Lin Wanma is indeed beautiful, worthy of being the flower of the magic city. Even I am excited when I see her. But unfortunately, I am determined to get this AI Shang medical beauty. Even if Yi Chen interferes, it will be useless. It just so happens that I asked him to set up a trick in Yapinzhai, and now I want to make back my money with interest. Thinking of this, Su Zhengyuan took out his mobile phone and made several calls in succession. Chinese couple's restaurant. Yi Chen, what do you like to eat? I don't mind eating anything. I'm not picky. But you should eat more to get more nutrition. I have no choice but to eat more. Recently, I feel hungry at night and get up to find something to eat. Since becoming pregnant, Lin Wanma's weight has been rising steadily. From the initial weight of around 100 kilograms, it is now almost over 110 kilograms. She is not showing any signs of pregnancy yet. If she were, she would probably weigh more than 130 kilograms. Okay, then I'll buy you something to eat after get off work this afternoon. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to Lin Wanma. Okay. Lin Wanma temporarily forgot about her work and worries, and just stared at Yi Chen with a pair of charming eyes. While waiting for the food to be served, Yi Chen immersed himself in his thoughts. Only. The next second, his expression changed suddenly. Congratulations to the host, you have been rewarded with an office building, a large shopping mall, and an international entertainment city. Seeing this, Lin Wanma couldn't help but feel a little worried. Yi Chen, what's wrong? Nothing, just thought of something. Don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Yi Chen took a deep breath, shook his head and smiled at her. I'm glad you're okay. I was so worried. Lin Wanma didn't suspect anything and called the waiter over. She asked and was told that she would need to wait for about 10 minutes. Yi Chen, I'm going to the bathroom first. Yi Chen watched Lin Wanma leave briefly. Immediately, his attention was all on the reward. The reward is an office building, a shopping mall, and an international entertainment city. This reward is simply shocking. You have to know that office buildings in Shanghai have always been in high demand. Looking at the miniature office building, it has 60 floors and a construction area of more than 120,000 square meters. Based on the average price in Shanghai, the estimated value is at least over 10 billion. As for shopping malls, this super large shopping mall contains all the major international brands. It's even better than an office building. The international tourism city occupies an even more exaggerated area, exceeding 500,000 square meters. This valuation is hard to estimate. Even though Yi Chen had seen countless storms and waves, he was stunned when he suddenly saw such a shocking reward. Fortunately, Lin Wanma went to the bathroom, otherwise she would inevitably worry again seeing him like this. It's really amazing. Wow. It took a full half-minute for Yi Chen to come out of his shock, but he was still a little dazed. Look now. The billions in the stock market are nothing compared to these real estate properties. Office buildings, shopping malls, international entertainment cities. Isn't this a business district? Could it be that with these, I can establish a business empire in the Magic City? Yi Chen thought of this and smiled bitterly. It's not that he belittles himself, but he thinks he doesn't have the talent and ability in this area. Yes, Lin Wanma. He thought of Lin Wanma. Although Yi Chen doesn't know how to run a business district, Lin Wanma can. She started from scratch, but founded Aishang Medical Beauty, and within a few years it became the leading company in Shanghai. Not to mention being a business wizard, but that's pretty much it. If these businesses were handed over to Lin Wanma to manage. Just saying. Yi Chen looked up and saw Lin Wanma walking towards him from the bathroom. Suddenly someone blocked the way. Beauty, are you eating here alone? We are worried that no one will accompany us. Come and have dinner with us. That's right. Whatever you want to eat, we'll treat you. Upon hearing this, Lin Wanma regained her cold temperament as an iceberg president. Sorry, I have a boyfriend. Chapter 103 Su Jingyuan's decision, Zhao Jianjia's shock. After hearing Lin Wanma's words, they were stunned for a moment. Beauty, are you kidding me? Are you trying to bluff me? One of them stared at Lin Wanma and asked unwillingly. Well, isn't that it? Lin Wanma pointed at Yi Chen and spoke to the man. Several people looked up and saw Yi Chen, who had a handsome appearance and a calm temperament, and they couldn't help but feel ashamed of themselves. They didn't insist any further, just smiled awkwardly and walked away. Yi Chen glanced over and couldn't help but frowned. He thought. I met someone like the bald man with scar who was looking for trouble again. I didn't expect that he just came over to chat. And Lin Wanma actually took the initiative to speak up and said that she had a boyfriend. The boyfriend she's talking about must be me. Hey, this is a good sign. When Yi Chen thought of this, his brows relaxed, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a faint smile. Lin Wanma, who had just returned from the bathroom, saw him suddenly laugh and asked him, Yi Chen, what are you laughing at? No, nothing. The food is here, let's eat. The two of them naturally enjoyed the meal very sweetly. And after lunch, the two returned to the company hand in hand, causing a sensation again. Oh my god, am I seeing that? They came back together. Yeah, apparently the two of them had lunch together, and now they're back to the company together after lunch. So sweet, I'm so envious, a talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Don't be silly. I think they don't want too much attention from outsiders. Just a simple life is fine. That's right. How many couples, when they were in love, hyped it up with great fanfare, shaking the world, only to end up with a miserable ending in the end? You know what, looking at it this way, the two of them really look like a couple. I believe they will definitely be together until the end. Amid the discussions, Lin Wanma looked normal this time, without showing any shyness. Back to the office. After the two finished their respective work, Lin Wanma drove straight to the Chow family. As soon as the two of them left, a cry of surprise came from the securities department. How come there is another round of funds dumping the stocks? The trader quickly called Zhao Yuan over. Secretary Zhao, it seems that the other party is very fierce and is determined to drive the share price of Aishang Medical Beauty to the bottom. We don't have much money to operate. Should we put it up to maintain stability or?
After hearing the trader's words, Zhao Yuhuan became much calmer than last time.
Just see. She took a deep breath and said, don't act rashly for now.
Maybe the other party wants us to use our funds.
I'll ask Mr. Lin. You continue to observe.
If there is any situation, tell me immediately.
Good.
The trader breathed a sigh of relief, but was still a little nervous. If the stock price were to drop again, it might really hit bottom and fall below 10 yuan.
But
he had no choice but to get Lin Wanma's approval before making corresponding countermeasures and decisions.
At the same time, Su Group. Su Zhengyuan's office. Now.
Surrounding him were 5 or 6 pot-bellied businessmen who, like him, were business tycoons in Shanghai.
Old Su,
I didn't expect you to be so ruthless.
You actually spent such a huge price just to enter the medical beauty sector. Of course. The economic situation is much better now, and it's easier for women to make money. The beauty industry is a big business. If you want us to join you, let us make a deal first. We will all get a piece of the pie.
But don't kick us off the boat when the time comes.
He dares? We have mobilized such a large amount of funds.
If we do other things, we can also make a profit of 2 billion.
For this favor, we will loan it to Lao Su.
If he wants to destroy the bridge after crossing the river, we will join forces to wipe out his lair.
It's just a joke. We have been friends for decades and have been in touch secretly. This time, we got together to deal with AI Shang Medical Beauty. Yes, decades have passed in a flash, and it's still us who have to make a fortune quietly and watch the Magic City surge. Amidst the discussion, Su Zhengyuan's expression became serious. He raised his hand and said sternly, everyone, what do you think of me, Su Zhengyuan? I am a person who values integrity in everything I do. If you help me today, we will eat meat and drink soup together in the future. I only want AI Shang Medical Beauty, and as for the profits, you will share them equally. Ha, that's what I've been waiting for. Come on, let's start poker. Next. They gave instructions to their respective traders. For a while,
the share price of AI Shang Medical Beauty plunged wildly and hit the limit down again.
Old Su, are you satisfied now? This AI Shang Medical Beauty will most likely be yours. Ha, you guys are more reliable.
Su Zhengyuan smiled slightly, thought of Peng Shuai, and a fierce look flashed in his eyes.
Who knows, after this time, we might do something big again.
He took out a cigar and started smoking, then thought of the Peng Group and laughed even louder.
Outside the Chow family villa. As soon as she parked the car, Lin Wanma received a call from Zhao Yuhuan. Boss Su, something terrible has happened. What's wrong?
Don't worry, tell me slowly if you have something to say.
I just took a look at the stocks. There is another crazy sell-off. The price will soon hit the limit. The General Affairs Department asked you what to do. Wait a minute, I'm busy now, let's talk when I get back. Lin Wanma hung up the phone and frowned. Immediately, she looked at Yi Chen and said, Yi Chen, if it weren't for you, I'm afraid my company would be in danger. Even though she has great abilities and founded the huge AI Shang Medical Beauty Company. But in front of the real capital tycoons, it is still not enough. They eat people without leaving any bones, like bloodthirsty sharks. Once they are targeted, they will hardly have any chance of luck. Fortunately, this cooperation was made possible because Yi Chen won over the Chow family. If an agreement can be reached and the Chow family can take action, then the situation will be reversed and AI Shang Medical Beauty will have a chance to survive. And at this time, Chow Jinjia came out of the gate of the compound and was slightly stunned when she saw Lin Wanma. She didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful woman in the Magic City. Lin Wanma.
In terms of appearance and temperament, he is not inferior to her.
Even
compared to the arrogant Chow Jinjia, Lin Wanma is more graceful and elegant, which makes people want to get closer to her. What is even more shocking is that Lin Wanma started from scratch and founded the huge company AI Shang Medical Beauty.
You are Lin Wanma, right?
For some reason, there was a hint of hostility in Chow Jinjia's tone.
Yes, I am.
Lin Wanma smiled slightly and stretched out her right hand calmly.
Nice to meet you, please take care of me. The two women shook hands lightly and then separated. It's just the first time we meet, why is there so much hostility and sparks flying everywhere? Yichen glanced at the two women, his heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Chapter 104, Going to the Chow family to discuss cooperation, Yichen's value. As soon as Lin Wanma and Chow Jianjia met, there was bound to be sparks of anger. You know. They are all the most outstanding beauties in the Magic City. When they met at this moment, of course I was surprised by each other and couldn't help but want to compare them. Lin Wanma is fine. She has a more reserved personality and doesn't show it. I just examined Chow Jianjia in my heart. Let us look at Chow Jianjia. She didn't even conceal her hostility. Staring at Lin Wanma, his face changed, and a hint of jealousy flashed in his eyes. So, the moment Lin Wanma stretched out her hand, Chow Jianjia wanted to ignore her. But the next second, she took a deep breath and hid her hostility. Sure. Chow Jianjia smiled slightly and also extended her hand. Only. She exerted a little force with her right hand, and a piercing pain made Lin Wanma gasp. But she did not show weakness. Although Lin Wanma looks very quiet and weak. But she is not as weak as you think. Lin Wanma was sent by Lin Yud and Zheng Shangyun to practice taekwondo since she was a child. Although she seldom practices after working, she may not be good enough to deal with those with scars and bald heads. But dealing with Chow Jianjia, who is also a woman, is of course an easy task. Lin Wanma smiled slightly and continued to exert force with her right hand. Chow Jianjia, who had been somewhat proud, suddenly changed his expression. She only felt that Lin Wanma's right hand was like an iron clamp, tightly clamping her. The heart-wrenching pain made her gasp. Yichen already knew the little movements of the two girls. But he knew that intervening now would be like adding fuel to the fire. I didn't expect Chow Jianjia to have so many little thoughts. It's a pity that she met Wanmo. But Wanma's two moves are pretty good. I didn't realize it before. She actually practiced it before. So he was happy to watch the show from the sidelines and laugh secretly. Fortunately, Lin Wanma simply expressed her attitude and quickly let go of her hand. The pearl of the Chow family is indeed worthy of its reputation. Before she came here, Yichen told her some information about the Chow family. She had never thought of such a terrifying aristocratic family before, and of course she couldn't possibly offend them to death. What's more, we have to discuss cooperation with Chow Jianjia. If it's too much, it will offend her and cause more trouble. Well, of course. Chow Jianjia's face flushed red and she tilted her neck back. But the way she secretly suffered a loss seemed a bit funny, and it was obvious that she was not sincere. At this time, Yichen said to the two women, since we have met, why not go and talk about how to cooperate? Okay, this way please. Chow Jianjia was able to let go of things. After glancing at Lin Wanma, her expression returned to normal and she walked towards the courtyard. Yichen and Lin Wanma looked at each other and secretly gave each other a thumbs up. Lin Wanma nodded and gave him an okay gesture in return. The East Wing Courtyard. Periphery. A tall building. On the top floor, Chow Xiang and several other elders of the Chow family, as well as Mr. Hua who had appeared in the East Wing Courtyard before, sat around the table. There was a pot of tea and some teacups. And here, you can clearly see the scene in the courtyard. One of them couldn't help but frown and asked, "Is this Yichen? Mr. Hua, is his medical skill really that great?" Mr. Hua said calmly, "Of course. Do you think I am deceiving you?" The man laughed and said, "That's not the case." Snort. Mr. Hua snorted coldly and didn't bother to look at him again. Although it's just a prescription, a lot of information can be seen from it. The medicinal properties of various Chinese medicines complement each other perfectly without any conflict. Many experienced Chinese medicine practitioners can also do this. But what is amazing is that Yichen was able to prescribe the right medicine for Chow Jianjia's hidden illness and treat it specifically. What's even more difficult is, there are not many precious medicinal materials in the prescription, only common ones. It can be imagined that Yichen's medical skills have reached the point of returning to basics, and he has completely mastered it. Even a master like Mr. Hua was deeply impressed. Seeing that someone looked down on Yichen, he naturally couldn't stand it. "Don't worry, Mr. Hua." Chow Xiang smiled slightly and tried to smooth things over. "Mr. Hua, has Jianjia's condition improved after taking the medicine?" Mr. Hua glanced at him but didn't care. The effect of the medicine is not that fast, but the improvement will only take 2 days. In my opinion, Jianjia is a good kid with strong abilities. You guys should stop being so narrow-minded and just train her well, right? If the Liu family really rides on your heads by then, it will be too late to regret. Hearing this, Chao Xian's expression immediately turned unnatural.
The others covered their faces and lowered their heads. They also have complicated emotions towards Chao Jianjia. Among the young people of the Chao family, no one can be compared with her.
If it wasn't a girl, of course no one would say anything.
But she is a girl, so naturally many people have some thoughts about her. For the sake of his descendants and nephews, he worked secretly to become the heir of the Chao family.
Okay, look at your behavior, just pretend I didn't say anything.
Mr. Hua was just too lazy to look at the transaction between Chao Jianjia and Yi Chen, so he moved here.
Otherwise,
even if Chao Xiang showed up in person, he would be too lazy to pay attention.
How dare people offend him?
After all, every family has its share of troubles and diseases. If that day really comes, we will have to rely on this old doctor to save our lives.
In the small courtyard.
As soon as Yi Chen sat down, he looked up and frowned. The master's courtyard is also the best located courtyard of the Chao family, but it will definitely be my residence from now on.
Chao Jianjia took a glance and a ray of fiery light bloomed in her eyes. I didn't expect that Chao Jianjia is so courageous that she is not inferior to any other man. Even Lin Wanma couldn't help but look up to her. Let's not talk about this anymore, let's talk about cooperation. Chao Jianjia's eyes swept across the two of them and finally fell on Yi Chen. Obviously. Compared to Lin Wanma, she values Yi Chen more. If it weren't for Yi Chen, perhaps she and Lin Wanma might not have had any intersection. Okay. Yi Chen nodded and winked at Lin Wanma.
He is not good at negotiation, so it is better to leave it to Lin Wanma. Moreover, before coming here, he had also communicated with Lin Wanma, and his value was the biggest bargaining chip.
Our current problem is that a group of people are secretly shorting the share price of AI Shang Medical Beauty.
According to the trader's estimate, the other party probably has more than 5 billion in funds.
So, if we cooperate.
Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Chao Jianjia.
Funds are not a problem.
Even 10 billion can be mobilized to solve the problems of AI Shang Medical Beauty.
The point is, what's in it for me?
Chao Jianjia raised her eyebrows and said to Lin Wanma.
Lin Wanma confronted him, pointed at Yi Chen and said, isn't this benefit enough? Chapter 105 Chao Jianjia, they fed me a mouthful of dog food.
When Chao Jianjia asked what the benefits were.
Upstairs. Chao Xiang and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
They were afraid that Chao Jianjia would act on impulse and forget about his family, putting the cooperation at a disadvantage.
Fortunately, Chao Jianjia did not disappoint them.
She remained calm and composed, and regained her previous wise state.
Who knows? Lin Wanma pointed at Yi Chen and said, isn't this benefit enough?
For a moment, everyone's mouth twitched.
This Lin Wanma is not easy to deal with. Of course, it has to be Yi Chen. If it wasn't him.
The old men looked at each other and their faces darkened.
They didn't expect that Yi Chen and Lin Wanma were so difficult to deal with. You know. Normal times. When others arrive at the Chao family, their first reaction is shock. In this increasingly prosperous magic city, there actually exists such a manner. Unconsciously, they will be in awe. In cooperation, they will be at a disadvantage. However,
both Yi Chen and Lin Wanma were only slightly surprised for a moment, and quickly returned to their normal expressions.
Moreover, during the negotiation, the attitude just displayed was soft on the outside but tough on the inside, which was very tricky.
You guys just like to worry about this. To you, earning less and suffering a little loss is not worth mentioning at all.
If you bet on the right thing, won't you get more benefits in the future?
Seeing this, Mr. Hua couldn't help but roll his eyes. He practiced medicine throughout his life and saw countless patients. Among them are both beautiful ladies like Chao Jianjia and ordinary people who are poor and destitute. But when the critical moment of one foot being put into the ground comes, who will still care about trivial matters?
Okay, you guys continue chatting, I'm going to leave now.
Mr. Hua stood up, patted his butt, and walked downstairs.
Mr. Hua, Mr. Hua.
Chao Xiang shouted twice, but Mr. Hua ignored him at all, so he had to watch Mr. Hua leave.
Master, what should we do now?
Before, in order not to put pressure on that kid named Ji, we old guys were waiting here for fear that he would turn around and leave. But now it seems that Chao Jianjia can't control the situation. If we had known this would happen, the head of the family should have stayed in charge and wouldn't have been in such a passive position. Amid the discussions, Xiao Xiang shouted in a low voice. Shut up! He glared with his eyes, showing some authority. If we go, will the result be better? Or should we not let Jianjia come forward and instead let your descendants do it? Alright, I've made up my mind. No matter how this negotiation goes, I will fully support and train Jianjia as the next generation heir of the Chao family. Don't even think about objecting. The Chao family's ancestral precepts say that the successor and the head of the family make the decision, but the Chao family's ancestral precepts don't prevent women from holding family power. Hearing this, several elderly people felt unwilling and wanted to say something, but no one spoke it out. Small courtyard. Lin Wanma's words made Chao Jianjia couldn't help laughing. Since you use Yi Chen as a bargaining chip, that is fine. Chao Jianjia's smile faded and she pointed at Yi Chen. If he resigns from your company and becomes my assistant, the Chao family will help you solve your problem for free. Yi Chen's mouth twitched. Chao Jianjia is really brave enough to say that. He has good chips. But it's not him as a person, it's his ability. He can cure Chao Jianjia's hidden illness and give her the opportunity to become the heir of the Chao family. That's enough. As for wanting to pull him away from AI Shang Medical Beauty, regardless of whether Lin Wanmo would let him go or not, he himself would not be able to leave. This is impossible. Lin Wanma's face also darkened and he shook his head decisively. It's enough for Yi Chen to treat you and heal your illness. He is also an indispensable part of the company. Not just AI Shang Medical Beauty. In Lin Wanma's view, Yi Chen is now an indispensable part of her. Even if AI Shang Medical Beauty's problems are still there, she will never let Yi Chen come to the Chao family. In that case, there is no point in talking any further. Chao Jianjia stretched out her hand and stared at Lin Wanma. Of course she knew that Yi Chen couldn't come to Chao's house. Say that. I'm just waiting for Lin Wanma to speak, so that I can get more benefits. Lin Wanma was not stupid either. Her natural sense of smell made her realize that Chao Jianjia was just setting a trap for her. The world is big, but nothing is bigger than her own life. If it weren't for Yi Chen, she probably wouldn't have lived for many years, let alone becoming the heir. This is just a prescription. For her own safety, she must offer it to Yi Chen. If something unexpected happens, there is still hope, right? So, after realizing this, Lin Wanma decided not to give in. For a moment, the atmosphere in the field became quiet and mysterious. After 2 or 3 minutes, Chao Jianjia finally couldn't bear it anymore. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger and said, "It's okay not to have him, but our Chao family wants 80% of the profits from this transaction." She made the number 8. There's nothing we can do. It's Lin Wanma's fault for being so fearless. Since Yi Chen can't get it, he'll have to settle for the next best thing and make some profit from it. 40%. 60%. Okay, deal. After a heated argument, the two finally reached an agreement on the profits. As for when the funds will enter the market, they will not interfere and will leave it to professionals. For Secretary Chao Jianjia, Lai not only solved his hidden illness, but also brought him good profits. This will be enough to shut up everyone in the Chao family. If it were Lin Wanma, she wouldn't be at a loss either. The company is intact and has the financial support of the Chao family, so it can go even further. The plan for the announcement of the additional issuance of shares has been approved, that's a done deal. And at this time, the two women looked at Yi Chen. Yi Chen, please say something. What am I saying? You guys should just talk about this kind of thing among yourselves. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said to the two women. The two women were stunned when they heard this. Chao Jianjia blinked and said to Lin Wanma, "Since it's not working hours now, there's no need for him to follow you, right? He has to follow me." Lin Wanma stood up and took the lead. "I've agreed with Yi Chen that you should go shopping with me this afternoon." Having said that, she even walked up to Yi Chen and took his arm. Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and moved his body closer to Lin Wanma. The two of them standing together looked like a couple from heaven, so sweet that it was indescribable. This. Chao Jianjia was dumbfounded. She didn't expect that when discussing a cooperation, Lin Wanma would actually show her love. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done this and embarrassed myself. It was not until the two men left that Chao Jianjia felt less uncomfortable. But Chao Ziong came over with a few people and said straight to the point, Jianjia, it seems that this negotiation is not as smooth as we imagined.
Who knows?
Chao Jianjia shook her head decisively and said, that may not be the case.
Ha! Obviously we are at a disadvantage. With so much money, we can easily make money from any investment.
There is no need to cooperate with them.
That's right. Chao Jianjia, you have ruined the reputation of our Chao family.
Amid the discussion, Chao Jianjia stared at Chao Ziong and said, did you just see me being fed a mouthful of dog food?
Chapter 106 Yi Chen's weak spot?
No, reverse scale. Looking at the few people nodding in front of her, Chao Jianjia was very angry.
Snort!
She stamped her feet and snorted. But then, her eyes became deep, shocking, and a bit awe-inspiring.
Do you think that I have always been at a disadvantage in the negotiations with them? Yes. Do you think that our Chao family has suffered a huge loss this time? Yes. Do you think that Yi Chen has no weaknesses? Yes. But I say, since we found Yi Chen's weakness this time, our Chao family hasn't suffered any loss, right? How is it possible? Everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Only.
They were deeply skeptical. It was obvious that Chao Jianjia was at a disadvantage just now, and the situation was completely controlled by Yi Chen and Lin Wanma.
Even. They invested such a huge amount of money to solve the problems for AI Shang Medical Beauty just for that 60% profit? Isn't this a loss? It's all my fault. Jianjia, what do you mean? Are you trying to excuse yourself? Chao Ziong narrowed his eyes and questioned her. That's not the case.
Speaking of this, Chao Jianjia smiled confidently.
Yi Chen's weakness is Lin Wanma. Good. Yi Chen seems stubborn and difficult to deal with.
And he also has extremely superb medical skills, which are amazing.
But his weakness is Lin Wanma. The negotiation just now was handed over to Lin Wanma.
He didn't want any of the benefits, but gave them all to Lin Wanma. In Chao Jianjia's opinion, for someone like Yi Chen who is completely deeply in love, as long as he can control Lin Wanma, it is equivalent to controlling him.
After hearing Chao Jianjia's words, everyone present fell into deep thought. Then, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. Oh, yes, now that you mention it, I can see some clues. Chao Jianjia has such a keen observation ability, she is really extraordinary. We thought she was just being fed dog food, but we didn't expect that she could find out Yi Chen's weakness. We can make good use of this. Maybe we can recruit all of them as talents for our Chao family. Amidst the discussion, looking at everyone who was so excited, Chao Ziong did not show the slightest bit of excitement. Instead, a bit worried.
Jianjia, I'm afraid I need to think carefully about this matter.
He walked forward and spoke to Chao Jianjia. Master, what is there to consider? As long as this cooperation is achieved, we can make use of Yi Chen and Lin Wanma.
Chao Jianjia frowned slightly and said nonchalantly.
Although this is his weakness, if we take advantage of it, it is likely to cause him to resent it.
If something goes wrong, he will be pushed to the opposite side. When Chao Ziong said this, he couldn't help but sigh. After you agreed to cooperate with Yi Chen, I also found a few people and got to know Yi Chen.
Zheng Yuan Group knows about this, right?
Yi Chen was invited by him to appraise treasures, but who knows how they got into a conflict and ended up taking away billions from Yi Pinsai on the spot. Moreover, the one who is shorting the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty is him himself. As for those who had conflicts with Yi Chen in the past, such as Lu Tao and Zhou Qing, he didn't target them. On the contrary, the few people who had a grudge against Lin Wanma and whose Xiaoyao ended up in a miserable way.
Hearing this, Chao Jianjia calmed down a little. I know you're worried that these weaknesses will become his Achilles heel? That's right.
Jianjia, I have high hopes for you in this generation and I plan to designate you as my successor.
But when you do anything, you must plan before you act and not just look at the present. Chao Ziong's earnest words made Chao Jianjia agree deeply. Yes. Given Yi Chen's personality, he might not take things related to him seriously. But the dragon has a reverse scale.
Once touched, one will suffer an extremely terrible backlash. Taking Lin Wanma as a weakness, I really need to think about it again.
Well, I know what to do.
Now that we know it is our weak spot, we need to change our strategy. Instead of taking advantage of these weaknesses, cooperate with Lin Wanma sincerely. In this way, Yi Chen will see her sincerity and will naturally side with the Chao family and be used by her.
Um. Chao Xiang nodded, very satisfied with Chao Jianjia's transformation.
She is neither arrogant nor conceited, and is willing to listen to advice. On the contrary, the old guys in front are still immersed in the dream of controlling Yi Chen. In front of the Maserati,
Lin Wanma couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief.
The tit-for-tat confrontation with Chao Jinjia just now seemed light, but it was actually full of twists and turns. Even she couldn't help sweating on her forehead and looked a little tired.
Let me drive.
Seeing this, Yi Chen took the initiative to sit in the driver's seat.
Okay, thank you for your help.
Chao Jinjia smiled slightly and stared at Yi Chen, a hint of sweetness flashed through her heart for no reason.
You know.
If someone else had encountered such a troublesome thing, they would have changed jobs and looked for other opportunities long ago. But Yi Chen not only did not leave, he even kept working on this matter and paved the way for her. She even contacted the Chao family, which she had never heard of before.
With the capital injection from the Chao family, solving the current crisis is not a problem at all. Unconsciously, she put her whole heart on Yi Chen. Between you and me, are you still arguing about whether it's troublesome or not? Sit tight. Yi Chen shook his head and drove to Lin Wanma's residence. After being busy for most of the day, it's time for Lin Wanma to have a good rest. He planned to buy some food and cook a meal for Lin Wanma after returning. And at this time, hotel. In the presidential suite, Lu Yuan smoked intermittently.
Beside him, there were several scantily clad young women, all wearing heavy makeup and reeking of powder.
Brother Yuan, there is news. Lu Tao walked up to him flatteringly and smiled at him.
Lu Yuan winked at the women beside him, asking them to go to another room. After closing the door, he winked at each other.
Tell me about it.
The voice was extremely cold, even with some dissatisfaction. Lu Tao didn't care about his attitude at all. He just said carefully, the latest news is that Yi Chen took Lin Wanma to the Chao family.
The Chao family. Ha, it's the Chao family again.
In a rage, Lu Yuan jumped off the bed and kicked Lu Tao to the ground.
Lu Tao, if you had given me the news earlier, would this be necessary? Waste, all of it is waste.
Lu Tao, who was kicked to the ground, climbed up, trembling and silent.
You are such a good fellow, Chao Jinjia, do you really think that I can't do anything to him if the Chao family intervenes? I actually reached an agreement with the Lu family that they cannot do anything to him within a month. Humph, why would I care so much about you? If I push you too far, I'll wipe out your Chao family as well.
His eyes were filled with murderous hatred and he was obviously furious to the extreme.
But
these words are just talk. After a while, he hooked his finger at Lu Tao.
Brother Yuan. Come here. Here it comes. Lu Tao hurried forward, not daring to breathe. I'll give you another task this time. If you complete it, I'll let you join the Lu family. Chapter 107 Lin Wanma's parents check on her, unexpected morning meeting. Return to the villa where Lin Wanma is.
Yi Chen bought a lot of ingredients and worked hard for 2 hours.
A hearty and delicious meal is ready. Yi Chen, did you make this? You're almost as good as a chef.
Looking at the dazzling array of delicious food, Lin Wanma felt inexplicably moved. Unconsciously, she really regarded Yi Chen as someone she could rely on.
Before, I couldn't bear to eat out because it was unhygienic, so I figured out how to make it myself according to the recipe.
After cooking for a long time, my cooking skills are pretty good, but they're not as good as those of the great chefs. Yi Chen rubbed his hands, smiled slightly, and pointed to the dishes on the table. Come and try it to see if it suits your taste. Lin Wanma nodded heavily, tried a few chopsticks in succession, and couldn't help but give a thumbs up.
A meal.
They both enjoyed the meal very much.
But this scene.
Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun, who had been hiding outside, saw it all. Lin Yud was fine, but Zhang Shangyun's eyes were bigger than copper bells. She was about to go to the door and scold him, but was stopped by Lin Yud.
What are you doing? What? What's this? What's the big deal? They are both eating well, why are you joining in the fun? Me, I'm here to join in the fun? Do you know that if you don't do anything, your precious daughter will be kidnapped?
Zhang Shangyun suddenly became angry and her voice rose. Lin Yud was so scared that he winked at her and raised his middle finger, telling her to take it easy.
Keep your voice down, keep your voice down. Aren't these two people good friends?
I think Yi Chen is diligent and honest, handsome, a good boy, and a good match.
Lin Yud had a good impression of Yi Chen. And
he could see that Lin Wanma had feelings for him. Even when eating, her eyes were always on Yi Chen, as if she really liked him.
what do you know? Yi Chen is a good man, I don't deny it, but in today's society, good people are not allowed.
Having said that, Zhang Shangyun lowered her voice and sighed.
With Wanma's conditions, are you afraid that no one will want her?
The line from here can be stretched all the way to the mall. I just simply hope that she won't worry so much in the future and just enjoy her life.
I recently found a few candidates for her. They are all sons of wealthy businessmen. Their looks and personalities are impeccable. Zhang Shangyun, why didn't you tell me about such an important matter? Also, you should ask Wanma what she thinks. You know she is gentle on the outside but strong on the inside. If she disagrees. Humph, how dare she disagree?
Since ancient times, it has been the parents' orders and the matchmaker's words.
How dare she go against them? Moreover, this is not for us, but for her.
Speaking of this, she recalled the problems that Luaishan Medical Beauty had encountered recently.
If Lin Wanma dated one of them, these problems would not be problems at all and could be easily solved. However,
Lin Yud still shook his head. Shangyun, I know you are thinking about our daughter, but if she objects, your relationship with her will become strained.
What will you do then? Of course it was you who came forward.
The two of them whispered to each other for a long time before leaving quietly.
However, naturally, these little movements could not be hidden from Yi Chen's eyes. He didn't expect that Lin Wanma's parents would actually check on him. However, the two of them obviously didn't want anyone to find out, so he didn't say anything. But how is it possible to steal my girl?
Yi Chen smiled coldly, wondering when to communicate with Lin Wanma and tell her parents the news of her pregnancy.
When going back?
Lin Wanma specially sent her to the door of the villa.
Be careful when driving, I'm going back first. Okay, take a good rest and take care of yourself. Yi Chen pointed at Lin Wanma's slightly bulging belly. Her cheeks turned slightly red and she quickly turned and left. The next day. AI Shang Medical Beauty. Yi Chen arrived at the company early in the morning.
Before he could even sit down, Lin Wanma called him to the office to attend a sudden morning meeting.
The sales department was already buzzing with activity. Hey, are you kidding me? You're eating dog food so early in the morning. Yeah, I ate all day yesterday, and you're coming again today? Haven't you noticed? Our CEO Lin is becoming more and more dependent on manager Yi. According to what you said, will I be promoted again in a few days? Well, that's not good. He's good in the sales department. Our work will be much easier, and we can get more money. I'll ask him what's going on later. Anyway, if he's in the sales department, I'm in the sales department. If he's not there, I'll leave too. That's right.
Although Yi Chen had only been here for a short time and was considered a new employee, in their eyes, he was a qualified manager. Compared with the previous manager Wang Chao, it is much better. If he were to be promoted to another position, I'm afraid the sales department would be in turmoil again. Lin Wanma's office. Yi Chen walked in and found several people there. In addition to Lin Wanma and Secretary Zhao Yuhuan, there are also managers from the finance department, the investment department, and the securities department. They hold high positions and power in the company, far beyond the reach of sales managers like Yi Chen. So, seeing him come in, everyone present was stunned for a moment. Some people even showed displeased expressions. However, due to Lin Wanma's face, they didn't say it out loud. Okay, everyone is here. In front of everyone, Lin Wanma acted like an iceberg president with a cold tone. I called you here this time to inform you of something. The company's stock price has fallen sharply recently, but the problem has been solved. In a few days, it will climb back to its previous price. And what you have to do now is to produce qualified products and never have negative news like last time. Do you understand? After hearing this, everyone was awed and dared not be careless. Very good, well done, you will all receive generous year-end bonuses. Lin Wanma nodded. Under the carrot and stick tactics, even though they were older and had more experience in the industry, they couldn't help but be impressed by her. Okay, you guys go out. By the way, Yi Chen, please stay for a while. Everyone went out, only Yi Chen stayed. This scene. This caused a lot of discussion among the people. Hey, are you kidding me? Are the rumors true? Yeah, that guy is Yi Chen? He looks like a decent guy.
Is Mr. Lin dating him? Isn't it too much to openly let him enter the company's decision-making level like this? You guys better stop talking. This is Mr. Lin's company. We have no right to ask what she wants to do. But, we are all veteran employees of the company. We don't want to watch her fall in love in the company. It will have a bad influence. Let's wait and see. If this crisis is over, it will be fine. If not, Yichen will definitely be the first to be stabbed. Chapter 108, the stock price limit is Yichen's credit? I don't agree. For a large, mature company, office romance is definitely harmful and useless. So, many companies have clear regulations that employees are prohibited from dating. AI Shang Medical Beauty Company is more humane and does not have this mandatory regulation. But, almost all employees feel that this is a customary practice and this situation has never occurred. But Yi Chen and Lin Wanma, the two of them were a little too open about their behavior, which naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people, especially the company's management. Originally, in their opinion, only the general manager of the sales department who is at the same level as them can attend this morning meeting. But who knows? Yi Chen actually walked into Lin Wanma's office openly. Even though they were sitting in the last seat, they still felt somewhat resentful. Especially the last one. Lin Wanma did not leave anyone behind, and Secretary Zhao Yuan was no exception. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would be left behind, which made them even more angry? They left the office, and all sorts of ugly words came out at once, shocking everyone. But, when the news reached the sales department, Yi Chen's employees saw a completely different picture. Hey, have you heard? I just heard the finance department talking about Yi Chen and President Lin. What's the rumor? The two have been seen together recently. If this isn't a relationship, what is it? That's right. But I heard from the finance department that many departments are dissatisfied with him, saying that there is an office romance and they want to punish him. Treat him? I think he needs to go to the hospital to treat his brain. Two people are in love, what the hell is it to them? You don't understand this. They think that Yi Chen, a mere sales manager, is not qualified to sit with them and be mentioned in the same breath. They don't see Yi Chen's ability at all. He is just a sales manager, so of course he is underappreciated. What's more, with Mr. Lin's relationship, what's wrong with him being a manager? Doesn't that mean he has no right to attend the morning meeting? What a joke. I think they are just envious and jealous. I wish they would die of rage. Amid the discussion, Meng Jiguan, general manager of the sales department, passed by and couldn't help coughing twice when he saw this. Ahem. Everyone in the sales department fell silent immediately, not daring to even breathe. If you say. Before, Wang Chao was domineering and overbearing in the sales department. As for the general manager, Meng Jiguan, he is like a mysterious dragon that can only be seen from head to tail. But every time it appears, something big is bound to happen. He has an extremely gloomy personality and the last time he appeared was just half a month ago. When I saw two people playing with their mobile phones during work, I fired them without saying a word, without any mercy. It's over. If this grim-faced devil spots me, then I'm really done for. Fortunately, Meng Jiguan's attention was not on them. Instead, it was placed on Yi Chen. Thinking of this, he raised his hand and called over his former subordinate, a sales manager named Zhang Qin. Zhang Qin, what happened to Yi Chen? Where did Wang Chao go? Why do I hear them all talking about how he, a mere sales manager, is qualified to attend the morning meeting? He has been on a business trip for the past half month, and not to mention the major events that have happened in the company recently, he has been extremely busy. I don't even know anything about this personnel change. Boss Meng, don't mention it. In the past half month, I don't know what kind of medicine Boss Lin has taken. He trusts Yi Chen so much that he has been in and out of Boss Lin's office many times, and Secretary Zhao Yuan didn't even stop him. Zhang Qin smiled sarcastically, clearly somewhat dissatisfied. You know. It took her 3 years to work her way up from an ordinary sales employee to her current position as a manager. And her performance is also among the best in the company. Yi Chen is simply no match for her. So, Yi Chen became the manager because of nepotism? Although Wang Chao's character is not very good, his ability is beyond doubt. In order to support him to take the position, he was driven away. This is really unreasonable.
Meng Jiguang snorted coldly, his face as gloomy as water. It can be said that almost all managers in the sales department were trained by him. Wang Chao was usually very filial to him, and gave him many benefits intentionally or unintentionally. So in return for the favor, Meng Jiguang also liked him. Mr. Meng, Wang Chao. Okay, stop talking. I'm going to go find General Manager Lin to judge the matter. Jiang Qin wanted to say that Wang Chao was her own problem, but Meng Jiguang interrupted her and went straight to Lin Wanma's office without even looking back. He wanted to see what qualifications Yi Chen had to catch Lin Wanma's eye. Lin Wanma's office. After seeing off a group of senior executives, Lin Wanma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. And at this time, the time for the stock call auction has also come. Without a doubt, the stock price hit the daily limit instantly. Although the market has not opened yet, it is obvious that the stock price trend has started to move from the bottom to the top of the mountain. Within a few minutes, the stock opened and AI Shang Medical Beauty closed at the upper limit. Moreover, the order block is as high as 1 million lots. Unless there is a super main force smashing the market, there is almost no possibility of opening the board. Lin Wanma let out a long sigh and said, Yi Chen, this time it is really thanks to you that the Chao family's funds have entered the market, allowing the company to gain a firm foothold. If the stock price really plummets, some of her previous company development plans will be shelved. Even, think of the worst. There is a high possibility that the company will fall into a downturn, eventually go bankrupt, and be taken over by others. What happened with the Chao family is just a coincidence. It all depends on how they perform next. Yi Chen smiled slightly and said lightly. He now knows his own value, and even Chao Jianjia has to bow to him. Rather than saying it is an investment in AI Shang Medical Beauty, it is more accurate to say it is an investment in Yi Chen. But there was no way Yi Chen would be led by Chao Jianjia. As for the weekend, he wanted to see what Chao Jianjia was going to do next. However, at this moment, a noisy sound rang out. General Manager Meng, General Manager Meng. Secretary Zhao Yuhuan wanted to stop him, but Meng Jiguang ignored her and went straight to the office. Secretary Zhao, when I came to the company, you didn't even know where you were studying. Get out of here. He snorted coldly, his attitude was extremely arrogant. Lin Wanma frowned and his face darkened. Zhao Yuhuan, let General Manager Meng in. After hearing this, Zhao Yuhuan reluctantly gave up her position. But she hated Meng Jiguang so much. Everyone knew that she was Lin Wanma's secretary. Meng Jiguang relies on his status and qualifications to make such a fuss. How can she work in the future? Fortunately, as soon as Meng Jiguang entered the office, Lin Wanma scolded him twice. Manager Meng, if there is anything you can't do, please tell your secretary first? Or did you encounter any major problems during this business trip? Looking at Lin Wanma's stern expression, Meng Jiguang also got angry. No problem, but what happened to Yi Chen? He suppressed his anger and pointed at Yi Chen and asked. Him? The company's stock price has been fluctuating recently. Thanks to Yi Chen, it has reversed the downward trend and has now reached its daily limit. Lin Wanma narrowed her eyes and said lightly. The stock price limit is due to this kid? I don't accept it. Chapter 109 Meng Jiguang, Yi Chen, is this your attitude towards work? Meng Jiguang didn't buy Lin Wanma's explanation. In his opinion, does Yi Chen have any other advantages besides a handsome face and a male model's body? Good for nothing. Oh, right. He must have used sweet words, otherwise how could Lin Wanma, who is always rude to men, look at him differently? Even the two of them even went out together and openly dated in the company. As for solving the company's stock price problem, how is that possible? Although, he was only the general manager of the sales department and had little to do with the securities department. But even if you haven't eaten pork, you have seen pigs run. If you want to stir up a storm in the stock market, even for a small cap stock like AI Shang Medical Beauty, it is impossible without tens of billions. If Yi Chen really had so much money, would he still be willing to be a sales employee in the company? It would be better for him to actually invest in the company, become a rich second generation in broad daylight, and fall in love with Lin Wanma. If that were the case, he wouldn't even dare to question it. Lin Wanma frowned and stared at Meng Jiguang with a bad look on her face. General Manager Meng, are you doubting whether I am lying? Please pay attention to your own identity. You know. He had previously approached Jushin Investment, but was turned down. The other party insisted that they had to get enough equity, otherwise there would be no deal. After the cooperation talks broke down, the share price of AI Shang Medical Beauty was like a collapsed dam, and it seemed that it could not be stopped.
But fortunately,
Yi Chen gave her a chance and reached a cooperation with Chao Jianjia of the Chao family. This put the company back on track, and even allowed it to move to a higher level. The general manager of the sales department, upon returning to the company, did not mention anything about work or the business trip report, but instead targeted Yi Chen, his words full of sarcasm.
How could she not be angry? Even the aggressive Meng Zhiguan couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Lin Wanma's expression. Call. He took a deep breath, shook his head and smiled. Boss Lin, I'm not questioning you, it's just that he.
However, before he could finish his words, he was rudely interrupted by Lin Wanma.
Manager Meng, you just returned to the company. You should submit a business trip report, right? Have you finished it?
Also, I've already said that Yi Chen is the biggest contributor to the company's stock price stability.
As for why, I don't need to explain it to you. Lin Wanma looked at Meng Zhiguan with a cold face and gave him a wink. Now.
She is talking to Yi Chen about the Chao family and the company, so don't disturb her.
Otherwise, you will inevitably be scolded. However, Meng Zhiguan was so angry that he even forgot about Lin Wanma's hint. Boss Lin, I was one of the first employees of the company. I have been here since its inception.
The sales department started with just me, and now has a team of 100 to 200 people.
Even if I have no credit for it, I have worked hard, right? I won't allow any problems to happen in the company, even if it has to do with you. Meng Zhiguan faced Lin Wanma directly with an overbearing look on his face.
But now the news has spread throughout the company that you are openly dating this guy.
Do you know how much of a bad influence it has caused? People are in a panic. If you continue, it will lead to a series of problems and the company will be in endless trouble. Listen to my advice. Fire this kid now and focus on the company. I won't say a word.
He looked so excited that his body trembled slightly.
But in Lin Wanma's opinion, he was just worrying for nothing. Fire Yi Chen? How is this possible?
If he hadn't found out Wang Chao, the company would probably have been ruined by Ponguai.
If she doesn't feel grateful to Yi Chen, should she feel grateful to Meng Zhiguan, whom she hasn't seen for such a long time? Not to mention.
Seeing that the situation was not good, many senior executives of the company resigned at this critical juncture.
This has resulted in many job vacancies and even affected daily operations.
After Meng Zhiguan came back from a business trip, he actually didn't care about work. After I clearly stated Yi Chen's contribution, he still refused to give in and even insisted on making trouble by saying that I was dating Yi Chen. Does that mean that everything must be done according to his wishes? Isn't it just because of his seniority and great achievements? But this is not his capital for being arrogant and domineering. Manager Meng, please pay attention to your attitude and the way you speak. As long as the company's rules and regulations do not explicitly prohibit it, it's fine as long as you have a romantic relationship in the company and it doesn't affect your work.
When Lin Wanma reached this point, she looked at Meng Zhiguan and ordered him to leave.
General Manager Meng, if you have nothing else to do, go and prepare the business trip report.
I'm waiting to see your performance. Hearing this, Meng Zhiguan snorted coldly and walked away. Certainly.
This was not giving up, but a temporary compromise.
He plans to.
I'll go find Jiang Qin and the others later and unite these people.
He just didn't believe that Lin Wanma would still insist on having her own way. But before that, he must talk to Yi Chen and make him give up. After seeing Meng Zhiguan leave, Lin Wanma couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief.
She said to Yi Chen, "Yi Chen, I'm sorry, I didn't expect him to be like this.
Is this normal?
After all, I was just an ordinary employee a few days ago."
Yi Chen shook his head and said indifferently. In his opinion, Meng Zhiguan's starting point is different from Wang Chao's. Wang Chao oppressed his subordinates for his own selfish interests.
Meng Zhiguan was considering the entire company and was just targeting him.
Certainly. Yi Chen wasn't so careless as to completely ignore it.
Lin Wanma has said so much, if he targets Yi Chen again, Yi Chen will not sit still and wait for death. Next, the two talked about the company's stock trends and the cooperation with the Chao family.
Period. Yi Chen wanted to reveal his business circle and let Lin Wanma take over.
But thinking that Lin Wanma was pregnant and was also worried about what happened to Meng Zhiguan just now, she didn't say it out loud. Yi Chen, I will talk to General Manager Meng again, you can go back to work.
Okay, you should also take a rest. After coming out of Lin Wanma's office, Yi Chen frowned.
He didn't expect that he would hear all kinds of discussions in his ears, all directed at him and Lin Wanma. Boss Meng has been here for such a long time since he went in.
How long will they get bored? He, this is incredible.
I was wondering how he went from being an ordinary employee to a sales manager all of a sudden.
So this is how it is. There's nothing I can do.
Looking at him, he is indeed handsome.
If I were that handsome, I would also find an icy beauty CEO to support me. All kinds of ugly rumors keep popping up. Yi Chen frowned and walked towards the office. But who knows?
When I arrived at the office, it was dead silent, completely different from the bustling atmosphere before.
What's going on? Are you all mute?
Yi Chen smiled playfully, trying to ease the atmosphere.
Who knows? Meng Jiguang came over and scolded him. Yi Chen, is this your attitude at work? Chapter 110. Yi Chen, are you saying that I have nothing except being handsome? Sales Department. Yi Chen's employees were originally talking about this at once. But who knows?
The general manager of the sales department, Meng Jiguang, actually came.
They were so scared that they immediately fell silent, not daring to even breathe. But in private,
they are still suspicious.
What's going on? General Manager Meng Jiguang, who hasn't been to the sales department for thousands of years, actually showed up. Yeah, wasn't he on a business trip? He wasn't in the company before Wang Chao was fired.
Logically speaking, there's no need to come over. Our performance during this period is far better than before, and we've exceeded our sales target.
Who knows? Judging from his expression, he seems to be dissatisfied with Manager Yi. No way? Why is he targeting Manager Yi? Is it because Manager Yi and CEO Lin are in love? Who knows? Anyway, if he targets Manager Yi, we can't stand it and we must help him. That's it.
At this moment, Yi Chen came out of Lin Wanma's office and returned to the sales department.
Seeing the lifeless look, he couldn't help but make a joke. What's going on? Are you all mute? Originally. This is just a common sentence, just say it. But Meng Jiguang stood up and stared at Yi Chen angrily. Yi Chen, is this your attitude towards work? He didn't expect it. Not only did Yi Chen openly date Lin Wanma in the company, he was even so lazy during working hours. Not to mention the sales manager, even an ordinary employee would not be qualified. Hearing this,
everyone present felt a pang in their hearts and had a bad feeling.
It
turns out that Meng Jiguang came with bad intentions. Yi Chen was also stunned for a moment.
He didn't expect that Meng Jiguang would be so persistent and move from Lin Wanma's office to his own sales department. Even as soon as he opened his mouth, he started to act pretentiously and scolded him. Yi Chen frowned and stared at Meng Jiguang and said, General Manager Meng, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Don't you know it yourself?
During work hours, he openly joked with his colleagues, and didn't seem to be working at all. I don't care how you became the sales manager, but from today on, you are no longer a member of the sales department. I will personally be in charge of the sales department and will not tolerate black sheep like you. When Meng Jiguang said this, he was so excited that his face flushed a little.
This time, everyone present couldn't sit still anymore and couldn't help but speak up for Yi Chen. Manager Meng, Manager Yi didn't do anything out of line, did he? That's right. It was just a joke, just to lighten the atmosphere, there's no need to make a big deal out of it.
Since he took over from Wang Chao as sales manager, our performance has been on the rise, even breaking the previous best sales record.
Besides, he is the sales manager appointed by President Lin. Even though you are the general manager, you are not qualified to fire him, right? If we fire him, we'd rather not do it. That's right, I won't do it anymore. Originally,
Meng Jiguang wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and to calm the sales department, so that they wouldn't follow Yi Chen's example and learn bad things, and also engage in office romances.
Who knows? They actually sided with Yi Chen and spoke well of him.
Moreover, the words between the lines were very biased towards him, and there was no respect at all for himself, the general manager of the sales department.
What's worse? In order to put pressure on themselves, they even brought up Lin Wanma. I think you guys are really rebellious. How dare you challenge me like this? Do you know what your identities are and what my identity is? He's just a sales manager. I just hired him. Ms. Lin doesn't dare to say anything. And you?
Meng Jiguang completely lost his temper, his expression became extremely cold.
Do you know that I'm the one who led this sales department?
At the beginning, there was only me, but now there are 200 people in the team.
It would be the same even without you. In his opinion.
It's okay for other departments, but he has the final say in the sales department.
Even Lin Wanma cannot interfere. Ha! Seeing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh out of anger.
Manager Meng, if you have any grudges or complaints, just come straight to me. There's no need to scold them. Also, this company belongs to Lin Wanma, the CEO. Even the sales department is not under your sole control.
These days, are there really people who take advantage of their age and seniority? Just because he is a veteran employee and built up the sales department, he can do whatever he wants? He can fire me just because he doesn't like me. Does he really think he owns this company? Now that they have fallen out, there is no need for Yi Chen to be polite. Yes, I have a grudge against you, and I'm going to tell you everything now. Meng Jiguang was extremely annoyed.
He didn't expect that Yi Chen not only refused to admit defeat, but also insisted on going against him.
Isn't this intended to embarrass him? He planned that if he didn't pin Yi Chen to the ground and rub him today, he would not be called Meng Jiguang anymore. Otherwise, how will I have the face to lead the sales department in the future?
First, office romances are not allowed. You openly dated Mr. Lin, which caused a very bad influence. Second, during working hours, they were laughing and playing around, which showed a terrible work attitude.
Third, to encourage so many people to go against me, is the person in the sales department named Yi? Although Meng Jiguang was excited, he was not stupid.
At the critical moment, his mind became clearer. After all, he is the general manager of the sales department. We have to say that he has made an indelible contribution to the impressive achievements of AI Shang Medical Beauty today. Now 3 points are listed in succession, and they seem to be reasonable and well-founded. Even though other employees were indignant and wanted to support Yi Chen, they could not help but remain speechless. Completely stunned. Yi Chen. He was also completely speechless. Unexpectedly. Meng Jiguang is actually still making a fuss about these things.
But from the perspective of Meng Jiguang and other employees, it makes sense. What, you're completely speechless? Humph, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror? What kind of person are you? Yi Chen, tell me yourself. Besides being a model and looking good, what else do you have to show for it? Facing Yi Chen, who remained silent, Meng Jiguang finally smiled. He was going to make Yi Chen lose face today and get him kicked out of the sales department completely.
Let everyone present in Lin Wanma see that this sales department can do without Yi Chen, but it is impossible without him, Meng Jiguang.
He was not afraid that Lin Wanma would not agree. How can a mere Yi Chen compare with the entire sales department?
Just now, he had informed several of his former favorite students. People like Jiang Qin will fully support his decision.
With them in charge, I believe Lin Wanma knows what to choose.
Yi Chen shook his head and smiled casually. Are you saying that I have nothing but good looks? Chapter 111. Yi Chen stopped pretending and showed his cards directly, and was slapped in the face by the business circle.
Are you saying that I have nothing but good looks? Yi Chen's words made Meng Jiguang stunned for a moment. His employees couldn't help laughing and talking about it. Ahem. Yi Chen is so bold. I have to say, he is indeed handsome, but he is not without merit. Yes, since I was promoted to manager, our sales department's performance has been rising rapidly, and we are almost in the top 3. I think this general manager Meng is just nitpicking. He has the time to bother with other people's love affairs. He might as well improve our sales performance. That's right, why do you worry so much? Yi Chen's ability is obvious to all. I think he is just envious and jealous. Shu, you better keep your voice down. That's the grim Yama. If you hear him, you'll be in trouble. What are you afraid of? If the HR department wants to fire me, I have nothing to say. Even if he is the general manager, he has no right to fire me. Hearing these discussions, Meng Jiguang's face suddenly sank to the bottom. He never thought that after not returning to the company for more than half a month, Yi Chen would have the final say in the sales department. No way. Are they obsessed with Yi Chen's handsome looks and brainwashed? Why, what did I say wrong? Don't you just rely on your good looks and sweet words to make Mr. Lin and these people obey you? Young people nowadays are so impatient and not down to earth at all. Speaking of this, Meng Jiguan laughed. Yi Chen, before I came to the company, you didn't even know where you were studying. I advise you, if you don't have the ability, don't occupy the magpie's nest and get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, if it really comes to that, and we walk away in disgrace with our tail between our legs, it would be a real joke. When Meng Jiguang said this, he completely relaxed and even started to show off. Yes. Yi Chen has nothing and is totally incomparable to me, so why am I still angry with him? Not worth it. Who knows? Yi Chen laughed even louder. General Manager Meng, I would like to ask, what else do you do besides this position as General Manager? He narrowed his eyes and asked Meng Jiguang back. Me? What do I have? Ah, this is absolutely ridiculous. Meng Jiguang snorted coldly when he said this. Do you see this suit and leather shoes I'm wearing? They're limited editions from supermarket counters. A set costs over 100,000. And this watch, do you know what brand it is? A Rolex Green Submariner, it costs more than 100,000. Not to mention the car I have outside, which is a top-of-the-line BMW 5 Series, costing 600,000 yuan. In addition to being the general manager of sales for this company, I also give 10-15 sales speeches every year. I am famous not only in Shanghai, but also in the whole country. Yi Chen, think about it yourself, what qualifications do you have to ask me what I have? Everyone present fell silent instantly. Obviously. Meng Jiguang does have his own proud capital. Yi Chen. Who knows? The corner of Yi Chen's mouth twitched and he fell completely silent. If it were before, Meng Jiguang's conditions would certainly crush Yi Chen. But now. There is no way to compare with Yi Chen. Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Humph, a country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. You have no knowledge at all. Do you think you can be compared with me, Meng Jiguang? Meng Jiguang clenched his fists and smiled proudly. At this moment, he felt a sense of pride. No, what do you want me to say? Yi Chen shook his head and sighed. Yes, this outfit of mine is from a street stall, it costs no more than 200 yuan. Meng Jiguang snorted, a look of disdain on his face. As for watches, I don't even have a digital one. Meng Jiguang laughed even louder. But as for this car, I actually have two. Hearing this, Meng Jiguang was shocked and had a bad feeling. But soon. He laughed at himself. Yeah, why are you panicking? Yi Chen has two cars? Bicycles or electric cars? Could it be the yellow bikes that can be used to travel by scanning a QR code? Haha, what car? A Volvo, I forgot the specific model. What Volvo? What about the other one? Hennessy Viper GT Supercar. Yi Chen's last sentence was like a bolt from the blue. Meng Jiguang only felt his eardrums buzzing and was a little confused. You know, what is a supercar? It starts at least 1 or 2 million. Especially this Hennessy Viper GT Supercar. Although he had never heard of it, the name was intimidating enough, it must be more than 1 or 2 million. Yi Chen, is he a hidden rich second generation? The other employees couldn't help but stare in amazement. Meng Jiguang forced himself to remain calm, sneered, and said, who knows if what you said is true? Do I need to lie to you? Yi Chen shook his head and sneered. Just because Meng Jiguang is so aggressive, he must be kicked out of AI Shang Medical Beauty. With no other options, Yi Chen stopped pretending and came clean. Aren't they just two cars? And they might not be real. Before Meng Jiguang could finish his words, he was interrupted by Yi Chen. What about these? Yi Chen took out a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed it over. What's this? Meng Jiguang took a look at it and found it was a property certificate. Beichen Commercial Office Building, owner of the property, Yi Chen. Tianhua International Shopping Mall, property owner, Yi Chen. Hancheng International Tourism City, the owner of the property, Yi Chen. This, how is this possible? Meng Jiguang suddenly looked up, holding the documents in both hands, trembling. Yi Chen, you are not trying to fool me with fake things, are you? Whether it's fake or not, you can find out by checking it out. Yi Chen smiled slightly and pointed at the property rights contract. Yes, I'll check.
Meng Jiguang woke up as if from a dream and shouted to an employee in front of him.
Get out of the way, I'm going to use the computer.
He quickly opened the search engine and used Tianyan to check the business information of office buildings, shopping malls, and entertainment cities.
Without a doubt. The owner of these three people is Yi Chen, that is for sure. Is this really true?
Meng Jiguang suddenly raised his head and looked at Yi Chen, his face full of disbelief. No matter how stupid he was, he knew what a terrifying existence Yi Chen in front of him was.
The market value of just one office building exceeds that of Aishang Medical Beauty. Not to mention the large international shopping malls and the international entertainment city. Of course it's true. Yi Chen took back the property rights certificate and smiled slightly. Now, do you think I still have nothing? Nothing? Of course not.
Meng Jiguang only felt that this sound was like a slap on the face, burning with pain and turning red.
He was completely silent. And at this time, the sales department employees made a thunderous and noisy roar. Oh my God, am I seeing this right? Is this Yi Chen's property certificate?
Office buildings, shopping malls, and entertainment cities, definitely the second generation of the rich, no, more than the second generation.
Yi Chen, if you don't make a name for yourself, you'll be amazing. Even General Manager Meng was so shocked that he was speechless. Now Yi Chen, and we should no longer have to look at the eyes of this cold-faced Yama, right? Chapter 112 Terrifying Valuation, Yi Chen's net worth exceeds 1 trillion? Meng Jiguang is completely dumbfounded.
The noisy sound caused a sensation in the sales department.
Many people were pointing and talking towards Yi Chen's office.
Other departments were also alarmed and gathered around.
What happened? It's so noisy.
I don't know, it seems to have come from the sales department.
Yi Chen's office?
I heard that General Manager Meng went there and was furious.
Is it time to settle the score?
Wang Chao, who was arrested at the beginning, was General Manager Meng's favorite student.
Who knows? With such a big incident happening, why didn't Mr. Lin say anything? Amid the discussion, everyone looked up and looked towards Lin Wanma's office. And at this time,
looking at the $1 million order in hand and the stock price completely reaching the daily limit, Lin Wanma breathed a sigh of relief.
This Chao family is indeed extraordinary. It seems that I was just a frog in a well before. Even such a terrible family is unknown in the Magic City. It is really incredible. Only.
The sudden noise interrupted her thoughts.
Lin Wanma frowned and shouted to Secretary Zhao Yuan, Secretary Zhao, what happened? Why is it so noisy? Please wait a moment, Mr. Lin. I'll go take a look. Less than 2 minutes later, Zhao Yuan returned to the office, looking terrified. What's going on? Is there something wrong again? Lin Wanma's heart skipped a beat when she saw this. No way. What major incident happened? No, it's not. Zhao Yuan took a deep breath and forced herself to calm down. It's been rumored that Yi Chen is a super rich second generation.
Hearing this, Lin Wanma was stunned for a moment, then laughed and shook her head.
How is it possible?
She has been with Yi Chen for quite some time, and she knows exactly what kind of person he is.
Although the Hennessy Viper GT supercar came at some strange moment, if he really was a super rich second generation. Why did you choose to work at Aishang Medical Beauty Company? And just be an ordinary employee? Boss Lin, what I said is true. General Manager Meng was originally planning to make trouble for Yi Chen, saying that Yi Chen has nothing but decent looks. He even used himself as an example, saying his clothes cost so much, and his watch cost so much. Having said that, Zhao Yuan took a deep breath. Who would have thought that Yi Chen would take out a stack of property rights certificates, which included office buildings, shopping malls, and entertainment cities, and he was the owner of all the property rights? This time, even Lin Wanma couldn't help but be shocked. Different from Zhao Yuan, Lin Wanma knew something about these property rights. Take the building where Aishang Medical Beauty is located, for example. It is also rented, and the annual expenditure exceeds 90 million. If other miscellaneous expenses are added, it will definitely exceed 100 million. This is just a few floors of office buildings for work. As for the investment in the factory building, that has to be calculated separately. According to what Zhao Yuan said, an office building with more than 60 floors must be valued at over 10 billion, right? She also thought that Yi Chen might be rich, but she never thought he was so rich. You mean, in addition to office buildings, there are also international shopping malls and international entertainment cities? Lin Wanma suppressed her shock and asked Zhao Yuhuan.
Yeah, and Yi Chen owns 100% of the shares. Zhao Yuhuan nodded hurriedly and added another sentence.
Full equity? Lin Wanma's expression also changed. After thinking for a while, she winked at Zhao Yuhuan and said, "Let's go over and take a look." Sales Department.
In front of Yi Chen, Meng Jiguang's face changed several times. He wanted to refute, but didn't know where to start.
Finally, he fell silent. Huh? Why aren't you talking? Are you mute? Some employees were extremely angry at his arrogant attitude and couldn't help but confront him with his previous remarks. Don't worry. Who knows if they all belong to Yi Chen? Wait for me to make a phone call and ask.
Meng Jiguang snorted coldly, feeling unwilling.
Immediately,
he picked up the phone and dialed the number.
Hello, is Mr. Luo there? I need a favor. Hello?
Please help me find out who actually controls Beichen Commercial Office Building, Tianhua International Shopping Mall and Hanhai International Tourism City, as well as how much equity they have.
Yes, right now, right away. Hang up the phone.
Meng Jiguang finally regained some of his stern expression.
Wait a minute, maybe these property rights don't belong to Yi Chen, they're just given a name. I've seen a lot of this. Unexpectedly, Yi Chen still smiled calmly. Is it useful? It's just a dying struggle. This Meng Jiguang is really amazing.
I have put the property certificate in his face, but he still refuses to give up.
Not long after, Meng Jiguang's phone rang.
After he answered the phone, he just listened to two sounds and his expression changed completely.
Just see. Meng Jiguang trembled and said, "What? Yi Chen owns 100% of the shares? How is this possible?" Meng Jiguang was completely dumbfounded. He didn't expect it. Yi Chen is actually the actual controller of the office building, shopping mall, and entertainment city, with 100% of the shares. In shock, he let go of his phone a little, and in the quiet sales department, Mr. Luo's excited voice came out. "Old Meng, who is this Yi Chen? I've never heard of him before. He's amazing."
According to the valuation given above, the total assets of these people exceed 1 trillion. Not only is this the most wealthy second generation in Shanghai, but it is also second to none in the whole country.
Lao Meng, are you still here? Do you have time to let me meet Yi Chen?" Meng Jiguang shuddered and almost dropped his phone. He quickly hung up the phone, without even looking back, and wanted to leave the sales department where Yi Chen was. Etc. Yi Chen flashed and blocked Meng Jiguang. "Manager Meng, are you leaving now?" Yi Chen's tone was slightly deep and he snorted. "He was so aggressive just now that he wanted to suppress me to death, but now that the situation is getting bad he wants to run away. How is that possible? Do you really think that Yi Chen is a soft persimmon that can be squeezed whenever you want?"
Many employees in the sales department discovered that Yi Chen was actually a hidden super-rich second generation, and they couldn't help but get excited to the extreme.
"That's right. CEO Meng, you were the one who started this incident. Now that you've been slapped in the face, you want to just walk away?"
Manager Yi works diligently, but you insist on finding fault with him and are unwilling to give in.
You can't just let it go. You have to apologize on the spot and say sorry to Yi Chen.
In the future, you'd better not come to the sales department too often. With Manager Yi here, we don't have to worry about the sales of our products. I thought I could crush Yi Chen, but I was crushed by Yi Chen in all aspects.
Ha ha ha, I really shot myself in the foot. Amidst the discussion,
Lin Wanma and Zhao Yuhuan came together. From the few words of the crowd, they also learned all the facts and were immediately dumbfounded.
The combined valuation of office buildings, shopping malls, and entertainment cities actually exceeds 1 trillion?
It's not that Yi Chen is marrying up to Lin Wanma, it's clearly that Lin Wanma has climbed up the social ladder and turned from a pheasant into a phoenix. Chapter 113 Yi Chen's trump card is exposed, Su Zhengyuan panics.
Zhengyuan Group. Before opening,
Su Zhengyuan crossed his legs and smoked leisurely. And beside him, they are some friends I have worked with before, and their expressions are just as relaxed.
"Old Su, how much money can each of us get if we solve the problem of AI Shang Medical Beauty this time?" You know what, this AI Shang Medical Beauty is quite capable. It has been able to hold on for a week without making any noise. Do you have the strength? Ha, what a joke.
The funds supporting the stock market of AI Shang Medical Beauty are totally overwhelmed and drowned in the chips we got before.
It's all thanks to Lin Wanma's bravery.
Otherwise, if she had used the funds to protect the stock earlier, the stock price would have been completely wiped out if we had smashed it.
Now I want to pull it up, ha ha ha, there are so many obstacles, I can't pull it up at all. It's useless for us to discuss this. We still have to look at Mr. Su. Mr. Su, can you please say something?
Several people looked up and looked at Su Zhengyuan.
Su Zhengyuan calmly put down the cigarette. Why rush?
Anyway, there is still a day before the market opens.
It won't be too late to talk about this in the afternoon. But, since everyone is asking, I might as well tell you that once you take over AI Shang Medical Beauty, you can at least earn this much.
Su Zhengyuan stretched out 5 fingers and smiled slightly.
Actually,
don't think that AI Shang Medical Beauty's performance in the stock market is not very satisfactory now. But it is unique in the medical beauty market in Shanghai. The latest product developed, Yen Series 2, has even swept the high-end beauty product counters in Europe and the United States, becoming the talk of the town.
The benefits brought by this invisible value are unimaginable. 50 million? Everyone present frowned, and some even looked a little dissatisfied. What are you thinking? At least 500 million.
Su Zhengyuan laughed angrily and said to several people.
I told you, this profit is great.
The other people then turned their anger into joy and smiled at each other.
However, just at this moment,
Su Zhengyuan glanced at the computer and his expression suddenly changed.
What's wrong, old Su? When everyone saw this, their hearts skipped a beat. How so?
Su Zhengyuan stood up, his face looked extremely ugly.
Now is the opening time.
He didn't expect that the stock price of AI Shang Medical Beauty would be halted in just over 10 seconds after he took a look at it. One can imagine how strong the other party's financial strength is. Others also turned their eyes to the computer. Seeing that AI Shang Medical Beauty's stock price was suspended, they were also plunged into unprecedented shock.
Is this the super fund of AI Shang Medical Beauty protecting the market? Pulling the stock price in line with the market price, this is too scary, right?
You have to know that this is a stock that has been smashed for more than 10 days, and the stock price has fallen so much.
Boss Su, didn't you say that you had found a lot of CEOs in the investment industry and reached an agreement with them not to intervene in AI Shang Medical Beauty? Yeah, why is this happening? Did they regret it? If this is the case, they should be held accountable.
They say one thing in front of us and another behind our backs.
Isn't this just cheating us? Amid the discussions, Su Zhengyuan had a bad feeling. But soon, he forced a smile. He raised his hand and said, "Don't worry, let me ask what's going on." Only.
He made several phone calls in succession, and the other party's investment managers all clearly stated that they abided by their promise and did not support AI Shang Medical Beauty. It would be fine if it was just one company, but it happened to several companies in a row. Obviously it is not their funds, so where does this supermarket supporting fund come from?
Su Zhengyuan felt a little horrified. Old Su, what should we do now? Each of them invested a lot of money to enter the market.
Now something unexpected has happened.
Not only can I not make money, I might even lose everything. You know. This is the stock market. The stock market is ruthless, no matter how much money you have, it won't make a splash. Call.
Su Zhengyuan straightened his mind and slowly exhaled.
What do the traders do? Get them moving.
He shouted angrily, and the securities department did not dare to delay and immediately crashed the market.
Who knows?
Millions of orders were placed, firmly pinning the price on the daily limit.
No matter how the trader tries to induce short selling, it will be of no avail. Even.
The order volume is trending from 1 million lots to 2 million lots. Obviously, the other party's purpose is very clear, which is to dump the funds.
Just come and try to see who can withstand it. This time.
Even Su Zhengyuan, who is usually calm and composed, was completely panicked. They got together and shorted AI Shang Medical Beauty.
It is determined that AI Shang Medical Beauty will be isolated and helpless, and no new funds will enter the market.
It was effective in the initial stage. The other party wanted to protect the market, but they couldn't do it at all.
The situation developed as they expected. But who knows?
Just when they were about to reap the fruits, super funds suddenly poured in. He took over the game in an instant, catching them off guard.
Now it seems, the other party has been holding back until now just for this moment? We were careless and were played like monkeys by AI Shang Medical Beauty. Someone suddenly reacted. So, we are caught in a trap?
Panic spread all of a sudden, and these people had expressions of extreme fear on their faces.
Old Sue, Mr. Sue, let's retreat quickly, otherwise if we really stop like this continuously, we will lose a lot.
Some people were frightened and decided not to continue shorting, and said to Su Zhengyuan.
Yes, Mr. Sue, let's withdraw quickly. If we leave now, we can save some money.
They no longer expect to make money, but as long as they don't lose too much, they can still accept it. If the stock price continues to rise for 3 more daily limits, exceeding the price they previously shorted, they will suffer a devastating blow.
If you want to short sell now, you have to have chips on hand, otherwise it will be useless. How can you buy in when the price reaches the daily limit?
Su Zhengyuan was also a little panicked. But he still stabilized the troops and said, "Let me check who was secretly helping AI Shang Medical Beauty."
Not long after, he found a clue, which was last weekend. Yi Chen and Lin Wanma went to Chao's house. What? It's the Chao family? Why would they intervene? Is it because of Yi Chen? Su Zhenyuan couldn't help but take a breath.
Others may not know the Chao family, but he has heard of them.
Only. He also didn't know exactly how powerful the Chao family was.
But judging from today's performance, it is definitely in existence far beyond that of ordinary families, which is extremely shocking.
Yes, it must be Yi Chen. If it wasn't him, how could the Chao family get involved?
Speaking of this, he thought of Peng Shuai's previous instructions. Peng Shuai had told him before when she withdrew her investment that Yi Chen was mysterious and unfathomable. At that time, he didn't take it seriously and thought Peng Shuai was exaggerating.
What kind of waves can a mere Yi Chen cause? Little did they know.
Yi Chen easily resolved the cooperation with Chao Jianjia, allowing Chao family funds to enter the market, and instantly changed the current situation.
I didn't expect that Yi Chen, this kid, actually had such a trump card.
Su Zhengyuan's right hand holding the cigarette began to tremble.
Just as the man just said. It's not a question of how much profit you make, it's a question of how much loss you make. Chapter 114 Lin Wanma, Yi Chen, how long are you going to keep this secret from me? Sales Department. Yi Chen stopped pretending. After the showdown, the entire sales department was in an uproar. My god, Yi Chen is really good at hiding. He actually has such a terrifying background. Yeah, I thought he was just a poor boy.
If I had known this would happen, I would have started a relationship with him.
You? We should know that he is really a super rich second generation, there is no way he can keep you, okay? That's right. And what's Mr. Lin's fairy-like appearance? We are not good looking enough at all. If Yi Chen is not blind, how could he be interested in us? Do you think he came here to experience the life of an ordinary sales employee on purpose because of our CEO Lin? It's very possible.
Such a romantic story only exists in novels and on TV.
I didn't expect it to happen around us. It's so touching. Yeah, it's a pity that General Manager Meng couldn't stand it and had to come here to find fault. Now it's all right, right? He. Amid the discussions, Meng Jiguang's face became extremely ugly.
When Yi Chen took out the property certificate, he had a bad feeling.
Now I see that it is true.
Yi Chen turned out to be a hidden super-rich second generation, with a net worth of over 1 trillion.
This wasn't just a slap in the face, this was a mad abuse all over the body. It seems now.
He showed off his clothes and his watch in front of Yi Chen, looking as funny as a clown.
Damn Yi Chen, he really got me tricked this time.
Meng Jiguang snorted coldly and was about to escape.
Who knows? Lin Wanma and Zhao Yuhu came together and blocked his way. What happened? What were you arguing about?
Lin Wanma had a stern face and a cold expression, like a snow lotus on the Tianshan Mountains.
Boss Lin, Meng Jiguang was about to explain, but was rudely interrupted by Lin Wanma. I didn't ask you to tell me, Yi Chen, tell me, what's going on?
She snorted softly and her eyes fell on Yi Chen. Meng Jiguang was stunned for a moment, filled with anger. He was about to lose his temper, but after Lin Wanma glared at him with cold eyes, he trembled for no reason and didn't dare to say anything more.
Boss Lin, it's like this. Yi Chen did not hide anything and repeated everything that had just happened in detail. Lin Wanma's face was as gloomy as water. She stared at Meng Jiguang and asked, "General Manager Meng, is this true?" Meng Jiguang seemed to have been drained of all his strength, and nodded, Ha! Do you remember what I told you in the office just now? I told you to write your business trip report properly, but who knew you would actually go to the sales department where Yi Chen is to cause trouble? Meng Jiguang, I know you are a veteran in the company, but this is not a reason for you to bully others. Let's forget about this matter today. This won't happen again. Do you understand? Lin Wanma held it high and put it down gently, showing her style as a female CEO in front of everyone and also giving Meng Jiguang a warning. If he still refuses to change his ways, there is no need for Lin Wanma to give him face anymore. Punish me however you deserve. I know. Meng Jiguang took a deep breath, said something to Lin Wanma, then turned around and glanced at Yi Chen. Boss Lin, can I go now? Lin Wanma nodded, and Meng Jiguang left quickly, no longer showing the same arrogance as when he scolded Yi Chen just now. Seeing how embarrassed he was, everyone present burst into laughter. I told you, Meng Jiguang wanted to pick a fight, but he didn't even consider our manager Ye's strength, and he hit a wall, ha ha ha. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but smile. Although his original intention was to be low-key and introverted and make a fortune quietly. What a pity. Meng Jiguang refused to give in and insisted on firing him, even showing off his wealth in front of him. If we don't put a damper on his arrogance, how will he gain a foothold in the sales department in the future? Who knew the blow would be so severe? Don't even think of an anti-aircraft gun shooting down a mosquito, it's like a nuclear warhead, crushing with precision and indiscriminate force. Seeing this, Lin Wanma frowned and said, "Stop laughing and get back to work." The girls stuck out their tongues, not daring to say anything more, and quickly returned to their respective jobs. Yi Chen was about to go to the inner office. Who knows? Lin Wanma stared at him and said in a low voice, "Yi Chen, come with me." Yi Chen glanced at Lin Wanma and had no choice but to follow her back to the office. As soon as they left, the girls started whispering again. What do you think Mr. Lin wants to do by visiting Mr. Yi again? Why ask? Of course I'm comforting him. After all, judging from the situation just now, Yi Chen doesn't intend to let Meng Jiguang go easily. I think Mr. Lin's eyes look a little weird. What's strange about that? Didn't you see that Ms. Lin also looked shocked? I don't think she necessarily knows Yi Chen's family background. Lin Wanma's office. As soon as Yi Chen sat down, he heard Lin Wanma coldly say, "Yi Chen, how long are you going to keep this secret from me?" Wanma, Yi Chen had no choice but to stand up and touch his nose. Actually, I was planning to talk to you about this in the next couple of days, but I just didn't know how to start. Yi Chen didn't say this to evade her, but he had always intended to do so. He knows nothing about business management. In contrast, Lin Wanma majored in business administration and obtained a bachelor's degree in the field. When it comes to how to manage a business district, he is much better than him. Here, take a look. Yi Chen took out the property certificate and handed it over. Lin Wanma was stunned for a moment and asked, "Why do you want to show it to me?" Ahem. You know, apart from diagnosing illnesses and appraising treasures, I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Yi Chen smiled at her with a look full of trust. You're going to let me take charge? Lin Wanma was shocked, her mouth opened wide, stunned. You know. Meng Jiguang had his worth estimated by professionals to be over 1 trillion yuan. With such a huge group of assets, not to mention Lin Wanma, even an old fox like Su Zhenyuan might not be able to keep it stable. Yi Chen actually threw it to her casually. Is this ignorance or fearlessness? If not you, who should I give it to? Yi Chen asked back, staring at Lin Wanma. Wait, let me take my time. Lin Wanma waved her hands, feeling a little dazed and still in shock. After more than 10 seconds, she stared at Yi Chen with her pretty face and asked, "Are you really going to give these to me?" Yes, I'll leave it to you. The commission is 5% of the annual profit. Yi Chen nodded and smiled at her. As for the 5% commission, he had thought about it. If it's too low, he can't show it. But if it's too high, Lin Wanma might not be willing to accept it. Okay, let's sign the contract. Lin Wanma's mind raced, and finally she gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Chapter 115 Signing a contract equals selling one's body? Zheng Shangyun's shock. AI Shang Medical Beauty. Outside the door. Suddenly there was a loud noise. Many people looked up and saw an orange-yellow supercar parked in front of the company. Oh my god, what kind of sports car is this? It's so cool. Yes, the bright orange-yellow color is very bold and elegant. Moreover, this shape is incomparable to anything like a bull or a horse. This kind of supercar costs at least tens of millions. They are limited editions. You can't buy them just because you have money. Ha, she's a girl, she dresses fashionably and she's at the forefront of the trend, just like me. What do you mean buy to your liking? Just based on her looks, you can't control her. Wake up and stop dreaming. Ahem. I just said that. He can afford such an expensive supercar. He must be a rich second generation. Amidst the discussion, Tangwa went straight to the front desk reception. Hello, I'm Tangwa, and I've made an appointment with your CEO Lin. Tangwa took off his sunglasses and tapped the table. Okay, wait a moment. The receptionist took a look at Tangwa and was struck by her beauty. After a few seconds, she looked at the appointment record, smiled slightly, and said, Ms. Tang, this way, please. Day. Both of them were wearing high heels, creating a beautiful scenery. Lin Wanma's office. Yi Chen looked at the contract in front of him and his mouth twitched. Lin Wanma is good in every way, except that she is sometimes too serious. Now Yi Chen and Lin Wanma have basically confirmed their relationship as boyfriend and girlfriend. The two of them are very loyal people. Since they have chosen each other, they will grow old together and never leave each other. In Yi Chen's eyes, this office building, international shopping mall and international entertainment city are no different from the dowry he sent over. Who knows? Lin Wanma's contract terms were very strict, and everything, no matter how big or small, was written into the contract. Such as guaranteed annual returns within a certain range. If the profit is not reached or even a loss is incurred, the commission will be discounted. If it exceeds this range, the commission will be increased appropriately. There are other reasons, such as cash flow funds will continue to expand the industry, and cannot be used for AI Shang Medical Beauty's operating cash flow. Yi Chen originally wanted to suggest not to make things so complicated, but Lin Wanma insisted, so he had to go along with her. After signing the contract, Lin Wanma breathed a sigh of relief. She had been busy with this matter just now and felt her waist and back were a little sore. Seeing this, Yi Chen hurried forward and asked her to sit down. Come, let me give you a back rub, take a break. Yi Chen is proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, so this kind of work is certainly no problem for him. Within 2 minutes, Lin Wanma felt her waist and back greatly relieved, and her body completely relaxed. She rubbed her eyes and suddenly asked, Yi Chen, why did you hide it from me? Are you afraid that I will be like other women, blinded by money? Actually, it was purely accidental that the two of them came to this point. If she hadn't suddenly become pregnant, maybe she and Yi Chen would never have met in this life. Yi Chen. This was not something he intentionally concealed, but after Lin Wanma confronted him, he awakened the miracle favorability system. As his favorability increased, the rewards became more and more generous, which led to his hidden super-rich second-generation scene. But it's not easy to explain this to Lin Wanma. You are definitely different from Zhou Qing. Also, I didn't mean to hide it from you, I just didn't know how to tell you. If I pursued you directly like Ponguai did, would you agree? Yi Chen frowned slightly and asked back. Ha, then I will definitely think about it carefully. But of course someone like Ponguai would refuse. When Lin Wanma heard Yi Chen ask this, she couldn't help but laugh. Yes. Zhou Qing is the kind of girl who is greedy for pleasure in vain. How could she be like her? As for Yi Chen, I don't know why, but I felt an inexplicable thrill when I first saw it. Maybe it was arranged by God? When she thought of this, she said in distress, Yi Chen, do you think this contract is equivalent to selling one's body? You can say that. From now on, you will work for me. Yi Chen also followed her words and started joking. And at this time, Tangwa happened to walk in and couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by selling your body? Selling your body? You guys are still using this trick. TSK. Lin Wanma's pretty face flushed and she quickly stood up. Seeing Yi Chen's hands stopped in mid-air, Tangwa secretly spat and said, this is still in the company, don't you pay attention to the impact. Hearing this, Lin Wanma blushed all the way to her neck. Tangwa, what nonsense are you talking about?
Yi Chen just rubbed my shoulders and back.
Lin Wanma glared at her and said in a low voice. By the way, why did you come so early today? Actually, according to Lin Wanma's current physical condition, a pregnancy checkup once every half a month or a month would be enough.
But she thought it would be better to do it more frequently to avoid any unexpected situations. I don't have anything to do this morning, so I came early, just in time to pick you up for lunch, and then I'll go for the checkup later.
Who knew I'd see you guys here just after I walked in, hee hee hee. Tangwa couldn't help but tease her. Okay, let's go together. Yi Chen hasn't eaten yet.
After solving the company's stock price problem, the stone that was weighing on Lin Wanma's heart finally fell to the ground. Although Yi Chen's sudden showdown caught her off guard.
But after signing the contract, the trust between the two was visibly strengthened. At this time,
she stared at Yi Chen's handsome profile with a smile on her lips, so sweet.
Ha, alright, I'm scared of you guys. I'm just going to eat, but you're feeding me dog food. Really?
Tangwa rolled her eyes, and the three of them left the office together.
Only.
When they arrived at the company gate, Tangwa returned the car keys to Yi Chen.
Hey, I'm not used to driving this car. It's too fast. Let's change it back. Yi Chen has no objection. After he brought the two women into the car, everyone present was stunned. What? Could this car belong to Yi Chen? How is that possible?
It's obvious that the two women thought he was their driver.
Do they really think that being handsome means you have everything? But he doesn't look like a novice. You know, ordinary people can't drive a supercar. Could it be that this Hennessy Viper GT supercar is really Yi Chen's car? Hiss, no wonder Meng Jiguan lost. By the way, why does Yi Chen insist on being an ordinary employee? Is it for our CEO Lin? Amidst the discussion,
Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun appeared on the street corner. They also witnessed everything that just happened and their faces were filled with shock. Zhang Shangyun, in particular, her body was trembling slightly, her mouth was shaking, and she didn't know what to say. Shangyun, I'm afraid we really misjudged him this time.
This Yi Chen is even more powerful than we thought.
Chapter 116, AI Shang Medical Beauty's counterattack. The stock price continued to rise, Su Zhenyuan panicked.
The next day,
the stock market opens in the morning session. Su Zhenyuan sat at his desk, staring at the computer desktop, feeling uneasy.
Yesterday afternoon,
he discussed with several investors for a long time, but no result was reached and they parted on bad terms. Those investors felt that they could no longer make a fuss about the valuation of AI Shang Medical Beauty. So, they all planned to enter the market this morning and take in as much as they could.
Otherwise, the losses from short selling will seriously damage their vitality.
The tricks involved are very complicated and difficult for ordinary people to understand. But Su Zhenyuan still didn't give up and wanted to try it himself.
Humph, a bunch of losers, failing at the critical moment, don't you know how to hold on a little longer? What kind of people are the Lin family? They are just small-time characters in this demon city.
Even if Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun give their full support, it is simply a drop in the bucket and cannot stop our financial wave.
The only variable is that brat Yi Chen.
Having said that, Su Zhenyuan took a deep breath and calmed himself down. I don't know where this kid came from. He is mysterious and unpredictable.
His treasure appraisal and medical skills are amazing. He seems like a disciple from a noble family who keeps a low profile. He had also heard of big families like the Chow family and the Lu family. But he didn't believe that Yi Chen had any ability to establish connections with these two families. Only. Next second, his face changed drastically. Just see. It's not time to open yet, it's just the call auction. Then another super large order locked the price limit, leaving no chance for others to enter. A sentence. Currently, the stocks of AI Shang Medical Beauty can only be sold but not bought, as the main force has locked the positions. Not to mention retail investors following suit, even Su Zhenyuan's previous partners shouldn't even think about entering the market again. Su Zhenyuan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. He was breathing heavily, staring at the screen, motionless. However, until the market opened, the daily limit orders were above 3 million lots, with no sign of opening. He said hello to the securities department. More than hundreds of millions of funds were poured into the market, but before any splash could be made, it was swallowed up by a super large order. The order is still at 3 million lots, not moving at all. He fell down on his seat, his scalp tingling. Is there really no chance? No, I won't give up.
Thinking of this, Su Zhangyuan glanced out the window. He built the Zhangyuan group himself, and outsiders have no idea of the hardships he went through.
I just don't believe it. Wait 2 more days. When the funds are almost there, I will come out again and bring the stock down. If? No, there must be no ifs.
Su Zhangyuan regained his spirit and started making phone calls. Old phone, it's me, Su Zhangyuan.
Didn't you ask me last time if you were still selling that piece of land? I have an idea. Yes, the market price, but it must be in cash. If possible, I can give you a discount, but you need to give me a guarantee.
After several phone calls, Su Zhangyuan finally finalized nearly 2 billion yuan in funds.
This time, he gambled all his wealth. If you don't succeed, you will die. It's not just Su Zhangyuan. Retail investors who had just experienced the limit down frenzy were furious on the internet. Damn, what's going on? Aishang Medical Beauty's stock price has risen by 2 daily limits in a row. Is it to lure more buyers? If we want to sneak in now, I'm afraid it will hit the lower limit tomorrow and we'll be trapped again. How is it possible? 2 consecutive daily limit increases. Judging from the recent news, it is obviously mostly good news. I am afraid it will have to rise several more times. I lost money, a lot. I almost made back my money yesterday, and I was afraid of being trapped again, so I got out. I feel sorry for the guy above. It's still a long way to get my money back. I need at least 3 daily limits. If it were me, I would definitely hold on to it. Aishang Medical Beauty has super funds entering the market, and the stock price will definitely double. Double? Oh my god. Why don't you buy it now? Buy? How can I buy? The price has reached its daily limit, I can't buy it at all. What are you afraid of? Just set the price limit. If it opens, that's your chance to enter the market. I'm afraid there's really no chance. The main force is too powerful. How can retail investors get in and take advantage of the market? Now I just hope that retail investors will stop as soon as possible, and that hot money will still have something to gain. Otherwise, if the market continues to rise for several consecutive days, if you enter the market again, you will really be trapped. Aishang Medical Beauty. Lin Wanma's office. Watching the stocks hit the daily limit one after another, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Jinjia and the Chao family are really amazing. With so much money, they can easily mobilize and pull up the market. Even if the other party makes some small moves, they remain unmoved. This is the real giant capital. These days, Lin Wanma didn't do nothing. She learned a little about the stock market and asked her friends who worked on Wall Street. Understood. The Chao family, who is in control of the market, has at least 20 billion yuan in funds. And funding alone is not enough. There are also some other market leaders and hot money. You must have a strong enough network of relationships and make an agreement with them so that they want to enter. One can imagine how terrible the Chao family must be. The Chao family is too mysterious and powerful. Is it right or wrong to cooperate with them? Lin Wanmo was stunned for a moment, then felt relieved. Yes. There is almost no turning back now. Fortunately, the interests of the two do not conflict. At worst, let Yi Chen and Chao Jianjia have another good talk. When she thought of Yi Chen, a faint smile appeared on her lips. I had another pregnancy test yesterday and everything was normal. The embryo is completely healthy. Only her belly was slightly bulging and her morning sickness was getting worse. As a result, I could only watch Yi Chen and Tangwei eat last night, and I hardly moved my chopsticks. He's doing better and better as a manager now, and his work is well organized. Shouldn't he be promoted? Thinking of this, Lin Wanma stood up involuntarily. Secretary Zhao, sort out the remaining work. I'll go take a look. Even when she entered the company this morning, many people were pointing fingers behind her back, talking about what happened between her and Yi Chen. Except that many people envy me. It's more jealousy and hatred. But she felt that it was nothing, since they were already boyfriend and girlfriend, they should admit it openly. It will be announced sooner or later anyway, so what is the big deal about announcing it in advance? Yi Chen's office. Finished the morning work. Yi Chen finally had time to open the stock software. And at this time,
All his earnings were credited to his account and he successfully sold his stocks.
The total assets now amount to 6 billion. It is no exaggeration to say that this is an astronomical figure. 99% of people will never be able to earn so much money even if they work hard all their lives. In other words, even if Yi Chen lay down completely and lived a life of debauchery every day, he might not be able to spend all the money until he died in his coffin. Certainly.
Compared with his business circle, it is nothing.
Just as he was thinking about it, Lin Wanma walked towards the door and he hurried to greet her. Chapter 117 Yi Chen, when can we eat your wedding candy? Sales Department. Meng Zhiguang passed by Yi Chen's office. Seeing the lively and joyous scene inside, his face couldn't help but become as gloomy as water. Damn Yi Chen, he actually has Lin Wanma's trust. Look at what this sales department has become. It's full of smoke and dust. What's the point of fighting and making trouble? If this continues, the company will be finished sooner or later. Thinking of this, he stomped his feet heavily and ran straight to his office. Who knows? Turning the corner, I happened to see Lin Wanma coming out of her office and walking towards Yi Chen's office. He quickly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Lin. Well, General Manager Meng, have you finished writing the business trip report? It's almost done. I'll give it to you before I get off work today. Okay, go ahead. Lin Wanma nodded, her tone cold and emotionless, and walked past him with her high heels tapping. Meng Zhiguang took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and returned to his office angrily. At this time, several sales managers came to his office, such as Jiang Qin and several other capable staff members. Boss Meng, you sent me a message last night. We came here as soon as we finished work in the morning. If you have anything to say, just tell me. Yes. I know it's because of Yi Chen. We don't like him either. I also heard that Mr. Lin had a falling out with you because of him last night. How can you accept this? This sales department is your sales department. As long as you say something, everyone will cooperate with you. The development of AI Shang medical beauty to this point is inseparable from the contributions of President Meng and us. If we really have to fight to the death, we will not have trouble finding a buyer, but AI Shang medical beauty will definitely be finished. When the conversation got exciting, some people even stood up and wanted to argue with Lin Wanma. Only Jiang Qin pushed her glasses and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What are you yelling about? Sit down. Meng Zhiguang glared at the man and growled. The man smiled awkwardly and had to sit down again. This matter is not as simple as you think. Meng Zhiguang snapped his fingers to calm everyone down, then he slowly spoke. You may have heard about the recent rumors about the company's stock price. It first plummeted, then continued to fall, and the stock price was almost cut in half. But in the past 2 days, the market has been continuously trading at a flat level. It is obvious that there is super capital entering the market. Of course, this behavior is not normal. You are all old employees, you should know more about the ins and outs of this. Based on the financial strength of AI Shang Medical Beauty, it is impossible to do this, so there must be strong support from outside. Having said this, he tapped the table. I originally thought that Yi Chen had no special abilities and that Lin Wanma only looked at him because he was handsome. But after checking, I found that this was not the case. He listed several major events that had happened to Yi Chen during this period of time. The first one. Treat Gu Qingshan, a famous figure in Demon City. The second item. He personally took action and dealt with the bald man with a scar. He knocked down more than a dozen people by himself and even bent the iron rod in the end. The third item. He participated in a charity auction and gambled on stones at Su Zhengyuan's Yupinsai, where he found an extremely rare emerald on the spot. The fourth item. Take personal action to find out the traitor Wang Chao. The fifth item. He mediated and made great efforts to reach a cooperation agreement with the Chao family. The sixth item. Show him the truth and expose the office buildings, shopping malls and international entertainment city. Picking out just one of these things would be earth-shattering. And all of this was concentrated on Yi Chen alone. Can you imagine how terrifying it would be? After hearing Meng Zhiguang's words, everyone present took a deep breath. This Yi Chen, is he still a human being? He is evil. Yes, it's absolutely outrageous and unbelievable. Hearing them say this, Meng Zhiguang shook his head dejectedly. Hey! Who said it wasn't? He thought.
He was able to use his seniority and achievements to suppress Yi Chen and make Lin Wanma choose to obey him.
Who knows?
From these investigations, we found that Yi Chen is the real ruthless character. Not to mention that he has such a huge business circle behind him, with assets exceeding 1 trillion.
How is it possible to target him again? Then Mr. Meng, let's.
Someone asked in a low voice, with a hint of trepidation. If it was still the same Yi Chen as before, an ordinary boy with nothing special except for his handsome looks, they would certainly be willing to deal with him together with Meng Jiguang.
But now that Yi Chen is so terrifying that they simply cannot afford to provoke him, do they still dare to continue to confront him? How is that possible?
If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. They are no longer young, and their passion has long been worn away by society.
Of course they have to think about themselves. Hearing this, Meng Jiguang's face turned extremely ugly.
He snorted lightly, somewhat displeased. All right, stop talking, let's just leave it at that.
Okay, Mr. Meng, you go ahead and do your work. We'll leave first. These people couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief and immediately ran away. Jiang Qin moved her mouth and said, Boss Meng.
However, before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by Meng Jiguang.
You go too, I want to be alone. Meng Jiguang waved his hand and slumped down on the sofa.
He looked at the huge general manager's office and felt his own insignificance for the first time.
Yi Chen, I won't give up.
One day, I will push you off the altar and watch you fall from the peak.
He.
Meng Jiguang's whole face is somewhat magical.
Sales department. Yi Chen's office.
He just called Hu Xiaoyao and asked her to work on the investment issue of 6 billion yuan.
Hang up the phone. When I looked up, I saw Lin Wanma's figure and couldn't help but smile. The people around also started to make a noise.
Hey, Mr. Lin, you're here in our sales department again.
Yeah, he seems to be coming here quite frequently recently. Is it because Manager Yi from our sales department is too attractive? Of course. I'm almost done with work, so I came to see him? Wow, this is so sweet. I feel so motivated at work. Go away, what does this have to do with work? But it's true that we have to work hard. We have to strive to be the best in the company this month. You all focus on something a bit strange. No one is like me, asking Manager Yi when we can eat wedding candy? Hearing these discussions, even though Lin Wanma had become a little thicker-skinned in recent days, she couldn't stand it. She walked into Yi Chen's office with a red face, and said angrily, Yi Chen, you don't even care about your employees, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense? You're not talking nonsense.
Yi Chen, on the other hand, looked at her seriously, spread his hands and smiled.
In his opinion.
It's not that this matter cannot be mentioned, after all, we already have a child.
Chapter 118 We already have a child, so it's not too much to get married, right? You. Lin Wanma glared at him fiercely, not knowing what to say.
Looking at Lin Wanma, whose pretty face was slightly blushing and shy, Yi Chen felt a warm current surging in his heart.
It's like my defenses have been completely opened. If you say. Before, Zhou Qing gave him the feeling that dating was just a formality. After all, treat him as a walking ATM, he comes when you call him and goes when you ask him to. Maybe. Zhou Qing didn't like him, she just liked the feeling of being licked. Look at Lin Wanma now. There is not the slightest bit of arrogance. Sometimes she even puts Yi Chen in a higher position, considering him and caring about him everywhere. You're still laughing. Lin Wanma reached out and grabbed his waist. Ouch.
Yi Chen pretended to be in pain and grimaced, which made Lin Wanma panic.
She said worriedly, I'm sorry, I. In her anxiety, she didn't know what to say. Seeing her lovely appearance, how can she look like an icy beauty president at all? I'm fine. Yi Chen shook his head and stared at Lin Wanma. If not in the office, he would definitely hold Lin Wanma in his arms and comfort her. I'm glad you're okay. You scared me. Lin Wanma stared at him for a few seconds and let out a long sigh. Looking at the two people in the office, Yi Chen's employees couldn't help but murmur secretly. Wow, did you see that? There's something going on between them. Yeah, Mr. Lin even pinched Manager Yi's waist. That's too ambiguous. It's so sweet. I'm afraid I'll have to eat 2 more bowls of rice at noon. Didn't you see?
The way they interacted was exactly like a couple in the honeymoon period.
I knew they would be together.
If General Manager Meng hadn't interfered, it would have been even more perfect.
In their opinion, Yi Chen and Lin Wanma are a match made in heaven. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful, so they should be together. As for the rest,
like Peng Shuai before, her character is nothing but she is not worthy of it at all.
Oh, by the way, let me tell you something serious.
Yi Chen's expression suddenly became serious and he became serious again.
Okay, you go ahead. Seeing that he was serious, Lin Wanma quickly calmed down. Now that we have children, it's not too much to get married, right? Yi Chen stared at Lin Wanma's pretty face and spoke word by word. He thought, no matter what the reason, be it an accident or fate, we are now boyfriend and girlfriend. Then getting married is a matter of course.
Because Lin Wanma is now obviously pregnant, and the baby in her belly is getting bigger and bigger.
It wouldn't be good if it got out. Only, the most important thing is to convince Lin Wanma's parents. The last meal was not a pleasant one. But Yi Chen is no longer the same as before.
With the business district as a dowry, and since I truly like Lin Wanma, then it will be no problem to convince them.
So,
taking advantage of the opportunity of resolving recent issues, Yi Chen plans to come clean and marry Lin Wanma.
Get married? Lin Wanma was stunned and completely dumbfounded. To be honest,
she didn't care about the joke about wedding candy just now.
But getting married? She didn't even dare to think about it. Maybe getting married is the most important thing in a woman's life.
Because it was so important, when it really came, she would hesitate, be at a loss, and even panic.
Seeing Lin Wanma standing there in a daze, Yi Chen couldn't help but scratch his head. Wanma, yeah, I know. Come with me later, go home and tell my parents.
When Lin Wanma said this, her face turned red again. She coughed and said, eat early and go to work later, and leave early in the afternoon.
Good.
Yi Chen wanted to tell her that he could think about it slowly.
Who would have thought that Lin Wanma would actually take him to meet her parents for the first time, which was beyond his expectation. After seeing Lin Wanma off, Yi Chen's face was filled with smiles. Seeing him like this, the employees couldn't help but gossip again. Manager Yi, what's going on? You're so happy. From the looks of it, it's not like he's with Mr. Lin again. Didn't you agree to give us wedding candy? We can't wait to see you walk the red carpet.
Yi Chen was not annoyed, but just smiled and said, don't worry, it will be quick, it won't take long.
But then,
he said with a straight face, it's already late, why don't you hurry up and eat?
Work hard this afternoon, do you hear me? I heard it. All the girls shouted in unison. This period of time. Since Yi Chen replaced Wang Chao and was promoted to manager, the sales department's performance has been steadily improving and even ranked among the top 3.
And Yi Chen also set a small goal for them. That is, if you win the championship this month, everyone will get generous rewards. Looking at the enthusiastic girls, Yi Chen also laughed.
That's right.
Working in corporate sales is hard work already, and if you keep putting too much pressure on others, it will be counterproductive. On the contrary, it is better to do this, which can motivate them to work better.
In the afternoon at work, Hu Xiaoyao called. Yi Chen, I have some bad news for you. Well, what's wrong? You have too much capital. You want to guarantee a 5% 8% return, but the company thinks it's impossible.
Hu Xiaoyao originally wanted to ask Yi Chen why the stock market had increased tenfold for 2 consecutive weeks. With this level of operation, it would be impossible for them to do so, not to mention their trust, even if Buffett came.
Is that so? Well, don't move yet. I'll think of a solution.
I'm sorry, I talked to the general manager, he said the limit is within 1 billion, there is no way to exceed it.
It has nothing to do with you. Don't think too much. I'll be back later in the evening and I'll talk to you then.
After hanging up the phone, Yi Chen frowned. He didn't expect that sometimes too much money can also be a burden.
Obviously. Because of his excess funds, Tianqing Trust cannot guarantee returns. This is also because the profit cycle of most excess funds is relatively long. The general rate of return is only slightly higher than that of banks.
For someone like Yi Chen, a guaranteed return of 5% 8% is obviously beyond the acceptable range of Tianqing Trust.
That's perfect. The Chao family should be able to afford such a large sum of money. Yi Chen thought of the Chow family, and the image of Chow Jianjia appeared in his mind. He was not worried that the Chow family would take the money. Since he dared to let it go, of course he was sure to get it back, and at least double it. Well, don't think too much about it. Think carefully about how to talk to Lin Wanma's parents later. Lin Yud is okay, but Zhang Shangyun is indeed a bit difficult to deal with. Previously, I thought he was just a poor boy. Now if I bring him into the business circle, I'm afraid I'll have to worry about whether he is plotting against their family's property. Yi Chen was still confident just now, but now he actually has a headache. Just at this time, Lin Wanma walked over in a long dress. Seeing him like this, she couldn't help but ask with concern, "Yi Chen, did you encounter any trouble at work?" Chapter 119, Zhuge family takes action, homecoming crisis. Mom, are you and Dad home? I'll be back later, yes, for dinner. Oh, by the way, there's something else I need to tell you. What's the matter? I'll tell you when I get home. Lin Wanma said this and hung up the phone. For some reason, she felt her cheeks getting hot and her breathing became heavy. Mary? Of course, this matter should be discussed with parents. But before that, of course, you have to get engaged first. So, she called home to take Yi Chen back to discuss the engagement. I'm done with the phone call. I'll finish my work soon. Lin Wanma turned around and looked at Yi Chen, smiling slightly. Good. Yi Chen nodded and left Lin Wanma's office. Only, he didn't expect it. When I left the office, I met Meng Jiguang again. This time, Meng Jiguang not only did not target him or give him a bad look, he even took the initiative to greet him. Manager Yi, is Mr. Lin looking for you? Yi Chen frowned slightly, and replied to him, saying, don't hit a smiling person. Only. The sudden enthusiasm is obviously a sign of adultery or theft. Could it be that Meng Jiguang is trying to be nice again and is secretly planning something against me? Thinking of this, Yi Chen couldn't help but laugh. I will not offend others unless they offend me. If anyone offends me, I will repay him 100-fold. This is Yi Chen's principle in life. If Meng Jiguang knew his limits and when to advance and retreat, stopped targeting him, and just did his job as general sales manager, then that would be fine. If you still want to target Yi Chen and Lin Wanma. A fierce look flashed in Yi Chen's eyes. Staring at Yi Chen's departing back, Meng Jiguang's face was as gloomy as water. Damn, this kid Yi Chen is really giving him face. I am so old, and I was smiling and polite to him, but he was so cold and looked down on me. Wait, when I find the chance, I will definitely step on you and rub you hard. Meng Jiguang snorted and knocked on Lin Wanma's office door. Boss Lin, I'm here to hand in my business trip report. Come in. Pang Group. While smoking, Ponguai said to Han Feng standing in front of him, crazy, you are amazing. Not only did you not lose money this time, you even made nearly 10 million. When he thought of Su Jingyuan's furious look, he felt so happy. Only 10 million? I asked you to add more before, but you refused. I'm afraid you regret it now, right? Han Feng still had a calm expression. Looking at Peng Shuai, I felt more and more disdainful. Only. He wanted to use Peng Shuai's power to target Yi Chen. In this big game, it's hard to tell who will win or lose until the very end. Certainly. Peng Shuai has limited vision and cannot see the trick. So, after listening to Han Feng's words, Peng Shuai withdrew her funds and invested again. I happened to buy at a relatively low price, and it hit 2 daily limit UPS in the past 2 days, making nearly 10 million yuan. This is because Peng Shuai didn't listen to his advice. Otherwise, if all the funds were invested, the return would be at least 30 million. So, Han Feng thought that if there was really a chance to defeat Yi Chen, he would stay here with Peng Shuai. If there is no hope, he will leave without looking back. Yeah, if I had known this, I would have put in more funds. Peng Shuai patted her thigh, looking regretful. Han Feng couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw this. But, before he could say anything, he saw Peng Shuai's phone vibrate. Peng Shuai picked it up and looked at it with a strange expression, then a look of ecstasy. Madman, there's a move, a big move. He handed over the phone. Han Feng picked it up and looked at it, frowning and asked, is it really appropriate for the Zhuge family to take action at this time? Because of the previous withdrawal of investment, there was some unpleasantness between him and Su Zhengyuan. But Su Zhengyuan still revealed a piece of information. That's the Chow family. Peng Shuai and Han Feng also knew about the giants like the Chao family, the Lu family, and the Zhuge family. The Zhuge family disregarded the agreement between Chao and Lu and suddenly took action. The result was Han Feng's body shook, and he shuddered at the thought of Yi Chen's terrifying eyes. On the contrary, Peng Shuai sneered and said, Yi Chen, no matter how terrible you are, now that the Zhuge family has taken action and I am secretly attacking you, you will definitely die. Who knows? Hearing this, Han Feng did not show any excitement. Instead, he frowned and said to him, Peng Shuai, since you have the support of the Zhuge family, you don't need my help. It just so happens that I'm going abroad and there's a business deal that needs my approval. Peng Shuai didn't care, patted his shoulder and said, What a pity, lunatic, you can't see Yi Chen's miserable appearance before his death. Go. After leaving the Pang group, Han Feng couldn't help but burst out laughing. You are like a piece of mud that can't be helped. You don't even see the danger. Never mind. Staying with you will lead to death. If the family business focus wasn't overseas, would I still need you, Peng Shuai? And after he left, Peng Shuai made a phone call. Hello, Uncle Xiang? It's me, Peng Shuai. It's decided this time. The target is still Yi Chen, but you need to cooperate with the Zhuge family and follow their instructions. Do you understand? Hang up the phone. Peng Shuai stood up and picked up a dart. Whoosh! With a slight sound, the dart hit the bull's eye. Yi Chen, I have tolerated you for a long time. Achoo! In the car, Yi Chen sneezed. Lin Wanma, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown and said, Yi Chen, drive slower, the wind is too strong, be careful not to catch a cold. Good. Yi Chen smiled slightly and lowered the speed to below 80 miles per hour. This time when he went to Lin Wanma's parents' house, Yi Chen dressed up nicely and looked somewhat formal. And they also went to the mall in advance and bought a lot of things. The most important thing is to order an engagement ring. Lin Wanma sitting in the Hennessy Viper GT supercar is like the most beautiful scenery. The car drove towards the villa on the mountain road. Who knows? Just at this moment, an unexpected situation occurred on the mountain road ahead. A big tree suddenly broke and fell down, blocking the way. Careful! Lin Wanma looked ahead and exclaimed. Yi Chen stepped on the brakes. Sizzle! There was a sharp sound of tire friction, and the car stopped steadily in front of the big tree. Due to the huge inertia, the two of them almost flew out. Phew, that was close. Yi Chen, if you hadn't reacted quickly, there would have been a car accident. Lin Wanma patted his chest, still in shock. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes and glanced around, feeling a sense of uneasiness spreading. Thinking of this, he said to Lin Wanma, Stay in the car, I'll go down and take a look. After he got out of the car, he asked Lin Wanma to lock the car and then walk towards a big tree nearby. His instinct told him that there was something wrong with this tree. Next second. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous gunshots made Yi Chen feel like he was facing a formidable enemy. He quickly dodged and hid behind a big tree. Could it be that the Lu family disregarded the agreement and attacked me? Chapter 120 Yi Chen's anger, corpses lying all the way. Lin family villa. Lin Yud and Zhang Shangyun knew that their daughter would be coming home for dinner, so they asked their aunt to buy a lot of Lin Wanma's favorite dishes in advance. But it was almost time for dinner, but there was no sound of any car driving in, and the two of them couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Yud, it's almost 6 o'clock, why haven't you come back yet? Maybe she's busy with work. You know, my daughter's company has been busy lately. But you told me before that there's no traffic jam in this area. Could something have happened? Don't be such a pessimist. Let me call and ask what's going on. The two chatted for a few words and Lin Yud picked up the phone. After hesitating for a while, he still dialed Lin Wanma's number. Who knows? The phone kept ringing, but no one answered. He couldn't help but frown and looked back at Zhang Shangyun, feeling a bad premonition in his heart. Shangyun, could it be that what you said was right? Has something happened? How is that possible? My daughter has always been fine, please don't scare me. The more they talked, the more worried they became. They called a few more times, but the call still didn't go through. They couldn't help but look anxious. Only they don't understand the situation, don't know where to start, and can only worry at home. On the mountain road. As soon as Yi Chen got off the car, he felt something was wrong. A terrifying murderous intent almost became a reality. As expected.
As soon as he showed his head, a volley of bullets came at him.
Bang, bang, bang. Fortunately,
this Hennessy Viper GT supercar is made of very strong materials, reaching the level of bulletproof.
Not even the car window was broken.
Yi Chen hurriedly shouted, "Wanma, there is danger, lie down, don't get out of the car." He didn't dare to take any risks, fearing that the other side had a sniper.
If armor-piercing bullets are used, I'm afraid this car won't be able to stop it. When Lin Wanma heard the gunshot, her face turned pale with fright. Fortunately,
Yi Chen's voice made her react immediately.
She quickly got out of the car and hid under the seat. Yi Chen, you have to be careful too. Yi Chen nodded when he heard this. Only.
A terrible anger surged from his heart.
Could it be that the Lu family tore up the agreement and wanted to kill me? But this is unlikely. It doesn't seem like the Lu family's style.
Judging from Lu Yuan's previous methods, after missing an opportunity, he would definitely make a more detailed plan to make sure to kill with one strike. But looking at the opponent's siege, it was not that detailed.
Could it be the Zhuge family?
When Yi Chen thought of this, he suddenly felt murderous.
It's fine if you're targeting me, but you're even bringing one MO along with you. No matter who it is, as long as I find out, I'll definitely remove you from the Demon City. He let out a low shout, and with a flash of his body, he was already 4 or 5 meters away. He was not sure if the other side had more powerful guys, otherwise if the car was blown up, would Lin Wanma still be alive? So, we must take the initiative. At this time, his 5 senses were stimulated to the extreme, like a human radar, knowing everything around him. 7 on the left, 8 on the right, all holding guns. And there is another person who actually gives me the aura of Zhuge Chen, equally eerie, terrifying, and mysterious. Wait, it's actually him. The scene in front of Yapinzhai emerged in Yi Chen's mind. At that time, Scarred Baldy came to cause trouble, wanting to deal with him and Lin Wanma. Even if Gu Xinling came to help, the other party would not give her face. But there is a force watching the show. The leader was the old man in front of him who was about 50 years old. He was wearing a gray Zhongshan suit and looked very impressive. But his eyes are small, and he looks a bit sinister, which makes people feel cold unconsciously. He squinted and could hardly see. Hee, this Yi Chen, he didn't expect anything, let's give him a surprise attack and see if he can survive. It's a pity that I didn't bring a big gun with me, otherwise Lin Wanma would have died in that round of shooting just now. However, Pang Shui didn't come and couldn't see this scene with her own eyes, which is a pity. This person is naturally Uncle Xiang. Pang Shui also wanted to come, but was dissuaded by Uncle Xiang. What a joke, this hunting operation is coordinated with the Zhuge family. It is said to be perfect, but who knows if there will be any accidents. If anything goes wrong, Uncle Xiang cannot take the responsibility. After much persuasion, Pang Shui gave up the idea of following. But he was also nearby, not far away. If Yi Chen was dealt with, he would be the first spectator. Aside. Zhuge Ye frowned. If his Zhuge family hadn't been short of manpower, they would never have found Yi Chen's enemy Pang Shui. Actually, this time, by leaving the Lu family behind, the Zhuge family took a huge risk. Killing him would be fine, but if not, the Lu family would definitely be furious and push the Zhuge family out to bear the Chao family's wrath. Fortunately, Yi Chen and Lin Wanma were completely unaware of the danger. Coming all the way back here from the company, I didn't feel any tension at all. This gave them the opportunity to plan and hunt down Yi Chen. Yi Chen, I must kill you today to avenge Brother Chen. Zhuge Ye and Zhuge Chen had a very good relationship and they often got together. This time, Zhuge Dachuan sent him to carry out this mission. Just see. He shook his hands and 2 talismans appeared in front of him. Is this the Zhuge family's spell? Uncle Xiang looked at him with interest and curiosity. How do you use this thing? Is it really that powerful? Zhuge Ye nodded silently. Watch this. Zhuge Ye's voice had just fallen. These 2 spells seemed to be catalyzed by some mysterious force. It actually floated in the air, covering the entire mountain road. The entire mountain road seemed to be trapped in chaos, shrouded in fog and gray, and it was impossible to see clearly. Uncle Xiang was stunned when he saw such a magical existence. With such a magical thing, do you still need us? That may not be the case.
Yi Chen seems to have similar abilities, so we should not be careless.
Who knows?
Zhuge shook his head. This spell only has a supporting effect.
It's your turn now.
Zhuge's face flushed a little, and it was obvious that activating the talisman consumed a lot of energy.
Uncle Xiang grinned and said sinisterly, "Okay. Let's go together and kill Yi Chen."
As early as when Uncle Xiang opened his mouth and mentioned Peng Shuai, Yi Chen understood everything. I didn't expect that Peng Shuai was still so evil that he actually colluded with the Zhuge family.
Ha, well, I'll kill you first, and then I'll remove these two families.
Yi Chen did not retreat but advanced and rushed into the crowd rushing over.
As for the talisman, Yi Chen had of course prepared it. Open the eyes of heaven and dispel illusions. This sound was like a bolt from the blue.
Yi Chen's eyes were filled with endless brilliance. The two talismans had no effect on him at all.
Immediately,
his figure flashed, and he raised his knife and slashed. Wherever he went, there were corpses falling to the ground.